Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Daily Wire election night coverage. This is the election night pre-show. We made it, Georgia. We made it.
We made it.
Tonight is the night that all of you at home have been waiting for, whether you're one of those crazy people who's been reading every single poll, keeping up with every bit of election news for the last 2 years. Welcome to the crazy people. Or whether you didn't even know it was election day, you woke up, you saw everyone wearing stickers, and you're like, I guess it's election day. We got you covered as well. We've got everything you need to know here. I'm Daily Wire Senior Editor Cabot Phillips.
And I'm Georgia Howe. And voting day is finally here. We have a packed show for you tonight. We're going to be bringing you the latest polling as well as analysis from our expert pollster and the founder of the Trafalgar Group, Robert Cahaly.
For those of you who listen to the Morning Wire podcast, yes, this is the same Georgia Howe. She is real, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not seen her face and only heard her voice, she's here with us in the flesh. But I digress. We are also today going to be checking in with all of our reporters who are on the ground in the key battleground states around the country.
And of course, we're also going to be talking about issues. So that's jobs, the economy, inflation. And we're also going to be talking to Morning Wire contributor and fan favorite Kenny Polcari.
I love that guy.
And we're going to be talking to voters who are feeling the financial squeeze. Plus, we're going to be looking at crime and homelessness and how that's affecting the LA mayor's race.
And the gubernatorial battleground, gubernatorial. I love that word. Every time I say that word, it gets me. We're going to look at the gubernatorial battlegrounds. Georgia, you were on the ground in Michigan with Tudor Dixon. And in Arizona with Kari Lake. You were rubbing it in that you got to go on that trip and I did not. But I can't wait to hear all about it. And you're going to be telling us about the experiences you had on the campaign trail.
That's right. And we're also going to break down the governor's race in New York. That was a race that was once thought to be a shoe-in for Democrats, but now is in a dead heat. And we're going to be speaking to David Marcus. He's a Daily Wire contributor. He's a New York Post columnist and a lifelong New Yorker. And he's going to be telling us all about that New York race.
Yep.
And it all starts right now.
And we are joined first by a very special guest, Senator Blackburn. You are going to have you join us here. For those of you who live in Tennessee, you absolutely know this woman, and everyone who doesn't, surely a familiar face, Senator Marsha Blackburn of the great state of Tennessee. Senator, how you doing?
I'm doing well, and so delighted to join you. Thank you.
I know. I've spoken to you on the phone many times for our show, but this is the first time in person.
And you've got the red dress on. I'm imagining signifying a red wave. Now, you are not on the ballot this year. You won quite handily back in 2018. But we're waiting to see who's going to be joining you in the Senate. How are you feeling about that red wave?
I feel really good about where we are. Now, bear in mind, you've got to be sure that the red wave makes it to all of these states: Georgia, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Missouri, Arizona, Nevada, Washington State. But I feel really good about where we are with these races. And our candidates are feeling good, our incumbent senators. And the good thing is, and I think your viewers will appreciate this, we're going to have more conservative senators than we have ever had that will be in the U.S. Senate. And this is going to help us as we push our agenda along.
Now, you obviously hear from constituents all day, every day. What do you think is the number one issue on their minds, just based on what you've heard?
There is kind of a bucket of issues. They are very disturbed about how fast this administration has changed our country. And inflation, the border, crime, drugs, parental rights, all of those are the issue sets. But I think the thing that really disturbs people is the fact that this administration is trying to force us to make changes, force us into the kind of cars that we drive, force us into having the state control what our children see and hear and think and what they learn. And people are very unsettled with the way this administration has been so forceful.
And one of the things we've heard from viewers and voters around the country that they're unsettled about is the state of the Department of Justice. Now, you're on the Senate Judiciary Committee. You oversee much of what's going on at the DOJ. And for people at home that feel uneasy about the state of the institution as a whole, the DOJ, are their fears well-founded? What do you make of that, and what can be done, to
Cabot,
alleviate
their
some of that?
fears are justified. And when you think about the fact that we have a president who has called many Americans idiots for voting Republican, we have people in the media who are Democrat mouthpieces, if you will, that call us cockroaches, and a DOJ that calls parents terrorists. Now that's the environment that people are looking at this and saying, wait a minute, how did we get to this? And how can they get away with this? And don't they have to answer to Congress? Because we are to be a government of, by, and for the people, not a government that comes in and says, you can't have these freedoms and we'll give you back a little bit of freedom, but a government that protects the individual from the impact of the bureaucracy. And people are very unsettled, and you know, I'm glad that they are uneasy and that they love their freedoms, they love this country, and they're showing up and they're voting. I love hearing that we've got long lines that are wrapping around buildings and people that are waiting to cast those ballots.
Now, let's just say the Republicans take the Senate. What would that mean for the Biden agenda going forward the next 2 years? Would that stymie any plans that they had, or is that going to open up maybe some avenues for bipartisan legislation?
What it will do is put a stop to this leftist bent that they have on just about everything. Whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act that drives up inflation, or the open border that is allowing drug traffickers, human traffickers, gangs, known terrorists coming into this country. It will mean that the Biden administration has to realize they are one branch of government. But there is a judiciary and there is a legislative branch. And it is up to the legislature to put in place those laws. It is the administration's role to implement those laws, and it's the judiciary, their responsibility to interpret it. And that the executive branch can't just by executive order go out and make up all these laws and try to implement them.
Senator, one thing we've heard from people on the street, we've talked to hundreds of voters just in the past month or so. Some people have said, look, I'm tired of inflation, it impacts me directly. But they say even if Republicans do take the House and Senate, what really is going to change? What's going to get done? So tangibly, what can you tell people about what is going to happen to help
Item number one,
fix some of that?
Here you go.
Yeah.
Item number one, freeze federal spending, federal salaries, and federal hiring. Freeze it. And that is a great way to say, okay, we're going to put a cap on this. And then go back into that process and say, okay, during times of high inflation, which is where we are right now, and CBO pegs that at 4% inflation, then it is going to take a supermajority in Congress to pass a budget. Because during these high inflationary times, you need to say this is an absolute necessity, not a want, but a necessity. And so put that in place so that it is harder to spend the taxpayers' money. It's not government's money, it's the taxpayers' money. And it is important to get that fiscal house in order. Number two is go back to producing American energy. We should be energy dominant. And that means Keystone. It means drilling in Alaska offshore. Go back to fracking. And those are things that we can force the issue on. We can also force the issue of a vote on building the wall on the southern border. And if Joe Biden is going to veto that, we'll bring it back, and then it is going to be up to the Democrats to help us override that veto to do what Border Patrol has told us for 30 years that they needed. They needed a physical barrier in order to help them get that border under control. So I think those are pretty good places to start.
And to the point on the border wall, do you think there would be pressure on some of these Democrat senators who have been hesitant in the past but are now in states that have been ravaged by the border crisis? Do you think there's more pressure on them where you might have some leverage to say, look, your constituents want this even if you're in the Democrat Party? Do you think there might be some ground where you might be able to get some Democrats to come along? Because it is going to take Democrat support.
That's right. But think about this. Back as recently as Barack Obama's presidential term, Democrats were for giving the Border Patrol what they wanted, which was a barrier. But then when Trump comes along and says we're going to build a wall and give them what they want, then all of a sudden they tried to personalize it to Donald Trump. This is what the Border Patrol says we need. They need that barrier, they need better technology, they need more agents. Those three things they've been asking for 30 years. What if you were telling your employer for 30 years you needed something to do your job more effectively and more efficiently, and they repeatedly said no? You'd be a little bit demoralized, probably.
Well, and I think there is some evidence that Democrats are pivoting towards that border barrier. For example, Katie Hobbs, she's running for governor in Arizona. And on her campaign website, she actually says that Donald Trump promised a border wall but didn't deliver on it. So that's a pretty significant about-face from just a few years ago.
Well, and everything is there to build that wall, and they started on that wall, and Joe Biden stopped it. Yeah. So it should be, I think this is somewhere you're going to see Democrats have to come forward and work with Republicans.
So in closing, Senator Blackburn, we've been seeing the closing pitches for each party. Obviously,
yes.
Polls are about to close here in
yes.
Tennessee as well. But what do you view as the closing pitch for the American people for why they should want a Republican majority in the Senate and House?
They should want a Republican majority because it is imperative that we preserve faith, family, freedom, hope, and opportunity for all Americans. It is imperative that we get inflation under control, crime under control, the drugs, fentanyl that is coming into this country, get that under control and secure that southern border and make certain that parents know that they are in charge of their children.
Senator Blackburn, we appreciate you being here, kicking off the election night pre-show with us at the Daily Wire.
You got it. What fun to join you all.
Well, we have got...
And see you in person.
I know.
See you in person. I'm sure you'll be back on the Morning Wire podcast, so everyone make sure to tune into that. But we appreciate you being here with us in person.
You got it.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Now, Georgia, what do we got next?
So next up, we have Lauren Chen, a friend of mine, a social commentator. She is the host of Rabble Rousers, the podcast.
But first, though, we've got a man on the street video. I know you're excited to get to your friend. Georgia here keeps saying, I can't wait to have Lauren come on. It's going to be a lot of fun. But I got to call you out. You might jump the gun a little bit because I don't want people to miss the man on the street that has been going on. Look, throughout the election, we've been talking, and you've been talking too, with Morning Wire to voters around the country about what matters most to them. I want to hear what they have to say, and then we'll get to some of that as well. But let's see what people on the street had to say from around the country.
Abortion right now, you know, it's a big topic that we've been talking about.
So I live in Philadelphia. Crime's very important. So I'll rank crime number 1, women's issues number 2, inflation number 3, taxes.
For me, it's the economy. It's just how badly the country is just losing on every front.
The economy, the border, and getting the Bidens locked up.
We need to just put capitalism back in this country, you know?
I guess you could say like abortion or like different things like that.
I just think there's too many taxes right now imposed on United States citizens. Since Larry Krasner was elected into office, the lives of the police officers in Philadelphia has absolutely gone to garbage because of him.
I feel like we need to put Americans first. And that's the number one thing for me. I don't understand why that's wrong. I'm all about giving for other people. I'm very inclusive. I'm nice to everyone. I think I'm kind, but I feel like, I don't know. I would just hope that we could put Americans first and that that's okay and it's not a bad thing.
Honestly, I mean, I kind of wish we could have find a good middle ground on abortion. As far as sometimes I feel like there are cases where you do need it, but I don't also feel like you should just be able to go and have an abortion whenever you feel like, just because I feel like that's kind of you need to take responsibility for the things that you're doing.
It's been a disaster. Look at everything, right? Look at gas prices, look at the economy, look at inflation. They blew it. They blew it.
The border crisis, yeah, it's bad, but keep sending them to the people that want them, you know?
Trying to count us down?
All right, joining us now is social commentator and YouTuber and host of Rabble Rouser and George's friend, Lauren Chen.
Your friend too, I hope.
My friend as well. Yes, Lauren, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Georgia, take it away. What do you want to get to?
All right, so Lauren, we've been hearing that this election is going to be all about the economy, but at the same time, around the country, we're seeing the culture wars heat up. So which one do you think is going to be play a bigger role in this election, and what kind of role will it play?
Well, I think what we have right now is actually these two issues, the economy and the culture wars, kind of working together. And good news for the right and Republicans, they're coming out on top of both issues, I think. Obviously, people are upset about inflation, but simultaneously, we also have this movement of parents, and Matt Walsh has been amazing at galvanizing them, concerned that public schools are actually transing their kids, that we have a class of activists who are essentially teaching or treating classrooms like their own little soapboxes to impart their own political ideologies to children who ultimately are not theirs. And so what I'm hoping is that both of these factors, there can be like a synergetic effect, that maybe even some people who aren't that politically motivated, just everything happening together at the same time, they are finally pushed to go to the polls and vote to get the Democrats out of office, because there's not really one thing, I think, over the past 2 years that's actually gotten better instead of worse.
One thing that's been interesting, 2 years ago, we weren't really talking about this trans stuff in schools. This is kind of like a new phenomenon. At least it was happening, but maybe it wasn't in the limelight the way it is, in part because of people like Matt Walsh bringing it up. But when did this really start to become an issue at the national forefront? You've been following this for a while now, but when did this become such a big thing that now entire campaigns in many ways are being decided on?
Well, like you said, this has been an issue that has been going on for a long time. It just wasn't really talked about on places like, Fox News, national attention, certainly not by politicians. But I think what happened ultimately is that during COVID, there was a lot of remote learning. And finally, parents were actually able to listen in and say, hang on, wait a second, what did your teacher just say? What is your homework asking you? And I think that has been an amazing thing. Like, we need more transparency. And I think for too many parents, unfortunately, but understandably, they're busy, they took for granted that school was back, like when they were a kid. You just learned math and English instead of critical race theory and about 57 different genders. So I think it's been a huge wake-up call for way too many parents.
Well, I think there's also the factor of when people start meeting trans kids in their own personal lives, they're like, oh, wow, this is not just like a 1 in a million thing. This is pretty pervasive. I've definitely spoken to some people who had that experience. So last year we saw Glenn Youngkin win the governorship in Virginia on essentially a coalition of parents. Do you think education is last year's issue, or do you think that it's going to carry through and be a big factor in this election?
I think it's absolutely going to carry through. And you have people like, I think, Corey DeAngelis, who has made a huge issue talking about school choice. And school choice is here to stay. It's a winning issue once more for Republicans. And I think, again, all of these issues coming together, these are great motivating factors for parents specifically to get out and vote. And I think Republicans are set to become the party of parents, which is amazing, because on the left you have Democrats saying, hang on, you don't have a say in your children's education. Actually, it is good if your kids go on hormone blockers. And actually, you know what? They may grow up, how many trillions of dollars in debt that they'll never be able to repay. But it's okay because we have this, green agenda. So I'm hoping that parents are fed up of this. They see what their bills are like at the end of the day, and they're ultimately worried for the well-being of their children. It's not even a political issue so much anymore as it is a moral issue when we're talking about the medical procedures that they're going through.
You bring up a great point about the shift from parties on who trusts education. We've been tracking polling at Morning Wire about how, over the last few decades, Democrats have a huge advantage when people are asked which party do you trust on education, which is a huge factor, especially for suburban women, 20% of the electorate. Now, this year, we started to see a reversal where at some polls, Republicans were leading on the issue of education. Great point you bring up about that shift that we've seen. Another issue that I think we have to talk about when we're talking social issues, abortion. We saw over the summer the Dobbs ruling. We saw Democrats get a huge bump in the polls. What are you seeing? And you've been following a lot of these races. What kind of role is abortion continuing to play even as that ruling fades into memory?
So what's frustrating is that abortion, I think like basically every issue, is actually a winning one for conservatives. If you ask the average American, do you support partial birth abortion, late-term abortion, they're overwhelmingly going to say no. But the problem with abortion is that the media spin is working overtime in order to essentially brainwash and poison the well for the public against the Republicans. We are seeing things like saying that Republicans want to ban ectopic pregnancies, which of course is not the case. That is not a viable treatment for it. That is, it's not a viable pregnancy. It's not an abortion. We are seeing them trying to muddy the waters between what is a miscarriage and abortion, saying that if you have a miscarriage, Republicans don't want you to get treatment, which is frustrating. And we do see that for especially women who are maybe my age and Georgia's age, this is an issue. And that is a frustration that I have, that if only Republicans were better at getting out their own message, perhaps it wouldn't be such I guess, I don't want to say a losing issue, but one where it does seem the public has the wrong impression of what the right actually wants.
And I think also one thing we've seen with all this, especially with abortion, we've seen violence at pro-life crisis pregnancy centers. The issue of political violence, this has kind of become the new thing that the left has been certainly pushing more than we've seen in past elections. How do you view that dichotomy of political violence being viewed now as kind of almost a cudgel against Republicans in these elections? What do you view the role of that playing?
I used to think that Democrats had a double standard when it came to political violence, that it's okay, if someone on the right gets hurt, but it's not okay if someone on the left gets hurt. But then I realized it's actually not a double standard. It is one consistent standard. That is, anything that gets the Democrats into power is good. And therefore, that is exactly why when we have all these attacks on pregnancy resource centers, the media doesn't make an issue of it. They barely even cover it, or maybe if they do, they'll talk about how it's being, galvanized by the fact that women's rights are being attacked and things like that. So we also saw this with the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. All of a sudden, that's a huge news. We didn't get so much sympathy when, for example, it was Rand Paul who was being attacked. Of course, different situations there. But they're absolutely trying to spin Republicans as the party of violence, which is, I don't know, I have this rare gift that's not often seen in the media, and that my memory is longer than a goldfish. But I do remember the summer of love, and I'm sorry, but the left has absolutely no moral high ground when it comes to political violence.
All right, well, I guess the most important question, and it's actually for Cabot, Lauren has committed to bringing an apple crumble to my friends for my Friendsgiving, but Cabot has not committed to anything yet.
See, now I have to choose between my friends. Bible studies is what we do Wednesday night in my household, so I have to decide now between.
Fellowship is a huge part.
Fellowship is a huge part of Bible study. But Lauren, we really appreciate you coming in, being here. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
That is Lauren Chen, social commentator and political commentator here. But now, one thing that I want to talk to everyone about, Georgia, I've been begging you to let me just have the mic for like 3 minutes straight so that I could talk to the people about the Senate map, how Republicans are going to have a chance to get to that 51 majority. So everyone join me. You can call me Professor Cabot. Don't call me Professor Cabot, actually. It's very weird. Also, I don't really like professors in the first place. But I'm going to walk you guys through what Republicans need to do in order to get to 51 in the Senate. So right now, Republicans can essentially start and feel comfortable with 46 seats. When you take into account incumbents and those in races that aren't going to be all that competitive, they're at 46. You can then get from there to 48 by tossing in Ohio and North Carolina. Keep in mind, Ohio and North Carolina are two races that were toss-ups, but now appear to be safe for Republicans as J.D. Vance has started to pull ahead of Democrat Tim Ryan in Ohio. And then Ted Budd down in North Carolina has started to pull ahead of Democrat Sherry Beasley. Those races were essentially tied just 2 months ago, and everyone was saying they were toss-ups. But now every poll shows Republicans ahead there by around 6 to 10 points. So right now, we're at 48 for Republicans, people at home, 48. All right, so next up, Wisconsin seems like the next easiest state if you want to get to 49 from there. We've got incumbent Ron Johnson. He was actually all tied up as well, at some point even trailing Democrat Mandela Barnes as of just a few months ago. But this race completely turned once Republicans went from the defensive to the offensive. They started focusing on the issue of crime. During 2020, the Democrat nominee, Mandela Barnes, he supported defunding the police. He really leaned into the Black Lives Matter movement. At one point, he even wore, as we talked about on Election Wire, a defund ICE shirt. All of those things are now completely backfiring against him as crime is the number one issue for many voters in the state of Wisconsin. Republicans have spent millions of dollars reminding voters of that fact. They ended up spending, get this, 70% of their ad dollars on crime, to be exact, and it's clearly worked. Ron Johnson in Wisconsin is now ahead comfortably, so it's looking like Wisconsin is going to go Republican. That would get them to 49. Again, we're doing some predictions here. Don't hold me to this unless they're all right. If all these things happen, then give me credit for all of them. But once you get to 49, that is where things get interesting. In order to get to that special 51 number, Republicans will need to win 2 more of the remaining battleground states. So between Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and New Hampshire, they've got to get 2. Now, Georgia seems like the best bet among those. Republican Herschel Walker overcame a number of personal issues early on that a lot of people thought were going to sink his campaign. He's now within the margin of error or leading Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock in virtually every poll. We've definitely seen that in our partner polling at Trafalgar. And there's also the fact that Republican incumbent Governor Brian Kemp is very popular in the state. He's currently leading by 5 to 10 points in nearly every poll over Democrat Stacey Abrams. So there could be a sort of a coattail effect there. So the number to keep an eye on in Georgia is 50%. If neither candidate gets to 50%, the two head to a runoff on December 6th. That would seem to favor Republicans. They've won about 10 of the last 11 statewide runoffs, but you never know. So if Walker does get to 50%, Republicans from there would be at 50 seats in the Senate. So they're at 50, but that's where they're at right now. They're going to need even more than that if they're going to get to 51. That means they've got to take one of the remaining battlegrounds between Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Arizona. Georgia, can I keep going? I'm on a roll right now. Can I keep
Cabot,
going?
I'm learning so much. Keep going.
Thank you, Professor Cabot. Here, no, I said I wouldn't say Professor Cabot. We're back to it. Anyways, so let's go to
Cabot.
Yes.
Sensei.
Yes, Sensei, I like that. Okay, calm myself before I go to these last 3 states. Remember, of these last 3 states, Republicans need 1 to get to 51. So let's go to Pennsylvania first, where Democrat John Fetterman is taking on Republican Dr. Oz to fill the seat left by retiring Republican Pat Toomey. Fetterman was initially blowing Oz out of the water, but after the economy continued to struggle in America and Fetterman's health became really a national story after he suffered that stroke and struggled to speak coherently in their televised debate, Dr. Oz came storming back. That race is a complete toss-up right now. One thing worth noting also, our partners at Trafalgar Polling, they had this race going for Oz and being close for Oz much sooner than any other polling outlet around the country. That's kind of a humble brag to show that our partners had this before anyone else. But this is another state where crime is the #1 issue. Republicans have spent 5 times more campaign dollars on ads related to crime compared to any other issue, and it's clearly working. Fetterman has been on the defensive all month on that issue. And then in Arizona, we're watching the race between Republican Blake Masters and Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly. Kelly has raised nearly 8 times more fundraising dollars than Blake Masters. He came in with almost complete statewide recognition compared to Masters, who was a little bit more of an unknown. But Masters has been chipping away in the polls all summer. He's now tied or ahead in virtually all of those polls. This is another state where a Senate candidate for Republicans could benefit from an incredibly popular gubernatorial candidate. Gubernatorial, there that word is again. I've got it right. I'm using it confidently now. I just hate that word. But Carrie Lake, the Republican, is polling well ahead of Democrat Katie Hobbs. And the fact that she's so popular in the state could help pull voters for Masters. And if they don't get either of those states, they can finally look to the state of New Hampshire, where Republican Don Bolduc is looking to take down Democrat incumbent Maggie Hassan. It's another race that a lot of people had written off. Hassan came out the gate with a double-digit lead. But keep in mind, because New Hampshire's primaries are so late, Dean Bolduc didn't actually win the nomination until September, so he was really playing catch-up from the start. He did not run his first TV ad until the first week of October, but once he started reaching voters, the race completely shifted. He's been polling within the margin of error over the last month. It's now a complete toss-up. And then on top of that, you throw in states like Washington and Colorado, where Republicans have an outside chance, but still a chance of picking up a seat. And you could be looking at 45 or even 40 or 54 or even 55 seats if it really is a red wave. But regardless, 51 seats, which is the magic number you got to get to, is absolutely within reach for Republicans. All you got to do is look at the math. You can see why so many Republicans are so optimistic. Professor Cabot, class is out of session. I'm dropping the mic. I don't have a mic. I don't want to drop this one. But Georgia, thank you for letting me do that. I had to get all that off my chest.
Well, Cabot, thank you. And just a reminder to everyone at home, you can drop questions into the comment section of the YouTube stream, and Cabot and I are going to get updated on those questions as we go. And
only if they're nice questions.
Well, yeah, our producers are keeping an eye out for the best questions. So if you want us to shout you out, maybe answer your question, feel free to add that now and just throughout the 3 hours.
And just a hint, if you really want the questions to get noticed, you have to start with 1 compliment for each of us. And I know my mom is watching, so I'm expecting at least my mom can drop a nice comment. But anyways, we're going to turn now to some of the closest races in the country where we've got reporters on the ground. We're going to start first with our good friend Tim Meads in Atlanta, Georgia. He's been tracking the incredibly tight race between Republican Herschel Walker. He is there right now, the race between Herschel Walker and Democrat Raphael Warnock, I should add. He is there right now at the Herschel Walker victory celebration. Tim Meads, what are we looking at?
In Atlanta, Georgia, standing in front of Truist Park, home of the Braves, attached to the Omni Battery Hotel, nicknamed the Battery after sports historian's term for baseball. He called it Battery because it reminded him of artillery and military. Now, in a few moments, though, we'll be focusing on a different kind of competition. We'll be focusing on the competition of Georgia's Senate election, as well as Georgia's governor's office. In the Senate election, we have incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock facing off against GOP challenger Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker will be here in a few hours, and we'll be inside reporting live, giving you all the update that you need to know. On the governor's side of things, we have incumbent Governor Republican Brian Kemp facing off against Stacey Abrams. These 2 races could go in different ways for different reasons. Let's break down why Brian Kemp could cruise to victory today. Brian Kemp came into office in 2018, also against Stacey Abrams. Since then, he handled the pandemic by reopening the state of Georgia early, even earlier than Florida in some instances. He also handled the inflation that the country's been experiencing pretty well. He's now currently working, or has repealed, the gas tax in the state of Georgia. And he's also defended the integrity of voting here by passing a voting law in 2021 that has had remarkable results in terms of increasing civic participation and trust and confidence in American elections. Stacey Abrams, on the other hand, she has spent her campaign focusing on progressive, radical social issues such as abortion, LGBTQ issues, and even downplaying inflation. After that, though, Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock, they're neck and neck, whereas Brian Kemp is 6 points ahead. They're both coming into this point, possibly heading towards a runoff. And the reason why is that Warnock has played himself differently than Stacey Abrams has, whereas Walker is the outsider who's hoping to scrounge up whatever votes he can get here. It's going to be an interesting night, and I hope you'll join us back here soon.
All right, Tim, we appreciate you being down there. Stay safe. It sounds like there's a lot of traffic there. It sounds like Atlanta, Georgia, having lived there, a lot of traffic. But stay safe, Tim. We're going to be coming back to you throughout the evening.
So we are joined now by someone you'll recognize if you've been watching Election Wire. He's the founder of Trafalgar Group, which has been named one of the most accurate pollsters in the whole business, Mr. Robert Cahaley. Robert, thanks for joining us.
That's good to be here.
So I'm just going to start us off. You've been in the polling game for a few decades now. You've seen the Tea Party movement. You were there for the Contract for America. Can you put this election in context for us?
Well, I hadn't really been there that long. Contract of America is a little before my time, but I do remember the Tea Party.
Robert, we're trying to talk you up, show how much experienced you are.
Well, compared to the Tea Party, this seems bigger. This seems like more energy. I mean, people were frustrated with Obama, and they were frustrated, but his personal popularity wasn't at a point where Biden's is, and the economy certainly wasn't where it is now. So this seems like there's more energy, and the Republican Party's done a better job of fielding more candidates and more diverse candidates, and that grows that base, and all of a sudden the Republicans are more competitive with Hispanics and with African Americans. It all is kind of coming together in this perfect storm that looks exceptional.
Well, first off, speaking of exceptional, your bow tie looks fantastic tonight. I wish you would have let me know you'd be wearing that. I would have thrown one on as well to try and compete with you. But tell us about a bellwether race that we should be watching tonight. Where's somewhere that early on we should be able to tell, based on the results there, how the rest of the country should play out?
I keep a good close eye on Bullock's race. I think that the race in New Hampshire with Hassan and Bullock is going to be very close, not just because of the money that's spent and the kind of the polling, but the fact that he's done these town halls. I mean, people who haven't experienced in presidential politics will tell you that New Hampshire's a place that they want to meet you a few times and get to know you. And Bullock has done that work, and Hassan's just kind of sat there and assumed everyone knows her. She hasn't done that kind of work. And now bringing Sununu in, having Governor Sununu endorse Bullock has been really significant because he represents the side of the party that wasn't so crazy about him, that was supporting the other guy. And this unity, and even the fact that Sununu is not only supporting him, but he's saying that Hassan's going to lose, just everyone knows the Sununus are the brains in New Hampshire. And the fact that they think they will lose and or tell people that will make people more likely to not vote for them. So I think it's a big race to watch. Results coming early, there's virtually no early voting or any kind of absentee. It's just most is on election day, so there's nothing else to wait for. Also, I'd keep my eyes on Virginia because Spanberger's race, that a House seat there makes a big difference. That one's kind of a teeter-totter. If she goes down and loses for re-election in that area outside of Washington, it tells you that this is going to be a big night for the Republicans. Yeah. And that'll come in early.
Yeah.
Now, something that you've talked about a lot on Election Wire is the submerged Republican voter. So in the past, we had the hidden Trump voter. Can you explain to viewers what you mean by that and how much impact you think that's going to have on polling this cycle? And then also just kind of to piggyback on that, do you think there's a chance that pollsters have overcorrected to try to find those hidden Republican voters? And could that actually mean that there's a hidden Democrat wave that we haven't predicted?
First of all, let's go into what I call the submerged voters. The reason they're different is in 2016 you had voters that were shy, that you had to kind of coax out of who they were supporting. They took polls, but they were saying they were undecided or saying they were for Hillary, even if they were for Trump. So you had to coax it out. We used vehicles like Who's Your Neighbor Voting For It, other stuff that are projection devices that let you avoid kind of being judged by the person who's asking the question, which is called the social desirability bias. In 2020, it was different. Republicans in the middle of cancel culture, and they just were hard to get on the phone, the Republicans that were supporting Trump, but the Republicans who did not like Trump, although they were like 11%, couldn't wait to take a poll. So if you weren't careful, you could overpoll them and get it wrong, and most of the pollsters did. But we understood what that DNA looked like, which each kind of group is, so we didn't. But this year is completely different. Since Biden's speech, there's a group of Republicans that are just absolutely petrified. They heard what Biden said about MAGA people being threats to America. They've listened to all the stuff, news stories that suggest that the government has put pressure on banks to report gun sales, and they're seeing pro-life activists, being swatted, and all this stuff, and they're like, whoa. Yeah. And so they're hesitant to participate in a poll because they're not sure what happens to that list. They're not sure who's doing it. Within a few weeks of that speech, we had 6 different people approach us and say, oh, here's a screenshot of one of your polls. Here's a recording of one of your polls that was given to me. I wasn't sure, or a poll, I wasn't sure it was you. They said it was you, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't take it because I'm worried. Now, in each case, it was us. But the fact that never happened before, and it happened 6 times since Biden's speech. And now I'm running into people all the time that we're talking to who are saying, I didn't take the poll, and here's why. So I've estimated that submerged vote to be between a 0.5 and all the way up to 5%. Wow. And so, but the thing is, I don't think people are overcorrecting for it, because if you can't poll them, you can't include them. So nobody's including these people. I've said we'll all be wrong. The Republican vote will be in excess of what all of us say. So I think even we're going to be wrong. We're going to be closer than most of the others, but there's a lot of them. No, I don't feel like there's very much of a hidden vote for the Democrats at all. I don't see that at all.
Robert, one thing that has been fascinating in getting to do Election Wire with you over the last 5 or 6 weeks, about a month and a half ago, many of your polls in some of these swing states were kind of outliers. If you looked at the polling averages on Real Clear, on 538, Trafalgar polling, it was showing Republicans much closer than anyone else was having them in states like New Hampshire, Arizona, Ohio, Pennsylvania. And initially people were kind of attacking your polls. They were saying, well, this is a bias towards Republicans. You said something very interesting. You said, no, these polls are eventually going to correct because this isn't a 10-point race. Pennsylvania is not an 8-point race. Arizona is not a 7-point race. You said, I'm confident with my numbers. They're going to start correcting. And sure enough, all those polls started to get closer. How did you know that was going to happen?
Because they're lying. I mean, very simple. There's nothing strange about the fact that if you're representing a liberal media outlet, if you're representing a liberal university, you are more pushing what you want. They can do intentional tricks like poll all registered voters. Not likely. When you're polling all registered voters after the biggest voter turnout ever in 2020, tell me exactly who among the people who didn't come to vote in 2020, who aren't newly registered, why are you counting them? But that's a vehicle they use to lower the Republican numbers. So I knew it was artificial. I knew it was about kind of a pump so that all of a sudden Silicon Valley, Wall Street, Hollywood would see the Democrats doing well, invest heavily, which they did. But eventually, it's like when your parents are gone out on a trip and the house is a mess, parents are coming home. And that house is better be right. And so now they have to get closer to reality. And you're seeing some of them get closer to reality. You're also seeing the other thing, which is mainstream media stop polling the last 2 weeks. And they say, oh, it's because we're out of money. No, it's not because you're out of money. It's because you got 3 choices. Tell the truth and give the Republicans momentum, lie and look really stupid again, or put nothing up. And maybe people will forget what you put up the last 2 months, and they're all choosing the third thing.
Yeah, we haven't seen polls from many of the legacy outlets that every week have been releasing polls. Now it's election day. If you go to the last 3 or 4 days, you're not seeing many of these polls from ABC, Washington Post, New York Times.
Surprise, surprise.
It is very interesting to hear that input.
Now, what is the stereotype when you're trying to seek out these hidden, they're not really hidden Trump voters, the hidden Republican voters? In 2016, we had that stereotype of white, working class, usually male. Is that still the demographic that you're looking for? Or how would you describe that typical voter?
Well, that wasn't our hidden voter. That was kind of the base Trump voter. The hidden voters in 2016 tended to be suburban women who didn't want to say, and they tended to be black men. Because these are two groups that there was a lot of social pressure not to say they were for Trump. And we found again and again and again, that's why our numbers were the highest.
Oh, Robert, I want to get your opinion, and I'll give you kind of a fill in the blank here. I was Professor Cabot earlier, so now I'm going to ask a test question. Fill in the blank for both of these. Republicans will take the Senate if, and Democrats will take the Senate if.
Republicans will take the Senate if the turnout patterns and historical patterns and data that we've all seen is at all close to accurate. The Democrats will take the Senate if there's some kind of a major disaster worldwide. Everyone is told to go home and shelter in place today.
You're that confident. All right.
Yes.
And so, final question for you as well. We got to get a final prediction on numbers. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
That's okay.
You got to hear it. What do you think the final numbers are in Senate and the House?
I think that the Republicans pick up almost a lock, 25 to 30 House seats. Could be better depending on how, at half a point, all the way up to 5. I think the Republicans definitely are locked at 52 seats. Now, it might be one with a runoff. I'm not sure Herschel goes to runoff, and Lord knows how long it's going to take to count the ballots in Pennsylvania and Arizona. But I think the Republicans will get at least 52. And again, if that vote is what it could be on that hidden vote, again, like you said, could go all the way up like 54, 55.
All right. Well, Robert Cahaley, founder of Trafalgar Group, we appreciate you being here. Don't go anywhere because we have a whole lot more to hear from you tonight. And next up, though, we're going to hear from the 5 races that a man named Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles. Apparently, he also works here at the Daily Wire. I don't know. I've never heard of him. Michael Knowles, though, is going to tell you about the 5 races that he is watching very closely.
As we look ahead to the red wave, potentially a red tsunami, potentially a big blue wall if the Democrats steal the election, there are 5 races that I'm really, really focused on. We'll get to all the big Senate races and everything that people are talking about in Pennsylvania and Georgia. The biggest race that I am watching on election night is New York's 17th congressional district for 2 reasons. One, it's legitimately a bellwether. This is a seat that's been held by Republicans and by Democrats. Everyone thinks that New Yorkers are all big libs, but there are a lot of conservatives there as well. It's a seat that is currently held by the head of the DCCC. This is the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee, Sean Patrick Maloney. And then the second reason is that's my district. That's where I grew up. That's where I first came up in politics. I have worked multiple campaigns in this district. A winning campaign in 2010 for my friend Nan Hayworth. People said we couldn't win. It's a liberal New York. And then what happens? Nan and a number of other Republicans go ahead and win the seat. Next time around, a Democrat won that seat. Nan lost the race. We were all very upset. The Democrat's name, Sean Patrick Maloney, the man who still has that seat. Why did the Democrat win? Redistricting. So what it's going to tell you is which way is the country moving? Which way is the swing district going to swing? Pretty serious potential pickup for the Republicans. And it would be, I think, the first time in history that the head of the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee would lose his seat while he's running the DCCC. Very exciting and a personal vendetta for me. Next up is the Georgia Senate race. Everybody is watching this race. It's Herschel Walker, who's a legend in Georgia, running against Raphael Warnock, who's a socialist. Warnock is the incumbent, though he hasn't been in the seat for very long. And you got Walker coming in. That looks really good for the Republicans. I wouldn't rest easy, though. I don't think this is the time for complacency. Because there can be shenanigans in Georgia. I know that we're not allowed to talk about election shenanigans, and every single election that the Democrats run is the most wonderful, dignified, totally absent any sort of fraud sort of election ever. But that's just not the case. There were legitimate questions raised about the way Georgia conducted its elections in 2020. If it's really a nail-biter, I do fear that you could get some broken water pipes and some absentee ballots coming in at the very last moment. The reason that Herschel Walker should feel somewhat confident, though, is the Democrats tried their October surprise. These salacious claims that Herschel Walker had all sorts of terrible relations with women and he slept around a lot. There was the suggestion that he paid for an abortion, even though Herschel's a very strong pro-life candidate. Real gutter politics, really disgusting stuff. And it didn't work, actually. Herschel raised money after these attacks. Herschel was not really hurt all that much in the polls, and he continues to lead in the polls down there. So this is a pretty strong position. The same cannot quite be said about Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania is Dr. Oz versus John Fetterman. It's similar to the Georgia race in that Dr. Oz is leading right now. What was the big turning point here? It was that debate between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman, because John Fetterman suffered a stroke and has brain damage and can't speak. The main problem for Fetterman is not actually the stroke. He's completely out of touch with the voters of Pennsylvania. So Fetterman said his #1 priority, if he had a magic wand, the first thing he would do is let murderers out of prison, which is a very far left fantasy, I guess. Doesn't play in Pittsburgh, especially when crime is going up. And then the other problem for Fetterman is he said, I oppose fracking. And when energy costs are hitting record highs, this is not something that you want to hear, especially in Pennsylvania. Even for the greatest, slickest, Bill Clinton Bubba politician, fastest talker you ever heard, he would have been in a very, very tough position to work around his terrible policy stances. But then you add on top of that Fetterman can barely form an English sentence right now. It's no surprise after the debate, the polls all start to turn for Dr. Oz. Now, the problem also with Pennsylvania is it's a corrupt state. The Democrat secretaries of state and the people who are running the elections are not to be trusted. They do some dodgy things, and ballots are going to come in the middle of the night, especially in Philadelphia. Philadelphia is notorious for this. Forget about the 2020 election, where there were a lot of questions raised. This goes back many years before that. That would be one reason to be a little worried. Some Republicans right now are taking solace because they say, oh, there's a wonderful Supreme Court decision that just came down in Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania Supreme Court says that the Secretary of State cannot count mail-in ballots that do not have a date on them. And a lot of Republicans are saying, oh, good, this is going to help us win. It's going to make it harder for the Democrats to cheat. My reaction is almost the opposite, though, because when I see a decision like that, I see the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is recognizing what I am recognizing too, which is that the Pennsylvania Democrats want to cheat and often do cheat. So the very fact that you need this ridiculously obvious court decision, no, you're not allowed to vote after Election Day, the fact that the Supreme Court has to say that shows you how bad the problem is in Pennsylvania. Polling right now looks very good for Dr. Oz, but there could be plenty of shenanigans. Then the next race we got to look at, that would be Arizona. There's a good governor's race there too, but the one I'm focused on is the Senate. That would be Blake Masters versus Mark Kelly. The reason this race matters in particular, beyond the questions of who's going to control the Senate, the Republicans or the Democrats, the reason the race matters is actually more about the future of the Republican Party. Because Blake Masters has positioned himself as a candidate of the new right. He has thrown out all the stale platitudes of the last 15, 20 years of GOP politics. He aired a campaign ad. He said, I think the 2020 election was stolen. I think Donald Trump won. Whoa, that's a shocking statement for a mainstream candidate to say. He aired a campaign ad. Blake Masters said, I think that in America, a family should be able to live on one income. Very conservative, very traditional. You would not have heard that kind of stuff from the GOP. The other thing that Blake Masters does very well is that while he is a candidate of the new right and he's representing a lot of traditional conservative views, he also appeals to libertarians. In that final couple of weeks of the campaign, you saw the libertarian candidate who could have acted as a spoiler in Arizona. He drops out of the race and he endorses Blake Masters and tells his followers to support Masters as well. It's very impressive the way he manages to walk that line. He brings the party together in a way that I think is putting it in a much smarter direction than it previously had been going. This kind of squishy, give up the whole country, give up the whole culture, just cut my corporate taxes kind of position. He's not alienating the libertarians, for instance. He's not alienating other parts of that right-wing coalition. So I hope he wins. He probably faces the biggest uphill challenge right now, but the polls are looking very good for him, and especially because you're in a position now where the president is saying that half of the country is fascist and terrorist and they're illegitimate people in our political system, I think probably they're being underrepresented in the polls. For my last race that I'm watching Ohio. As goes Ohio, so goes the nation. J.D. Vance versus Tim Ryan. It's a similar race to what we're looking at in Arizona, a lot of similar stakes here. It's about who controls the Senate, the Republicans or the Democrats, but it's really about who controls the Republican Party. Which direction is the Republican Party going to go in? Is it going to just go in the Chamber of Commerce, give up the whole culture, or is it going to go in the conserve anything at all direction? We haven't even conserved the women's bathroom at this point. JD is running very firmly on that side of things. JD is running on Hillbilly Elegy. He's the author of that book that talked about a lot of the issues that animated the Trump 2016 campaign. JD got the endorsement in his primary against Josh Mandel by Donald Trump. He's running on pro-family policies. He thinks that public policy, the government, should work to strengthen the family. He's spoken of the Hungarian pro-family policies, actually. Now, the squishy side of the GOP hates that idea. They hate the government. They just want to let the private corporations, I don't know, censor us and destroy our whole culture. But the new right, the conservatives, the traditionalists, the regular old run-of-the-mill, used to be a kind of normal conservative American, they say, no, we've had family breakdown that has been driven in large part by the government. Politics is just how we all get along together. Politics is how we live together in a community and hopefully flourish. And so we need to get rid of the policies that are destroying the family, and we need policies that are going to strengthen it. J.D. Vance has done that. So it just draws a very clear line away from the loser policies of the GOP and the conservatives of the last 20 years toward a much more coherent kind of conservatism. I think it's going to pay off. There are fewer voter fraud kind of worries in Ohio than we've got in other states like Pennsylvania or Georgia. So things are looking about as good as they can heading into election night. Those are the races that I am watching. Obviously, it's about who controls the Senate. Obviously, it's about impeding the Biden agenda. But it's about more than that. It's about these macro trends. Not only what do the next 2 years look like or the next 4 years look like, what do the next 20, 30, 40 years look like as the conservatives take on a new kind of a character and present a governing agenda that seems a lot more popular with a lot more people. Now, we've got a ton more Daily Wire coverage of the election. You got to tune in on Tuesday night to Daily Wire's election night coverage. I will see you there.
Listen, to the producers in the control room, I told you guys I would only do this show if there was no Michael Knowles. I don't want him overshadowing the show that I'm co-host. We're live. We're live. Okay, we're back. We are back. No, I'm just kidding. Michael Knowles, fantastic man. I'm just jealous because he is very smart. And he gets to sit around smoking cigars all day. True story, I walked by, that we have like an outdoor patio area in our office. I walked by and I smelled cigar smoke at like 11 o'clock in the morning on Monday. On a Monday morning, who do you think was smoking a cigar at 11 o'clock on a Monday morning?
At the office?
At the office.
Well, I already know.
It was Michael Knowles.
Michael
Of course
Knowles,
you
yeah.
already know. So I'm very jealous of the fact that he gets to do that. But you know, that's what happens when you've got a brain like his and a head of hair like his. Anyways, my wife's watching. She's very concerned why I keep talking about how cool Michael Knowles is. Regardless, we are very glad that all of you are here as we approach the second hour of our election night coverage. We've got polls closing in just a few hours.
Well, and not to throw you under the bus again, but Michael has also committed to a side dish.
For your Friendsgiving?
For my Friendsgiving, and you still haven't, so.
This is going to be the party of the century in Nashville.
Anyway, so Cabot, you had the chance to talk to a variety of candidates, including one from a race that nobody thought was going to be this close. We're talking about Washington State Senate race. You spoke to Tiffany Smiley, who's running as the Republican candidate. How was that?
It was awesome. I mean, I was not expecting to be talking to a Republican candidate from Washington because, frankly, most of the time races in the Pacific Northwest for Republicans, it's not that they don't matter, they're just a little less consequential because it's such a deep blue area. But Tiffany Smiley has come storming back against five-time incumbent Senator Patty Murray for the Democrats. No one was watching this race. Tiffany Smiley has no established political experience. She is someone that, she's the wife to a veteran, has a compelling story of her husband who was severely injured and blinded by an IED serving the Middle East. And she's a fighter. It was in many ways inspiring to talk to her, but she told me about why her race is so close in an area where Democrats have dominated for so long. I talked to her earlier. She's on the campaign trail as we spoke. Have a listen. We're now joined by Tiffany Smiley, the Republican nominee for Senate in the state of Washington. Tiffany, thanks for coming on.
Yes, thanks for having me on.
So when most people think of toss-up races in the Senate, Washington State is not the first place they think of, but that's what we're looking like right now. You have really closed the gap after a summer where your opponent, Patty Murray, had the lead. How have you done it? How have you turned Washington into a toss-up race for the U.S. Senate?
Yes, well, I've been at this for 18 months because I knew that's exactly what it would take. I wanted to connect and listen to as many voters as possible across Washington State. So we are seeing those polls tighten because I have been out and about listening to the voters of Washington State, sharing our message. And I went up in August sharing our message on digital airwaves and coupling that with meeting people on the ground. So it's exactly why you're seeing our polls tighten, because I'm addressing the issues that are facing Washington voters that they are concerned about. They're not Democrat or Republican issues, they're American issues, and we're finding common ground and sharing our message, and people are helping share that message for us all over Washington State.
Let's get to those issues. What are maybe the one or two main issues that you view as sort of defining this race, especially in the state of Washington?
Yeah, I hear a lot about crime, public safety. People are feeling incredibly less safe throughout Washington State. In fact, just a couple weekends ago, I was in Seattle meeting with Democrats and independents, and their number one issue was public safety. Senator Murray went on the Senate floor June of 2020 and called for funds to be redirected from our police force, and then she disappeared and went into hiding, and the voters of Washington State know that. I'm honored. I'm endorsed by WACOP's Fraternal Order of Police out here in Washington State. They know that I have their back. And what I will fight for in the Senate is to ensure that our police officers are fully funded and have every resource they need to protect our families, our communities. So this is a real issue. I also have been to the homeless encampment. I've been there. I wanted to see with my own eyes what was going on and do my part to help out. And I was cleaning up, I cleaned up dozens and dozens of dirty needles. And a woman from across the encampment who was helping clean up as well, she came across and she said, "Tiffany Smiley." And I kind of said, "Yes, this is me. I'm in the heart of Seattle." And so I said, "I don't know what TAC ad you're watching, but I'm really a nice person." And she said, No. I'm a Democrat. I've always voted for Patty Murray, and I'm honored to be voting for you. It was really the special moment where here we came together in the heart of Seattle, just wanting to do what's best for our state. That message is resonating all across Washington State.
We have to talk about the role that abortion has played in this race as well. Obviously, Democrats pretty much around the country saw a surge in polls after the overturning of Dobbs. We saw voter enthusiasm spike for Democrats after that ruling. Clearly, the Democrat Party thinks abortion is a winning issue for them. How have you taken on the issue? What's your stance on abortion?
Yeah, I came out very clear, direct to camera with an ad, one of my very first ads, just being very honest and clear with the voters of Washington State, that I am personally pro-life, but I oppose a federal abortion ban. And I'm actually on the record opposing that from the very beginning, even before the unprecedented Supreme Court leak. Washington State long decided where they stand on the issue of abortion, and I respect the will of the voters. There is one extreme on this issue in this race, and that is Senator Murray. Because if she had it her way, she would have taxpayer-funded abortion on demand all the way up to the point of birth. The majority of Americans do not stand there. I stand with the majority of Americans and believe that it belongs closest to the people. And what I will do, and I've made this clear across Washington State, is I will ensure that women have access to contraception, timely, affordable access to contraception, to health care and child care. And unlike Senator Murray's been there for 30 years, I'll go get that done for Washington State women. I also want to make sure in Washington State that women, especially in a time of crisis, that they have everything they need, every resource that they might need.
One of the things that she and her allies have tried to hit you on is a relative lack of experience. They say that you don't have the same amount of time spent in elected office. How do you respond to those people that say that, it's a critique on your part that, you haven't held office the way that she has?
Yeah, well, if her seniority really mattered, then why hasn't she used it? If seniority really mattered, why are we facing the highest inflation that we've seen in a generation, the highest gas prices, crime in our streets? We didn't even talk about fentanyl, but we have a massive fentanyl crisis all across Washington State. So if her seniority mattered, then why hasn't she used it to help us?
What would be your first, course of action if you are elected? Kind of just a 30-second pitch to the voters. What would you do?
Yes, number one, we need to ensure our American energy independence. That is the cornerstone of our economy, spur our economy, lower gas prices for hardworking Washington families. I think that would be number one. Rein in the out-of-control spending. And I'm going to fight hard to permanently extend the 2017 tax cuts for the middle class, try to get our economy back on track, lower costs and lower gas prices. That's a top priority of mine.
All right, Tiffany, well, really appreciate your time. We'll let you get back to campaigning, but thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's Tiffany Smiley, Republican nominee for Senate in the state of Washington. The thing that really stuck out in that interview, I thought, was the second I asked her, what's the big issue? Before I could even finish almost, she was coming in saying homelessness, crime, homelessness, crime. We've seen the videos, especially on the West Coast, Oregon, California, obviously in Washington, it's becoming a huge issue. But again, you just cannot overstate the fact a Republican has a chance to be the next senator in the state of Washington. So definitely keep an eye on that race tonight.
Well, joining us now is Kenny Polcari. He's the managing partner of Case Capital Advisors, and he's a regular contributor and fan favorite on Morning Wire. So, Kenny, thanks so much for coming, and it's great to finally see you in person.
Well, listen, it's great to be here, and likewise, it's great to see people in person. You know, you talk to somebody on the phone, and you never really get a sense of who they are until you actually sit and talk to them and see them and look at them in the face, right, and have this conversation.
So we want to talk about the issue of the night. Georgia said it 3 times in the introduction because it was so important. Inflation.
Inflation.
You've got to say it all 3 times. So what sort of impact is it having? Obviously, we know on the average American, but on the race, what kind of impact are you seeing it having?
Well, so listen, I think that is the issue, right? The GOP has done a very good job of making that the issue, as much as the Democrats tried to talk it away. I mean, we heard Nancy Pelosi last week saying, well, we just need to change the conversation, right? That inflation is global and that this isn't really a problem in the United States. That's baloney, because if you're an American living in the United States, it's a problem. And so the GOP has made that the top issue. And actually, I think it's been great how they've done it, right? Because it is true. It affects every single person out there. It's affecting their lives. It's affecting their savings. It's affecting their retirement savings. So it is an issue.
Now, is there any validity to that the argument that this is a global issue, or is there a possible world in which we could have avoided that and we could have had low inflation here in the U.S.?
No, so that's a loaded question. It is a global issue for sure, but that doesn't mean that it's any less important in the United States, right? Part of the issue here, and we all know it, the Fed was late to the game. When CIP blasted up and through 2% in the spring of 2021, went from 1.6 to 3.1 in 1 month. That was the signal. That was actually the time that the Fed should have started then saying, okay, we're going to gradually, because then they could have done 25 basis points at a time. Because look, it blasted right up into 2%. For 2 years, Jay Powell said 2% to target, 2% to target. Once we get there, we're going to change policy. And it blasted up and through, and they didn't change policy. Then they kept telling us it was all transitory, and they kept their foot in the gas, and they weren't happy until we get to 9% inflation. And then suddenly they're going, oh, geez, maybe we got a problem. Yeah. On top of that, you had the spending like drunken sailors from the administration, like as if it was never going to stop, and that only added to all those inflationary pressures. So now we're stuck. Yes, we're stuck in this country. Europe is experiencing high inflation as well, but it's the same thing. European central banks, Bank of England, everyone kept rates low for much too long, right? And so everyone's experiencing. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a problem in the United States. It is very much a problem in the United States.
Yeah. You mentioned that we're stuck in many ways. I'm the optimist on the show here. George is optimistic also, but I'm always trying to say, okay, give me some optimism.
Right.
If you're advising the Republicans who look poised to take the House for sure, likely the Senate as well, what are you advising them? What can they tangibly do to help, get us unstuck on inflation?
Well, listen, getting unstuck on inflation is going to be a much longer issue because you have to remember, you got to go all the way back to the great financial crisis of 2007, 8, and 9, because that's when Ben Bernanke cut rates to 0. And then he stimulated the bond buying program. That started 11 years ago, right? 2009, 13 years ago is when it started. And then they kept it there. Remember in 2018 when they were talking about trying to start to raise rates and the market had a panic attack and they pulled back and they, oh, no, okay, we're sorry. And then they kept rates at 0 again. And then COVID hit. That I get. But then as the market, as the economy started to show some life, they should have reacted, as should the central bank, the European Central Bank, as the Bank of England. They all should have reacted. None of them did. And so what I would say is that certainly they got to pull back on some of the fiscal stuff, right? So they got to put a stop to that, which I think now is going to happen after tomorrow once we get that right. So that's going to help. But it's not going to stop inflation. The Fed now has no choice but to continue to raise rates in order to tamp it down. Now, look, and I'll say this because I'll date myself, but you guys weren't here in 1979, 1980, the last time this happened. I was 19, 20 years old when Paul Volcker, then Fed chair, jammed rates up to 22% because inflation had gotten out of control at 13%. And so we had to jam it up in order to kill it. Now, we sent the economy into a 2-year recession. It was ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Now, I don't suspect we have to go into that deep of a recession because, look, we had started at rates at 8 or 9%, 7 or 8% in 1979, going up to 22. Now we started at 0, so maybe if we get up to 9 or 10, it might be equivalent, but I don't think it's going to be the disaster that it was back in 79 and 80, because I think the economy's in it.
There's a little optimism at the end.
No, listen, long term I am optimistic about it. I'm just, short term it's frustrating because this did not have to be this way.
How short term will this be? I mean, how long do you think it will take to dig ourselves out of this hole?
Well, Well, we spent 13 years stimulating, and so I don't think it's going to be over in 6 months. People say, "Oh yeah, by the summer of 2023." I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be a longer road out. But I don't necessarily. If they can stretch it out a little bit longer, then I think they can avoid a deeper recession, right? If they get more aggressive and they continue to raise rates, then I think you run the risk of, a repeat of the 1980 type recession that's going to send the U.S. economy into a tailspin, which I certainly don't want to see. I do think they'll be able to manage that a little bit. I do. I'm hopeful that they'll be able to manage it.
I have to say, I sometimes struggled in college to pay attention to my economics class. If you were my professor, I would have been paying very close attention.
You would have been paid very close attention.
I think you would have been calling me out. You would have been yelling at me from across the room saying, "You, in the back, get up." I love it. I love this is the kind of, I think a lot more people would be interested in economics if they got to hear from you. I want to ask you about what was going on with the markets today. We saw them jump at one point up over 500 points, the Dow. They ended up over 300. What caused that?
Right. So the market's been up now for a couple of days, right? After having gotten killed over the last, month, the market is now rallied. And it's rallying in part because it is expecting this sweep, right? It's at least expecting the House to go Republican, right? The Senate, I think up until a couple of days ago, was really on the edge. But I think today there's this sense that the Republicans are actually going to take the Senate too. Now, barring any, last minute, we've got all these votes we have to count and all these, they find these votes in the boxes. Oh, we didn't vote, we didn't count these. And if they drag it out, that is going to cause the market, I think, to retreat a little bit. But I think the action today suggests that the market and investors are in fact expecting the sweep, right? Now, the sweep might be good short term, but I think in the long term, the market and the economy would be better off if we, in fact, had a split Congress, right? If we had the GOP running the House and you had the Democrats at a slight lead or 50-50 the way it is today in the Senate, because that's going to, like I said, force them to have to come to the middle and get rid of the fringe on the edge.
Markets like stability.
And the markets like stability, and the markets like a little bit more, you'll get a little bit more certainty with that, right? Listen, the market can handle certainty, whether it's good or bad. It has trouble when it's uncertain. It goes from day to day. You know what I mean? So the uncertainty is what really causes the chaos in the markets.
Right, gridlock allows them to make long-term deals.
And gridlock allows not only make long-term deals, but really to focus on what's really important. And look, somebody said it today that they're worried now about if the GOP gets in, that there's this worry about debt default and not raising the debt ceiling. It doesn't do anybody any good not to raise the ceiling. And this is what happens. Every time we get to the debt ceiling, they run it right down to the 11th hour. Right? No, we're not raising it. They create chaos. And then suddenly in the 11th hour, they come up with this big plan and everyone pats themselves on the back and says, look what a great job we did. We held out, look what we got. It's baloney. They're never going to not raise the ceiling, and they're never going to default on U.S. debt. They're just not going to do it.
Well, they lose their leverage if they start to early on let people know.
That's right. So they have to drag it out to the 11th hour.
They drag it out to have leverage, which I think if the American people, I think, if more of them knew that was the case and it was sort of a manufactured crisis, I'd be upset about that.
I think the American people are becoming more aware that that's the way that runs. I don't think people are that naive anymore. I think, maybe 10 years ago they thought, oh my God, it's a crisis. It's no longer a crisis because everybody knows they're not going to let the U.S. economy, they're not going to default on the U.S. debt, and they're not going to raise the debt ceiling. They're just not.
And so moving forward, looking at the next 2 years, what are you expecting to see from the economy. Let's say Republicans do take the Senate, they take the House, maybe they get to 52, 53 in the Senate, solid House majority. What do you expect to see?
Well, so then I think that's actually, more of a problem, because then Joe Biden gets to just veto everything that comes through, because there'll be no participation from the other side, which is why I say a split Congress, where they have the Democrats in control of one, and it forces them to have to come together and be more bipartisan and then pass stuff that makes much more sense, right? And so therefore, a Democratic president would then would go along with it, probably more so. If it's completely Republican and they start jamming everything and they start to, he'll just say, interesting. So.
Now, a lot of the politicians on the campaign trail have been promising to get inflation under control. How much control do politicians actually have on inflation, and what could they do? Okay,
they can't really get inflation under control, right? Because they can get it by slowing down the spending. So that's one thing they can do. But that's not going to cure inflation tomorrow, even if they do that today, right? That's not going to cure it tomorrow. What's going to cure it is that they're going to pull back on inflation, and they're going to start to pass policy that's going to help the U.S. economy start to grow again, right? And so whether it's, more drilling in this country, right? Making us energy independent again would certainly be one thing to get started to help create more opportunity in this country, right? But I think the bulk of the inflation issue right now the bulk of it is going to fall on the Fed. It's not so much, politicians are not going to be able to suddenly snap their fingers and go, oh, great, look what we did, inflation's gone. Not happening. Unless they pull back on spending.
All right. Well, Kenny, we really appreciate you coming on, as always. We're going to have you on, I'm sure, plenty more on Morning Wire. But we love getting to talk to you. It's always a lot of fun. Well, not many people think of economics as fun, but this is fun getting to talk to you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And so we're going to get now to the issue of inflation, which we talked about. We actually heard from some voters on the street what they think on inflation, people around the country. Let's see what they had to say.
Other than the cost of groceries, I think we're doing okay.
I don't like paying $4 a gallon for gas, and grocery prices are out of hand. So I would really like to see those addressed.
Everybody's probably spending an extra $300 to $400 a month just in the inflation costs alone,
It is the worst case scenario now than it ever was.
Well, I feel like I made decent money at one point, and now I don't. And all of my retirement money is now missing.
Being able to afford living, basic costs, I think is important.
A lot of people are struggling. It's hard to make money. Single mothers, single fathers. They're working 3 jobs. I'm working 3 jobs currently myself, and I don't even have all the bills that most people have. It's hard to live. You can't buy a house right now. You can, but the price to do any of this is insane.
I mean, some people live paycheck to paycheck. More than half of the population lives paycheck to paycheck, and I think it's heartbreaking, and I really think it needs to be addressed. I think we need to help those people. They're the ones that are working for our country and that bust their butts every day more so than the rest of us, and they need help.
Well, these same dates in 2020, I was paying like less than $2 a gallon for gas, and groceries were affordable. A dozen eggs were $1, and now they're $3 or $4, just depending on the day you go. So, that's where I see it.
This inflation, I'm younger, I'm 23, so we currently haven't seen this inflation in my lifetime where I'm old enough to understand it, but I know interest used to be high, and it always has been, but there's a lot of money being given out by the government, and I think that's a big issue that's caused this inflation. It's just too much money that was given out, and now we're sitting here with the high interest rate, and inflation's going up and up. And
I am not a Republican or Democrat straightforward, but I truly believe the Democrats have failed us as far as inflation is hurting all of us. High income, middle income, low income people. They have failed us. And the fact that people are struggling to make ends meet, the Democrats have failed us.
All right, so we got to hear from some voters there, and now we're going to get to hear from some of you guys in the comment section. It's always a dangerous place delving into the comment section. Typically, we let Brett Cooper be the one that lives in the comment section. but we're going to do it. So all of you guys watching at home, make sure to continue dropping your comments there. Intern Elizabeth is looking through them and flagging some. George, are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm always nervous to see what the people have to say, but let's get to a few right now. All right, first question. I got my money worth this year already, but the Daily Wire doing election coverage may be the best thing I've ever expected from them. I'm used to voices only. This isn't even a question. I don't know why you guys sent. I think they sent this so we could pat ourselves on the back and we could just say it nice. All right.
This is a good one. So the next comment is, remember that one time Cabot's sister got her wisdom teeth out, and so he convinced her that the zombie apocalypse was happening. Cabot, tell us a little about that.
Yes, there are people watching right now who are like, are you the zombie video guy? Yeah, back in 2016, I'd just been working on a race, and it ended, and I was fun employed, as I called it back at the time. My little sister got her wisdom teeth out. My brother and I convinced her the zombie apocalypse was happening. She was all, hyped up on all the wisdom teeth drugs. We went all out. We made like a radio recording of a fake CDC announcement about zombies. She completely bought it. It was totally wild, and went very viral, and we had a lot of fun with it. And she did not forgive us for maybe ever. I'm not sure if she's forgiven us. I would like to think that she has. But that was a very fun time. So yes, thank you for bringing that fun memory up. All right, this one, let's see. What was it like actually being on the campaign trail with Kari Lake and Tudor Dixon? George, I'm assuming this one's for you.
So it was a lot of fun. The past 2 weekends, I flew out to 2 different states. I went to Michigan, I went to Arizona. In Michigan, I went to a few of Tudor Dixon's campaign events. We actually got to go on the tour bus with her. I got to sit down and chat with her along with Tulsi Gabbard for like a long time and really get to know them, get to hear about the platforms and why Tulsi, who is a lifelong liberal, why Tulsi wanted to jump on and endorse Tudor Dixon. We also got to talk to some of the voters there. And then in Arizona, which was just a couple days ago, we got to talk to some of the voters at a Blake Masters event. That was in South Phoenix, which is a pretty diverse area of the city. So we got to see a really interesting cross-section of people at that event and hear about their concerns. And I also got to interview Blake Masters, also on the GOP tour bus. And then I also got to talk to Kari Lake at her headquarters, which just a few hours later, I guess they found white powder in some envelopes, and the whole thing happened literally right just after I left.
Did we sweep her before this? Did we make sure that she was clean of any unknown substances? I'm a little concerned about that. Thank you for that one.
But she's
but I'm glad you're
I gotta
okay.
say, she's lovely. Kari Lake is the way you remember her from TV, that's how she is in real life. It's like she carries her soft TV box light glow with her.
Yeah, I think the Atlantic wrote an article about her. I believe the phrase they used to describe her voice was seductive, awe-inspiring, and terrifying all at once. I think that's the term they used to describe her voice. So you got to see that up close. Next question we've got, will you be covering the election all night? Yeah, oh, come on. You guys have not been paying attention to what we've been saying. We're going to be here. We've still got 2 more hours of fun on the election pre-night, and then later on, we're going to be going all night till midnight, till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., mainly however long Jeremy Boring tells us we have to be here. We're going to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, we're going to be on the main show as well, giving you some of the latest election results. All right, we've got some other ones. Let's see. What do you look forward to the most for the rest of the stream? What are we looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to start seeing some results. I think that's why we're all here. That's what I'm looking forward to. I don't even care which way it goes. I just want to start getting some results.
I'm looking forward to the Donato's Pizza that is coming at 9 p.m. tonight.
Oh, is that what we're getting?
That is what we're getting. Nice. We are getting pizza, so that seems selfish of me to say. No, I'm looking forward to see which pollsters are going to be right and which ones are going to be wrong. We talked a little bit earlier with Robert about how so many pollsters refused to drop their final polls, essentially. And
that's crazy to me.
Yeah, there were 3 outcomes, essentially. It either means they know that they're wrong and they don't want to be honest about it, or they know that if they are honest, that it will show Republican momentum and they're afraid of that. Or finally, they don't want to kind of put their name on anything and put their money where their mouth is. I love that our pollsters at Trafalgar Group are saying, hey, we're going to drop all of our results. We're going to show you. And I'm very interested to see how many pollsters are proven wrong, because it's very fun to get to see people in the legacy media in general proven wrong. It happens quite a bit, and it's kind of fun to get to see. I would like to see some people's to see some people's heads explode. But keep commenting questions. We want to hear from all of you at home. And if you bring up any more embarrassing videos from my past, we're going to ignore them. So intern Elizabeth, screen those questions out. Don't let them get to us. But Georgia, what do we got here
I
next?
actually also have a suspicion that it might be because now polls are going to be graded. So now there's going to be a little bit of accountability going forward. Actually, did they already start the grading system? I understand that Trafalgar and Emerson are the only two polls that have achieved an A-. Nobody has an A at this point. But I mean, I don't know if that's going to affect what polls people are willing to reveal.
Yeah, leave it to Georgia, who was a teacher at some point in her past life. Leave it to Georgia to start bringing up grades for people. A little flashback there. But we're going to jump now to the state of Ohio, where our reporter Mairead Elordi is reporting on all the closest races there, one of the most important battleground states in Ohio. Mairead, what do you got for us?
Ohio GOP election night watch party in downtown Columbus. The party has not started yet, but candidates should start to arrive around 7:30 p.m., which is also when the polls close across the state of Ohio. We're expecting J.D. Vance to be in attendance and give remarks here tonight. He's the Republican Senate candidate running against Democratic Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan. As you know, Ohio's Senate race is one of the most closely watched and most important races in the nation, and it will help decide the balance of power in the Senate and whether Democrats are able to hold on to their very slim one-vote majority in the upper chamber. As far as polls go, Ohioans are showing up in person to vote at polling places as we speak. Polls close again at 7:30. And so far, it's looking good for Republicans. J.D. Vance has an 8-point lead over Tim Ryan. He actually expanded his lead significantly in the last few weeks. During the first week of October, he was less than 1 point ahead of Ryan. But after the candidates faced each other in 2 debates, he expanded that lead to about 8 points. And we should note, too, this has been an extremely passionate campaign on both sides. Both candidates have attacked each other. Ryan has attacked Vance, saying he kowtows to former President Trump. And Vance has attacked Ryan, saying that he is hypocritical on border security and taxes, as well as other issues, as Ryan attempts to portray himself as a moderate Democrat. We'll be seeing whether he was successful in that venture tonight. And also, I talked to voters at the Trump rally last night, where former President Trump campaigned for J.D. Vance, and many of them were very excited about what they say is a red wave of GOP wins that they think we're going to see tonight. So we'll be closely watching that.
Well, Ohio definitely a state Republicans are going to have if they're going to get to that magic 51 number. One thing that's interesting about Ohio in that race there was, I thought, kind of a turning point in those debates when Ryan was kind of trying to distance himself from Joe Biden, saying, look, I'm a fighter. I stand up for the people of Ohio no matter what, even if it means standing up to President Biden. And J.D. Vance had a lot of success with the line pushing back, saying, no, you voted with Joe Biden over 90% of the time. Who are you now to say that you stood up to him? A vote for Ryan is going to be a vote for Biden, essentially. That kind of seemed to be a turning point in the race there in Ohio, and we've definitely seen that reflected in the polls as Vance now ahead even double digits in some of the latest polls. But Mairead, we really appreciate you joining us. We're going to come back to you in the good state of Ohio.
Joining us now is Mark Meckler. He's the president of Citizens for Self-Governance and Convention of States Action. Welcome, Mark.
Good to be with you.
Now, you've spent hundreds of hours calling voters and encouraging them to vote. Have you noticed a change in voters' motivation this cycle?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you look at it, the red wave is indicative of what's going on out there emotionally. In other words, people are excited to vote. And actually, I would change the language a little bit. They're angry to vote. And so they're very upset about what's going on in the country. And it's sort of a vengeful vote. They're going to take their country back.
One thing that you've talked about that has been interesting, really stood out, was this low propensity voter. What do you mean by that? Can you explain what that means to people?
Yeah. So when we look at what I call the voter pyramid, at the top of the pyramid are people like us. We're going to vote no matter what. Nobody needs to tell us. The middle of the voter pyramid tends to be where the party works. Just get out the base. And then there are people who don't necessarily always vote. So for example, in a midterm like this, they probably vote in presidentials, but not in midterm elections. They tend to be kind of the untouched voters. There's a rich vein that can be mined there. And if you can get those people out, they make the marginal difference. So we literally have millions of activists across the country who are making hundreds of thousands of phone calls, texts, and personal peer-to-peer contact with those people to get them out to vote. In fact, those calls are going on right now, and they'll go on to about an hour before the polls close.
Now, if you had to boil this election down to one issue, it could be abortion, immigration, crime. inflation. What would it be, and what are people on the ground saying?
I mean, it's really the economy. If I had to just pick one, people are saying that eggs are more expensive, that they can't fill their tanks with gas, that they're worried about heating their homes this winter. It's really basic stuff. And this is stuff that goes beyond politics because people feel it in the pocketbook. It doesn't matter what the politicians say. It doesn't matter what the statistics say. The reality is people have less money in their pockets and they're struggling.
I want to get to kind of a specific voter bloc the Democrats have relied on for a long time, Latino voters. We've seen, in the past, we've seen a Wall Street Journal poll just this week showing Republicans within 6 points. We've seen anecdotal evidence down in Texas, special elections in majority Latino districts that Republicans ended up winning. Have you noticed a shift among the Latino electorate towards Republicans? And if so, what do you think is driving that?
Yeah, it's a radical shift. We work with Robert Cahaly of Trafalgar. We poll the issues. We've been doing that for the last couple of years every single week. And I've been watching, especially over the last 18 months, on virtually every issue, the Hispanic vote is moving to the right. So whether it's the economy or crime or education or transgender issues, at the top of the polling demographics leaning to the right is the Hispanic community, very often more than the white community in America. So those numbers are skewing issue by issue. And I think that's more important than asking just, is it Democrat or Republican? They're moving philosophically to the right.
Now, what kind of voters are you focusing on to gauge the state of the country? Is there any specific demographic that you try to focus in on? Where do you find the people that you're getting information from?
Well, I think there are two places. I mean, one is anecdotal, which is I travel a lot. I'm on the road pretty much constantly. I've been in 48 states in the last couple of years, so I'm meeting people face to face all over the country. And then what we do is we try to design our polling around what I'm hearing on the ground, and then we poll a very broad base, pretty much like any political polling. We want to see if that confirms what I'm hearing on the ground. So I'll give you an example. We time it based on what I'm hearing. So when grocery store shelves started to go empty, the pollster said, well, we should poll this. And I said, I've been on the road the last 2 weeks. Not one person has mentioned this to me. So I think it's too early to poll it. And within 2 weeks, I started hearing it everywhere I went. We polled it, and it had become a major issue. So it's first anecdotal from all of our grassroots activity at Convention of States, and then we back that up with broad-based polling.
Fascinating. Yeah, go ahead, Georgia.
So what about abortion? In May, obviously, that was on everyone's mind. Is that something that you're still hearing people talk about on the ground? Did you see a swell of that and then it subsided? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so it depends on whether we're talking Democrat or Republican. It also depends on state by state. We see in blue states or in blue strongholds in red states, that was a huge topic among Democrats. That was everything to everybody on the blue side of the aisle. On the red side, people were ecstatic about the decision. They thought, okay, now this is behind us. I don't have to worry about that as far as voting. So I don't think it ultimately washed out doing much for elections, because in blue states where they're already going to be blue and they were going to stay blue, they're very enthused about that issue. Red states, not so much. And in states that are sort of swing states, it's washed out of the mix.
Let's talk about another voting bloc that's typically been reliably blue, young people. It's been interesting looking at early voting totals. Back in 2020, about 15% of early voting came from voters under the age of 30. Obviously, that tends to benefit Democrats. This year, we're down at 5%. We've only seen 5% of early voting nationwide coming from young voters. Have you noticed a shift in the way young voters are leaning, or is it more just that they're less enthusiastic to get out this year?
So I think it's both. There's been a major shift. The polling has been extraordinary. I'm not surprised by polling. Like I said, I'm out there doing it anecdotally, so I get the results. It usually confirms what I think. What I've been surprised with is the youngest voting bloc that we gauge, 18 to 24-year-olds. So I think most people would refer to that as Gen Z. They are becoming more and more conservative on the issues. I'll give you a couple specific examples. We asked if they think that it should be banned for transgender procedures to be done on minors, for puberty blocking drugs to be given to minors. We asked people that generally. The largest cohort who said that should be banned were 18 to 24-year-olds. It was over 90%. Wow. The numbers were extraordinary. Also on oil and gas exploration. Should we spend more time, more energy drilling for oil and gas in America, exploring our own reserves? Over 90% of young people. So I think the reason is they're experiencing those things most viscerally. If you're 18 years old and you're trying to put gas in your car, you're struggling to fill your tank, right? And the same is true with the transgender issue. They have friends and they've seen people going through this. It's very personal with them. They see how messed up it is, how it's messing people up. So they're against it. But the flip side of that is they're not Republicans. Most of them are not identifying as conservative or Republican. So I think what it does is they're identifying to the right. They don't like what Democrats are doing, so they're just not voting.
Now, can you put that 90% in context for us for the young people who are opposing the transgender treatments? What are those numbers for different age groups?
So as you go up the ages, the next cohort up is what we would normally call the millennials, really, is how we pull it. That's the group that's the most liberal. The millennials, that was probably, I'd have to go back and look at the polling, but I think it was around 45%. So it's about half of what you see objecting to these procedures.
So more than half of millennials support the treatments for
those
the minors.
early treatments. And then as you go up in the age cohorts, up to 60 plus, which is our oldest, it works its way back up to over 70%. So over 65, over 70% say these things should be banned. There's that weird gap in the middle there, which is millennials, and I think they were raised in this era when all this stuff was the most acceptable, but actually wasn't going on that much. The 18 to 24-year-olds are seeing the reality. To the millennials, it was all a nice idea.
Yeah,
so a stunning difference between Zs and everyone else.
Stunning difference between Zs and everyone else.
So one thing we know without a doubt, the economy and inflation are the number one issue it's really defining the 2022 midterms. Looking back, have you seen other examples of campaigns that have been so singularly focused the way that this one has? Can you remember an election where the entire state of DC is going to hinge on one issue like this, or is this extraordinary in that regard?
I think it is extraordinary. I go back, me personally in politics, to the days of the Tea Party back 2009, 10, and it was more broad. I mean, certainly fiscal issues were part of it, but it was debt, it was inflation, it was the deficit. All those things came into play. There had been a real estate crash.
Healthcare.
Healthcare, but it wasn't just, I don't have money in my pocket anymore. I'm struggling. So this seems to be more focused than anything I've ever seen. I think there's also a pretty big focus on crime. That people don't feel safe. And this is another place that's visceral, right? If you walk down the street in your city and you don't feel safe, you know that. You don't need the politicians to tell you that. It's not about marketing or campaign commercials. These are things that real people are really experiencing.
I want to get to crime also. What have you seen? Obviously, you mentioned you get a lot of anecdotal stuff, but looking at the data, we know that Republicans, they view crime as a winning issue. They're spending a huge portion of their advertising budget on it, especially in some swing states. Wisconsin, 70% of their ad dollars have gone towards crime. Right. It's completely changed specific races, but when you look at the data, what can you see about crime? When did it become a huge issue? Has it been the entire cycle, or has it really welled up over the summer? What can you tell us?
I mean, it started with all the George Floyd riots, the riots of 2020. People started to feel unsafe. First it was seen as a positive thing. We had what people thought might have been a terrible crime committed by a police officer. That rolled into riots. Once it became riots, perception started to change nationally. Then you had the defund the police movement that follows on the heels of that. That is what really drives this into the American consciousness. The idea that we're going to make our cities safer by removing police from the streets, that resonates with the radical activists on the left, but not with anybody else. And specifically not with anybody in the African American community. One of the polling examples that I think is most poignant is 17% of African Americans think that we should lower the police presence in their communities. I mean, so it's a tiny percentage. Those are the people who are suffering the most if they're in the inner cities. Anybody in the inner cities wants more police protection, not less protection. So I think it took time to resonate as this important of an issue. We see Democrats trying to run away from it now, but they've got a long history of saying defund the police and crime increasing at the same time.
Yeah, fascinating thing we noticed was the DCCC sending out a memo telling candidates, find someone in law enforcement to cut an ad saying you don't support defunding the police. To your point, kind of shows how much things have shifted. But Mark, we really appreciate you coming on and joining us.
Great to be with you.
We are certainly going to come back to you more for Morning Wire to get your takes. But Mark Meckler, President of Citizens for Self-Governance and Convention of States Action. Mark. All right, now let's turn to California, where homelessness has become a huge issue. It's a big deal everywhere, but especially out on the West Coast.
And one of our producers actually spoke to two business owners in LA, in the San Fernando Valley specifically, where businesses have been completely devastated by homelessness and crime. So warning to some viewers that the video we're about to show is a little bit disturbing.
My name's Paul Scrivano. I own the Blue Dog Beer Tavern in Sherman Oaks, California, city of Los Angeles. We've been open for 13 years. Sadly, I gained a little notoriety due to all this crime and homelessness that we've been experiencing ever since the George Floyd riots. And it's just amplified and not getting any better. It brought with it a level of brazenness and lawlessness that lingers to today. There is no respect on the streets, no respect on the sidewalks. no respect in businesses. It turned the complexion of this beautiful little village of Sherman Oaks from friendly, happy pedestrian neighbors into rude, ignorant, brazen, horrible people running around the streets doing whatever the hell they want with no consequence, putting fear into the lives of people.
Hi, my name is Angela Marsden, and I'm the owner of Pineapple Hill Grill and Saloon in Sherman Oaks. It's been literally like living through war for 3 years. The policies are so bad that they actually raised minimum wage during the lockdown while everybody could not operate. Not one politician addressed it on the news and said, hey, we're gonna put a freeze on the minimum wage. We're gonna do things to help out the businesses because they're closing down for us to be safe, right? And that's kind of what it's been coming out of COVID, going into inflation and food costs through the roof.
Everybody's really, just kind of suffering from not only the crime that's happening, the homelessness that is causing, again, fear and uncertainty, but a government that is just about completely unresponsive. We had a stabbing at one of the restaurants that I told you is part of our group Saturday night. As I was coming here from one of our other restaurants in Los Angeles, there's the Citizen app popping up with a woman with a knife, police responding to a woman with a knife, guy with a knife coming after me 2 weeks ago.
We basically are living in an insane asylum. I've had a bartender who was attacked in a bathroom by a homeless woman. I've had a naked homeless person ride through my pub from beginning to end. 2 homeless persons get in a fight with one with a machete and macheted an arm off of another person. I have had an MS-13 gang member threaten my cooks because they're sitting on my dining room table threatening, pick up his shirt and show his tats and say, don't f with me. Do you see this? I've had another gentleman raise a hammer and threaten my cook with a hammer. I personally was attacked by a homeless woman at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of an event.
It was on Ventura Boulevard. On the way back, I see that guy sleeping at 5:30 in one of the doorways, and I see him pooping, leaning up against the door, squatting into a plastic grocery bag, wiping his ass with towels that he steals. He gets a very certain look in his eye, which I didn't like. I see that look in his eye, and I know he's up to something. I got the window rolled up, and as soon as I got the window rolled up, he walks over and gets his bag and throws it at my windshield. The streets are filled with zombies.
You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Like you walk up to your patio and people are passed out with needles in their arm laying in your patio. I have 5 RVs lining the street to where my business is. And they're literally open air doing drugs. I can't get them to tow these RVs, right? So I find out that the city council has told the police that they're not allowed to tow the RVs anymore. That is city council tying the hands of the police who are trying to do their job. The girls at the Starbucks, they're terrorized. The manager there has been attacked. They'll have 4 or 5 guys come in and sit there and just, terrorize them. I'll be staying there, get my coffee, and these hoodlums will just walk in and grab whatever food they want and not pay for it, walk out. These are young kids, young girls, It's something like 5 homeless a day are dying on the street. And this is humane. We have a councilwoman that wants open air drug use with a supervisor.
If Karen Bass gets elected mayor, we're done. That is not hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating. If Karen Bass gets elected mayor, look for the police to be completely emasculated. We're down to 9,200 cops. 9,200.
I fully support Rick Caruso. To me, it's an obvious choice. If the other candidate wins, I know a lot of people are leaving. That if she wins, I don't have the option to leave. But I fear for what the city will turn into because it's already so bad.
Go out on Tuesday and vote. Vote for Rick Caruso. He's our only chance.
Joining us now for more on what's causing the surge in crime and homelessness in California is author and commentator Michael Schellenberger. Michael, you've been reporting on what's going on in the state for some time now. For people not as familiar with the state of things there, though, what can you tell us?
So we're in the midst of a terrible crime epidemic in California. It's hard to measure because we've just stopped enforcing a lot of laws and people have stopped reporting the crimes. But we know that San Francisco, a survey was done recently by the San Francisco Chronicle, and they found that 1 out of 4 people surveyed said they'd either been assaulted or threatened with assault in recent years. Half had been victims of theft. These are amazing numbers and comes after many months and years of gaslighting people here, denying that there's been an increase in crime. The bottom line is that we've just, when you stop enforcing laws, people stop obeying them. And so we've had very large open drug scenes that we euphemistically refer to as homeless encampments, folks that are in late stage drug addiction, untreated mental illness. And it's just gotten worse and worse. So we're starting to see a backlash against it in California. Particularly in the cities. Los Angeles, there's actually a tight mayor's race.
I want to get to some of those races in a bit, but first, can you also describe kind of the state of a lot of these homeless encampments? Call them, whatever you will, but where are we seeing most of these tents set up? Where are we seeing these in the cities? Kind of give people a feel for what that's like right now as well.
Well, sure. I mean, they're everywhere. It's the feeling of chaos and things are just out of control. So we see them near highways, underneath freeway passes, but in public parks. We see them on sidewalks, on streets, near bus stops. I mean, basically all over downtown San Francisco. I mean, downtown San Francisco, it's desolate except for large groups of people doing drugs and selling drugs. It's heavily impacted large parts of Los Angeles. It's spread all throughout the city, Sacramento, along the river. So it's just, you're looking at 170,000 people or so on the streets in all of California. So, I mean, the numbers of people are enormous. It's really everywhere.
Yeah, it's hard to fathom the numbers there. And you touched on it earlier, how crime has obviously played a huge factor in a lot of these midterm races nationwide. We've seen Republicans make gains in Oregon and New York with more hard on crime messaging. How specifically, though, is it impacting the political climate in California? Are people saying we're fed up with more of these progressive DAs and these progressive candidates that push some of these more soft on crime measures? Or do you expect that they're kind of going right back to those Democrat candidates? What is it doing to shift the environment?
Oh, it's totally shifted the politics. So, in June, San Francisco voters, and those are the most liberal voters in America, they got rid of the district attorney, who was just too left-wing even for San Francisco. They got rid of 3 school board members who were trying to change the names of schools to be politically correct rather than getting kids back into schools during COVID. The district attorney that the mayor put in place in July is now going to be up for re-election, and she almost certainly is going to win. In Los Angeles, there's a race between 2 candidates. One is a former Republican who is now a Democrat, and Rick Caruso, and he's offering much stricter approach to crime and homelessness. But even the progressive Democratic candidate is offering significant change. She's been careful not to be perceived as a status quo, so she's been criticizing the status quo quite a bit. It's a source of constant conversation, within families and coffee shops, among students. It's the biggest issue in the state by far.
You touched on the mayor's race. We've been covering that pretty closely as well. Rick Caruso, spending $80 million of his own money to really blanket the airwaves with that hard on crime message. Is it working enough? Obviously, we don't have a ton of polling in that race, but do you think there's a real chance that he wins? Do you have any kind of prediction there for the race?
I mean, my prediction's, worth about as much as it costs. So, it's very close. I mean, the polls show that it's extremely close. I do think he'll win. I just think, they've done a really good job of positioning him just slightly more strict than the other candidate. They've avoided him being framed as too conservative. He obviously had a huge deficit to overcome, and just having been a former Republican, there's just overwhelmingly Democratic voters there. And it's a very, LA at this point is just as progressive as San Francisco. I mean, I sometimes think it's actually more progressive because in San Francisco, because the population is more concentrated on a smaller amount of land, they have to be a little bit more like New Yorkers, a little bit tougher. Whereas in LA, you can kind of escape into Santa Monica or into Beverly Hills or into some of these places where you can avoid the chaos and indulge in your fantasies of, a very woke ideas. And so I think LA does have a shot of turning things around.
So in closing, what do you think would be the main solution to this? Obviously, you touched on a lot of the problems there. But if you were talking to the politicians and city leaders, what would be the first one or two things that could start to turn this problem around?
I mean, the bottom line is that you can't let people camp outside illegally. And that means you have to have sufficient shelter beds, clean, safe, basic shelter. You don't need your own private room, but people can't be on the streets. 3 times more people die on the streets than die in homeless shelters. And they die from being run over by cars, homicide, drug overdose. So you just got to get people inside. And that means you got to take emergency measures to create sufficient shelter for people. And then housing, the limited amount of publicly subsidized housing should be saved for people that are quitting drugs, taking their psychiatric meds, or making some other progress towards healing themselves and not destroying themselves. That's basically it. I mean, if you did those 2 things right there, you could basically eliminate most street homelessness within 1 to 3 years.
All right, Michael, fascinating stuff. We're going to be keeping a close eye on these races in California, but we really appreciate you coming on and sharing your insight with us.
Thanks for having me.
That is author and commentator Michael Schellenberger. So fascinating stuff going on in Los Angeles and in California more broadly. One just fascinating thing, we talked all night about races that no one expected to be close. This Los Angeles mayor's race, no one expected someone like Rick Caruso, who a lot of people consider to still be a Republican, even though he's now a Democrat in name. But when you think of who people in a very liberal city like Los Angeles are going to vote for, you don't think of them voting for a billionaire businessman. We've talked earlier about some of the endorsements he's been able to bring in.
Right. So he's been endorsed by people like Gwyneth Paltrow, Kim Kardashian, Katy Perry. So he really has a solid lock on some of the celebrity votes. But what I think is important to note about the Los Angeles mayor's race is the fact that he labels himself as a Democrat is a bit of a fig leaf. This is a traditional Republican-Democrat race, but in LA, everyone has to be a Democrat because no one will dare vote for anyone who's not a Democrat. So that's the cover that these celebrities have to support someone like Rick Caruso. And now what we're going to have to find out when the votes come in is how many of the Los Angeles residents are also willing to sort of take that cover and support Rick.
It's interesting, too, the difference that money can make in a race like this. There have been candidates like Rick Caruso in the past. He obviously has more name recognition than they did, but being a billionaire businessman, he's poured $80 million of his own money into this race. His Democrat opponent, Karen Bass, about $11 million. It's the most expensive race in the history of Los Angeles. And when you're able to blanket the airwaves like that, in a relatively small race, obviously Los Angeles is a huge city, but it's not a Senate race. That kind of money goes a very long way. And it's interesting too, we've talked on the show a bit how Karen Bass has started to kind of tack towards the middle as she realizes she went from very progressive member of Congress campaigning on a lot of these progressive DAs and on a lot of these more leftist topics and issues to now saying, well, actually, the moderate approach might work. I might not get elected. So we're going to watch Los Angeles mayor's race, probably the most consequential mayor's race in the country, could be a bellwether for how the progressive Democrat movement is doing tonight.
Well, and even though Rick Caruso has a lot of money, I don't think you can actually buy an election, no matter how much money you have, if your message isn't resonating with people. Rick Caruso is out there talking about crime. Crime and to maybe a lesser extent, the economy. But crime and homelessness are the issues that people in Los Angeles find literally on their doorsteps. I say this as someone who used to live in LA. And when it comes to Karen Bass, she actually has a history that she's trying to tack away from. So in the past, she's made glowing comments about people like Fidel Castro, which she's now had to step away from. She's had some associates, close associates, people she referred to as mentors in the past who were card-carrying members of the Communist Party USA. And she's had to go on the record and actually say, I am not a socialist. I am not a communist. So, I mean, she has had to really back away from some of her roots, and maybe people won't believe it.
Yeah, that is a race again that we didn't expect to be following, but we're going to be talking about it a lot. I'm sure we're going to follow up with it on Morning Wire. Georgie, you love talking about everything going on in LA on Morning Wire. It's fascinating stuff, kind of a microcosm of more of these progressive cities.
Now, joining us live, speaking of Morning Wire, is Daily Wire's culture reporter and regular contributor to Morning Wire, Megan Basham. Megan, welcome.
Thanks for having me, guys. I haven't seen you in so long.
Hello, hello.
Now, how would you describe the situation with social media companies when it comes to elections? That's something you've been covering a lot on the show.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes half my job is tracking Twitter, tracking what's happening on Facebook. And it makes sense, really, because what we have is the most sort of vital battleground for where ideas are discussed now. It's where candidates put their messages out. It's where people debate ideas. And so that's why I think both the left and right have become so committed to trying to claim this ground. So when this really kicked up was in 2016, a lot of Democrats faulted Facebook. They faulted Twitter for Trump's election. Basically, they said if you guys hadn't allowed what they called foreign interference and propaganda, Trump wouldn't have been elected. And so after that, what we started to see were a lot of congressional hearings. You saw a lot of Democrats grilling leaders like Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, saying, how did you let this happen? Well, the next thing we saw was in the 2020 election, I think smarting from some of that criticism, these same tech guys turned around and they got a bit heavy-handed in 2020. And so then what we saw them doing was things like suppressing the New York Post's Hunter Biden laptop story. And so from that, there was a huge backlash. And you had Republicans going, you could have cost our guy the election. So really, it's just been a lot of whiplash back and forth. And they're caught in a really uncomfortable position now.
Yeah, so that's the history of it. That's where they've been. Where are they now, though? Where do you view these companies being at the moment and then looking ahead with the election tonight?
Well, you know, and it's funny because you want to say, all right, I'll give you guys some grace because you're in a tough position, and you do get that because, look, both sides are constantly threatening to call them up on more hearings, more Senate questioning. So I do understand that, but the truth of the matter is that they are much more inclined to do the will of Democrats than they are of Republicans. And we see that in certain things like the fact that 95% of political contributions from companies like Google, Facebook, Twitter, they go to Democrats. And actually, I think in Twitter, it's a little higher than that. It's something close to 98%. I'm surprised there's even 2% that are going to Republicans, but there's a little bit there. So in that case, they really are trying to work on behalf of Democrats. Whether that's going to change, we'll talk about in a minute. But part of what you're really seeing then also is that they are now formally partnering with the DOJ, with the Department of Homeland Security. We saw that with Twitter specifically. Their chief policy advisor, the person who set their content moderation policies, was actually arguing for the DOJ to become more aggressive in policing speech. Oh. So, you know, I do have some sympathy, but at the same time, I think they went from doing it reluctantly to now they have done it fairly aggressively.
Well, there was also the headline that broke just a few weeks ago about the Google lawsuit that Republicans or some Republican groups have brought to Google regarding campaign emails being sent to spam at much higher rates if they came from a Republican versus if they came from a Democrat. And there are also, I don't think they've sued yet, but there's an investigation into the search algorithm, which seems to be promoting Democrat campaign websites to the top of the first page, whereas they are burying the Republican opponent, on the second and third page of the search. What do we know about that and where it's standing?
Well, what we know is that lawsuits are coming. That's what we know. And we know that, you know, Republicans caught this. And I think that is where we're at now, is that a lot of these matters are going to have to be adjudicated in the courts because they are now acting as activists. With one now very recent and very noteworthy exception, they've been very willing to do what the Democrats want. And I think we've gotten to a point now where they do it without being asked.
Yeah, there's this guy that I keep seeing on my Twitter. His name is Elon Musk, I believe.
Something like that.
Something like that. What have you seen? What has that shakeup done for the entire space, and what does it mean for Twitter?
Wow. You know, it's very early days, obviously. So, I mean, it's hard to even tear your eyes away from what's happening at Twitter. It's he said it's the most interesting place on the internet, and it's hard to disagree.
It's fun to watch.
He is fun to watch.
Yeah.
And to that point, you know, it hasn't even been 2 weeks now since Elon took over Twitter. And he has already said, he put out a message to independent-minded voters yesterday and said, because I value balanced government, something to that effect, I'm going to encourage everyone to vote for Republicans. And that just kind of blew my mind. I mean, who saw that coming?
Right. Well, that's almost more heavy-handed even, or at least overtly, than we've seen from some of the other platforms. Although you could argue that some of the behind-the-scenes actions carried more weight than just a verbal endorsement.
Right, and in a way, I actually respect that more. I go, look, Elon Musk has free speech like everyone else. So if he wants to go on the platform and use his own Twitter account to say, this is what I advise, that is in a way much more relatable and much more defensible than doing it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I do want to add that while that Google issue was happening, at the same time, we are starting to see Twitter and Facebook, I think because of all that backlash, particularly over that Hunter Biden story, they have way curtailed back their misinformation, speech policing this cycle, to the point that you've seen the Washington Post, the New York Times reporting on the fact that, hey, why aren't they doing more speech policing? So you're seeing some legacy media outlets kind of upset about it. There's been reporting that civil rights groups are upset about it. So in a way, you're going, okay, they're just seesawing back and forth. But yes, the Google issue shows some of it still happening, behind the scenes.
Megan, we have you wear many hats on the Morning Wire team. We're going to have you do the same thing on the Election Wire pre-show because we're talking to you about big tech, but we want to shift gears a little bit now. And all election cycle, we've been hearing rumors of a red wave, red tsunami.
Yes.
Now we're hearing a new term, red mirage. What does that mean? Walk us through it. What's going on?
Well, we remember that term. It's not new. That one is an old chestnut, the red mirage from last election cycle.
It is.
Been around for ages.
That feels like it was 2 decades ago, even though I was sitting in this very chair 2 years ago on election night talking about all of this. But it's now back. So what's going on with the red mirage right now? What does all this mean?
Well, what's funny is part of what's bothering me about this notion of the red mirage is what you're seeing is ABC, CNN, Fox, really all of the outlets, PBS, they're all saying, look, it is normal for it to look like Republicans are going to win on election night. And then as these absentee ballots start coming in, as the mail-in votes start coming in, those margins start to be whittled away and perhaps even disappear. So what they're saying is, look, we may not know who wins tomorrow. We may not know in a few days. We may not know in a few weeks. And that's the part where I go, I don't know how normal that is. I don't remember that when I was a kid. I don't remember it taking a really long time to find out who would win.
Well, and Kareem Jean-Pierre just Monday said, and that's the way it's supposed to be.
Right. And I think that's the part where you can go, this is very debatable. Now, as to why it's happening, largely it's because we have been expanding the period of early voting. We've been expanding the mail-in voting opportunities, the absentee ballot opportunities. And so 2 things that does. One, it does take longer to count the votes, particularly in those states where they have laws on the books that say you can't start counting until election night. On the flip side, though, look, we do know that there is more opportunity for some shenanigans, let's say, when you do not have a tighter, more restrictive voting period. And so for that reason, people do tend to get skeptical and they do start to wonder, why do we need to have election season instead of election day or even election week? And I think that's a legitimate question that people need to start asking is it necessary to have such loose voting standards?
Right, well, and not all states do, which is kind of the proof point that no, you don't actually have to have these loose standards. For example, New Hampshire doesn't have early voting. Right. And then you look at European countries, Canada, where they seem to do things in a much tighter fashion. And frankly, they have IDs and they have paper voting in person on election day.
India has 750 million voters out of 1 billion people, and they typically will count election results within a day or two.
Right, so
as well.
it's happening. It's happening in other countries, yeah.
And so we want to talk about another voting issue that's going on. Everyone on Twitter is talking about it. And around the country. We have to bring it up. What's going on in Arizona right now? We still don't have a ton of details, but you've been following this story all day. What's going on in Maricopa County? A lot of people saying, wait, Maricopa County, I'm familiar with this in 2020. What's going on there right now?
Yeah, as we talk about things that are undermining trust in our electoral system, this is a good example. So what we're hearing right now is that at all the various voting locations, that some of the machines are down and up to 20 to 25% of the locations are experiencing problems. We're hearing that voters are showing up to vote and they're being told, we can't allow you to vote here, we don't have the systems up, you're going to have to go find somewhere else. People are getting very upset. A name we know well, Harmeet Dillon, who was our attorney representing us before the Supreme Court over COVID vax mandates. She is out there working with the GOP saying, look, we have resources, go online, go to her Twitter. She's someone who has said, come to my Twitter. She has posted resources where you can find your location to get out and vote. But she is saying there are some places that have shorter lines. But the thing that makes this really troubling is that who was in charge of the election process there in Arizona?
Katie Hobbs.
That's right. So Kari Lake's opponent is the person in charge, and yet we have her saying, gosh, I don't know what happened. People aren't being allowed to vote. They're not being able to vote. They're being turned away. And at the same time, we also have election officials having to apologize to people for not being able to vote.
Well, what about early voting? I mean, were they not using the same machines? Do we know? How was this not discovered until Election Day?
You know, that's a really good question, and I'm going to have to look into that. Okay. A lot of that was probably in mail-in voting, and so you wouldn't have found it.
And to that point, you mentioned election officials apologizing. For people at home who are saying, well, is this just, some people that are seeing a few videos online and extrapolating out a bigger problem? This is an official statement just issued by Stephen Richer. This is the Maricopa County Recorder. He said, I'm very sorry for any voter who has been frustrated or inconvenienced today in Maricopa County. Every legal vote will be tabulated, I promise. State statute has long governed the Division of Labor and Arizona Election Administration. He goes on to say later, I will continue, blah, blah. Sorry, I want to make sure I get the relevant parts. Right. The Board of Supervisors has now identified the problem and has begun fixing affected voting locations. The Board of Supervisors is also advising all affected voters to do one of the following: place the ballot in door 3. So they give other options. One is being go to a different voting location. There are 223 voting locations in the county. But the Board of Supervisors is now saying openly, we have identified the problem, which is admitting that there is a problem there. So that's coming from Maricopa County officials.
Yeah, and I think we want to be clear about that this is not us just arbitrarily saying, gosh, maybe these internet rumors are true. It's not that. This is happening. They're addressing it. People are in some locations being told they're going to have to go vote somewhere else. So that's not speculation.
Right. There's a lot of people who are only given a short period of time off of work to go vote. There's people who are going to be frustrated. There are people who are just for their own time constraints are going to have to abandon the effort. So this is going to disadvantage people who were planning on voting a day of.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot more, I'm sure, coming out of Arizona. We're going to be covering all of it. The gentlemen later tonight are going to be discussing it as well on the main election show. But we want to go now. Megan, stick around. We've got some more questions that we're going to be answering with Megan. So go ahead now. Get your questions in the comment section for Megan, for Georgia, and myself as well. We're going to get to as many of those as we can. But for now, we're going to hear from some more voters that we spoke to from around the country to see what is really motivating them this election season.
I'd say inflation.
Cost of living versus wage, like the average wage versus cost of living.
Probably the economy.
When it came down to like the vaccine mandates, part of my family's vaccinated, part of us is not, but I'm just like, people need to have a right to choose.
The homeless issue, again, Fresno's not huge, but anytime you go towards LA or San Francisco, I mean, it just, like I said, even in Fresno, we watch it creep up farther and farther into more affluent neighborhoods, and it's been real tough to deal with.
And I didn't want to have my child get the vaccine as a 5-year-old. Luckily, the parents spoke up and we voted it out, and we got the school district to not do that. Same thing with the masks. My daughter was the only child in the entire kindergarten in her school with a mask exemption. I mean, nobody's going to teach my child about sex or, I don't care if it's same sex or heterosexual sex. It's sex. I can teach my kid that at home.
Look at the unemployment rate, look at the track, look at the jobs that, the job availability.
All right, always very nice to hear from voters, and it's also always nice to hear from viewers as well. You guys have been commenting. We've had our wonderful intern Elizabeth start picking out some of these questions. We've all got the questions. We're going to pick some of our favorites each. Georgia, we're putting you on the spot. What are you going with first?
All right, so is Daily Wire considering making Morning Wire a video cast? And they also said you do a great job. Thank you. Oh, yes, we get pressure for that weekly, I would say. The thing is, we put out 12 shows a week. We have our daily regular newscast Monday through Saturday, and then we have our afternoon edition, and then we have our extended Sunday episode. And between all of that, it's a heavy lift to begin with. So it's been difficult for us to get a video version off the ground, but it is something that we consider, and certainly it's an aspiration we have.
Yeah. What election are you most invested in the outcome of? This one sticks out to me. The one that comes to mind first is Pennsylvania. This is obviously, it's always a battleground state, always one that we're tracking, but we've covered it so much on Morning Wire because it is just an interesting race. There's so many different dynamics at play. There was a brutal, bruising primary that Republicans had. President Trump coming in, endorsing Dr. Oz, kind of pushing him over the edge. There were questions of whether Oz would coalesce the Republican base, whether they would coalesce around him. They appear to have done so. There's an interesting governor's race there with Mastriano. There's Fetterman, who, in most elections, I think his debate performance on October 26th, where he was incoherent, there's no other way to put it, in many of those answers, that would have doomed many campaigns. That didn't seem to doom his campaign. It's still close. So this is a race that has so many fascinating dynamics, and it's a true toss-up. A lot of times things are deemed toss-ups where you kind of have an idea of who's going to win. We have no idea who's going to win in Pennsylvania. So that's the one I think I'm most interested in.
I'm going to combine two questions because, it's my turn, so I can do what I want. My favorite here is how is religion affecting the election? And by the way, there's also a question of what's your favorite thing to report on? And I love to report on religion. So as they know, I'm always pitching religion stories. So a lot of what we're seeing here is that people of faith are getting to a point where I think it's really difficult for them to support the Democratic Party. Not only have there been issues of life, a lot of people who are Christians, who are Jewish, who are Catholic, whatever their religious faith, most of them tend to be pro-life. So we're seeing that being a major motivating factor. But we also now have the trans issue. So look, it's hard to get more fundamental than Genesis, male and female, he created them. So you're seeing a lot of people of faith say, look, we cannot support a party that does not know what a woman is, doesn't know what a man is, and frankly doesn't know what a family is. So I think that has been a major motivating factor, and I think it's a large part of why we're starting to see something of a Hispanic exodus from the Democrat Party.
All right, so the question I'm going to cover is, how do you choose which stories to cover on Morning Wire, and what do you see as reoccurring themes in the news? So a lot of people think we get to work at 3 in the morning and we crank this out between 3 and 4:30. That's actually not the case. We will work throughout the week to pick our stories, and sometimes we'll do it in the 11th hour, but sometimes we'll record a day or two in advance based on when the story drops. So I usually get in the morning and I start looking at all the major news sources, New York Times, Fox News. We have some of our more independent sites that we look at, but I'll look at ABC, Wall Street Journal, and John and I, Lisa, our producer, Cabot and Megan will weigh in, and we just discuss amongst ourselves and we have this long text thread, we discuss which stories we think are thematically most important, as in they affect the most Americans. And then also we like to make sure there's a good broad balance of domestic versus overseas. And then sometimes we have our pet issues, which, like Megan mentioned, I like to cover education. I'm a former public school teacher. Cabot, I think you like polling.
I love looking at all the election data. And one thing I'll say that's fun, there have been so many nights where I'll get home and there will be some big story going on, and I'm just waiting for my phone to start buzzing because it's like, all right, we're going back to studio. Let's do this thing. And whenever my phone is buzzing, my wife just knows, here, it's the Morning Wire group chat. Here, take it. She knows what it is. So that is...
It's a hop-in chat, I gotta say.
It really is. All right, so do you miss LA? I was only there, actually, for a couple weeks. I joined the Daily Wire team right before the election last time, so you can't really miss what you never knew.
Did you move there?
No, I lived in a hotel for about 2 or 3 weeks. So that was very fun. But the other question about LA here, do you think that California and LA are past the point of no return? This is an interesting one. My gut says no, because as a Christian, I believe that no person is ever past the point of no return. There's no such thing as too far gone. And the state is comprised of people, but I also understand that as a Christian, people are inherently flawed, and that you have leaders sometimes that can do some major damage. I still don't think all hope is ever lost for a place in America. I mean, back in the 80s, you had Ronald Reagan that was coming out as the governor of, or late 70s, as the governor of a place like California. We've got a state like New York where there's a governor's race that could go for a completely different party than they've had. So you see that states can seesaw back and forth. And also, I think the Caruso-Bass race in Los Angeles is a great example of that. People in Los Angeles, voters are, one of the rallying cries they were saying was, we don't want to be San Francisco. And they're already very close to it in many ways, but I think the fact that enough people are willing to push back, I don't think any place is ever too far gone. Some are just maybe closer to too far gone than others.
Well, also, sometimes the consequences are enough to teach people to move. The I don't know, the consequences of bad policies are kind of the cure for bad policies because people get to their breaking point.
Yeah, and hopefully, I'm sure there are people in the comments that are saying, no, Los Angeles is dead forever, it's gone.
It's not dead forever.
If the king of Nineveh can repent, Gavin Newsom can repent. That's what I'm going with.
Megan, what other questions do you got? Any others that jump out there?
Yeah, you know what I really want to answer is, have you ever gotten to smoke a cigar? A stogie. It's a stogie with Michael Knowles. Now, I have not, but let me tell you, I have in my possession a cigar that was in the Rush Limbaugh collection because I did Claremont Fellowship, which Michael also did over the summer, and Stephen Limbaugh, his cousin, was in my class, and Stephen knows Michael very well. He gave me a Rush Limbaugh cigar, and I said, oh, Michael Knowles asked if he could have one too, and Stephen said no, he doesn't get one until he smokes one with me, and so I'm going to tell Michael that as well, that I will use my connections to get you a Rush Limbaugh cigar when I am invited to the cigar party. I think there's enough of this boys club in the cigar party.
I'll add one more thing there. I've never smoked a cigar with Michael, but I have smoked one of Michael's cigars. The most Michael Knowles thing in the world, for people at home wondering, is Michael really this cigar smoking, guy all the time? When Michael's child was born, his firstborn child, he didn't bring, celebratory cake. He didn't send out letters to everyone announcing the birth. He brought in cigars wrapped in, I believe it was an It's a Boy cigar was what he had wrapped.
Classic.
And he gave out cigars to everyone to celebrate the birth of his firstborn, which, thank you, Michael, for that cigar. It was fantastic. But that's just the most Michael Knowles thing that I could ever imagine. I like that question.
I like it. It's a throwback. Classic move. Yeah.
Georgia, you got any on there jumping out?
Well, okay.
All right, this is the beauty of live TV. We're getting told that we're going to wrap.
I did, but
She did have one in the producer's After your question. Georgia, you're going to get to it now.
I have one more that I want to do. Who are your favorite summer Morning Wire interns? And I have to say, Elizabeth and Lucy.
There we go.
Both of which are somewhere.
They're helping us tonight.
They're helping us out
Elizabeth
tonight. We brought them back for this.
Great job. All right, well, Megan, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue to hear from you throughout the evening, and you're going to be all over Morning Wire, as always.
Yes, as always.
I'll be here late, too.
All right.
See you later, guys.
Sorry to cut you off, Megan. I apologize. We've been talking a lot so far about the biggest races in the Senate, but do not forget about those governor's races around the country. 36 governor spots are up for grabs, but the one getting the most attention, especially lately, is in Michigan, where Republican Tudor Dixon is looking to pull off the upset on Democrat incumbent Gretchen Whitmer. Georgia, you got the chance to go follow Tudor on the campaign trail. What was that like?
Oh, it was fabulous, and I got to spend about 45 minutes with her and Tulsi Gabbard on the bus, and I got to go to a couple of her events and talk to some of her voters. So we actually have a video that you guys can check out to see how that went.
We have 9 days left. We have 9 days left to put an administration in office that respects your individual liberties, respects the police, wants to change what's happening in our education system and make sure that Gretchen Whitmer never serves in office again in the state of Michigan.
We are in Detroit, Michigan, and we're going to be spending the day today with Republican gubernatorial candidate Tudor Dixon. And hopefully we'll have a little time to talk to the voters, too, to find out what they care about with this election coming up. So how's it been?
Good, very good. It's been kind of shocking for the Democrats because the momentum has been such a quick swing.
Tudor Dixon won the Republican primary on August 3rd, just days after receiving a last-minute endorsement from President Trump.
I had one of the folks from the media ask me an interesting question. She said, I listened to your acceptance speech, and I listened to your speech tonight, and I think you hit Whitmer pretty hard. Do you think that you're coming off as a mean girl? The truth hurts.
With almost no name recognition, she was trailing incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer by almost 20 points. But within weeks, she had cut Whitmer's lead in half. And by October, the two women were in a dead heat.
All across this country, we have a very clear choice between those who are more interested in furthering their own selfish ambition versus strong, courageous leaders who are committed to upholding the Constitution. Tudor Dixon is one of those leaders.
Dixon received some unexpected help on the campaign trail from former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. Gabbard announced she was leaving the Democratic Party in October and has since been traveling to campaign with candidates like Carrie Lake, Joe Kent, as well as Tudor Dixon.
Tulsi, how did you choose Tudor as someone you were going to campaign with?
I mean, really for a lot of the reasons that she's talked about. Democrats at different levels across the country are cowering in fear of these radical woke ideologues who are in control of the party. When you put Tudor Dixon up against Gretchen Whitmer, there's no comparison when you're looking who's the right leader for the right time in this state.
You ready to take our state back?
She's honest with the people. She's committed. She can persevere. She has a plan. She doesn't just talk about a plan like Gretchen Whitmer. She tells us what she'll do, how she'll do it.
I think there was also the Roe v. Wade, and there was some doldrums after that where it was like, oh, no red wave.
And that has definitely been their message.
When Roe fell, Mrs. Dixon celebrated that. I am fighting to protect our right to choose.
Now, there's a ballot measure on the ballot this year in Michigan to add abortion as a constitutional right.
So now people are starting to say, okay, well, if you wanted to vote for that, you can vote for that separately. But really, what are we going to do to get our kids back on track?
Mrs. Dixon says that I kept students out longer than any other state. That's just not true. Kids were out for 3 months.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just heard an audible gasp around town when Gretchen Whitmer said that kids were out of school for 3 months. We even had schools that were closed this year. This is shocking to me.
Not on my watch. That doesn't happen in a Dixon administration. And we'd like to put a focus on reading, writing, and math. Get away from some of this woke stuff.
Dearborn, Michigan is a heavily Muslim community, and the Muslim community has always voted Democrat. I had a man come to one of our rallies a few weeks ago, and he said, we found these books in our school, and I went to the Democrat elected officials and said, we've got to do something about this. They pretty much told him, we want nothing to do with you. He said I was called a bigot and a racist. And he said, I'm done. I will never be a Democrat again. I won't be voting for a Democrat. And he said, I'm going to talk to the people in my community and tell them they need to vote for a Republican. Because it was funny, he said, no matter what the issue is, environment or all of this other stuff that the Democrats are talking about, he said, at the end of the day, my kids are the most important thing to me. And if they're not willing to stand up for my kids, then I'm done with their party.
Yesterday, they had Barack Obama here. Did you hear that?
I'm going to read you two headlines. One says, Whitmer signs order aimed at lowering insulin costs in Michigan. These are actual headlines. All right. Second headline, Michigan Governor hopeful Tudor Dixon, eaten by zombies in gory horror film. I don't actually have anything else to say.
He's not attacking my policies or my plan because he can.
Everything is going up. Cost of gas, childcare, even a box of cereal costs $4. Look, I can't solve the inflation problem.
Gretchen Whitmer has come out and been very clear that she believes there's nothing she can do on inflation, but she's actually had several opportunities to put money back into the pockets of people. So we know there's an opportunity to reduce the personal income tax, to give a gas tax holiday, to make sure that we make it less expensive for Michiganders here to live. I mean, I've obviously been vocal about the policies that President Trump brought to the state of Michigan, and that's something that was crushed in just such a short period of time since he left office. My father brought a steel foundry in Michigan. I worked with him on the shop floor for many years, so I got to know the heavy equipment industry, but also the automotive industry, the big automotive companies. They're obviously not coming to Michigan. You see them building new factories. They're going to Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana. So when I talk to these young men about, you know, we don't have this national security issue taken care of when it comes to people understanding metal and how to make metal, they said, gosh, it's funny because every time I heard America first, I never really got it until I realized once we lose it, we don't have it.
Yeah. Now, your things that you were talking about were business, education. What was your third one? That was your crime.
We are also going to restore public safety. I want to put $1 billion new into policing to make sure we can recruit and retain police officers, to bring back honor to that career.
Crime is rising across the country. You've seen a rise in crime of 4%. Michigan is over 8%. Michigan has 4 of the 20 most dangerous cities in the country. We had Barack Obama kind of mocking the whole crime issue.
There's a lot of talk about crime right now. It's gone up in conservative and rural areas, not just in the city. Over the last 7 years, not just the last 2, by the way, they act like the other guy wasn't president when some of this stuff was happening.
One of the local papers did an article saying that we have lost a police officer a day in Detroit this year. That's shocking. When you don't have the support of the chief executive officer of the state.
Governor Whitmer joined to express her support for the spirit of calls to defund the police.
She vetoed funding for secondary road patrols. She vetoed funding for corrections officers. Now, in the last few weeks of the campaign, all of a sudden she supports police. They don't want to put their lives on the line every day because the cops are telling me, man, we could get shot or we could go to jail, and it's not worth it. But if you don't provide public safety, which is one of the fundamentals of government, then you're going to have people run wild, and we certainly don't want to end up in a situation like we see in New York right now.
When you listen to what Tudor Dixon is talking to people about what she's hearing from people, it doesn't get any more real than fighting for your kids, fighting for your jobs, fighting for our economy, fighting for safety and security. It does not get any more real than that, which again just shows how out of touch Barack Obama is, and frankly, Gretchen Whitmer as well.
I don't think people understand and appreciate what we have here, and I want to protect it, and Tudor Dixon will do that.
The future of our students and really the future of our state is on the line right now. We have to get our kids back on track. We have to also make sure that we have safe cities, and we have to make sure that people can achieve the American dream. Those are all things that we can do if we get Gretchen Whitmer out of office.
All right, I mentioned earlier that I have been keeping a very close eye on Pennsylvania, as voters around the country have. No surprise, it's a huge swing state. So we have got one of our reporters there, Ben Zeisloff, one of our fantastic writers. He is outside of Philadelphia at the Oz campaign headquarters. Ben Zeisloff, what are we looking at?
Hey Kevin, thanks for having me. I'm here at Dr. Oz's headquarters just outside of Philadelphia in Newtown, which is in the suburbs. As you can see, they're still kind of setting up. It's pretty chaotic here with the media starting to set up their equipment. But what I've seen here is there's a lot of enthusiasm from both sides. I've got to talk to a lot of voters today. Republicans are motivated by voting in Mastriano, even though they've said they haven't seen very much of him through this campaign cycle, as well as blocking Fetterman. As we know, there's been a lot of questions about Oz's conservative bona fides. And on the Democratic side, they're motivated by a lot of issues, abortion, of course, but there's also election, voting rights. I've heard a lot from Democrats today, too. So that's what's going on here.
Hours in. If you've been watching the whole time, I commend you. All of you are invited to my birthday party this year. That's a lie. I'm not having a birthday party. I actually am. All of you are invited. Thank you. So if you're just tuning in, what took you so long? We still love you. You're also invited to my party. But anyways, thank you all for being here with us. I'm just weird. I'm a weird guy. It's 3 hours in. I'm starting to get a little crazy, and we've got a long night ahead of us. We've still got more interviews with candidates. We've got more battleground rundowns and a lot more exciting stuff coming throughout the next couple hours. But first, Georgia, what are we looking at?
So one of the biggest polling trends that we've been watching this season is the Latino vote. And we saw a number of Republicans win races in the heavily Hispanic Rio Grande Valley just earlier this summer. And there are a lot of indications that the Democrat lead with Latinos has shrunk significantly. And there was a recent poll out of the Wall Street Journal that found Republicans within 5 points of Democrats among Latino voters, which, by the way, is historic. Yeah. And Cabot, you got a chance to talk to someone very special earlier today who represents that shifting Latino vote.
I did. I got the chance to talk to Congresswoman Mayra Flores. Now, she won that special election in Texas's 34th congressional district about a year ago. She's up for re-election in a newly redrawn district. But the reason that she was so important, it's not just any house race that happened. Her district, the 34th district in Texas, had not gone to a Republican since 1870. 1870. And she was the one that came in. It's a heavily Hispanic district, one of the, I believe it's the second highest population of Hispanic voters in the country for any district. So for a Republican to have success there, initially people said, well, it's an outlier. But she is saying that this is something that is actually going to have national implications. We're starting to see more polling data bear that out. So tonight, she says that we could see a red wave among the Latino community. Here's what she said in our conversation earlier today. Joining us now is Texas Congresswoman Mayra Flores. Congresswoman, thanks for making time for us.
Absolutely. Very exciting day, election day.
I saw on Twitter this morning that you tweeted a photo of a big red wave. It was sort of a red tsunami. Walk me through why you're so optimistic. Why are you, so confident that we're going to see that red wave today?
Well, I'm very confident in my district. My South Texas has always been very conservative. We're people of God, people of family, people of hard work. We have always been conservative. It's in our DNA. It runs in our blood. I was born in Mexico, raised with those values, and I came here to the United States when I was 6 years old, and those values still live in me. And I want to make sure that our conservative values live in our children and the future generations. And that is just who we are in South Texas. I'm not surprised to see what's happening in South Texas, but I'm very happy, that for all the love and support that we're getting from the entire district. But the impact that we're going to have here in South Texas isn't just going to impact South Texas. It's going to impact the entire nation.
So let's talk about your district in specifics. What is the number one issue that you see voters there bringing up the most? When you're talking to them on the trail, what are the one or two things that they're most concerned with?
The economy, inflation, and border security. Those are the top three issues in my district and in the entire country. And we're not the exception. We're all hurting tremendously. I met a single mom who said that for the first time she had to get a loan to buy her kids school supplies and school clothes for the first time, and is now paying a 24% interest rate on that loan and doesn't have enough money at the end of the month to pay for that loan. These are the issues that are hurting tremendously the American people. And not just, single moms, of course, our elderly community, families all across this nation. We don't have the money that we had 2-3 years ago. We're not able to provide for our families, for our children, the life that we were able to 2-3 years ago. And we want our lives back,
One thing that we've noticed about your race in particular that's been very interesting and has a lot of people in the media kind of has their heads exploding where they see the way that you campaign on immigration. You talk about having a strong border. You talk about your husband being in Border Patrol. And a lot of, I think, outside observers kind of thought that message would not resonate with Hispanic and Latino voters. Clearly it has, though. Why do you think that is?
Well, because we live in South Texas, we see what's happening, in our backyards. I'm from Tamaulipas. Most of the people here in South Texas are also from Tamaulipas. We have families in Tamaulipas that we're not able to visit as often because of the criminal organizations that have taken over the southern border. So we know that illegal immigration is funding these criminal organizations that have taken the peace away from people of Mexico and also have taken us, the liberty to visit our loved ones. So, we don't need to see it on the news. It's in our backyard, how dangerous our borders are and how, women and children are being abused by these criminal organizations. We want to defund the cartel. Our opponent, they want to defund the police. We have to secure our borders and allow our Border Patrol agents. And by the way, most of our Border Patrol agents are Hispanics. They're our sons, daughters. They're familia. So when they disrespect our men and women in Border Patrol and law enforcement, they're disrespecting our family.
So in closing, what does a Republican majority in the House mean for pushing back against President Biden? For Republicans at home who are wondering, what does taking the House do for us? Walk us through what that would look like having a Republican majority.
So I believe that we need to put the American people's best interests first and not what's best for a political party. We need to strengthen the economy for everyone. We need to bring down inflation. We need to secure the borders. These are the top three issues that we need to work very hard and take care of these issues first before we move forward to anything. We have to impeach Mayorkas. That is part of securing the border. We have to remove him and put the right person in that position that is actually going to stand up for our men and women. We need someone to stand with our Border Patrol agents, with our law enforcement. So he needs to be impeached. Now, a lot of people have brought up to me, well, do you believe in impeaching Biden? Look, I'm not I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris either. So she's just as useless. So it's a waste of time. Let's get to it. Let's strengthen our economy. Let's reduce inflation, and let's secure our borders and put pressure on the Biden administration to do so as well.
All right, well, Congresswoman, we appreciate you making time today on this election day. Good luck today. We're really pulling for you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us.
God bless you.
All right, that's Congresswoman Mayra Flores of the state of Texas.
So impeach Mayorkas, some strong words coming from a brand new Congresswoman, Mayra Flores.
She came out swinging. Sometimes when you're talking to politicians and elected officials in general, you have to kind of pry stuff out of them, and you're asking questions, hoping that they'll give you something. She came out swinging, though. She was ready. She knew exactly what she wanted to say. And yeah, I think for Republicans at home saying, well, what happens if Republicans take the House? Oversight power is a very serious thing to have in D.C., and she's kind of hinting at how Republicans will use that investigative and oversight power that comes with control of Congress.
So I'm not sure if we mentioned this. Mayra Flores is actually a historic candidate.
Yeah.
She is, I believe, the first Mexican-born female congresswoman in the U.S., not just in South Texas. And she's part of a trend that we saw just midsummer. You may remember there were some headlines about this. The rise of the far-right Latino is one that comes to mind. She has two other colleagues that are also in South Texas districts that are young female Latina candidates that are looking to flip districts.
And when I was researching Mayra before, or Congresswoman Flores, excuse me, before that interview, one thing that was interesting, a lot of people online saying, if this were a Democrat candidate, everyone would already know who she is. Everyone would know the first Mexican-born woman. She would have a cover on Vogue, all sorts of those things. But a lot of people, pointing that out. But definitely a historic candidate in many ways, and very impressive. And she knows what she wants to do if Republicans get control of Congress. Now, Georgia, we mentioned earlier some of these governor's races. I've been very open about the fact of how jealous I am that you got to go on the road with Tudor Dixon and also with Kari Lake. What was that experience like? What was the atmosphere like in Arizona?
So I sensed that the people in Arizona were completely fed up with the border situation. And, you hear that from people across the country. People want a closed border. But when it comes to people in Arizona, it is literally their backyard. We heard from people who described seeing kids shooting up on the streets. One gentleman we spoke to, you may recall from the video, he said, when the drug dealers have been through because you see all the kids are strung out. People also were talking about crime. They were also talking about inflation. So definitely the issues that Republicans have been hitting hard are the issues that people in Arizona were talking about. When it comes to Kari Lake herself, I would say I was impressed with her as a candidate and as a person. She is extremely poised. She's extremely warm. I understand why she has rocketed to fame the way she has. She has a way of connecting with people just face to face, in person, and she's able to bring that energy to the television screen. Obviously, from 27 years as a news anchor, she was able to hone that skill. So it's not surprising to me that she's been able to achieve the success she has in such a short time.
Yeah, and we've got some more clips of your interaction with her, as well as Blake Masters, someone the Republicans are counting on tonight to take down incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly in the Senate. Very important state there in Arizona if Republicans want to get a majority in D.C. Let's see some more of your conversation with them.
I left the free state of Florida to come out here and support what I think is the best ticket in the entire country. When they win, are we going to call it MAGA-zona? Or are we going to call it Kari-zona?
Arizona is the most hotly contested state in the midterm elections. Longtime news anchor and first-time gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake has been painted by the national media as the face of election denial. I wanted to get an inside perspective on the Kari Lake phenomenon, so I flew out to Phoenix to hear from Kari herself and Arizona voters.
Now, they all claim that we're domestic terrorists. They're calling me saying that we're spreading white supremacy views. Let me tell you, I'm the son of Syrian immigrants, and I look around here. Look at this. America's e pluribus unum, out of many one, right?
Yo nací en Colombia, pero soy americana ante todo. Y yo sé lo que es estar en un comunismo. Nuestros países en Latinoamérica están perdidos completamente. Así es que nosotros no podemos dejar que esto pase en nuestro país aquí.
When I walk into the floor of the United States Senate, I walk into the most narrowly divided United States Senate we've had in U.S. history over this duration. It's 50-50. 50-50. When the Senate is tied 50-50, who breaks the tie? The vice president comes down and breaks the tie. Kamala Harris has broken more ties than all but 2 vice presidents in our nation's history. We've had 49 vice presidents in our nation's history. Rather than having Kamala Harris break the ties, how about we elect Blake Masters and we'll be more tie?
That's the best you can do, but I think it's going to work.
I mean, it's his future, their future, my granddaughter's future that's at stake now. The border, the reckless spending, the fentanyl is outrageous, out of hand. It's worse than heroin. It's worse than half the drugs that have ever come in. You need to start prosecuting these people instead of letting them out of jail.
And close the border. They need to close the border. It's ridiculous.
It needs to change, and these 4 are going to do it.
Yeah.
This fentanyl pandemic in my community here, we don't have no rehabilitation centers. Democrats have told us for so many years of what they promised us and what they was going to do. Year after year, election after election, we hear the same thing.
Yes.
No change.
Action. No action. The crime here is high. Our police department is down 500 police officers.
The other day I had a break-in at my restaurant. I called the police. They told me it was going to take 2 to 3 hours to come out. No, we need more police in the community.
And it is a lie that Hispanic and blacks don't want police officers. I'm from Dominican Republic, I'm an immigrant, I'm a black woman, Hispanic, in all the 9 yards, and we want police officers. When they label saying that Hispanic and black don't want police officers, that's creating division. That is a lie.
Things are going on. That is the most important thing.
Get us in there. See you soon. So great to see you. Yeah, of course. Why pause my successful business career? Because I saw what Joe Biden and Mark Kelly were doing to this country, right? I am a father of 3 young boys. They're 8, 6, and 2. I've worked hard. I've succeeded. In some relative sense, my boys will be fine, right? I've been, blessed. But on an absolute sense, like, what kind of country are these boys on track to grow up in, right? I want everybody's kids and grandkids to actually live in a country that works and an America that we still recognize. Well, Biden, Mark Kelly, they're taking that away from us.
What are your main priorities going to be day 1 in the Senate?
Stop inflation and secure the border.
Okay, so when you say stop inflation, what would be the steps to do that? What
Well,
policies?
just by winning, right? Just by getting the House and the Senate back, we can immediately put the brakes on Biden's inflation, right? Again, they threw open our southern border. They welcome 300,000 illegal immigrants every month. It's not just the people, the fentanyl. We're losing 100,000 people, mostly young Americans, every year to fentanyl. And those numbers are just going way up. Mark Kelly, he's not doing a damn thing to stop it. It makes me sick. It's killing our kids. So as soon as we secure that border and stop inflation, we have to meaningfully restrain big tech. I understand big tech better than any other candidate, actually better than any sitting senator right now. Call me old-fashioned. I think the American people should determine who the president's going to be, not Google, not Facebook, not multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations.
Carrie Lake was a local anchor in Arizona for decades. She resigned in 2021 with a viral video denouncing what she described as corruption in the news media. An endorsement from Donald Trump in September of 2021 propelled her to victory in the GOP primary. Since then, she's become the target of the media machine she was once part of.
Arizona, it is time for Governor Carrie Lake. Hello, Arizona.
I can't tell you how good that makes me feel. I know we've all been working hard. 522 days, I swear I'm not counting, on the campaign trail. 522 days across this gorgeous state, meeting with the most amazing people that I could ever dream of working for.
It's been such a blessing from God. I can't even describe it any other way, to be face to face with people. And they know me. I feel that I know them as well. I've been in their homes for 27 years as a fair and honest journalist and news anchor, and now it's been wonderful to reconnect with the people face to face and talk about the issues that are affecting their lives.
I want to tell you what I want to do for Arizona, and I think after 522 days, you know, we are going to secure that border starting on day 1 in January. We're going to take back the material down on the border that we paid for, and we're going to finish President Trump's wall. Who's for that?
We have a border that's wide open, fentanyl pouring in, killing 100,000 young people, and next year probably more. Elections that are corrupt and have issues have serious consequences, and we can't just look the other way and act like that didn't happen.
You've got to go in there, you've got to mark Republican, write down that ticket, and then go out and wait for the election results to come in. And it might take 10 days because we're still Arizona, but I vow to you when I take office, we will reform our elections and restore honest, transparent elections in Arizona.
We know there were major problems. We had a forensic audit. The media doesn't want to cover that audit. But when I go out to events and I ask people, do you want reforms to your elections so that you know on election night the results, the crowd goes crazy. People want election reform that leads to transparent, fair, and honest elections. And we're going to bring that.
Everything is on the line Tuesday. I cannot say that enough. What happens in Arizona is either going to save this country or we're going to go into ruins. We have to get out and vote like our lives depend on it. Get up early, bring some food, bring some water, bring a like-minded friend, and don't get out of line until you cast your vote. Who's ready to do that?
As dark as it seems right now, I believe that with our policies and the people behind us, our greatest and best days are ahead. I think America's watching us because they have felt very despondent the last couple of years. Every time they speak out and try to point out what's going wrong or an issue, they get canceled online. Then you have a candidate like me standing up and saying, you don't have to be quiet. Once you walk through fear and got to the other side, you're like, I'm just not afraid of anything. There's a definite, palpable something happening in Arizona, and I think it's spreading across the country. And if I'm just a small part of it, I'm thrilled about that.
All right. I've now said it 3 times, Georgia. I'm still jealous that you got to do that. Also, it's a pretty cool leather jacket.
Thank you.
I know there's like
you.
a big biker community out in Arizona. Were you trying to appeal to them? Is that what you were doing? You can be honest. But it did seem very interesting. One thing that we've noticed in the Arizona race, there have been kind of these ebbs and flows. But early on, Kari Lake was not the favorite for this race. What do you view as some of the early turning points in that race?
So the major turning point was September of 2021 when she was endorsed by former President Trump. That definitely shot her to the top of the pack in the GOP primary. But since that time, she was so maligned by the media because she came out swinging, calling them totally corrupt. And just negative headline after negative headline really, I think, made people hesitant to support Kari Lake. But I think the turning point, maybe, getting her a little bit edging out Katie Hobbs was this summer when she went on the offensive with when the media came after her. So, for example, the media went after her hard for being an election denier, and
in their words,
in their words, and instead of kind of waffling about maybe some statements she'd made in the past, Kari Lake came out swinging and essentially called them election deniers. She had a whole prepared list of statements. I mean, she had a printed out list prepared for that question, statements that were made by Hillary Clinton, by Stacey Abrams, and she basically went down the list of election denial, of all stripes, of all political persuasions. And she basically said, why does it only count as election denial when it's a Republican saying it? People in Arizona want free and fair elections that have integrity and that are transparent. What's so crazy about that? So she didn't shrink away from it. She went toe to toe with them. And that's a pattern that we've seen time and time again when she's been brought on to these cable news shows and she's been asked combative questions.
Yeah, and what about the role of debates? Obviously, debate moments, they can shift an entire election. We saw how important it was up in Pennsylvania, the New York governor's race between Zeldin and Hochul. There was a big debate moment there. We don't have any big debate moments in Arizona because there was no debate.
Because Katie Hobbs, that's Kari Lake's opponent, the state, Secretary of State, she has actually refused to debate Kari Lake. So she has come out and given every excuse under the sun. Most commonly, she says, I don't want to legitimize Kari Lake as a candidate, so that's why I refuse to debate her. But we've heard different excuses. And Kari Lake has made several statements, but one of her most powerful statements she made to the voters is she made a video directed directly at Katie Hobbs, and she said, Katie, debate me. You can pick the questions, you can pick the moderator, you can pick the date, you can pick the venue. I will take any terms, but come out and debate me. And I think after that point, it became very hard for Katie Hobbs to really seem like a formidable opponent compared to her. The confidence that Kari Lake has is so hard to compete with.
Yeah, and one interesting element that came out of that was the fact that there was a local news outlet that was supposed to have a debate between the two. Katie Hobbs didn't show up, Kari Lake did. They gave Kari Lake the full hour on local public broadcasting. She spoke next to an empty podium that was supposed to be there for Hobbs. A powerful visual indeed. But we've got a new guest joining us, and Georgia, take it away.
Sure. So another important race that no one thought was going to be this important is actually the New York governor's race. So joining us to discuss is New York Post columnist and I think lifelong New Yorker, David, you can correct us, David Marcus. David, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. Not quite lifelong, last 20 years though.
All right, well that counts. I think that counts.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in New York, which again, we mentioned surprisingly has become actually a close gubernatorial race. How did the Republican Lee Zeldin gain so much ground in the state?
You know, I've been thinking about that all day because there's not actually that much to do on Election Day. You kind of just have to, you know, sit around and think about what happened. And I asked myself that question, and I thought, you know, is it crime? Yeah, it's crime. You know, is it that the subways don't work? Yes. Is it, you know, that the schools seem broken? Yes. Is it? And I realized it's everything, right? I mean, New York just feels broken. It doesn't feel like it's recovered. And one issue that we haven't talked about much in the midterms at all are the COVID lockdowns. They don't show up in polls. We don't see them in numbers. But when you look at this New York race and you look at the Michigan race, where Gretchen Whitmer, who also locked down very hard, was also supposed to have a very easy victory. And that's a very close race, right? Just like we have in New York. And then you look at Florida and Georgia, where Ron DeSantis and Brian Kemp are sailing to victory, even though those were squeakers 4 years ago. I don't think it's that people are viscerally still angry about the lockdown. Some are, but the results are better. If you woke up in Florida or Georgia living there this morning, the economy's pretty good. Your kids didn't lose that much learning. People are moving there. They're not fleeing like they're following Moses. And if you woke up in New York and Michigan, the exact opposite is true. So I think the lockdowns are playing out politically right now in ways that aren't obvious, but that are right there.
Now, tell us about Lee Zeldin as a candidate. So sometimes in the Northeast, you'll see moderate Republicans get traction. Is that how you would describe Lee Zeldin? Or would you say Lee Zeldin is more of like a MAGA Republican?
I would say that he's moderate. I mean, I don't know exactly what MAGA Republican would mean in this context. The whole New York contingent, really, including Congresswoman Malliotakis, from the only Republican who represents New York City, who looks to be like she'll have success tonight. They have good relationships with Trump, right? They don't talk about the 2020 election. They don't talk about a lot of the sort of big MAGA stuff. But those relationships are strong and solid. So you're right. The Northeast Republican is a different breed of cat, and Zeldin is that. He's not ideological. He's much more sort of transactional.
Obviously, kind of the shadow hanging over this race is former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who left, disgraced governor, I think it would be the right word to use. What kind of role has he played in the race, if any?
Oh, I think he'll be thrilled if Lee Zeldin beats Kathy Hochul. I mean, he's played no role in the race. I don't think that he wants the Democrats to succeed without him in this context. And it's interesting because there has been some polling that indicates that Cuomo would be doing better than Hochul right now. And also, Cuomo really did run the Democratic Party machine in New York State in a way that Hochul doesn't. So if Hochul's going to pull this out, she's going to do it. She's going to do it with that machine getting the vote out. It's not clear that she has the same kind of power and control over that Andrew Cuomo did.
Has she tried to run away from Cuomo, or has she just tried to not mention him? Is his name, I guess, is she worried about being too closely associated with him in the state?
I mean, until a week ago, she was running away from saying anything. I mean, she didn't run a campaign, right? She was up 25 points like 3 months ago, and the assumption was, well, it's 7-1 Democrat to Republican in New York City. There's no way she loses. She really tried the Joe Biden from the basement thing. Looked like it was working, and then about 2 weeks ago, somehow Zeldin convinced New Yorkers that he had a shot, and the polls started moving rather dramatically.
Well, she also had a few pretty notable blunders just in the past couple of weeks. I think specifically she said something to the effect of the crime wave is not a real thing.
Why does it matter so much?
Why does it matter so much to you about crime?
Yeah. What kind of impact did those moments have on the election?
Oh, I mean, look, I mean, that was a Zeldin ad the next day, right? She was really trying to thread a difficult needle because she was trying to say, on the one hand, look, I know you see all the viral videos, but this is really being exaggerated. It's not that bad. And simultaneously trying to say, also, I'll fix it. You know, those two arguments don't make sense together. And clearly, like, one was for one group of people and another was for another group of people. But it's really hard to run a campaign, you know, with such a, I mean, basically contradictory message.
What sort of effect has crime had? I know we keep coming back to crime because it has in many ways been the defining issue of this race. Lee Zeldin had it touch his family personally. There was the shooting outside of his home when his two 16-year-old daughters were at the residence. He was attacked on stage by a man. And then you mentioned all the crime we see in New York City and all these videos. What sort of impact has that had on New York City voters themselves? Obviously, they make up a huge portion of the New York State electorate. Is that the number one issue for New York City voters themselves?
I think it is, and I think it's something that's hard to capture in just the pure crime statistics, right? And again, I think you can take some of this back to the lockdowns. For example, right, if you're in Midtown Manhattan and you went to a concert or a show or something, it's 10:30 at night, and you're walking down the street and some like weird person makes eye contact with you, that's a much different experience if there's 40 or 50 people on the street than if there's 4 or 5 people on the street. So that basic sense of safety that people have in a bustling city like New York just isn't there right now. And, you know, my friends, especially my friends who are women, will tell me, like, they don't want to take the subway home at 10 o'clock at night. I mean, that was unthinkable 5 years ago. Nobody, it wouldn't have even crossed anybody's mind. So, yeah, I mean, New Yorkers have a spidey sense, and it goes off way too much.
There was another race that we've been keeping an eye on, a House race there with the Democrat Maloney. What's going on there? I mean, we got a guy who's the chair of the DCCC that is now in danger. Is that a race that you actually think could go for Republicans?
I mean, sure it could, and these races feed into each other, right? I mean, to the extent that there's excitement on the congressional side, that's going to help Zeldin. Zeldin's going to have coattails for these congressional candidates. One race that I think I mentioned this race. One race that I'll be watching early on is New York 11, which is Malliotakis versus Max Rose. Malliotakis beat then incumbent Rose by about 6 points back in 2020. If that number looks more like 8 to 10, that's going to bode really well for Zeldin. If it looks more like 3 to 5, that's going to be good news for Hochul.
All right. Well, David, we appreciate all of your insight on this. You've been the go-to man when it comes to all things New York politics. We appreciate your insight on Morning Wire as well. We're going to continue to hear from you as well. But thanks so much. David Marcus.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. Georgia, you know that we've been talking a lot about these Senate races. But it's important to not forget about the governor's races. You and I have talked already plenty about Kari Lake in Arizona and Tudor Dixon in Michigan. But there are a lot of other governor's races around the country, 36 in total up for grabs right now. And I think it's important to remember, for a lot of people at home, who your governor is ends up impacting you a lot more than some of your federal elected officials, many times even more than your senator or your president. And so I think it's important to look at some of these governor's races. We're going to go through a couple of the battleground races right now, kind of get a feel for some of the polling. Do you mind if I nerd out again?
Yeah, please
I got to
do.
nerd out in hour one. Professor Cabot back in session. It's great to have all of you in my classroom. This is weird. I don't want to be a professor. I take back that again. We're going to go to Georgia first. The latest polling, the final polling from Insider Advantage, has Brian Kemp, the Republican, up 50 to 45. Stacey Abrams, she's someone that has complete name recognition in the state of Georgia. She's been making huge efforts to try and get voters mobilized. One thing Republicans were hitting her on, pointing out the fact that she was saying that Georgia's election integrity laws and voter ID laws were sort of Jim Crow 2.0 in the state, and saying that it was going to suppress the vote in Georgia. We've now seen record voting in the state of Georgia early. It's been shattering records in Georgia. And so a lot of Republicans saying that was just kind of rhetoric you were using to scare people, because now we see voting totals soaring in Georgia. We're going to head out now to Arizona, that race we've been talking about, and really everyone in the country has been talking about, with Kari Lake. Latest polling, the final polling from Trafalgar, has Kari Lake up 51 to 47. One of the big turning points of this election was that refusal to debate from Katie Hobbs. Since then, we've seen polls continue to go in Lake's favor. And a lot of Republicans who are wanting control of the Senate are very grateful for Kari Lake, because She is more popular in the state than the Republican Blake Masters running for Senate. Masters has run, in many ways, a smart campaign. He's gaining ground, but there's a certain coattail effect that Republicans are hoping happens there. Then to Michigan, the final polling from our partners at Trafalgar has Tudor Dixon with a 1-point lead, but still within the margin of error. She's up 49-48 over Gretchen Whitmer. Another place where crime has been a huge issue, and obviously the economy. And finally, in Oregon, this is a race that a lot of people aren't really talking about as a governor's race, but we could have a Republican governor in Oregon by the end of tonight. And that's because there are 3 candidates on the ballot. Betsy Johnson, the independent. Earlier in the campaign, she was polling around 20 to 25%. The latest polling from Data for Progress, that is a Democrat-leaning poll, has Betsy Johnson only at 7%, meaning that Tina Kotek, the Democrat nominee, has been able to get up to 48%, but the Republican, Christine Drazan, is at 44%. Keep in mind, again, if Betsy Johnson, the independent, who has a long history in the state as a Democrat elected official, if she's able to get 10 to 15% of the vote, there's a very good chance that Republicans could win that race, only getting around 45% of the vote. But keep an eye on Oregon, another state, very much like Washington, like California, where crime and homelessness have really decimated Democrat odds and hurt them in so many ways. And one little nugget to add on Oregon, Phil Knight, the co-founder of Nike, has poured in over $3 million to the Republican candidate. That's right, the co-founder of Nike has given $3 million to Christine Drazan. He does not want any more Democrat leadership. He's had Kate Brown, the governor there of Oregon, for the last few years. He's very openly feuded with her. He wants a Republican there. So we could have Oregon turn red when it comes to the governor's office.
I think it's been decades, right, since they've
had... It's been 40
yeah.
years, the longest drought in the entire country. You're absolutely right on that. So we're going to get now to one more clip from voters on the street. We're going to get to hear from them on the issue of crime. We talked about the impact that's had on a lot of these races. What say we hear from the voters on that?
Yeah, let's hear from them.
We're scared every day.
I'm very fortunate enough that I live in a pretty rural environment that we don't necessarily have as big of a crime factor. But yeah, in the larger municipalities, it's a shame that we have to deal with that right now.
Investing in our police. It was defund the police, and now all of a sudden they realized that didn't work. So now they want more money back, which they never should have taken away to begin with.
Crime in the U.S. as a whole has to be controlled and stopped.
Support of our police stations, support of our police men and women that protect us.
I mean, we're lucky, but when we go to something like Nashville, when we have our pilot telling us, be careful out there on the streets. I mean, I've never, ever had anybody ever tell me that in all my days of travel. And it made us a little nervous, honestly. And I felt a little more nervous about it last night, to be honest with you, out here on the street. I've never felt that way.
I am not as prone on gun control, but I guess to a degree. You know, the semi-automatic firearms, yeah, there probably needs to be some regulations on that. But again, in my, we don't want to give an inch and have them take a mile, because I am a very proud gun owner.
When you have people that think that they're above the police, women and men, you get chaos.
People are going in, looting businesses. They're taken away from us as a whole. I'm a business owner. I can't have that kind of stuff going on.
Our deputies department, they work overtime. We feel very safe there, but it just seems to be getting worse all the time.
Now, while polls give us somewhat of a view into how voters may be feeling, for many, it really comes down to the issues. And we caught up with several people from all around the country to see which issues are their deciding factors. For many people, crime was at the top of the list.
That is what we heard consistently from voters. It was crime, it was the economy. But it is fun just to get to hear from people. You can look at all the polls you want, but when you go out on the street and actually talk to people from all over the country, people come to Nashville. We were out in different cities as well. It's very interesting to get to see what's driving a lot of these races. So before we let everyone go and head to the Daily Wire Plus election show coverage for the rest of the evening, I want to give everyone one final look at the closing polls for the battleground Senate races. We're going to start in Georgia, the race everyone's been talking about between Herschel Walker and Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock. The final polling from Insider Advantage has Walker with a 2-point lead, still within the margin of error. It's 49-47. Keep an eye on that race. The big thing to keep in mind now for Georgia, who gets to 50%? If neither candidate gets to 50%, we go to a December 6th runoff. And if the balance of the Senate, it depends on that runoff, you're going to see record spending on that runoff 4 weeks from now. So keep an eye there. Who gets 50%? Most candidates right now in all the polling are flirting with 50, but in a lot of them, they've only been at 48, 49. We'll have to see who has a higher ceiling. Republicans are hoping that Brian Kemp's popularity starts to drive Herschel Walker at the polls. Then out to Arizona. The final polling in the Senate there has Republican Blake Masters with a 48-47 lead over Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly. That's the final poll from Trafalgar, our partners there, who really showed that this race was going to be close before anyone else. They put out a poll with Blake Masters within 3 points, I believe it was. Everyone else had it as a 6 to 8 point lead. And yes, if you're wondering, this is me just flexing on the fact that our pollsters at Trafalgar had this race close before anyone else did. And it is now a true toss-up. Keep an eye on Blake Masters there. In Nevada, a race that hasn't been getting as much attention, but Republicans view it as the best chance for a pickup. You've got Democrat incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto at 45%, Adam Laxalt, the Republican challenger, at 50%. That's in the latest Trafalgar polling. Nevada, it's an interesting race right now because this is the first race that we've had since long-term Democrat Senator Harry Reid passed away earlier last year. He had a powerful Democrat machine, and once he passed away, there was a big question over who would fill the power vacuum. There's a lot more infighting that we've seen among Democrats in the state. Nevada also was a state that was hit incredibly hard by COVID lockdowns, and people are really rebelling against Democrat leadership there, as you can see.
Well, there's also the Latino vote in Nevada that's maybe a sleeper issue that we'll see how that plays out. I mean, it could be huge.
Especially with their proximity to the border. We've seen the impact that has had, especially among Latino voters in the South and Southwest. And then to Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, he's down 46-48 against Republican challenger Dr. Oz in the final insider advantage polling. We've talked a lot about that. The fellows are going to be talking a lot more about that later on. And then finally to Ohio Senate, where J.D. Vance, the Republican challenger, is up 10 points, 54-44 over Democrat Tim Ryan. That's according to our sources, or to our poll at Trafalgar. And so you kind of get a feel right now for where a lot of these Senate races are. The term toss-up gets thrown around a lot, but so many of these races are a true toss-up. And just to go over the math one more time so everyone makes sure what we're looking at and what you can be watching. If you just tuned into the races, what should you be looking at? You want to keep an eye on that number 51. So if Republicans come in with 48 seats, essentially you know they're going to get 48 if you throw in Ohio, where they're really confident right now, and North Carolina, where Ted Budd has built a big lead. From 48, the way they get to 49, you got to think Wisconsin. Ron Johnson, the incumbent, has been surging in the polls against Democrat challenger Mandela Barnes. From there, they've got to win 2 of the states remaining out of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, or Arizona, or even New Hampshire, Washington. Those might be close. We're going to keep an eye on all those races. But Georgia, it was an honor to get to do this with you. We had a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, anytime.
Thanks for doing this. And now we're going to go to watch the Daily Wire Plus Backstage election show. Thanks for tuning in.
In Loudoun County, sexual assault covered up by administrators to advance a transgender bathroom policy.
It's a hot-button issue in the state's very tight governor's race.
Luke Rosiak is a reporter at the Daily Wire. He broke this story. Virginia elected their first Republican governor in 11 years.
Just looking to speak to whoever is at this property because it's listed as the Black Lives Matter property.
Who was George Floyd?
We will give you an unvarnished look at the career of the most powerful politician in America.
The Daily Wire is taking its lawsuit against President Biden's vaccine mandate to the Supreme Court.
We're going to fight this all the way.
Daily Wire took a stand saying that they would not comply.
The vaccine mandate is as good as dead. And today, together, we kick the government's ass.
Anyway.
Choosing Death is a powerful and shocking documentary committed to telling the truth about abortion, to exposing the lies. And if the justices on the Supreme Court can face down the mob for the truth, so can we.
Harry's announced it was cutting advertising with the Daily Wire, so Jeremy Boring came up with an alternative. He started his own razor company.
You're going to love this new podcast. Yeah, you're not going to argue with me. It's a bad idea. Don't argue with me.
We got to see leaked footage from inside Disney saying things like, we have a not-so-secret gay agenda.
The Daily Wire said they'll spend $100 million to create children's programming to counter woke media companies.
So what are we going to do about it? We're going to build alternatives.
We all need a place run by people who are
willing to die on the free speech hill.
It is a massive honor having you on the Daily Wire Plus platform.
It's counterculture time.
I've traveled all over the world asking one simple question. What is a woman?
I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview.
I think this interview is over.
We have exposed Vanderbilt's child mutilation practices.
We're fighting for people who cannot fight for themselves and shouldn't have to. That's what we're fighting for. We're in this for the long haul.
Hollywood is missing out. It's great to see the very fast growth of Daily Wire.
Their first fully produced film, Shut-In, really top-notch.
Actress Gina Carano was fired from Disney's The Mandalorian.
The Daily Wire, they just did a Western. Man, the trailer looks sick.
Gina Carano, she doesn't back down.
Calling all Hyperions.
Don't you touch my kid!
We provided a new beginning, and it starts with this movie.
Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire has more followers and engagement than the New York Times or CNN. That is a problem for democracy.
Welcome to the backstage coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. This is the Daily Wire Plus. We're really glad that you're here with us. Back in the olden times, when we first started this company, we would gather for a thing called Election Day. And in our Election Day coverage, we would just stay with you until the results were known. But that's back when this was a thriving republic. Now that we've descended into third world madness, I cannot promise that we will still be with you 72 to 120 hours from now when the final results are actually tallied before they're contested and then tallied again. But we plan to be with you for a damn long time. I'm joined tonight by my good friend, Ben Shapiro, my old friend, Andrew Klavan. I mean, we've been friends a long time, and he's very old. Matt Walsh from Outkick, Clay Travis, and your humble God King, Jeremy Boring. Guys, it's just going to be the longest night, basically, in all of human history. What are we in for?
So I think that there are going to be some early bellwethers, which I'll talk about in a little while. We'll go through the map and we'll see kind of which way the trends are going in a bit. But essentially, I think it's important to lay out the possibility of three scenarios, what I've called the red trickle, the red tide, and the red wave. The red trickle would be that the Republicans pick up, say, 15 to 20 seats in the House, which is they take the House, but they don't take it by a huge margin. Yep. They don't end up taking the Senate. They lose a bunch of very narrow races in places like Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, New Hampshire. And so the Senate ends up essentially split the same way that it is right now. And that many of the governor's races end up narrowly going to the Democrats, places like Michigan, New York, Hochul holds on, even though she's a little bit more ahead. That would be more of a sleeper pick. That would be the red trickle. The red tide would be that Republicans win somewhere between 20 and 25 seats in the House, which would bring them a very solid majority. They have 212 seats right now, so that would bring them, if they won 25 seats, to 237, which is a very, very big number. And Democrats would have 198. And that in the Senate, they end up with 51 or 52 seats. That would be sort of a red tide. The states that most likely go in favor of the Republicans in the Senate, in that case, would probably be Nevada, Wisconsin, obviously they have to hold, maybe Georgia, and then they lose a couple of the other seats, and they pick up a governorship here or there. They mostly hold governorships that are really contested. And then there is what I think looks like it is materializing. That looks like a red wave. So the red wave scenario is that Republicans pick up north of 30 seats. If they pick up north of 30 seats, Republicans have only had north of 240 seats in the House 4 times since World War II. 3 of those were since 2010. If Republicans pick up 36 seats or more, that is the largest majority they would have in the House since 1928. So I think the thing to understand is when people talk about red wave versus red trickle, all this, in the past, they've said big red wave, 60 seats, 50 seats, 40 seats. only 36 seats, that's no big deal. Republicans are starting from a high baseline. It doesn't matter how many seats you win. It matters where you end up after the election is over. So if Republicans end up with 250 seats in the House, that is the biggest election victory that they will have had in any of our lifetimes by far, like by a factor of a significant factor. And that would also mean presumably they win 53 or 54 seats in the Senate. The reason that's important is not because there's a practical difference right now between 51 and 53 or 54. It's because come 2024, this is a very bad year on the Republican map in the Senate. They're defending a lot of seats. In 2024, suddenly the map flips. And a lot of Democrats are defending a lot of very vulnerable seats in 2024. So if they have 54, there's the outside shot. Republicans could end up with a supermajority in 2024. So that matters an awful lot. Early exit polling, which again, take it with a grain of salt, very bad for the Democrats. Turnout numbers from places like Florida are extremely high. Dave Wasserman over at Redistrict, he's saying that Democrats are not showing up in Virginia. They're not showing up in New York. He's saying it's going to be difficult to see how they make up those numbers in serious numbers. So,
but isn't it the case that they don't actually have to show up anymore? I mean, we've essentially rewritten all the laws that govern our elections at the state level over the last 2 to 4 years. And in so many places now, it's not an election day. It's like an election month or an election 2 months. I mean, by the time the first debate and only debate happened between Oz and Fetterman in Pennsylvania, 700,000 people had already cast their votes in that state. I think this kind of goes to the idea of that the Democrats have in some ways rigged the system to benefit themselves, and that would not show up in things like exit polling.
So that's for sure true. It is true, however, that when you look at the early mail-in returns, and you can see how many votes have come in, and you can kind of see what the party split looks like, they're more even than Democrats thought they were going to be. It's not as much of a blue advantage. Republicans, they have this routine where first they complain about the Democratic procedures in place correctly, and then they learn how to use those same procedures. So you saw this in California. A few years back, Democrats turned a bunch of red seats blue by ballot harvesting. And then in the last election cycle in 2020, Republicans were like, yeah, this process sucks, but if it's there, we're going to do it also. And so what you saw is that Republicans really said mail-in balloting is bad, early voting is bad. Also, I early voted. Right, I did. Sure. I early voted because I was going to be here today. So the fact is that a huge number of Republicans have early voted. So when you look at Pennsylvania, the question isn't all 700,000 of those ballots are Democrats. Those ballots are probably split 360, 340, or 370, 330 in favor of the Democrats. Can Republicans make up a 40,000 vote deficit on Election Day when the total number of votes cast in Pennsylvania will likely be north of 5 million? The answer is they definitely can. Will they? Who knows? But I don't think that the pure fact of mail-in balloting, I hate it. I think it's bad. I think we should all be voting on Election Day. But I don't think that's a prohibitive advantage in favor of the Democrats the way that it was when it sort of clopped Republicans out of left field the last time around.
Well, since we're the only country in the world in which the right is represented by red and the left is represented by blue.
It didn't used to be that way, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, it actually switched because they like the map.
I'm so glad that it switched because the future governor of the great state of Tennessee, Clay Travis, is really owning us all.
I will give credit to my wife who said, first of all, let me just say this. You guys are doing incredible work.
Oh, thank you.
And I know in the world that which we live in, where everybody's attacking everybody all the time, this guy's documentary. I told him right before this is not just blowing it up. I was planning to sit and watch the first 15 minutes because he was coming on the radio show, and I had a link on my phone, and I started watching it, and I watched the entire thing on my phone. And so anytime, everybody's busy, everybody's got a lot of different things going on. But when you think, hey, I'm going to devote 15 minutes to this thing, and then you watch the whole thing, and you watch it on your phone, which is not exactly the best viewing experience, I think it's just a testament to how good of a job he did and the work that you guys are doing. Look, I'm a kid who grew up in Nashville, so I am honored that you guys have brought so many people who are talented here. I would have never believed it, as a kid growing up here, that Nashville would ever have kind of this panache that it does. And again, I know we live in a world where people are constantly throwing punches all the time, but you guys are doing absolutely phenomenal work. So, Red Jacket, going to give more credit. Yeah, Red Jacket, my wife said, we're throwing a party tonight for the Clay and Buck radio show down on Broadway. And my wife said, hey, you have zero fashion sense. You should wear a red jacket for this. So this is literally the first time that I wore it. And I don't want to, we were throwing the party. I was like, I don't want this to turn into Hillary Clinton 2016, where we're expecting a red tsunami, a red wave, and it doesn't happen. But I think, look, Republicans are going to pick up 3 Senate seats. I feel good I was last night with Herschel Walker. I went to his final rally in Cobb County where the Atlanta Braves play, and I'm still fired up about what Major League Baseball did there to take away the All-Star game when they were going to honor Hank Aaron. fired
because
up
of those
crowd.
terrible voter suppression laws.
Correct. It's totally been blown up. But they feel good about winning outright tonight. So I hope you guys are able later in the evening to talk about him flipping that Warnock seat. Nevada, they feel super good. I feel like Laxalt is going to win that one tonight. I feel pretty good about Arizona. And Oz and that crew believes that they're going to hold Pennsylvania. So how long that process is going to play out, I don't know. But I feel like tonight, and I don't want to jinx it, let me knock on wood here, but I feel good about Georgia and Nevada flipping officially to Republicans tonight before it's super late.
That's fantastic. Drew, what happens if Republicans actually win? I mean, you've talked about this a lot, that sort of constitutionally, if you'll pardon the use of the term, conservatives are a bit dour. We're always preparing for the worst. We all bury gold bars in our backyard, and we all have My Patriot food.
Yeah.
By the way, the rice is delicious. But what happens if we actually gain advantage? I mean, what does it mean for the Biden agenda? What does it mean for some of these senators like Manchin, who have kind of really been mavericks over the last few years? Does it give them cover to move back to the left, or does it?
I think the most important thing is that there are a huge number of Republicans running who have never been in politics before. And the mainstream of the party, the Mitch McConnell part of the party, has done a lot to help them, to try and get them to lose. I mean, it has not been funding guys like Masters, who could have done much better if they'd been pouring money into his campaign. That means that if Republicans win, and I personally think that if they take the Senate, the map is so bad that alone is a red wave. If they take it by one vote, because remember, months ago we were talking about how impossible that map was.
That's right. But for the last 2 years, we've talked about how impossible the map is.
Right. But if they do, that means we've got a new Republican Party. And the old Republican Party is going to have to learn how to live with it and how to bring them into the fold without transforming them into their old rhino selves. And I think that is going to be the biggest thing, because, you can talk about Donald Trump has changed the Republican Party. Donald Trump was a sign, an outward sign of the change that had to come, that was on its way. And so I think what we're watching a changing of the guard. And that's an important thing, because if the guard changes on the right, then the left is way behind, because the guard is going to change anyway. For one thing, nobody lives forever. A lot of these guys are just, I know. I just want my generation to go without taking me with it, But still, this is the end of the baby boomer generation.
Yeah.
It has to come to an end at some point, please God. And I think that means that this would be, if it's a red wave, if it's even a red victory, I think it's a changing of the guard. And I think what that means, first of all, I think it means the Biden agenda is dead. I mean, I think it's just completely gone. And I think this whole thing about, as Ben was just saying, conservatives and Republicans do catch on to these things. The phone and the pen thing is going to come to an end. It's got to stop. It really is ridiculous. And so I think that the Biden agenda is dead. Not as dead as Biden himself, but it's still pretty dead. And I think that there are going to begin to be some movements toward new things. It's really about spending right now. It really is about the printing of money and the spending, and a lot of that is what's damaged the economy. We're going to have a reckoning. We're going to have a reckoning about the COVID lockdowns and things like that. So there's going to be a lot of noise, a lot of investigations, which I don't think are a bad thing, but eventually one hopes that the Republicans can start to move an agenda of their own. That's going to take a new president.
It's a tricky position, though, isn't it? We've been in this position before where, because we stop, right now the Democrats control the White House, both chambers of the Congress. We've been able to stop their agenda pretty well at the court. But there are a lot of things that they can do, both through executive action and through legislation. You stop them even just in the House by a wide enough margin, you've probably brought their legislative agenda to a standstill. You get them in the Senate, they can't even really appoint judges at this point. I mean, you've really done a lot to damage. They still have those executive orders, which are going to be a challenge. But the problem, and Matt, I'd like to hear your perspective on this, is that while you have a lot of power to say no when you control the legislature and the courts and not the presidency, you have no power to say yes. Does that put Republicans in a risky position for 2024? Because it's just, it's all this rehashing of the party of no. You're not able to execute any constructive vision. You're not really required to have a constructive vision for the future of the country.
Yeah, I think it could, but I'd like to see the Republicans go on offense. I mean, the knock on the Republican Party up to this point is that they like to take the position of the loser, because when you're losing all the time, you're not in a position of power. So there's no way to judge your successes or to rate your performance, because you're not, you're in the opposition. If they yeah, they're not going to have the power to pass laws, but I personally would like to see them. And the media is worried about all the Republicans take over. They're going to be investigating Fauci. They're going to start impeaching. They're going to push for impeachment of Biden. Personally, this is what I would like to see happen, because I think that the Republicans need to use that power, show that they're willing to be aggressive and go on the offense, and also set the tone, because once we get into 2024, if a Republican wins, Democrats are going to do exactly the same thing.
So I will note a couple of things. One, you gave Mitch McConnell a lot of crap there, and he deserves a lot of crap, but Mitch McConnell's Senate PAC did come in and spend a lot more money than, for example, Donald Trump did.
Yeah,
Donald
Trump
spent on the order of $15 million across all of the races. The Senate PAC spent a large multiple of that. And these were on nominees that McConnell didn't really want in the first place. So kind of throwing him out with the bathwater, I think, is a mistake on that front. We should also point out that Donald Trump is responsible for several justices on the Supreme Court, and Mitch McConnell is just as responsible for those justices being on the Supreme Court. So to pretend
I'm picking on the wing of the GOP that puts up guys like John McCain and the Bushes who followed Ronald Reagan with the first George Bush.
Well, I agree with you on all that. I mean, you don't have to argue with me on that.
Okay.
The one thing I will say is that a little bit of strategy would go a long way here for the Republicans, because when you don't have power, when you don't actually have the capacity to override Joe Biden's veto, and you don't. Okay, I mean, let's just be frank about this. They win from 53 seats. They don't have the ability to override a Joe Biden veto on anything. What they do have the ability to do, congressionally speaking, is they can stop bad regulations. They do have the ability to seize back some power from the executive branch by stopping bad regulations. They have the ability to do some investigations. But what you are doing is you're biding your time until 2024, and you get a Republican president in there, and then you ram through an entire agenda. And so the biggest thing that both parties seem to be not doing is avoiding the landmine. When Joe Biden came in, the mandate was don't be Donald Trump and be dead. And he was dead, but not quite dead enough. He was mostly dead. And the mostly dead of him allowed him to then pursue the biggest spending agenda in the history of the United States, lose the war in Afghanistan in the most humiliating possible fashion, try to trans the kids, and put equity at the center of his entire agenda. Right? And this is leading, I think, to a really, really bad night for Joe Biden tonight. Republicans, when they come in, if the idea is that this is somehow a justification of, say, impeaching Joe Biden, you're going to have to come with some actual evidence to impeach Joe Biden. It can't just be, we're going to impeach him for the hell of it, because let's be real about this. The impeachment of Donald Trump twice didn't hurt the Republicans. The Republicans are about to kick the living bleep out of the Democrats tonight after Democrats impeached Donald Trump twice and failed to convict him in the Senate, which, by the way, is exactly what would happen. It takes 60 votes to convict in the Senate.
Yeah,
so even if you impeach Joe Biden, he ain't going nowhere.
But I think investigations are
investigations are totally fine. I'm just saying, avoid the big boo-boo. And Republicans have a really bad habit of not avoiding the big boo-boo.
I think this is an election where it's like the number one rule of being a doctor is first do no harm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is in the harm, right? And I think Republicans need to make that clear that they don't really have the power to aggressively change anything. But what Republicans can do is just keep things from getting worse. And the other thing here, and I went and voted early this morning, and I live in a Republican state, in a very Republican county inside of that state, packed. There are so many moms and dads, I think, all over this country. As much as we talk about the border and as much as we talk about inflation and the economy and crime, that are still furious over COVID. And I think that there are so many people out there when these numbers come out that may have voted Democrat before, may consider themselves to be independent, may not even consider themselves to be Republicans at all, that wanted to send a message that COVID has to end. And there has to be a reckoning, and there have to be consequences for keeping kids out of school.
You mean amnesty?
Yeah, like this.
Like
yeah.
we should forgive them.
No.
Harm, no
I want Fauci crying in front of Rand Paul on the Senate. I want aggressive investigations, and I think there are lots of people like me who are just dads that are furious, moms that are super furious. I think that's the underlying, because it connects everything, right? We wouldn't have inflation if we hadn't shut down the economy and started giving people money like crazy. We wouldn't have crime if we hadn't decided in the midst of COVID, hey, George Floyd, all of a sudden because of this one viral video, we're not going to allow police to do their jobs anymore. I think it's all connected to COVID. And I think there is an underlying anger that is going to reveal itself all over this country associated with
I definitely agree that COVID is it is in many ways the defining political event of our, maybe not lifetimes, but of this decade.
Oh, no, of our lifetime.
In the way that
of our lifetime. I'll say of our lifetime. It's more defining than 9/11.
Yeah?
Yeah, because 9/11, the aftermath of 9/11 for the vast majority of the American people is over within about 5 years. I don't think this is over in 5 years. I think that the effects of this are going to last.
Do you guys still get? I still get angry. Like I went and voted this morning, and there's
I moved my
100
family
people.
and my company from a state because of COVID, right? I mean, we moved the company. We moved our personal lives. We took our families out of one state and moved it to free states because of COVID. And so did hundreds of thousands, if not millions of other human beings.
I think you're exactly right.
And the aftermath of all of this, and then it's all tied into everything that Matt's been doing with the school boards.
Yep.
Suddenly you could see into the school, and what are these people doing
We both went and
to your
talked to
kids?
school
And why
boards.
are these
I'm
people
still angry about
Why
it.
are these people and then they kept you out of school.
Yep.
Randy Weingarten is out there campaigning with Kathy Hochul today. Like,
yes.
All of this.
That's why you can't trust the polls necessarily, because the polls don't reflect this.
People
The
are
exit
lying.
polls, they don't, I haven't seen an exit poll that lists angry about COVID as an option.
No, but anger was high. Did you see that there was an exit poll?
Anger in general, exactly. Anger in general, but they're not specifying COVID. They're not specifying the fact that they're trying to trans the kids, the drag queen story hour stuff. I think all of that feeds
Critical
into this
race
just
theory, all of it, yeah.
environment of anger, and people feel like these people in charge of the country right now are just are totally disconnected from reality.
And COVID also represents a moment when the lefts thought this is our chance. You knew at the minute those riots started in 2020, I thought, man, they were waiting for this moment because some black guy is going to get killed by a cop at some point. That's always going to happen, and they were right on top of it. There was no proof that was a racist incident. It was obvious. I thought it was sloppy policing, but there was no proof it was a racist incident. Yet they had the narrative spread faster than the truth could put its pants on, and I just looked at that at the time, and I thought, they see their moment, and they seize their moment, and they're out over their skis.
I think that's actually maybe that's the defining political moment. It's COVID into the BLM riots, and the fact when everyone saw this switch happen, all of a sudden, that they were locking down schools, you can't go to school, but now you can go and riot, and that's okay. I think
and that's when the anger, I think,
exactly.
really started.
You're right about the
I think
I'll add one more
it's
to that.
still there.
I'll say it was COVID and the shutdowns, followed by, but if you're twerking and rioting for George Floyd, that's totally fine. Followed by, what if everybody has the capacity, if they want to get a vaccine, but then we spend more money than God or man has ever seen and create a 40-year inflation cycle. And people are like, these people are utterly disconnected from the rest of humanity. They have their own priority set, and their priority set is not our priority set. And so when they go out there and they've been hammering this, democracy is at risk, democracy is at risk. And maybe even people who are worried about that sort of thing, they look at the Democrats and they say, right, and you're the risk. Or maybe, that's right. Maybe I'm more worried about handing my kids over to you than I am worried about some weird guy in a district who didn't vote for the certification in the 2020 election. Like, this is not what we are chiefly worried, which is why I say if Republicans can avoid the big mistake after they take power, I think 2024 will be a very good year for Republicans because people are not going to forget this stuff. This was life-changing stuff. They took kids out of school. They wrecked kids for more than 1 year. They exposed their entire agenda, which was to literally create money out of thin air to make people dependent on the government by the hundreds of millions and destroy the American economy and the global economy in the process. That's not going to go away. That sting ain't going to go away.
Can I just say one thing about I know I'm in the minority on impeachment, but here's my concern. Is that if Republican wins in 2020, whether it's DeSantis or Trump, assuming it's one of those guys, if the Democrats have the power to push for it, like they will try to impeach whoever it is. They'll just continue doing it. So my concern is that there's no mutually assured destruction here, and that the Democrats know they're the only ones who will pull this stunt. They're the only ones who will use this power. If Republicans don't show that they're willing to do it too, that's my concern. It's sort of like they have their finger on the button, but we don't.
If we know that it's not going to lead anywhere, I actually think it's beneficial to the party getting impeached.
Right.
Like if COVID doesn't happen, Trump getting impeached the first time, I think would have aided him in being able to win re-election.
I think
so that's my concern.
The poster for the Democrats are people like Kathy Hochul and Gretchen Whitmer, who I've never seen in the same place at the same time, maybe the same woman, but that absolutely blank smile when people start to talk about crime, when they talk about inflation, when they talk about their kids being given pornography in school, and they're just looking at them like they don't know what they're talking about. And that's, to me, what impeachment represents, too. When you're impeaching a guy over a phone call he made to Ukraine, and people are thinking, this isn't my problem. This isn't what's bothering me. This is not what I lie awake at night worrying about. I think you've lost them. And I think that what the Republicans need to do is continue to show that they care about the things the voters care about, which to me is politics 101. You know, they keep saying, the Democrats keep saying, our messaging is off. Yeah, your messaging is off because your actions are crap.
Because they tried to turn January 6th into 9/11.
Right.
That they thought that was going to be their route to power for, I think, a generation. And what they missed on was it actually just makes them look so incredibly tone deaf that I believe they're going to reap the consequences of talking about all the wrong issues tonight as we see these results.
The great irony of the fact that we on the right, until Elon Musk took over Twitter, we're very critical of the Twitter bubble, is that the Twitter bubble hurts Democrats more than it hurts Republicans.
100%.
Because everyone in this administration is on Twitter 24/7, and all they are doing is deciding whether to put their pronouns and the Ukrainian flag in their profile, and they don't give a crap about the American people, and the American people know it. And you can see it. Forget about white voters, right? Because their whole theory of politics is, the white people, they're out for revenge, and now it's a revenge election for the whites. That is not what the polls show. The polls are showing that Republicans are going to almost split even among Hispanics. That's nuts. The polls are showing...
And grow a lot of black support.
17%.
Yeah, I saw that.
There was a Wall Street Journal poll that came out that said 17% of black Americans are going to vote for the Republicans. For those who don't understand what that means, Democrats routinely win above 90% of the black vote. There has never been a Republican president, really since probably the last 50 years, who has won north of about 10 to 12% of the black vote. You start entering into 17-20% territory for the black vote, Democrats cannot win elections with those numbers. It is not possible for the women. And here's the thing that's amazing. There's a Wall Street Journal article today about Census 2020. And what it said is that a shrinking number of Americans generally are living in race-segregated areas. It said a huge number of white Americans are no longer living in areas where 4 out of 5 people around them are white. So it's much more racially mixed country than it was 10 years ago or the 10 years before that. And the country's getting redder. Okay, so what's happening is not that the white people are running away from all the brown people and then setting up their own enclaves and then trying to avoid the brown people by electing people who will make sure that the segregation... That's the Democratic line. It's not true. It's a lie. What's happening is that people are experiencing, under Republicans, as they did under Trump, economic mobility. And then under Democrats, they're experiencing misery. And they're all thinking the same thing, which is these people suck at governing. You got Katy Perry, who's out there tweeting photos of herself voting for a person who is not a Democrat. Rick Caruso is not a Democrat. He's a Republican. He created the Grove. It's like one of the nicest areas in LA. It's before they burned it twice. It was a wonderful place.
And drove him into politics.
Right. And now you've got Katy Perry out there tweeting photos of herself saying, LA's unlivable. There's my favorite clip of this week. Kathy Hochul was asked about the crime in New York. And she's asked by Stephanie Ruhle on MSNBC about the crime in New York. And Stephanie Ruhle says, you keep kind of downplaying crime. Crime is a serious problem in New York. And Kathy Hochul says, don't worry, we won't let this turn into San Francisco. And I was like, who runs San Francisco? You guys run San Francisco.
Here's the other thing I would say, building on that. I really do think that that's going to be one of the shocking moments that MSNBC and CNN are going to have to reconcile, is when these numbers come out and they see how many Hispanic voters, and in particular black men, how many of them are going to be voting for Republicans as well. My big theory is that the Democrats totally misread Obama. 08 Obama is big picture. It is Ronald Reagan in 1980. It's Bill Clinton in 92. It's a campaign about how amazing America was. And they took the lesson of Obama winning in 08 and 12 as we've got to build on identity politics. Right. Hillary ran an entirely identity politics campaign. Biden got in because of COVID, but he tried to run the same campaign as Hillary, I think, effectively.
My only pushback will be
that's going to blow up, I think.
My only pushback is 12. In 2008, Barack Obama ran as a trans-racial unifying...
America's amazing place.
In 2012, he ran a much more cynical...
That's true.
Much more cynical.
Speaking of the racial mix that's going on, I, too, escaped the zombie apocalypse in L.A., and one of the things about L.A. is it's a very segregated town.
It is.
I mean, you really don't see black people, and when you do, they're often street people. They're kind of people that you actually don't want to be around, not because they're black, but because they don't look savory. I moved to a place that's much more integrated, but everybody's kind of middle class. And the first thing that happened, almost instantly, my wife and I looked around and went like, oh, thank God, It's like we were beginning to be afraid that the bigots were right because we lived in L.A. But then suddenly I said, no, of course not. That's ridiculous. People have a job, they do well, and they become just like everybody else. And it was wonderful.
Well, that is a dirty secret, is that one of the most segregated areas of the United States are places like Boston, Chicago, L.A., Seattle.
And it's conducive
wheelhouse
to
is for left-wing voting.
Yes,
that's right.
It's conducive to bigotry, when you don't see anybody.
Clay, I know you've got a party.
I've got a party to get to, but in all seriousness, you guys are doing killer work. Have fun tonight. I think there's going to be a lot of reason to celebrate, and look forward to hanging out with you guys many times in the future to come.
That's awesome.
Thank you all.
See you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to kick it over to our Election Wire team. These guys have been bringing you nonstop updates about what was about the election, about polls, about who's running and what's going to happen all week long. And they're here to join us throughout the evening tonight to give us some perspective. Let's kick it over to Cabot Phillips.
All right, it's great to be here tonight. We've got a lot to go on. It's been a tough time for us because all we've had is just pontificating to do, predicting. We're finally going to get some results. John, you're going to start us with the Senate, and then I'll get into some of the governor's races.
Hey, look, and the good news is it's not just tonight, like Jeremy said. This is going to go on for weeks, guys, so we've got updates that are going to be coming in. Hopefully that's not true. So a couple of quick updates. There's already a couple of lawsuits because of voting machine failure in Arizona. And then Georgia has also had to push back a couple of districts in terms of their polls shutting down because of voting machine issues back another hour. That said, we're getting results in. You'll see them on the ticker over the course of the night. We wanted to really sort of set the scene for the night in terms of what we're trying to bring you over the course of the evening. So a couple of things. We're going to talk about the House a little bit, but not as much. We're going to look at that holistically. And we want to mention some things about our assumptions going into the evening. So Republicans start with 212 seats. They only need 6 seats for the majority, 218 seats. Basically, every polling analyst says this is going to automatically be a red, at least a red trickle, as Ben said. They're going to get the majority very easily. We're starting with the assumption, as you can see, that they're going to have 227 safe seats. That means they have the majority, starting assumption for the night. Now the question is, how many more seats do they get over the course of the night? And that's what's going to define whether or not this is a tsunami or just a wave. We think it's going to be, according to polling that we've looked at, pretty strong results, as you guys have mentioned. But we're going to mainly focus on the Senate races, the governor's races, and one particular mayor's race, which we've already hinted at. We'll look at that when it comes in from LA. LA's race is very, very fascinating. Okay, so a couple of races we're going to look at. So if you look at the map for the Senate, how does it shake out? In the end, Republicans will have control of the House. We're almost certain of that. It's all about the Senate. What do they need for the Senate? Our assumption is we start with 48 safe seats for the Republicans. Some of these have been mentioned, but we have Ohio, North Carolina, safely now Republican. Those were actually toss-ups for a while in the summer. That's changed now. It's really solidly red at this point. So what that means is that Republicans need 3 more seats. There are officially about 8 toss-up races. If there's a true red wave, then maybe there's actually a few more, but 8 that we think are probably in the realm of being toss-up. The last couple really reaches, okay? So this is the order in which we think these are likely for Republicans, okay? So one of the toss-up races, Wisconsin, Ron Johnson's the incumbent. He's running a very strong race. Every single poll for the last 2 months, I think that's right, check me if I'm right, yep. Every single poll has shown Johnson ahead, and that again is a shift from the summer where it was a little bit tighter. Looks like he's pretty safe. That would give Republicans 49. Georgia, we think, is the next most likely. This is partly because Brian Kemp, the gubernatorial candidate there, is running an amazingly strong race, or you could say Stacey Abrams is running a really weak race. He's about 10 points, 8 points ahead in the polls. A lot of times you're going to see this sort of coattails effect with governors. Kemp will probably help Herschel Walker's case. Herschel Walker is already ahead in most of the polls by about 2 points, so within the margin of error. But we think Georgia is a likely pickup for Republicans. We'll see what happens there. The next, I would say, is Nevada. Nevada is looking very strong as an entire state for Republicans. You guys talked about the COVID backlash. Nevada is the perfect example of the COVID backlash really affecting the political landscape. All the Republican candidates, all of them, are polling ahead of the Democrats. There used to be a Democrat machine there. It's kind of collapsed. And we think a lot of this has to do with backlash to COVID, which really impacted, as you can imagine, Nevada. So that's another possible pickup. That would be 3. If they get that, they get the majority. There's also the Arizona race. This is a really tight race. Blake Masters versus Mark Kelly, the Democrat. Blake Masters has been behind in most polls until the last couple of weeks. Now it's really neck and neck. Polls are back and forth on that one. That's one to watch. Again, we might have a coattail effect with the gubernatorial candidate there, Carrie Lake, who's running a terrific race, a really strong race, very popular. Then we have Pennsylvania, Dr. Oz versus John Fetterman. This is the most money that's ever been, I think this is right, the most money that's ever been invested in a senatorial race. Is this correct?
About $250 million.
Okay. This one, everyone's been watching this fascinating race. It's hard to predict where this is going to go. You have a weak a weak Republican candidate there in terms of the polling for governor might not help Dr. Oz. We'll see that one. And then the last few, just to get through these quickly, New Hampshire, Don Bolduc. It looks he's within reach with Maggie Hassan. Some polls, even Trafalgar, our pollster that we partnered with, has Bolduc ahead in the last poll, but just by 1 point, so really margin of error stuff. And then Washington, out of nowhere, Tiffany Smiley, incredibly disciplined race. She's suddenly surged into contention there against Patty Murray. And that's an example of where you have somebody with a lot of charisma, someone without much charisma. So we're going to watch that one. That might be a real surprise to a lot of people in a deep blue state. And then Colorado, that's the biggest reach. It looks unlikely for Republicans. That is Joe O'Dea and Michael Bennet. Joe O'Dea is the Republican. He's polling 8 to 10 points behind, so we'll see what's happening there. The other races we're going to look at are the gubernatorial races. You're going to run through a couple of those real quick.
Yeah, so 36 governor's races in total happening this evening. It's interesting if you look at what those toss-up races are. If you look at Real Clear Politics, their list of the 11 toss-ups, 10 of them are states that currently have a Democrat governor. So Republicans are really kind of salivating right now at their odds of having a lot of pickups. We'll start first with 3 races where Republicans are confident with some of these big name candidates. First in Georgia, John mentioned polls just closed there. We're starting to get results coming in. Stacey Abrams with an early lead, less than 10% reporting. All the polling is showing that Brian Kemp should be cruising to victory. Kind of gives you a feel for how the Democrat Party feels about Stacey Abrams. In the final week before the election, the outside spending was cut in half. Seems like Democrats don't have a ton of faith in Stacey Abrams pulling through. We'll go now to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to cruise to victory. This was another one of those races where polls started to tighten over the summer, especially after the Dobbs ruling. Some people said that DeSantis could be at risk. We do not see that happening tonight. It does appear like he's going to have a big win, and if polling is likely, it could be up in the double digits. If the polling is accurate, we've seen him up anywhere from 10 to 12. And then finally out in Arizona, another race that where Republicans are confident, and they're hoping for kind of a coattail effect, like John mentioned, where Kari Lake's popularity around the state could help bring voters to the polls for Blake Masters. But I want to also get to some states where Republicans are surprising with how close they've gotten in these gubernatorial elections, some strongholds for Democrats traditionally. First in New York, everyone's talking about this race. We now all know it's going to be close, or at least many polls seem to indicate that it will. Republican Lee Zeldin, after being down 20 to 25 points against Kathy Hochul, has now surged. Our latest polling from Trafalgar has that race tied. A lot of legacy outlets, though, still have it with a 7 to 10 point lead for Kathy Hochul. Tonight is going to tell us a lot about the accuracy of some of those polls. Trafalgar, up until the final week, was releasing poll after poll. A lot of these legacy outlets have been hesitant to release their final horse race polls, which a lot of people are saying, hey, it could be they don't want to stand by them. It could be a good sign for Republicans that they don't want to show Republican momentum in the final polls. Another state like New York is Michigan. Republican Tudor Dixon was not supposed to be in this race. She is now up 1 point in the latest Trafalgar polling that we have. Other polls show her within the margin of error or down by 3 to 5 points. But that's going to be a race that we're tracking very closely. Incumbent Governor Gretchen Whitmer is very vulnerable, which would be a big deal. She was kind of a rising star on the national stage, had been hinted at as a potential vice presidential nominee as well. And then to Oregon. This is a race that I love talking about because many people have no clue that Republicans have a chance to pick up a seat. I like mentioning states where I get to feel smart, and this is one of those because Christine Drazan, the Republican there, has a chance to become the next governor of Oregon. It would be the first Republican governor in 40 plus years. That's the longest drought of any state. Tina Kotek, the Democrat, she's been ahead in the final polls we've seen by about 4 points, but the big outlier here is independent Betsy Johnson. Over the summer and recently into the fall, she was polling 10 to 20 points away. She's a independent, but she's really a Democrat. She's got statewide name recognition there. So now the question becomes, how much of the vote will she pull away? And then it's not all bad news for Democrats when it comes to governors. They have reason for optimism in 2 states that went big for Trump. First, in Oklahoma. Trump won Oklahoma by 30 plus points. This is probably the reddest state in the entire country. But right now, incumbent Governor Kevin Stitt is in a toss-up race with Democrat Joy Hoffmeister. Keep an eye on that race. Democrats are hoping it's one of their few chances to have a pickup. Polls have shown that from anywhere from tied to even Democrats with a slight lead in Oklahoma. Worth pointing out, not a ton of polling coming out of that race, but still one to watch. And then finally, the governor's race in Kansas. Democrats are hoping that they'll have a chance there. Incumbent Laura Kelly, she's got a slight lead right now over the Republican Derek Schmidt. It's about a 3-point spread at the moment. But again, Kansas is a state that went for Trump by 15+ points. So Democrats are hoping that they can have success there. But these are all the races we're tracking. We're going to keep you guys posted as results continue to pour in over the evening.
Thank you, Cabot, and thank you to John Bickley as well, the Election Wire team. And I want to welcome to the show with great heartfelt appreciation, Michael Knowles.
Wow.
No, that's all I got. I got nothing.
I'm glad. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I was doing keg stands at the Clay and Buck party, so we sort of traded places. Though I arrive here, and it looks like the polls are closed in Georgia.
Yes.
So I got some good news and some bad news. Good news
the
is
incumbent governor, by which I mean Stacey Abrams.
the incumbent president of the universe. So the good news is that the polls have looked good for Herschel Walker, especially in recent days and weeks, and they've really. I was feeling very confident about Herschel moving into this in a way that I'm not confident about Dr. Oz, and frankly, I'm not confident about Blake Masters. Bad news is we got 14% reporting now, and Warnock 58.5%, Herschel Walker 40%. Now, you might say, well, that doesn't mean anything. You only got 14% reporting. Who cares? Well, the reason it's a problem is that right now you've got Stacey Abrams at 55%, Brian Kemp at 44.4%. So that doesn't mean that Brian Kemp is going to lose. Brian Kemp is going to win. But the fact that there is a difference between the percentage of the vote that's going for Kemp that is going for Walker, that's a big problem because it means that people actually are splitting that ballot.
Splitting the ballot.
And so there is a shot. I mean, Kemp is so far ahead that it might not matter. I'm still bullish on Walker tonight, but that's not good news for the first numbers coming in.
If you look at the exit polls in Georgia, NBC News has done some exit polls. Again, all exit polls, just stock warning for the evening, all exit polls, giant barrel of salt comes with the exit polls. On does the candidate show good judgment, the question for Walker, 33% yes, 64% no on showing good judgment.
Yeah.
Given, all the scandals that have broken during this campaign, that's not a particular shock. For Warnock, it's 51 yes, 46 no, which is obviously not a good result. On is the candidate too extreme? On Warnock, 44% say he's too extreme. On Walker, 39% say he's too extreme. Neither say 9%, and both say 5%. So, again, will candidate quality tell tonight? It very well could. And if Republicans don't perform in the Senate the way that they should perform, given what I think is going to happen in the House, we're going to have to look a lot at the candidate quality of many of the people who won the primaries. If Oz loses in Pennsylvania, if Walker loses in Georgia, if Masters loses in Arizona, but Laxalt wins, for example, in Nevada, then you're going to have to say, was this a candidate problem or was this something else? And we'll decide that once that comes in. There are a couple of bellwether races that are worth noting here where the results are already coming in Virginia. There's one bellwether race that I've been following pretty closely, the VA 2nd, which is Elaine Luria. She won that race by approximately 6 points in her last outing, and Biden won that district by about 5 points in his last outing in the Virginia 2nd. Right now, Jen Kiggins is beating Elaine Luria fairly handily. Again, very early, not a ton of vote in, 16% of the votes in, but she's up by solidly 13%. So, obviously momentum moving in the right direction there. In the Virginia 7th, which is a very fraught district, that's Abigail Spanberger's district. Spanberger has made a name for herself by being a moderate Democrat, by which I mean not a less insane Democrat. And Spanberger has chided the Democratic Party for moving too radical too fast and been beat about the ears for it by her own party. Remember, she was the one who was saying, defund the police is killing us, you have to stop with this crap. So Abigail Spanberger is running in the VA 7. In that district, Biden won that district by 1 point, essentially, in 2020, and Spanberger won by about 2% in 2020, slightly outperforming Biden. Well, right now, only a few votes in, she's down by like 20% in that race. Wow. So if Spanberger goes down in that race, that's the red trickle. If the Virginia 2nd, which is a more solid Democratic district, goes for the Republicans, that starts to look like a red tide. And then we'll get to some of the outlying races. There's some of these races, like the VA 10. VA 10 is a Biden plus 18. Yep. And so we'll have to see what the results look like in the VA 10 congressional district.
When we're talking about the quality of candidates, we should definitely mention, again, Carrie Lake, who I think is a star. I think she's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And phenomenal for if nothing else, that she understands that Republicans have to run against the press. The press conference she gave today was virtually pornographic in the pleasure it delivered of watching a pretty girl slap the crap out of these supercilious, fake journalists.
Hold the water here.
Yeah, please, calm me down. No, I mean, this is like she said to them, we are going to reform the press, which is something that is definitely needed, and it can be done if you do it the way she does. She's a Trumpian candidate in in the good sense of that word, and that she delivers the things that Trump delivered without delivering the garbage that he also.
She's terrific on TV. I mean, that definitely is a big thing for her. One other quick political note to Miami-Dade County. I've been keeping an eye on this because obviously I'm a Floridian, and I'm proud of my adopted state of Florida. Miami-Dade is a deep blue county. Okay, Miami-Dade went for Gillum over DeSantis in 2018 by a margin of 21%. It went for Biden over Trump in 2020 when Trump won the state by a margin of 53 to 46 for Biden. Right now, the early votes in Miami-Dade, the early votes, right? Same day election is going to be dramatically Republicans. We're talking the earlies, right? The early vote came in. Rubio beating Demings by 7 in Miami-Dade.
Wow.
DeSantis beating Crist by 8 out of 478,000 votes in Miami-Dade. Maria Salazar in the Florida 27th, which is entirely inside Miami-Dade, is winning by 12. Among the early votes.
Big Latino turnout.
Florida is a red state, my friends. It is not a purple state no longer, thanks to Governor DeSantis and the Florida Republican Party.
Yeah.
Another note, assuming we get the red wave, and we're talking about all the reasons, well, before I get to that, I'm proud of us for having that fancy board back there, like the real news station, so I think we should be proud of ourselves for that. I think if we get the red wave, Roe v. Wade being overturned might be one of the reasons for it. Because only because it's not that pro-life voters are like mobilized to get out there necessarily. I wish they were more mobilized than they are, but it's only because it led Democrats to this false conclusion that they can run on the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned. Yeah. And I was reading CNN. I think it was CNN. They had an article a few days ago, and I forget who wrote it, but the question was, did Democrats make a bad bet on abortion? And in that article, which of course they did, and it's too late to realize that now, but in the article they said that Democrats in the last month of the campaign, they spent like $220 million on ads centered around abortion, and they spent about $18 million on ads centered around the economy and inflation. So they spent $200 million more on abortion. So I think if this happens, part of the reason would be because they were motivated by the overturning of Roe v. Wade because it's so important to them. They assumed that'd be so important to the voters, and so they made their campaigns.
They can't spend enough money talking about abortion on television for me. The thing that I've learned in the last 40 years of being alive on this planet is that the more people know about abortion, the less they like it.
Yeah,
exactly. This is one of the things that I think the hubris of the Democrats to almost deliberately run against the people in this election. We're talking when Clay was here about the sort of politicization of families. You haven't seen that in the history of this country. And abortion is a big part of that. Most people have a somewhat moderate view about abortion. Most people are not like radically pro-life. I'm radically pro-life.
Right.
Most people are not radically pro-life. The more you expose them to the truth about abortion, the more they move. Most people aren't overly concerned about what their kids are taught in school. You shouldn't be. People sort of they take for granted that what their kids are learning at school is roughly the things that they're going to need to know in order to be successful in life. You shut kids out of schools, make them beam in remotely to where parents can actually see what happens, and you expose them to what the kids are actually being taught in schools. The more they learn about it, the less they like it. Right. This seems to be the case. I think this is the case with a lot of the rot in all of our institutions right now. The Democrats made the mistake of telling people, of exposing people to the reality of what their policies have created.
They depend on the press to back them up. The other thing about abortion, by the way, is overturning Roe v. Wade simply turned the matter back to the states, and they've been selling us on the idea that this was the end of abortion rights, but it simply isn't.
And it wasn't.
Would that it were, but it's not. Yeah. But
I'm all obviously for hammering the cultural issues, and I think it has helped in the race. But they also failed on the economic questions because there was a big split coming out of Democrat leadership on the rare occasions they did talk about the economy, which was the number one issue for most people. And Joe Biden's answer, the White House line was, the economy's great. What are you talking about? We're not in a recession. Everything's wonderful. You saved 16 cents on hot dogs, right? So that was his line. And then the line coming out of the DCCC, which we just heard 2 days ago, this is the Democrat Congressional Campaign Committee run by Sean Patrick Maloney, who very possibly could lose his seat tonight, is, families are struggling and they can't afford groceries. Just buy Chef Boyardee, buy some cheap canned pasta soup, and then you'll save money. And both of those lines, well, for starters, they're contradictory, right? It's not happening, and it's good that it is. But the other thing is, it is so callous. It is so disconnected from the reality that voters are facing.
It's the disconnect. It's insane.
By the way, Florida is already reporting, because Florida is a phenomenal state. I'm just going to keep saying it.
Well, are you saying that they're able to count their votes on election day?
They are. I mean, so the way that Florida
Seems
works
unusual.
is that part of the Panhandle doesn't close until 8 o'clock Eastern time, but the vast majority of the state closes at 7 o'clock Eastern time, which means that the polls have been closed in Florida, for most of Florida, for like 50 minutes, and they've already counted over 2/3 of their vote.
Yeah.
Because this is the way a state should be run.
By the way, the parts that are in the 8 o'clock time zone are redder.
Redder. Those are redder.
That's right.
They call
Right now-
Florida the Brazil of America, because they can conduct their elections so
Yeah,
quickly.
exactly. So here are the current results with 2/3 of the vote in. Marco Rubio 55, Val Demings 44. Wow. Okay, which is just a bloodbath. And Ron DeSantis 57, Charlie Crist 43.
Oh man.
I just want to know who these people are who voted for Charlie.
Right, exactly.
Mrs. Chris,
Florida man.
Okay, so now I'm just going to take a brief detour here and just mention a quick fact. Ron DeSantis won his 2008 gubernatorial race by 30,000 votes over Andrew Gillum, who turned out to be a meth addict with particularly interesting sexual proclivities for a married man, and who now will probably end up in jail. He won by 30,000 votes. The state of Florida is now entirely red. Ron DeSantis is going to win this race, it looks like, by not only double digits, by significant double digits. So, for Republicans who are thinking about the future, perhaps you might want to consider a person who took a very small victory and turned it into a whopping victory for his entire party across an entirely purple state, turning the state entirely red. You might want to consider that in determining who you choose to run for president in 2024, guys. It might be a factor.
There
Just putting it out there.
There you go.
Radical.
Guys, the polls have closed in Ohio, and we're going to go talk to Daily Wire reporter Mairead Elordi, who is there on the ground to give us an update.
Hi, everyone. We are, all right. We are here at the Ohio Republican Party's election night watch party here at the Renaissance Hotel in downtown Columbus. Polls are now closed in Ohio. They closed at 7:30, which is when this party officially started. Guests have been filtering into this room for about the last hour, and the room is starting to fill up now. It's upbeat here, but it's still pretty quiet as people wait for the results to start rolling in. We're still waiting for J.D. Vance, who is the Ohio Republican Party's Senate candidate in Ohio. He is the big ticket guest here tonight. And we did catch a glimpse of Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, so he's here as well. NBC and ABC are already projecting that DeWine has won his race, re-election as governor. J.D. Vance currently leads Ohio's, his Democratic opponent, Tim Ryan, by 8 points. Some polls have him up 10 points, 54 to 44. So polls are now closed. We're just waiting. Just to give you an idea of how the process goes in this state, the Ohio Secretary of State notifies all 88 election boards when the last polling location has officially closed, and that's when they will start counting the election day votes. Under Ohio law, election boards can process absentee and mail-in votes prior to election day, but starting at 7:30, we'll be watching the election day votes come in. Ohio typically counts its votes pretty quickly. In 2020, Ohio was called for Donald Trump shortly after midnight, which is just hours after the polls closed. So we are hoping that we'll start to see some results coming in pretty soon. Back to you, Nashville.
Thank you, Mairead. We'll keep checking in with you throughout the night, but it looks like it's going to be a great night in Ohio. Ben, what are we hearing?
There is one exit poll from Ohio, and it is about the economy. Is the economy not so good or poor, or is it good or excellent? 1% say excellent, 22% say good, 75% say not so good or poor. So J.D. Vance is going to win this election handily.
And 23% of Ohioans are illiterate and enumerate.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah. That's pretty much right. I keep citing, by the way, some of the Florida numbers again because they're the first to report. They come out really fast with this stuff. They actually run their elections the way they're supposed to be run. One of the bellwether districts that I was looking at was Florida 13. That was Charlie Crist's old district, right? He when he was running for Congress last time around, he won that district by 6. Biden won that district by 4. That race is over. Anna Luna has now won that district. It's 96% reporting. She's won that district handily, going away. She's going to end up winning that district by about 8 over Eric Lynn, who is the Democrat who's about to take Charlie Crist's place in that seat. So again, it'll be, I think that the question of the night, as it's already materializing, is Republicans are showing up. They're showing up everywhere. Is candidate quality going to hamper them in the Senate? I think that's really all this election is going to come down to, because what I'm seeing from the House races right now are that Republicans are showing up in the kind of numbers they need to show up in. I mean, I'm looking right now at the Virginia 10th. The Virginia 10th is a district that should not be remotely close. This is a district that went for Joe Biden by 18 points, and the Democrat in that district, Jennifer Wexton, who is the incumbent, she won her last race in 2020 by 13 points. Right now, with about 40% of the vote in, that is a 4-point race. Okay, that is a 10-point swing, minimum. If you're talking about the Biden win by 18 points, then you're talking about a 14-point swing. So the Republicans are showing up in all these places. Democrats are not showing up in a lot of these places. The question is going to be in the Senate races, is there a lot of ticket splitting? And so in Georgia, are a lot of the Brian Kemp voters going to look at Herschel Walker and go, And the problem in Georgia, of course, is that it's not just that Herschel Walker has to beat Raphael Warnock. Somebody has to get above 50%, or we're going to be rerunning this thing in a runoff. And so it is quite plausible that you end up with a situation in the Senate if, say, Republicans underperform in, say, Pennsylvania or Arizona, where the entire Senate rests once again on a runoff in Georgia. And that's not going to be great for Republicans because, again, if it's Warnock versus Walker and Kemp is not on the ballot and Kemp is dragging the Republican forward, that's not a great-looking race for the Republicans.
One thing, though, about this thing about candidate quality, too, is if these candidates do win, let's not forget that the Democrats poured some money into their campaigns. They wanted the Trumpian, or what they considered extreme Republicans, to win. If those Republicans then win, that's another way that the Democrats are completely out of touch with what the people are thinking. And I think I actually believe that because of the press, because of the lying of the press. I understand that Herschel Walker has been a pretty bad candidate, but some of the guys they supported, I don't know, have turned out pretty well.
Well, speaking of completely out of touch, Bill Whittle's joining us.
Bill Whittle.
Thank you.
From BillWhittle.com.
Jay, how are you?
Bill Whittle?
Mike, Matt,
Still alive.
Ben.
What's going on, dude?
Hello, Klavan. How are you?
Bill, we're glad you're here.
Glad to be here.
You managed to achieve escape velocity from Los Angeles.
Yeah, everybody's asking me, how do you feel about living in LA? And I'd say, I don't want to stay and I don't want to leave.
Yeah, well, that really is the thing.
Except I wanted to leave.
Totally.
I wanted to leave. I want to go back, but you can't go back. It isn't there.
Not there.
It isn't there.
Wouldn't take but 12 guys with AR-15s to take some fires. You wouldn't even have to fire. You could just walk down the street. And
It'd be mostly peaceful, too.
They will preemptively surrender, and where their little
agree with
surrender
liberators.
badges.
That's what you're saying.
That's true, yeah.
Just
So
like
is Rick Caruso going to win that race?
I don't know.
So what use are you?
I don't know. It's great seeing you guys. So he seems like he's doing well. I thought, when there was a lot of stuff with the recall election where, elders got on the ballot late and a lot of stuff. But I thought, look, it takes a lot for me to be disappointed in Californians, but I was.
Yeah.
After all of the businesses that were closed to COVID and stuff, for him to win that recall election was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But, it's getting worse. You guys were talking, about this. I think personally that whatever red wave happens tonight, it started when they started messing with our kids,
Yeah.
That's, if you're really looking at the grassroots, the first sign of people who weren't political were people getting to the school board meetings and getting angry.
And then the Youngkin race, which was the expression of those school board meetings coming out and electing the Virginia governor.
That was what Ben said at the time. He said, what a brilliant political idea to alienate parents.
As a voter bloc. Nobody's ever done this before. Yeah. So what Democrats have achieved is, over the past several years, they've created an entirely new voter bloc in parents as a cohesive voter bloc that thinks of themselves as a voter bloc. They have broken Hispanics as a voter bloc, completely broken it. That was supposed to be the ethnic coalition. They're breaking black voters as a voter bloc right now. This is an amazing achievement. In fact, David Plouffe just went on national TV. He was Obama's campaign manager in 2008. He says the Obama coalition in Florida is broken. He says it's not coming back. This radically reshifts maps. I mean, what we're watching right now is a massive political realignment. And let's not make a mistake here. It's not because the Republicans are amazing at anything. It's because the Democrats are garbage at everything. You cannot name an area in which the Democrats have not screwed things up beyond all possible recognition, from crime to the economy to foreign policy. There's literally not a thing they have touched that has gone remotely well. And Joe Biden, I can't get over this. I don't think I'll ever get over this. Joe Biden was handed the most benevolent set of circumstances I have ever seen a president handed, ever. He was handed a vaccine that was supposed to end death for the elderly, right? He was handed a pandemic that, no matter how you slice it, if you're right or left, it was coming to an end, right? If you were pro-vaccine, it was coming to an end that way. If you were anti-vaccine, it was already over because it never started, right? Whatever it is, it was coming to an end. he was an artificially induced coma in the economy, which meant it was going to come roaring back just naturally. He was handed peace in the Middle East. He was handed an Afghanistan that was at least relatively stable because Trump had stabilized it. And he proceeded to turn all of that into a bag of garbage, plus 40-year highs in inflation. And on top of that, declare that it was a moral duty to trans the children. Like, it's the single greatest botched political job I have ever seen. I mean, it is not close. And you can tell again in the approval ratings. Donald Trump entered office and his approval rating was about 45%. And he left office, his approval rating was about 45%. And Biden entered office, his approval rating was north of 60. And his approval rating is now in the low 40s. Right? The delta there it tells the whole story.
Yeah, all the Democrats had to do was not push for sex change surgeries for kids and also simply say crime is bad and we want to keep you safe and we're going to prosecute criminals. That's all they had to say, and they couldn't do it. I mean, on crime in particular, this disconnect is the perfect encapsulation of their disconnect, because in the last week before the election, for a while they tried to say that, well, actually, crime is bad, but it's a Republican problem because it's a red state has all the crime. But then, of course, you look at it, it's like the blue cities in red states. And then they had this ridiculous Pew survey that purported to show that the crime wave is a hoax, or the violent crime wave is a hoax. And then you look at the report and you find out that, well, they came to this conclusion because they've made an exception for murder. So
there were headlines. It said, other than murder.
Right.
And I thought, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how'd you like the play?
Right, exactly. It's like the lone survivor of a plane crash. Other than that, how was the flight, and then also the FBI has changed the way that they count violent crimes so that something like 40% of the cities don't even register their data at all. And this is how they have decided the crime wave is a hoax.
I think you left one thing out, which is they also had to not just print money and destroy the economy. One of the great things that's happening tonight, in my opinion, is that the Democrats are actually having to pay a consequence for their economic theory. They've had this theory all throughout my lifetime that the real reason that they like to blame the rich, of course, but the real reason that everyone isn't wealthier is because we just haven't produced enough money. And that you can literally print money with impunity. There will never be a consequence. And they did. Throughout the COVID crisis, they printed more money than has ever been printed in all of human history. And they pushed it out. And it turns out that a little thing called reality exists. And that when you just print tons of money, you didn't actually add any value to the economy. And now, it's an incredibly cynical thing. And Donald Trump and the Republicans actually were in on this too, to their discredit. This idea that if we print money and give it to people, they'll vote for us. But that is a very cynical play, and it does not work for very long because the thing you're handing them stops having any value.
The only caveat I would put to this, you're absolutely right, but the only caveat I would put to this is we can print money the way nobody else can because our money is the standard of the world, and it continues to be.
Yeah, that's why the whole globe is in this inflationary period right now.
It's true, but we overdo it. The brake on printing money is inflation. That's how you know that you printed too much money, and they just kept doing it, and they did it again and again.
But they did it as a strategy, and they said it openly they were doing it as a strategy. In fact, Ezra Klein famously suggested in the middle of the inflationary spiral, he's like, but it was doing so well for the poor and the people at the bottom, and it was restructuring our economy. They wanted it. They wanted it. And that's the thing. They still want it. You have Joe Biden out there, and he's saying things like, I'm trying to bring down the price of energy. And then he literally goes out on the campaign trail 2 days before the election. He's like, I'm shutting down all the coal plants, and there will be no more drilling. And then you got Karine Jean-Pierre, the world's most untalented press secretary, out there trying to explain to everybody that his words were twisted. We watched them come out of his face. His face hole opened and the words came out. And shockingly, they were in the form of a coherent sentence. And that coherent sentence was very bad for him.
Don't forget, by the way, too, so energy is at the root of a lot of the economic problems and a lot of the inflation. And the energy problem has two aspects, both of which are Biden's fault. So, yes, there's the domestic part, which is he shuts down new oil and gas leases, he shuts down the pipelines, he just says no to American energy. But then there's the international part, where Vladimir Zelensky himself, don't take my word for it, said, if America lifts the sanctions off of Putin's pipeline, Putin is going to invade. Biden lifts the sanctions. There were bipartisan sanctions on Putin. Biden lifts the sanctions and then literally invites Putin to invade eastern Ukraine, says if it's a minor incursion, then we won't really do anything about it. And so what happens? Putin invades Ukraine, sends energy prices spiraling. Biden suggests that he's going to reignite the Iran deal. This ticks off Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia won't work with us on oil. And so you've got this entire international component too. And coupled with the dumb domestic policy, energy prices go through the roof. Joe Biden can't blame circumstances for that. That is his fault.
No, he blames the oil companies.
That's right.
Well, this does raise the question of just how fast the Democrats are going to throw Joe Biden under the bus. This was always going to happen, right? So they're already, going to happen, right? So they were already, like, even before the election, you were starting to see articles in the New York Times like, well, maybe old Joe's lost a step, you know? I mean, it comes as a shock to all of us.
We didn't see it coming.
No, it was a shocker of shocker.
And some of the things he says aren't entirely true.
So last time we were together was back in L.A. It was the 2020 election. And we're walking around afterwards just gobsmacked, just trying to figure out what's going on. And as far as like fraud goes, I feel like you get one sneak attack per war, you know? Nobody was watching the radar screens on December 7th, but on December 8th for the rest of time, and the same with airplanes and stuff. But when I was walking around after 2020, I was just trying to find something, you know, to just not cry over. And I realized, you know, the people I met, obviously, who were the most anti-socialist were the people who lived under socialism.
Yes.
And that's when I realized that the only way to cure people of socialism is to give it to them. That's it. That's the only way, because it will always, their policies are always predicated on being compared against the perfect ideal, right? Here's a problem with police brutality. If we get rid of the police, no police brutality. It's theoretical. When you actually bring these ideas into the world, then there's this impact. And the nice thing about what you were saying a second ago, Matt, is, you know, these guys are not going to be able to, they can't walk their ideology back. They're not going to say we went the wrong way. They're going to accelerate. It's like a Venturi. When this space gets tighter and tighter, it goes faster and faster. Their entire philosophy is predicated on magical thinking, and you cannot remove the magical thinking from progressivism. So if a person says, well, you know, I want to be a woman, and I am because I want to be, then the same thing you could say, well, and I think we should have a great economy, and there should be free healthcare, and there should be all this other stuff, peace in the Ukraine, and it's all magical thinking. But that's where they are, and the reason that they're getting so extreme is because that's a funnel, and as it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, they're going to go further and further and further out there. I guarantee you there are going to be people saying that if they get wiped out tonight, it was because they weren't progressive enough. I guarantee you.
I pray. Let them, please. Like,
Exactly.
It is what the journalist Richard Minader called the tuition that every generation has to pay to learn about socialism. You know, that you have to basically go to college and experience socialism, because it just, when you're 17, it just sounds like a good idea. You know, and then if you're like Bernie Sanders and you're a lot older than 17, something's gone terribly wrong with it.
You know why people believe it? It's because we still haven't learned the technique of not accepting the premise. Our friend Andrew Breitbart was great at that.
Yeah.
I saw DeSantis do it just a couple weeks ago, about 24 hours after Ian came ashore. I think it was CNN reporter said, Governor DeSantis, I'd like to talk to you about Florida's slow response to this crisis. And he couldn't get another word out. DeSantis, whoa. See, that's why nobody trusts you.
Yeah.
Right? And you just don't let him get it. You just don't let him get it on the table, because so many of our positions we lose because of the language before we even start arguing. For example, on the abortion issue, you hear the pro-choice people saying, it's my body, I can do what I want with it. I couldn't agree more. You have 100% agreement from me. I don't want somebody giving me a shot, nothing. Absolutely right, ma'am. 100%, you control your own body. You want to lop off fingernails or hair or other parts, not my business. But the baby is not your body. It's in your body, but it's not your body. Has a different DNA set. It has sometimes completely different blood type. It has all of these things. So when we find ourselves arguing against these people, we end up arguing against choice. And choice is, we like choices. Choices are great. And we don't want people to tell us what they can inject us with and stuff.
This is my biggest beef, though, with the Republicans, is that they will not take up the flag. I mean, even with the transgender stuff, they sort of do it, but they don't want to go near it. They think we always think we're going to lose. And that's because they're surrounded by the press, and the press keeps telling them how bad they are if they do this, and they believe them.
Yeah, it's Stockholm Syndrome. But I think this group of candidates, this election, is the most conservative as opposed to Republican candidates.
I agree with you.
By the way, you sang my song. You mentioned Florida a little bit earlier, so I do have a result from Florida. This is the 7th district, and this one's fun. So the Florida 7th district, for those who don't know, in 2020, went for Stephanie Murphy by a margin of 12 points over her Republican opponent. It just flipped to the Republicans. Wow. It's a D plus 12. It flipped to the Republicans by, wait for it, 15 points. Corey Mills just won. He's winning right now, 58 to 42. So that would be, if I'm getting my math right, a swing of 30 points, right? From a 12 plus D to an 18 plus R, which is just madness. I mean, 28-point swing in that district. Florida's blood red, man. It's blood red. And what we are watching right now in a bunch of districts, actually, is a massive Republican surge. I'm seeing some information coming out of Tarrant County. Tarrant County is not a Republican county in Texas. And Greg Abbott is up over Beto O'Rourke 51-48 in that county.
You know what's extra goodness about this is the fact that all these people who have been moving to Florida and moving to Tennessee, everybody's worried that they're going to bring their LA politics with them. It doesn't seem to be
No, it's
happening.
a big sword. It's a big sword. So this is what I've been saying for a long time. So everybody in these states who's already read is like, they're worried that we're all going to come and we're going to destroy their state. No, I brought, you know how many voters I personally have brought to Florida who have voted Republican? Just I'm talking about my family. Like just my immediate family. I've brought no less than 8 adult voters. Forget about the people who work for our company. Just my family. 8 people came to Florida in the last 2 years.
Plus, those kids will be voting soon enough.
The people moving from California to Texas are more Republican than native Texans.
That's great.
It amuses me because I don't allow it to piss me off. Otherwise, it would. Everyone from Texas. Of course, I grew up in Texas. Everyone from my hometown. They like to post memes on Facebook, and they're all these. Hey, Californians, don't bring your values with you. Blah, 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 blah. What they don't understand is Ted Cruz would have lost to Beto O'Rourke if only native-born Texans had voted. They're living in the fantasy that they didn't let their state go to illegal immigration 2 generations ago. They don't understand that native-born Texans today are first-generation Americans, but their parents crossed over illegally. That you have this huge move. You know, I mean, we were talking 4 years ago about Texas becoming purple. We were talking 4 years ago about Florida as a swing state, which it had historically been. We were talking about Ohio as a swing state, which less and less is true. The great sort is mentioning it. It's not that Democrats are moving out of California. It's that there are more registered Republicans
that's right.
in LA County than in any other county in the United States of America. More Republicans, LA County. Now, there are even more Democrats in LA County. But what's happening in all of these blue states is that the number of Republicans in LA County is shrinking. That's the people who are moving to Texas. It's people who are moving to Florida, moving to Ohio, moving to
This, by the way, has been my
Idaho.
evil plan. So I've had, I had so many Republicans when we moved our company.
That's right.
We had a lot of people come up to us. They were like, why don't you stay? Why don't you fight for the state of California? And I was like, well, bye. First of all, and I literally, as we flew over the Colorado River, headed east, I turned to my wife and I said, don't look back, you might turn to salt. But I said to all these people, what are you doing? Your vote does not count here. Why don't you move to a state where your vote will count? And you're seeing that happen in massive numbers right now, and it's real and it's spectacular, baby. It's like what's happening in a lot of these places is fun to watch, and the results continue to pour in. So far, nothing but good news for the Republicans. We'll have to see how these Senate races shake out. The polls aren't yet closed in some of these other places. The polls have just closed, I believe, in Pennsylvania, but it'll take us about a year to figure out who won.
Yeah, we're going to come back and talk about the polls that just closed and welcome Candace Owens more properly. But first, we're going to show off a little bit and play for you a little trailer of things that have been going on at the Daily Wire.
So Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filings. They collected $80 million. Where is that money?
It's not here. Everything looks worse than it was.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city? So my producer just sent me a link. It is just shocking to me because of how much money was raised to think that where he lived, the bills weren't being covered. Super frustrating, but that's a dead end, so. And here's where it gets really interesting. Ready for some BLM pride? Another $200K went to escorts, BDSM workers, strippers, peep show workers, phone sex operators, and webcam performers. And then at that moment, it became personal. And I thought, not only am I going to say the truth, I am going to scream the truth louder than you can scream the lies. It's incredible that the majority of the world hasn't seen this.
You might ask why I would be concerned with bringing the history of the Bible to a more popular audience. We inevitably and must see the world through the lens of a story. a story is a description of the implicit structure through which we view the world and prioritize our perceptions and determine how to act. Now, because you can act in a very large variety of ways, that plethora of possibility has to be limited and focused. It has to come to a point. It has to have a destination. It has to have a moral. It has to have an ethic. And what a story is a description of an ethic of attentional and action prioritization. Peace is dependent upon us being brought together under the rubric of a single centralizing narrative, much of which is reflected in the meta-narrative that the biblical library constitutes. So I hope you enjoy this tour through the history of the world's most significant book.
That's Dr. Jordan B. Peterson and Logos and Literacy, his walk through the Bible of the Museum in Washington, D.C. I've got to say, when they first pitched me the idea of this, I really resisted it. I thought, the Bible Museum is going to be real hokum content. I should never have doubted Jordan. It's a phenomenal piece of content, and the museum itself is an unbelievable institute. I'm genuinely floored by the work that they're doing and the look that people are going to get to see because of this. And of course, the first trailer was for The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, the terrific documentary from our very own Candace Owens, the host of Candace Owens, and here tonight to replace Clay Travis, who was the only man on the panel brave enough to wear red, to lead with confidence. Now, Candace, showing us all how it's done.
I just felt like I had to wear this. It was the only way to guarantee a red wave. I'm just showing up.
Fabulous. Tell us you've been watching. We've been here. You've been backstage. You're probably a little bit more up to date on what's happening out there than we are. How are you feeling about the night?
I feel great about the night. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you guys have already discussed it, so I don't want to be redundant, but the Maricopa thing is just like, what?
We actually have not talked about
how is it always Maricopa?
Well, it's really important, Candace, to remember for all Americans, do not take your right to vote for granted, because there are people who live in places like North Korea and Afghanistan and Maricopa County who don't have that right. So
That's right.
Cherish it.
So 20% of the voting machines are not able to tabulate the votes. 20% in the entire county. That's just, it's unbelievable. It doesn't even...
It took them by surprise. The election took them by surprise.
They just don't know what they're going to do about it, and they're working on the issues. And of course, people are already ahead saying, this is just the Republicans trying to pretend that there's some cheating. Why don't you give us an understanding, a good explanation for why 20% of machines throughout an entire county in the free and fair elections that we have in America are not working, and they've had years to work on these issues, knowing that that was the place where all of the election lawsuits took place when Trump said that there was, trouble during the 2020 election. You would think that they would resolve the issues.
Why are we so invested now in these electronic voting machines in the first place?
The terror. Britain doesn't use them, and they have a much better system.
Yeah.
I think you've got the answer, right? Some people keep asking. They say, well, we know that paper ballots work, and we know that there are no questions, and you get the answer on election night. So why do we keep using these voting machines where it drags out for days and weeks? And I got my answer. Okay, never mind.
So forgive me because I haven't actually followed what the actual machines in Arizona are. So is it like you punch a screen, or is it like you take a ballot, you fill out the ballot, and then you feed it? You feed that in Florida too. I voted early, 3 weeks ago. It was exactly that machine. They got the results same night. It's just incompetence. Yeah. It's just incompetence. It's not about how the machines are stupid or something. It's incompetence. The people who are there don't know what the hell they're doing.
I thought it was funny.
The
White House spokeswoman said today or yesterday, when she was preparing everyone for the fact that it's going to take weeks to count the ballots, she said, "Well, this is how it should work in modern elections." And I'm like, in modern time, in 2022, it should take longer to count the ballots than it took in 1802.
Could we go back to some medieval elections, please?
Right,
to be a little more efficient.
By the way, a quick update on the Virginia 7th. That is the Abigail Spanberger race. She's currently losing by 10 points in that race. Wow. That's the Virginia 7th. So that's a bellwether race. And the Virginia 2nd district, it looks like Elaine Lurie is going to go down to defeat in that district as well. It's going to be a good night.
Yeah.
That is. And, also, on this point, you raise it, Candace, of how everyone's talking about voter fraud, whether it's going to be, if the Republicans have a great night, then the Democrats are going to say that we rigged the election, and if the Democrats pull out some crucial races, then we're going to say that they rigged the election. And that's just a fact that everyone is an election denier, and it's for two reasons. The Democrats say that it's illegitimate when the Republicans win because the Democrats don't consider us legitimate participants in our democracy, and Biden says that we're terrorists and fascists, and our very existence poses a threat to the country. And then we don't believe it when they win close elections because they rig the elections and brag about it.
Well, the distinction, though, is that Democrats don't talk about voter fraud. For them, it's voter suppression. They're already talking, and the thing about voter suppression, it's a much more unfalsifiable theory.
Yes.
Because you can always just say, well, more people would have turned out if you hadn't suppressed the vote.
Even with very high voter participation.
Stacey Abrams said, that you can have a high voter participation and voter suppression at the same time.
They're already letting
their people are in that state.
It's one of the reasons why their whole war on democracy nonsense is just not being paid attention to, because the same Democrats who are out to say, oh, you denied an election, oh, you're saying voter fraud. We all know. I mean, they already started. Jason Johnson on MSNBC was already going nuts like 3 hours ago because he knew which way this night is going to go. He was already going absolutely ape-bleep over the notion that there was voter suppression in Georgia. There's no voter suppression in Georgia. There were simultaneous articles that were coming out saying the wait time at Georgia polling places is 3 minutes. Three.
Yeah.
It sounds like just like Iraq 2005 with the purple fingers in the air.
Well,
wow.
we should also
Raining
underscore
suicide
what they
bombers over there.
consider to be voter suppression, because it's actually humorous and it's good to laugh at. It's like Black Americans don't know how to get ID.
Yep.
That's the thing. And we really should talk about how difficult it is.
The latest one, they say that voters are being starved and not given water because you're not, you can't get, and I kid you not, I'm walking to the polls today with sweet little Elisa, and she turns to me totally deadpan. She goes, Mac, I'm just so hungry. Where's my steak? Where's my caviar?
If you can't bribe them outside of the polling place, it's voter fraud. That's the actual Democrat position. If you cannot, well, how are they supposed to stand there without free cigarettes?
By the way,
stand in line and not get free cigarettes.
As long as we're talking about the soft bigotry of low expectations, can we talk about what a racist Joe Biden is for a second? So Joe Biden was asked the other day, he's like, what did you do for black voters? He's like, well, I did get rid of marijuana convictions. Dude, like, what? Like, that's your first, and then he went to a historically black college and university, and he's like, you guys can be just as smart. He literally said this. And he's like, what? Huh?
You guys can be just
as smart as he's like, as everybody else can be just as smart. What? How does he get? I mean, like, granted, he's senile, but like,
he's also he's also a terrible person. He's always been a terrible person. He's been dishonest. He's been venal. I'm sure he's taking 10% of everything Hunter's making, and he lies and lies and lies. And to talk about throwing him under the bus, the New York Times actually checked him the other day and said, everything he says is actually untrue. Like almost everything. They actually debunked almost everything. And the Washington Post now has the infinite Pinocchios for him, So they're done with they're done with Joe.
The floodgates have opened, right? I mean, George Will, you saw how he went after with like a claw hammer.
It was a brutal
Biden.
piece.
It was one of the most brutal pieces I've ever seen, especially for a guy who voted for Biden, right? He went after Biden, and then he went after Kamala, too. Kamala's just standing there, and he's just like, well, Mathis, I'm just going to take you out because you're terrible. And all he does for the Kamala Harris stuff is he just quotes her. He just literally quotes her. It's amazing.
And the thing about Biden, it was just a couple days ago, Biden, he lashed out at some people that were holding signs outside of his speech and called them idiots. And that's the kind of thing that Trump never did. I mean, Trump will go after the media, go after his political opponents, and he's ruthless. But he never actually attacked just normal people. Yeah.
Right.
And this is something that Biden does all the time. He goes after just regular people.
Fat.
Right. Calls them fat.
But those are the people they hate. They hate the regular people.
Right, because the truth is that the people that Trump hates tend to be elites that he hangs out with, but he actually kind of hates them and scorns them. He actually kind of likes like the welders and the firefighters. And the people that Biden actually likes are all the people he pretends to hate, which are like the rich people in those rooms. But he hates the common man. He scorns the common man. Those people are dullards and idiots. Those are the people that you use as the rubes and the suckers so that you can get ahead. By the way, exit poll from my favorite state, Florida. Ron DeSantis won Latino voters by 13 points.
Wow.
By 30 Latinos. I don't know how he did among Latinxes.
He won them by
13
13
points,
Yeah,
56 to
which always
43. He
makes
won Latinos outright,
smokes.
56 to 33.
Now, it is true. It is true that in
points right now.
it is true that in Florida, a lot of the Latino vote is made up by Cubans.
Yeah.
No, but there's a heavy Venezuelan population
and a
heavy Brazilian population.
We don't know what
district
socialism
went
is.
Yeah, that's right.
So that you can't.
By the way, South Texas is about to see a red wave also, and South Texas is not Cuban. So the Hispanic vote is not only is it not a reliably Democratic vote, this is the thing. This comes back to what you do, Matt. The fact is, and also what you do, Candace, I think two things people have missed about the Hispanic vote. One, they don't like trans and kids, as it turns out. Latinos are socially very, very, very conservative, very conservative. And two, the Democratic Party, in embracing Black Lives Matter and basically suggesting that all people of color are exactly the same, and therefore you could group into one group, the people of color, and the Hispanics would also be in favor of defund. But black people weren't in favor of defund the police. Only Democrats were in favor of defund the police. So they treat blacks as a voter bloc, and then they treat blacks and Hispanics as a voter bloc, and then they treat blacks, Hispanics, and Asians as a voter bloc, while simultaneously saying that Asians should not be able to get into college. It's like I can't imagine why you guys are losing. Maybe it's because you just keep creating these labels that no one actually By the way, Hispanics don't even categorize themselves that way. If you ask a Hispanic person where they are from, they will say, what country? Right?
That's right.
It's nobody says I'm Hispanic. They say I'm from Cuba.
I mean, even
Venezuela,
that
Puerto Rico.
categorization didn't really exist until the 1970s. It was sort of a Ford Foundation creation, you know.
I wonder if now Joe Biden will run for re-election on Build the Wall. I think.
Yeah. That's what
keep those people out of the country.
What is the push? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Like, what is their push for open borders? Because it's showing you that the country, Latino voters are going right. So what is their push? Like, what are they trying to do? I think what they're going to try to do eventually is to welfareize people over the border. They're not going to have any IDs. They're not going to have anything, and they'll say, "Oh, we're just going to make you a citizen overnight if you vote for us," and then that will be the big push. Like they'll vote illegally, and then they'll promise them a bunch of things and kind of turn them into Black America, circa 1960s. You know what I mean?
Hilarious.
That's the only thing I think. Offer them welfare handouts because they don't really have anything.
By the way, remember that time that Ron DeSantis was going to lose election because he sent some Hispanic illegal immigrants up to Martha's Vineyard? Remember that time? And now he's winning by 16 points. By the way, Sean Trendy has an update on Georgia. So he says that right now Walker is running about 4 points behind Kemp. If that holds consistently, then Kemp has to get more than 54% of the raw vote in order for Walker to surpass the 50% that's necessary. That could happen.
Which is possible.
That's possible, but that's close. That's a close thing. And again, candidate equality matters.
Yeah, I think that part of what we're seeing is that the Democrats, starting in the 60s, ran a very cynical play to categorize people in the country, divide them off from one another, and then try to build a coalition out of the pieces. The sort of let's call it non-majoritarian pieces. So divide you by race, divide you by gender, divide you by income bracket, take everything that's not majority and build a majority out of that. But it turns out people don't like being categorized and people don't like being treated like chess pieces.
They don't like racism, you mean?
And during one of Donald Trump's positive effects on the electorate is that he essentially reached over and just took some of those categories that they had consolidated for themselves, and he offered them an alternative. And now these blocks that the left created are no longer their blocks anymore. And I think what you'll see is that more and more the Democrats are just going to be the party of college-educated white elites.
Yes.
They're already there. They're there.
I also think that when you think about how Democrats think about Hispanics or how they think about Black Americans or Jews, for that matter, whenever they think of these groups, they think of like a single person that they know who is Black or is Hispanic, and then they think, well, all of them must be like that. Yeah. So they know a Hispanic person. Like that Hispanic person, they love illegal immigration. And so if we run on illegal immigration, we'll totally win all the Hispanics. And it turns out that by polling data, Hispanics don't love illegal immigration. They actually don't like it very much at all, which is why the big surprise of 2016 is that Donald Trump runs a campaign where he's like, that Mexican judge is terrible. And then he wins exactly the same percentages that Mitt Romney won in 2012, running not that way. And the same thing is true with Black Americans. The Democrats, they're like, my Black friend also hates the police. And my Black friend, who I went to Wellesley with, thinks that we should defund the police. And meanwhile, they're like, people in Baltimore are like, what the?
We need some police around here.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Where are the police?
This is not the way that you do this stuff. But again, I'll go back to a point that I made earlier. The Twitterization of our politics has hurt Democrats so much worse than it's hurt Republicans because they've created this bubble for themselves. The media, their Praetorian Guard, have protected them to such an extent. They have no immune system. Democrats have no immune system at this point. It's basically like the rich kids who would get polio really easily back in the 1920s because they'd never been exposed to mud. And then all the poor kids wouldn't get polio because they'd be out like playing and they'd have an immune system that had actually developed.
But they also don't understand how porous the internet is because toward the end, for the beginning of the internet age, when TV was basically dominant, they really had sealed off the information system. They really were living in that bubble. But the internet is pretty hard to seal off. It's everywhere.
Actually,
the thing about the internet too is that if you're using it, you need to have a VPN.
Whoa, man.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That was like an hour you passed.
I just ruined it by celebrating, but it's okay. Have you noticed all these big tech companies masquerading as privacy companies? Every now and again, Google, Apple, or Facebook will release a security feature in an attempt to convince you that they're not actually collecting and selling off your data. This is just not true. Free big tech platforms make their money by selling your information to advertisers. They know when you're online, what kind of content you're engaging with, and even the transactions you're making. To protect myself against big tech's prying eyes, I use VPN. When you use the ExpressVPN app on your computer or phone, you're hiding your unique IP address. That means that websites can't find your real location or track what you do online. In addition, ExpressVPN encrypts and reroutes 100% of your online activity, which means hackers can't see it. What I love about ExpressVPN is how easy it is to use. All I have to do is tap one button to protect all my devices. One ExpressVPN subscription covers up to 5 devices at the same time, so you can protect your entire family too. Don't just take my word for it. ExpressVPN is rated #1 by CNET, Wired, TechRadar, and countless others. Get the VPN that I trust to protect my online privacy when big bad tech is at the door. Visit expressvpn.com/election and find out how you could get 3 months free on a 1-year package. That's expressvpn.com/election, expressvpn.com/election to learn more.
I wanted to say something about the Twitter thing, which is really interesting, and maybe, Matt, you noticed this as well, because one of the things that boggled my mind before Elon got there and kind of made everybody run and spread some light was that the trends on Twitter never made sense. Like, what were the possibility? What was the chances that Trans Visibility Day was trending 3 times a week? Right? And I would go, these trends make no sense. It's so clear that they're manufacturing trends aren't actually
72
trends.
likes.
Yes, right. But then now, all of a sudden, you look, and I'm looking at the trends today, and it's all like red tsunami, like,
Maricopa County.
Yes, it's all suddenly very conservative trends all of the time. So I thought that was really fascinating, and it's very clear that they were manufacturing those trends.
It's never been lost on me that the three of the people at this table, Matt, Ben, and Candace, would literally trend 3 times a week.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't matter what you guys did.
And they had a methodology.
But always negatively.
Always.
One account, he like tweets one 10-second video of us, and then suddenly it's trending.
Well, what would happen? The pattern I noticed, and it was actually kind of fun because you could see it, is that
Jason
you'd have
Campbell.
a good day, right? You'd have like a good day, a good story would come out, and it would get a lot of coverage, and then you wouldn't trend. And then the next day, there'd be like a tiny story with no coverage.
Right.
And then they would trend that. That would be the thing that they trended. They would like glom onto the old trend in order to create the new trend. Actually, I'm kind of curious, how many followers have you randomly picked up since Elon took over Twitter?
Oh my gosh, so many.
I'm up 85,000.
200,000?
Or yeah.
Yeah, when What Is a Woman came out, we were climbing. What Is a Woman was trending. It was climbing into the top 5, and then just magically it disappeared and never returned to the top trends ever.
Well, they also killed trends.
Right.
Yeah,
it was there, and then the next second it was gone, and no matter what happened, it never went back again.
Just like your gender.
I was going to ask, have any of you trended for a good reason before? I guess you did make a trend at least out of What Is a Woman in that first.
Right, until they got rid of it. They said you can't trend for that. That's good.
Never, not once. And I used to play this game because I knew they were manufacturing trends, is that when they would force me to trend over something really stupid, I would pretend I didn't understand what I was trending over, and I would be like, thank you so much. I'm so glad to see that I'm trending over my new documentary. And they instantly would kill the trend. Thank you so much. My documentary is trending.
Fun and quick update from VA10. So VA10 is that district I mentioned earlier that is a D+18 district. Currently, Hung Kao, who is, as the name might suggest, not a white man, he is currently up slightly on Jennifer Wexton, the Democrat incumbent. That is a D+18 district. There's a reason why. People were wondering, why is Jill Biden and Joe? They actually went and campaigned there like in the last 2 days. Like, why are they campaigning in a D+18 district? That doesn't make any sense. Wow. That's the reason they were campaigning in a D+18 district.
Well, let's get an update on what's going on in some of these races by going to our election wire team. We've got John Bickley and Cabot Phillips here to let us know. They're following this a lot more closely than we can because they're not, eating popcorn and gab festing and talking about how great it is that we trend on Twitter all the time. These guys will never trend on Twitter. That is an absolute
They're
fact.
working for a living.
Yeah, they're working for a living. And they're here to let us know what's going on.
Here's an update from the state of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is officially the next governor of Arkansas. That race has been called. Not a huge surprise, but definitely a big name for Republicans. Going out to Georgia, the latest polling results were about 36% in. Raphael Warnock is at 53, Herschel Walker 45.4, Abrams 49.7, Kemp 49.7. Now these numbers are a bit deceiving. The reason we're seeing it skewed for Democrats right now, Fulton County, which includes Atlanta and is by far the most populous county in the state, is at 62% reporting right now. So most of those numbers are coming from there. We're also seeing a good number of votes come in from Gwinnett, DeKalb, Cobb, all those counties surrounding Atlanta. So definitely expect it to get tighter in Georgia. The big number we're tracking right now is how close to Governor Kemp Herschel Walker can stay. Right now, he's down by about 4.3 points. So if you expect Kemp to get around 55 points, Walker, you would expect also to get above 50% based on the trends that we've seen so far. So keep an eye on that. As long as Walker's within 4 to 5 points, it should bode well for Republican chances there in the Senate. Just a little bit of a look back at Florida. Obviously, the race has already been called for DeSantis. He's about 57% right now. For context, in 2018, Ron DeSantis won the governor's race by 30,000 votes. He is up 1.1 million votes right now. 30,000 to 1.1 million. Charlie Crist, also the first candidate to lose statewide race at all three parties, Independent, Republican, and Democrat now. Just a notable award there. And finally, there have been 4 House pickups so far that have been called. All 4 have been among Republicans, and all 4 have been in the state of Florida. So Florida is, as you guys said earlier, it's looking more and more like a red state, solid pickups there. But we'll keep an eye on Georgia right now. Pennsylvania results also starting to come in. We'll have an update a little later from there.
Thank you, Cabot. And do we have any word yet on who will be the next pope?
Well, Stacey Abrams.
Stacey Abrams has declared.
Oh, she was the last pope.
She's named the pope.
You mean the current pope? Stacey Abrams.
we have not mentioned the moon. Have we mentioned the moon is literally red?
Turning blood right now.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
A blood moon.
Actually,
We got a blood moon today.
There's actually a red moon on the red.
Are we the baddies?
Did you see the CBS News clip that was going around a little bit earlier today where CBS News went around Florida looking for a Charlie Crist supporter?
Oh,
and they
it's
literally could
glorious.
not find a Charlie Crist supporter. It's super funny. They're like walking around, the reporter's like, do any of you support Charlie? They're like, who? Like, Charlie, what?
Yeah, they said we could only find him at Charlie Crist rallies. At least
Charlie Crist has run out of parties. They like he literally has run every party on the ballot. There are no more parties for Charlie Crist to he tweeted earlier today. Today is the day we vote Ron DeSantis out. This one goes alongside the congratulations to
the future
happy birthday
president.
to this future president. Amazingly bad tweets.
They are. I do love the Democrats because they won't quit on a candidate just because they've got a few losses to their name. Like Beto is a genuinely terrible candidate.
Yeah.
There is not a human being on earth who isn't like a 28-year-old disgruntled housewife who thinks that Beto O'Rourke could be elected to any office.
And he's never been anything. He was a backbench congressman, then he lost a bunch of races, and he's not even a great skateboarder.
Yeah, how many times did you try out for the team before you realize you just don't have it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it is how much money they waste
I'm just
I will
guessing.
say, because the Democrats have a habit of making stars out of complete incompetence.
Yeah.
They then dump endless sums of money into these races. I mean, you know how much money they put behind Stacey Abrams?
Well, that's why
it's like
they do it. But that's why they
$120
keep running, because that's actually a way to sustain your lifestyle. We just keep running.
She's the much more egregious than Beto, I think, because at least Beto has something of a personality, I suppose. But Stacey Abrams is just nothing. She has nothing at all. She doesn't even have charisma, and they keep trying to insist. They demand that we believe that she is some sort of political sensation.
It's the other side of the fact that Republicans or conservatives don't pay enough attention to storytelling because they believe the facts will carry us through. But the other side is they don't pay attention to the facts at all. They believe the story is all that matters. We haven't got the messaging. We're not telling our story. Your story stinks.
I have a question. Can you feel democracy dying right now? I can feel it. It's in the air.
MSNBC.
I tried to kill it at the polls.
Democracy is dying. This will be the last. I mean, the good news is we won't have to do this again, right? I mean, this will be the last election. I've been reliably informed there will be no more elections after
What's
this.
really interesting to me about this is that the emergency never ends. So that like when global cooling becomes global warming, there's absolutely no break in people saying, well, maybe global nothing, maybe we're fine.
Right.
You know? And when democracy doesn't die, if Republicans win and democracy doesn't die, there will be no change in the state of emergency.
Well, this I think is especially pronounced in this race. We're talking about this absolute vacuity, this vapidity in the Democrat candidates, and the same cannot be.
I don't even know what vacuity or vapidity.
Yeah, they sound really nice, and they're alliterative. So you're not seeing that with the Republicans this year. The Republicans have a clear message. Some people aren't going to like the clear message, but you look at a candidate like J.D. Vance in Ohio, he's not just giving you the same tired old, well, you know, I'm going to cut your taxes kind of stuff. He's saying we need to have a pro-family policy. He's like talking about Viktor Orban on the campaign trail. He's got a vision.
This is what I mean. This is a new Republican Party coming in. It's not the same old guys. And I think it's better. And I think that the old Republican Party should give way and let them start to come in.
Totally.
And what's interesting,
come on.
Okay, this is
what?
I'm gonna nail you now.
Okay, you're gonna nail me. That's when I'm usually more right.
So you tell me what unifies the Dr. Oz campaign and
the doctor,
or what unifies
Donald Trump.
campaigns of Ted Budd in North Carolina and J.D. Vance. Those are both competitive races, and Ted Budd's going to win. The answer is that this entire campaign, like all midterm campaigns, is Donald Sutherland at the end of Body Snatchers, pointing at the Democrats and going like, "That's all that's happening right here." And you can peg on that there's a full. Well, fine. Let's see how Blake Masters does in Arizona before we triumph.
No. I said if. But the thing is, what Knowles
I like
says,
Blake, by the way. I want Blake to win.
No,
my point is
what
that
Knowles
if you're
says
saying
is
that the nationalist conservative agenda has now been completely justified by
no,
J.D. Vance
no,
winning
I'm not.
a
No,
blood-red
come on,
state
come
like
on.
Ohio.
That's not it. What Knowles said is I think half true. Is it's not Trump. It's what Trump represents.
Yes.
That is the voice of the people. It is the voice of the people. They do want. They want some government spending, as Henry Olsen said years and years ago. Republicans are going to have to accept that there's such a thing as a welfare state and stop talking about something that's not coming back. But they do not want this radical, crazed agenda that has been put forward, and the Republicans have not been strong enough. I mean, this is the thing. You know, John McCain, Jeb Bush, who they thought was going to be their candidate of all people, Mitt Romney. These guys have got to go. These guys do not represent anybody but a party in the middle of Washington. They don't represent the people.
And the reason I mention JD and Blake too, I really hope Blake pulls it out, but that's going to be a tougher race. But the reason I mention this, and I say maybe you like the vision, maybe you don't like the vision, but when you look at the Democrats, what is the Democrats' position on crime? Let all the criminals out of jail, and also we're going to be really tough on crime. What's their position on immigration? Open up the borders. We're going to be really tough on the borders. What's their position on foreign policy? What's their position on anything? They have no position. They are actually represented by Joe Biden wandering around aimlessly on stage. They have no governing agenda.
And I was going to say they were just releasing, I mean, essentially they were going to run on abortion, right? And they were just releasing scary movie trailers, which were actually funny. Like that they were, I was like, this must be an SNL skit, but it was really them being like, this is what's going to happen if you allow Republicans to win. And it turned out that
in the closet, like, oh, that's cute. I like that.
It was totally weird. I was like, is this actually, this is going to be their big pitch? And it turned out, which is really interesting, and I said this when people were, talking about the Supreme Court and Roe v. Wade, I said, this is going to be inconsequential. This is going to be inconsequential because what is going to matter is people, the prices at the grocery store, what's happening at the gas pump, the pain. This is going to not even be secondary or tertiary. It's not even going to be a thought when they show up, and that's exactly what we're seeing tonight.
I think that the reality is we're not very good at articulating a vision. There's a lot of conflict of vision going on right now in the Republican Party. I agree that all that is true, but I think the impact of it is somewhat marginal. I think for the most part, people vote against. And there are a few moments in history where that isn't true. But I would actually say that the ascension of Obama in 2008 was an aspirational.
Yeah, no one was voting against John McCain.
That was an aspirational moment.
That's in the primaries.
But for the most part, Americans vote against. And this is why I think it was a huge mistake for Donald Trump to make himself central to his own reelection efforts in 2008. He by sort of constitutionally, he puts his name in big gold letters on the side of things. The 2008 election would have been a good time for him not to have put his name in big gold letters on the side of things, because it should have been a referendum on what the Democrats had just did around COVID around the country, what they had just did around BLM with the riots around the country. President Trump, though, he couldn't let it not be about himself. This election is not about Donald Trump, and it's not really about the Republicans at all. It's about the very real consequences of Democratic policies on very real human beings for the last 24 and really, we have to say 36 months.
I agree with that. All I'm pointing out is that the people who are coming in are a new generation with actually new vision, and that's going to continue. That's not going to stop.
I agree with that.
I mean, I agree that people are voting against the Democrats. They would have to be.
I mentioned earlier those exit polls. The shift in Florida 2020 to 2022 in Latino exit polls, that's a 20-point shift. That is a full 20-point shift.
And if the black vote shifts to 20%, the Democrats, I don't know where the Democrats...
15%.
The other thing about the Hispanic vote, too, is that that in the Hispanic community, if we could even call it that, as we talked about, it's kind of a made-up label, but they also have multi-generational households. These are very family-oriented people. And so when you have the Democrats making this explicit run against the family itself and against the family unit, I mean, the Black Lives Matter for a while on their website had the destruction of the, whatever the phrasing was.
The nuclear family.
Right, they want to take down the nuclear family. They're explicitly saying that. Mm-hmm. Well, you're not going to appeal to Hispanics with or any culture that values the family still. You're not going to appeal to them with a message like that.
Which, by the way, just shout out to Anna Paulina in Florida, a friend of ours. She won, which is super exciting. She worked really hard for years. Lost in the past, and now she's won, and just congrats to Anna Paulina. She's a wonderful person.
Republicans picked up 3 seats in Florida so far.
That's amazing.
Wow. That's great.
I want to get a little reaction from social media because, well, we make a lot of our living on social media, and it's a very, very silly place. And so we have Daily Wire's crack social media team monitoring the situation, and they're going to come to us now and give us a little insight.
Hey guys, this is your social media team here. I'm Gracie.
And I'm Reagan.
And we have been monitoring Twitter literally since the sun came up.
The entire day.
It's been what was expected, a dumpster fire.
Of course, as per usual.
It's almost like to the level of when Elon took over Twitter and the liberals were losing it, saying like, what's happening to Twitter?
They keep freaking out. And we expected that online, obviously, which is kind of why we're here, to kind of give you guys a little bit of insight. And we think it's kind of ironic that they're hating on democracy, right? That's the biggest thing. There's a threat to democracy. That's
so
what they keep
dramatic.
warning. Yes, so dramatic. That is to be expected. One of the things they said is this: people of America, if there was ever a time to vote blue, now is it. Dramatic. Prove the polls wrong.
Yes.
Prove the media wrong.
Yeah.
Prove Putin wrong. What's Putin?
I love how they call us the extremists, but the language that they use is like so extreme.
Yes, it's wild. And they just keep pulling things out of thin air. Prove Elon Musk wrong. Reject fascism. Reject greed.
Extremism,
yes, to the degree. And vote blue to save America. So we just keep seeing that trend. Vote blue to save America, vote blue to save democracy. And it's kind of getting old, right?
It's kind of getting old, and it's literally everyone. But something I love about Twitter, there are some positives, some silver linings.
Of course.
Is that there have been some good tweets, some good memes that have come out of this.
People being funny, of course, as per usual. And so one of the things that we like is to try to find some based takes, right? Because a lot of times there's not a lot of logic that's happening on Twitter. And so when we can find a little glimpse of logic, we love it, right?
Hopefully we'll see more of that coming up.
In theory. Yeah. So here's someone that this actually makes sense. The same ones threatening you about the death of democracy are the same people who had no problem with the NSA mass surveillance. Accurate. Engaged in mass censorship. Locked people down.
Seems extreme.
Yes, exactly. Fired people for not getting the vax. And kept kids out of school for nearly 2 years.
2 years.
So this guy is spot on, right? We're finally seeing a little bit of base takes, but again, it's hard to find here on Twitter, as most of y'all know watching this. Also, we wanted to give a little bit of, one other kind of leftist that I thought was funny. All right, can I share him? Okay. He said, it's election day, y'all. Who's ready to save democracy by voting blue down the ballot? And what I think about funny is with him is his bio has, the American flag, which I was kind of impressed. Surprised.
Okay, good start.
Good start. But then, of course, it says supports Ukraine because all of these leftists seem to have the Ukrainian flag in their bio.
Kind of reminds me of Jen Rubin, who her username for a while was like Jennifer Pro Democracy Rubin or something.
Exactly.
It's got to be in your bio. And something that's also just interesting with woke entertainment. Rob Reiner said, "Don't let democracy die. Vote blue."
Yes, exactly. It's a lot of vote blue, vote blue.
It's everywhere.
The irony, though, is they keep talking about democracy, but the weird thing is they're all out voting. So they are participating safely, effectively. So it's very ironic. Again, that's the theme we keep seeing with what they're saying versus what's actually happening out there in the world right now.
Kind of reminds me of last week when all the leftists were absolutely freaking out about Twitter being like, the worst thing ever, but they're complaining about free speech on Twitter.
Yes, the irony is not lost on us. I assume you guys as well. Now, obviously, we wanted to share a few other ones that we just thought was funny. Ben, of course, because Ben is obviously having the most based takes on Twitter. Keep it up. We're expecting a lot. We keep reading your tweets.
And we will admit that this is a homer take.
Yes, we're cheating a little bit, but we just wanted to read Ben's. He said, "Just remember, if you don't vote today, the clown from It will haunt your dreams." So he's keeping the drama alive because if the left's going to be this dramatic, the right better pull out some drama as well.
Seriously. Keep it up, Ben. All right, guys, back to you.
I'll be completely honest and say if Ben had tweeted that exact same tweet last election, it would have gotten labeled with a warning. I don't think
100%.
I don't think I'm.
No, that's exactly
100%.
Yes, you are right. Sadly,
couldn't agree more.
Thank you to Gracie and Reagan. You guys keep us posted on what goes on throughout the rest of the night. We'll be checking back in.
We're about to win a seat in Rhode Island.
Come on,
Rhode Island, which hasn't happened since I believe the Earth began turning. The Rhode Island 2nd Congressional District. Alan Fung, who is a Republican mayor over there, is about to defeat, it looks like, an incoming state general treasurer, the Democrat nominee, a Democrat retired in this seat. Republican is leading in that seat, which is not a sane result. That is a crazy result. Meanwhile, the New York Times is now tweeting out, I kid you not, 5 ways to soothe election stress.
What?
What?
Election deniers?
There's so much election stress. So here are the 5 ways they recommend to soothe election stress. We should all try these. Try 5-finger breathing. trace the outside of your hand with your pointer finger.
Wait, slow
when
down.
You trace, when you trace up, breathe in. When you trace down, breathe out, guys. I think
that feels great.
Keep going.
I feel so much better now.
Cool down. I don't think we can do this one. We have plunge your face into a bowl with ice water for 15 to 30 seconds.
Give me a minute. Yeah.
Move, even walk around the block and offer some relief for an uneasy mind. This one, breathe like a baby. I'm not kidding. This is what it says. It says breathe like a baby. Focus on expanding your belly as you breathe, which can send more oxygen to your brain.
I thought it was like have a doctor swat you on the ass.
How does whiskey not
Did
make
they publish
the
this
list?
right now, or did this this can't be like recently published?
This is within the last hour and a half.
I can't believe
But
that.
you know what you do if,
I just
if you're
cannot
winning the
believe
election,
that.
then the way to
Like a baby,
soothe
yes.
yourself is to do a stogie breathing and plunge your face into a glass of whiskey.
That works for me.
Even better.
No matter what's
last
happening.
hour, that is so. I don't know what to say about the state of journalism.
By the way, you know what goes really great with stogies and whiskey, in my experience? Some delicious red meat from Good Ranchers, baby. The stakes are high tonight. We don't know for sure.
Hold on. Are you gonna make a steak pun?
Wait.
Do it.
Go.
The stakes are high. A delicious medium rare.
Do you get it, guys? The stakes. Do you get it? They're very high. We don't know for sure that there's going to be a red political wave, but we do know that the red meat wave is. That's right, baby. Good
This
Ranchers.
is the best commercial ever.
Good Ranchers is kicking foreign meat out of American homes and replacing it with America's best meat and seafood. If you have not already, now is the time to join the red meat wave, because Good Ranchers' early Black Friday special is going on now. Right now, you can get 2 Black Angus New York strip steaks free with your order at goodranchers.com/election. These are 2 12-ounce steakhouse quality cuts, a $70 value for free. Good Ranchers just has the best stuff. I absolutely love it. You don't want to miss this offer. Let me tell you why Black Angus tastes better and is more tender than any other beef. Black Angus meat is marbled in such a way that the fat is distributed thinly and evenly. This marbling gives it a consistent flavor that you don't get with other meats. Plus, the Black Angus from Good Ranchers is hand cut and trimmed by expert butchers. I'm salivating just reading this. So you know that every piece is going to be exquisite. Join the red meat wave and treat yourself. You know, these guys did a thing when we did a promo one time, and it was called a meet and greet. Good Ranchers has the very best puns and the very best meat. So head on over right now, this holiday season. Go to goodranchers.com/election. Use code election at checkout for this special early Black Friday offer. Goodranchers.com/election for 2 Black Angus New York strip steaks free with your order. Good Ranchers, American meat delivered.
So our friend Jordan Peterson only eats steak.
Yes.
So it's not a joke. For breakfast, he will eat 30 ounces of ribeye.
Holy Moses.
If you go to Amarillo, Texas, and eat the famous steak, where they'll give it to you for free if you can finish, it's 72 ounces. That's a average Tuesday. That's just a Tuesday for Dr. Jordan Peterson. He eats so much steak. I want to get through the holidays before I try it, but I'm really tempted. You know, once you get past all the delicious treats that come around Christmas, and I think Good Ranchers needs to sponsor the Jeremy Goes on the Carnivore Diet.
Oh yeah.
They make great steaks.
Mm-hmm.
I have. Well, no online following, but you know, I sit near people with a huge online following.
Yeah.
I feel like it should just be Good Ranchers nonstop.
They'll lose about $1 million in meat, but
that's right.
We'll have a good time.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I just want to mention on that Rhode Island 2nd Congressional District, that district went by, for the Democrat, by 17 points last time.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, so
You're
these
looking
are-
like a
these are-
20% swing across the board here.
I
in
mean,
some of these
it
races.
could be. I mean, some of these races, and again, right now, we're still waiting on returns at all, basically, from Pennsylvania. They're counting the mail-in ballots. The mail-in right now is showing Fetterman only trailing the performance of Josh Shapiro, who's widely expected to win that gubernatorial race by about 4 points. If that were to hold, Fetterman would win the Senate fairly easily, or either that or Shapiro is not running that far ahead of Mastriano, right? One of those two things has to be true, but there's wide gaps, is what...
This Shapiro's speech this week, the whole left was praising it as like the second coming of Barack Obama. I found the whole thing, other than something of the energy and something of the
he had
cadence.
some energy. He had some energy.
The substance of the speech was horrifying.
But I always felt Obama had no substance, too. I mean, Obama, his whole, there is not a red America, there is not a blue America. I always thought it was so vapid.
Are you trying to get us kicked off?
Yeah, I know. We're going to totally. I always thought his rhetoric, though it sounded kind of pretty, I always thought that was totally empty. And so, in that regard, maybe Josh Shapiro is the next
full
guy.
sentences. That's a lot for the left right now. So
Yeah,
why don't
right.
you guys stop being so harsh? We've got Joe Biden.
I'll be honest,
Fetterman.
in my lifetime, it's a lot for any American president.
Speak a full sentence. So
right now,
let's give them that.
Kemp is up on Abrams by about 5 points. He's up 52 to 47. As we suggested before, if Walker is going to win or at least avoid losing tonight, at least
could be a runoff.
Kemp really needs to be up in the 54% range.
What percent reporting?
That's 44% reporting. Could theoretically happen, but that's like almost 2 million votes.
Has the early voting been counted?
I don't know how it works in Georgia, whether they pre-count the early vote. I'll check.
Why don't we go to our election wire friends and see if they have any insight into what's happening down in Georgia, what it's going to take to win there. We've got Cabot Phillips and John Bickley over at Election Wire.
Guys. Hey.
We did not have John Bickley over at Election Wire. Yeah.
I'm on. I'm joined by Robert Cahaley from Trafalgar Group. That was fun, We partnered with Trafalgar Group for a bunch of exclusive polls. They do a lot of, digging in deep to these polls, talk to a lot of Americans. Always have polls that are at least 1,000 voters. What are we seeing so far? Any insights from particularly Florida and Georgia?
Florida is very different than the rest of the country, and then I've been categorizing Florida for most of this entire campaign is not really a swing state anymore. So what we are seeing in Georgia is Walker is behind Kemp, but he isn't behind far enough that if Kemp gets the numbers we're expecting, which is an 8 to 9 point victory, and if Walker stays within 5 or 6, then that's a victory without a runoff for Walker. So if Walker can maintain that small distance behind Kemp, that's pretty good. It puts him in a pretty good position to have a good night.
Yeah, some of the gaps we're looking at now are just about 2% maybe behind Kemp, which is really good for Walker.
That's tremendous if he stays.
If that can hold up, that'd be impressive. And as Cabot noted, we've seen a lot of the pretty heavily blue counties coming in. Another good sign for Republicans there.
Well, and also a lot of the early vote. And the early vote this year in Georgia is not quite as lopsided as it has been in the past. But I mean, when you're half of the vote in and the Republicans aren't getting destroyed, that points to a very big night.
One more question. With the early vote, the states look different in terms of how they're going to count them. Pennsylvania, we've been warned by all the Democrats, it's going to take a long time to count those. It's different, though, obviously in Florida, where we have, 80% of the vote in already. What about Georgia?
Well, Georgia, the new election law is certainly making it easier with the way that there's demanded a little more accountability. And frankly, there's a lot of people watching now. And the requirement for the signatures and the ID verification is going to mean a little bit less of what was in the past, but also because it's in-person early vote, it's much easier to count than absentee ballots. Now, we have had, as usual, problems. I think Cobb County had 1,100 absentee ballots that were mailed the day before the election.
Yeah.
And there's already a lawsuit on that. Surprise, surprise, a lawsuit in Georgia. Maybe people aren't happy with the way it might turn out.
So lawsuit in Georgia, 2 or so lawsuits in Arizona. It's already getting, controversial. But thanks a lot. We'll be back with Robert in the future.
Thank you guys very much. It's too early to say if we have a red wave, but it's certainly a strong night for Republicans right out of the gate.
I voted early too because I was going to be here, and I had to vote in person. I walked in, they checked my ID, they asked me my middle name, which isn't on my driver's license, because they had it in there, and then they showed me on the computer, they said, we are now saying that you have voted on the computer. It was actually, I felt pretty secure. I mean, it was well done.
Same in Tennessee. I did not vote early because I'm an American, but I went to the local Presbyterian church this morning, and I walked in. Because I've been in California for over 20 years, I walked up and said, Jeremy Boring, I'm here to vote. And she said, oh, sweetie, I just need your ID. And I was a little taken aback for a moment. Like, I thought I was going to have to call the diversity police or something and shut this operation down. But no, it turns out it was incredibly simple. Once I handed them my ID, they were very quickly able to identify who I am.
But if you voted at the we'll explain it to you later.
As a black woman, I don't expect you to understand.
You have to explain stock slow.
Jeremy, if you voted at a Presbyterian church, did you even need to cast your vote, or was it all just sort of predestined to occur? Good night, everybody.
Drive safely.
So we've talked a little bit about this tonight, but not since Candace was with us, and I think it's incredibly important. A lot of people, they're watching right now, they're optimistic, they're hopeful that we're going to win, but they're wondering, what does it mean if we win? Republicans, okay, we pick up seats in the House, okay, we get a majority in the Senate. What are in my actual life that I'm actually living, where gasoline is too expensive, the dollar is not worth what it's supposed to be, food prices are going up, I don't want to just eat Chef Boyardee, as Michael said, and as Democrat politicians have actually suggested. What is the practical effect of a win tonight?
Well, I don't think that we're going to see much change at the pump, but that's one thing. There's nothing that is going to move these guys off the dime of climate emergency. It is they are all in on this idea, which even the New York Times, actually, if you're reading the small print in the New York Times, even they are admitting that this existential climate emergency doesn't exist. It hasn't. It never has, and it's all an illusion. So I don't think it's going to have the kinds of effects on the things that matter, the crime wave. The reason it's not is because ever since Obama, the Democrats have taken the position that if the voters get it wrong, they are going to continue on their path. It used to be, take Bill Clinton, we got, shellacked, whatever the word he used was, I think that was Obama's, but he got, also shellacked. And he said, we're going to change. And they moved to the center. That no longer happens in the Democrat Party. They're so dominated by their base. So I don't think we're going to see the kind of change we want to see. But if the Democrats continue doing what they're doing, we're going to see a lot of change come 2 years from now.
There is also a story that people are not talking about, but it was a news alert that popped up today, which is that Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky said he'd be willing to negotiate a peace with Russia if certain criteria are met. And the fact that this came on the American election day, I think, is no coincidence. Everyone around the world watches the American polls because we are the global hegemon, we are the empire. They are all vassal states in some way or other. And that actually
politely put, Knowles.
Well, yes, to be really subtle about it. And it matters because the Republicans are coming in as much more skeptical of an open check on Ukraine. And so we'll see how the Republicans play it. I don't think they're going to come out as anti-Ukraine, but I think you're going to see a lot more scrutiny into how that money is being spent. And so that could add a lot of pressure for a resolution in that war. And that actually could affect energy prices, and it certainly would probably make it.
And also, while Candace is here, I feel like I can count on you to be with me about impeaching Biden immediately.
I am 100% on board to Biden immediately.
Candace already impeached him.
I just have one. I don't want to get too caught up on technicalities. For what?
Don't be ridiculous. It's a ridiculous question. Doesn't matter. Just impeach him.
Impeach him and we'll figure it out afterwards.
You got to impeach him to find out what you impeach.
That's exactly how it works.
Why do you guys want Kamala Harris so bad?
Honestly, I do. I think I do. Like I said before, I didn't realize how stupid she was. Like, I honestly, I was so focused on, like, the Trump versus Biden
You're allowed
thing
to say that
she flew under the radar for me. And I am so impressed with her stupidity that I do want her to have a bigger platform. I do.
Also, Kamala Harris has this thing about Venn diagrams.
I love nuclear footballs.
My
favorite being president, you get nuclear footballs, and I love footballs, and I love nuclear.
Who doesn't love football?
And also, what's so bizarre
Both
is
the two circles and the three.
Yeah, it's not bizarre.
Yeah, in the
What's
middle
fascinating
circle
is
is what matters.
how much Black America hates Kamala Harris. It's incredible. Like, I mean, they just have to.
I would think
I need more of her.
anyone at any risk of being lumped in or labeled on the basis of a Kamala Harris is going to hate her, and so that's going to be all women. That's going to be Black America. And if you guys have your way and win with impeaching Joe Biden, it will be all Americans who are suddenly being lumped in together with this.
She's just so unlikable. And every time she opens her mouth, I'm like, that was really dumb.
Well, my favorite thing, I do love the My Favorite Things tour. It's like Julie Andrews' My Favorite Things tour.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's like, dewdrops and
raindrops on roses.
Right, Venn diagrams.
Yeah.
School buses.
Electric school
When
buses.
the dog bites.
Outer space.
When Joe Biden sniffs. Sorry, I had to. It was easy.
Actually, that was
right there.
related when she was at the DMV talking to like some random officers about outer space. like looking at North Korea.
That was my favorite.
I found that very relatable, actually. Like
this is my.
I do like her. I don't know.
It's my consolation tonight on Pennsylvania, because if things don't go well for Dr. Oz, if we have the majority in the Senate and Dr. Oz loses and John Fetterman wins, I know Republicans are going to be pulling their hair out. I do think it will be kind of funny. I will get a kick out of it because we'll get control of the Senate and I'll get pretty good content for like 6 years. So I'm not terribly upset about it. Also, Dr. Oz is not a good candidate, but I know we have to be unified tonight. Go out and vote for Dr. Oz, but he just is not a good candidate. And so if we can keep control of the Senate and still get, Kamala as president, John Fetterman as senator, that's kind of
And
hilarious.
that's my pitch, because it's good for our shows to have content.
Yes.
And we need Kamala Harris.
They got rid of Tiffany Cross, and we do have to fill. Right? I mean, without Tiffany Cross, that's like at least 5 to 7% of my content.
Right, that's
on
what
a
I'm
regular
saying.
basis. So just a supply demand problem. I hear you. Rex Chapman has a very important response to what's happening tonight. It involves some cursing. Effing.
No bleeps.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Really?
No.
No. Bleep
your brand.
With the impulse.
Bleep is, in fact, my brand. You have a point. The funny thing about bleep being my brand is, as my producers know, basically at the studio, it's Ben after dark pretty much all the time. Like, everybody who knows me off the air knows that. Like,
it can be very blurry.
Anyway, Rex Chapman, effing Rand Paul, effing Ron DeSantis, effing Marco Rubio. Our democracy is absolutely, positively effed. That's Rex Chapman. But he'll always have his bizarre love for Nancy Pelosi's big brain. So that's the important thing.
Sexy personification.
So much. What a sexy brain.
Well, as he points out, though, nothing says democracy is effed quite like the majority of people making their opinion known at the polls and then getting what they want.
By voting.
Yeah, it's totally sold down.
One thing that I really do want to see, on a more serious note, though, and I know that a lot of parents feel me on this, like some accountability regarding COVID, some shrinking of the bureaucrats, like the idea that they just took 2 years of everybody's lives and tortured children. And I go back to Stacey Abrams, where, I mean, for me, etched into my mind is that photo of her sitting in front of kindergartners. She's the only one not wearing a mask.
I cannot wait to forgive them. I cannot wait to forget. I cannot wait to move forward in a country with amnesty for all COVID.
It's like
I just don't think you can't hold people accountable
for the things
they do to others for their own benefit.
By the way, Jeremy,
these articles now.
It's not Christian.
We all did stuff. Like, they tormented us, sure, but it's like we were tormented. It's like we all did stuff,
And we got crazy and whatever. We yelled at our grandmas and told them that they should all die alone. But we just need a COVID
we're always
amnesty.
whining about, you're letting my grandmother die alone. All that whining,
It is genuinely un-Christian to forgive and give this blanket amnesty for COVID policy, because it was to say that we have some sort of moral obligation to treat people who have power over us with the grace that Christ shows to those whom he has power over is a complete inversion of Christian doctrine.
And also justice is a part of Christian thought also.
I mean, the forgiveness has to follow upon an apology and a recognition.
Repentance.
You did a
Like
wrong
repentance?
thing. Like you have to repent your sin, and then maybe it is amazing to watch as all these people who wish to do the same thing over again.
Of course they do.
They do it tomorrow.
Like in the same article where Emily Oster was saying we should all have repentance and all of this, she was saying, well, maybe we should still vax the kids. And it's like, what the? I don't understand.
Maybe the newborn infants need a vax or two, but a little COVID vax.
It's totally safe and effective for now.
Totally safe and effective, as long as.
And also the things they're claiming they did in that article. She also says that, well, in April of that year, I was hiking with masks on with my family in the woods, and
we didn't know.
We didn't know. It's like, no, well, everyone here knew. So why didn't you know?
It protected against bears. That's why you hike with the face mask in the woods.
Well, but only then in 90.
The bear can't recognize you.
So we have a guest who's ready to join us now. I'm very excited, not only because she's a friend, but she's also an absolute champion, and they're telling me in my ear, not quite yet. So this is just like,
what a teaser.
This is the night. Yeah. This is absolutely the night in which all things that can go wrong will, and the person who's humiliated will always be me. No, it's fine. You guys have big following. No one will ever blame you. Oh, Ben's so great. Oh, we love Candace. Oh, Matt's documentary this. Oh, every time Jeremy talks, he says something's going to happen, and it doesn't. I don't even know why they have him here. What a bummer. Just terrible.
Can you tell me who she is?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and talk about her for a minute.
Yeah, all right.
It's our friend Harmeet Dillon, who, in addition to being just a champion for justice, who helped represent us at the Supreme Court, not at the Supreme Court, but in our battle in the courts against Biden's unconstitutional vaccine mandates, which is something that we don't brag on ourselves about often enough. The first company in the nation to sue Joe Biden to stop the mandates. I've seen Harmeet in all of these situations just be an absolute stone cold killer. She's 100% not ready to join us yet.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say nice.
I do want to say that she was on also in the BLM documentary that we did. She is just an incredible human being. I didn't know she was joining, and I'm very excited that she's joining.
Oh, she's not joining.
Not
At this point, the chances of that happening.
Let us down again.
The frickin' Maricopa County voting machines are
Right?
more
But I was
reliable.
going to say she's on that right now too. She's tweeting about that, talking about filing early lawsuits.
I actually can we cut to somebody who's not ready though yet?
Yeah.
I actually did say, though, I told our technical team here, I said, guys, do not get the Maricopa County cameras and switchboard. It's not going to turn out
That's
well.
always where you go wrong.
Right now, by the way, I'll just give you a quick Georgia update since we're just sitting here anyway. I think 54% reporting. Warnock is up 51-47 over Walker. So he's running a little bit stronger than I think people would want him to.
I'd love to hear what Harmeet has to say about that. We're not going to.
We never will. No.
Never will.
But it would be
interesting.
the other race
Yeah.
that is surprisingly tight, hopefully it'll open up a little bit, is the North Carolina Senate race. Ted Budd right now is running very close to Sherry Beasley. He was supposed to beat her in most of the polls by somewhere between 4 and 6 points. Right now, he's only up by 0.3. He's up by approximately 6,000 votes out of 2.6 million cast, something like that. You would expect that the rural votes come in a little bit later, usually after
What
the city
percentage
votes.
is reporting?
So right now, that's only 58% reporting, so you expect that to widen a little bit, but that's a closer race than I think people had sort of foreseen at this point. It's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like the areas where Republicans have done like an amazing job, they're kicking ass. And in places where they're kind of like nobody knows, then they're kind of, meh. So
Have you tried breathing like a baby?
Well, I will.
It's also, I think, challenging because we have controlled media essentially in this country. The left absolutely dominates almost all of our major institutions. And the reason that they were running so hard on the red wave story 14 days ago is to create fear among Democrats and motivate them to go to the polls.
That's true.
If you were looking at a blue wave 2 weeks ago, they would have been downplaying it in all the institutional press. Right. Because they wouldn't have wanted to create a fear response among conservatives. And, that's just every election, conservatives have to overcome the institutional deficit. And that institutional deficit, I think, has gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. One of the encouraging things is that conservatives tend to adapt quickly. So the Democrats, we were talking about this earlier, the Democrats will create some new mechanism within 2-4 years when social media, conservatives dominated social media in the early days, which is why they had to start actually shadow banning and banning conservatives. So I think that we do a good job of overcoming all those institutional hurdles, but what do you think they cost us? Is it 5 points? Is it 10 points in every single election?
Well, just by banning the New York Post story, it cost Trump 12
the presidency.
Points. Yeah, the presidency. By a lot, actually. Yeah, so that's obviously a huge problem. It's interesting, though, you mentioned this mixed bag that we're getting. It seems like a red wave, it seems like a red tsunami, but then, man, we should have had Georgia. Man, we should have, and the only state that I'm really focused on right now, and I know that we don't have numbers for it yet, is New York.
I know you're.
I can't. I'm all about New York. I actually think Lee Zeldin could pull it out. As corrupt as New York is, I mean, there are, we were joking, not really joking, about Philadelphia is a corrupt city and they mess with the votes, and that's gone on for decades. New York is actually not as bad. As corrupt as New York is, usually you get the numbers in relatively, quickly. And so I think you could get a Lee Zeldin win. I think you probably will get a win in New York 17. But we don't have the numbers yet. Harmeet.
Zeldin's strong run is going to help the down market candidates, but I cannot picture him actually winning, because just the numbers alone, it used to be that upstate New York was heavily Republican, but it's not anymore. So if he wins even 30% in the city, he is going to have an uphill climb. Making a majority.
Well, right now, coming to us from Arizona, at the Kerry Lake campaign, I can't believe it. We actually have Harmeet K. Dillon here with us.
Oh, or not.
Harmeet, we see you.
Lying again, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Listen, I don't know who you want to blame.
The signal was a little interrupted. Hi, guys.
There we go.
Hey, Harmeet.
There you are. Huh?
How are you?
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm in a crowded conference room here, just at the end of a hearing, so there may be a lot of other noise here. Sorry about that.
Not at all. Tell us what's happening there. All right, we're going to try to get Harmeet back here in a little bit, but we're going to move on right now because we have a bad...
Harmeet is at a hearing in Iraq right now, so...
Yeah.
So if you're going to captain this ship, man.
Listen, it is not Harmeet's fault. She's in a third world country. She's trying to, she's in Maricopa County here. You can't expect anything to work there.
And I want to go back to my happy place, Florida. Ron DeSantis is currently up by 20 points. Right.
This is not getting embarrassing.
He's up 59-40 over Charlie Crist. 4.3 million votes to 2.9 million votes. He's up 1.4 million votes. And at his victory party, people are chanting 2 more years, which is...
I mean, what is the
actually hysterically funny. That's really funny.
What is the argument against him in 2024? I don't see it. What's the argument?
It's not Donald Trump. That's
Donald Trump is the argument.
Will Trump's voters follow him if he wins the primary?
And does Ron DeSantis play retail nationally? I'm not saying he doesn't. He's done an incredible job in Florida. He's like the greatest governor of my lifetime. But Donald Trump is a singular individual. He is the biggest rock star in the last 40 years. He's got a magnetic quality to him. I know he's got lots of negatives that everyone hates, but the guy is just a unique case.
But like all rock stars,
I'm not worried about DeSantis on the...
Right. Yeah, right. I will say that there's a thing that he's done over the past 4 days. He's been attacking DeSantis, and it's not playing.
Not effective.
It is not playing the way that his attacks played in 2016. Maybe it's because it's early. Maybe it's because we're in the middle of a midterm.
The pun wasn't that
good. The timing is
good.
terrible. Ron DeSanctimonious is a terrible nickname. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah.
Trump is really good at branding, and that's a bad... That one is never going to see the light of day again. He's never going back to Ron DeSanctimonious. It stinks. It's a terrible brand. But
it doesn't even apply. You don't think of sanctimonious.
Right, exactly.
Well, the thing you missed, though, many of Trump's nicknames don't work. But what he's always had is the feedback loop of Twitter. And so he rolls them out. He had one for Hillary,
No Stamina Hillary.
No Stamina Hillary. That didn't go anywhere. He throws them out like improv, and he measures the reaction. But they've cut him off from his feedback mechanism. He still has the live audiences when he does his rallies, and that's important. But his real feedback mechanism was Twitter. I think that, it's not for nothing that they banned him.
I also think one of the things that's been happening here, and today, he attacked DeSantis by saying, if he runs in 2024, then I know more about him than anybody except his wife, which is a real.
No, he said except perhaps
his wife.
Which,
so we see what he's weird if true.
Yeah.
Weird if true that Donald Trump knows Ron DeSantis better than anyone except his wife. Like a weird. I wouldn't have predicted it. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
I'm curious.
Strangely curious. Yeah. But the reason that's not playing is because, again, Ron DeSantis, unlike everybody else who ran against Trump in 2016, except for, was Perry running in 2016? Was that 2012? I think it was 2012.
Perry was 2012.
So everyone else who was running against Trump was a senator.
Yeah.
The fact, Jeb had been a governor 1,000 years ago.
Right.
So what that means is that he wasn't running from anyone who had a national brand in terms of being very, very good at governing things.
Yeah.
And DeSantis has a very good record of being able to govern. And so it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
There's another...
Trump is going to make the argument, I was a good president, I did good things as president. And DeSantis is going to say, that's true, all of that's true. It's time for a new approach. I know how to govern a state. I know how to fire everybody who needs to be fired. I know how to run these things the way they need to be run. I took a state that, again, 30,000 vote advantage in the last election, 1.4 million vote advantage in the next
They're trying
election.
to build this narrative about DeSantis, too. The thing, after Trump launched his attack on DeSantis, there were some Trump supporters on Twitter that were trying to build this narrative of the problem with DeSantis is the establishment. The establishment is behind him. They had all these unsourced, anonymous sources saying that Paul Ryan and Kevin, all these establishment guys are getting behind DeSantis. But the problem with that is, first of all, it's unsourced. Who cares? Second, it's like the other problem you run into with Trump is that he's endorsed all these guys, and he also hired a lot of them when he was president. So,
but the more perceptive, I think, version of that attack is that, and it's a unique challenge for Ron DeSantis right now. DeSantis's big plus and his chief sales pitch is he's the bigger, better Trump. He's Trump 2.0. He's Trump with all the positives, none of the negatives, right? Very competent, very bright. Okay, that's the pitch for him. But his role in the race right now is for the anti-Trump vote. So there are a lot of people who hated Trump, who have hated Trump for a long time, who like DeSantis, and that's not DeSantis's fault. So it could be an advantage to him because he could unite the party in a unique way. or if Trump keeps going
But a
headlong
lot of the
against
people who are the most ardent for DeSantis are actually former Trumpers.
No, I have to have the inside track on this story, so I can drop a little gossip.
Yeah.
But so basically what's happened is that obviously DeSantis barely won his race for governor, the gubernatorial race first time. It was because Trump flew down and he saved him and really dragged him over the finish line, which is a fact. And because Trump dragged him over the finish line, when Trump has been obviously fighting 2020 election stuff, and DeSantis has kind of really asserted himself as a governor. By the way, the real reason, DeSantis, if you want to give me a thank you for taking down Andrew Gillum, I'm the one that broke that story about him. Anytime you want to call DeSantis, say thank you. That's two things I've done for him. We got to keep a little thing. But
Ambassador to the Bahamas.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. Ambassador to Guam. Right.
Unless it tips into the sea.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm kidding. But so it's really interesting because he basically feels that because he got him over the finish line, that it would be the right thing for DeSantis to do is to concede and allow him to run again in 2024. Now, we can talk politics, talk about what's proper. We can talk about the royal family and what you should do and what you shouldn't do. And Ron DeSantis has not come out and said, I'm not going to run because I appreciate you and that I really kind of wouldn't be here without you. And that, in the background, has really gotten Trump quite angry. Now, what I also will say, here's what I'm an expert on also, is I think I do more on the ground traveling than all of you guys in terms of speeches that I do every week, everywhere. It is changing. Ben is correct. Trump supporters are starting to lean into DeSantis.
Yep.
And they're starting to say, and these are, by the way, some of his biggest donors as well, behind closed doors, who have said to me that, they are, what do you think about DeSantis? What do you think about DeSantis? There's something that they like better about DeSantis because he's less reactive. Yep. He sometimes lets certain things go. And it seems like a better oiled machine that's happening down in Florida. And I will say, just my personal experience, and I don't think I could have been more of a vocal Trump supporter, but I was deeply upset with him when we did that interview. And I went down there, Mar-a-Lago. I could not have given him a more fair interview. Obviously, everybody knows my stance on vaccines. I couldn't be more vocal about the fact that I don't vax my children, I don't vax myself. And I asked him a question about vaccines, and he was like, they're the best things, they're so amazing. And then his own base got upset with that. He said it. And then he was mad at me because his base got mad at what he said. And I thought to myself, that's a bit arrogant, okay? I literally gave you the nicest interview ever. You're mad at what you said, because this is when he kind of wasn't understanding that his base was not pro-vaccine. Like there was this random period where he wasn't quite understanding that, getting on stage and saying, and we're going to give more vaccines. And I'm the one, because he was so proud that he rushed the vaccines. But there was a disconnect between we're not happy about that. We don't, and then he sort of blamed it on me. He got very upset with me for I don't know what not censoring what he said on my show.
I just say that the
I thought
problem,
it was a bit arrogant.
Yeah, the problem with this idea that DeSantis can run in 2028 and Trump will be the guy in 2024. Well, the assumption is that a Republican will be able to win after another Trump term, which is that's a pretty big assumption that will necessarily
or another
be the case.
Trump loss. I mean, there are few. So there are a few. We've talked about on the upsides of DeSantis. One of the downsides of Trump that nobody's mentioning is it doesn't have to do him as a person at all. He's only eligible for one more term, and he's going to be 82 in 2028. Okay, which means that he is very old. And again, even if he ran and he won, you were foregoing the possibility of an 8-year span for a popular president. Even if Trump were to be reelected in 2024, he's constitutionally barred from running for a third term.
But the idea would be a 12-year Reagan-Bush.
But he's a lame duck the second you...
Right, that's correct. And so he doesn't have the ability to actually...
But I will remind you guys
the real thing is in campaigning, no one has yet figured out how to defeat Trump's his viciousness, his cruelty, his ability to brand people.
But he's good. And DeSantis is not good on the campaign trail.
He's really good at it. And Biden only won because Trump kind of defeated himself, kind of positioned himself wrongly, and because of COVID.
And they changed all the rules.
And they changed all the rules.
And they suppressed the laptop story.
I'm not saying DeSantis can't do it. I'm just saying he's going to have to find a way.
I don't think there's a skeleton key to debating Trump, because Trump debates kind of like a seventh grader, right? He kind of hits you with an insult, and then there's no comeback.
It's fun.
I mean, it's like how do you respond to a guy saying that your wife's ugly?
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do with that? You punch him? Like what do you do exactly?
Right.
But
it really is genius. You either punch him, in which case you lose, or you don't punch him, in which case you lose.
Right, exactly.
He is an entertainer, and that is part of it.
But I think, but here's the thing: him attacking again any of the other figures in 2016 who looked like Lilliputians next to him because he was very famous, and mostly because the media had decided that Trump was the enemy in 2016, and so the base was like, well, if he's the enemy, then he's my man. And right now, the base perceives that the media hate DeSantis, if not as much as Trump, nearly. I mean, they made DeSantis.
And Trump didn't have a record either. I mean,
Right.
what DeSantis can do in a primary is say, you handed the country over to Fauci.
Yes,
that's
is right.
And that's pretty much all he has to say.
Yeah,
and that's
Mr. President, you had a good 3 years.
Right.
Year 4, you gave the country to Fauci.
Right. By the way, a couple of disappointments tonight. They're now calling the races. I'd said VA7, VA10, RI2, right? That's the Rhode Island seat. That those look like they might swing Republican. It looks like they're now calling all 3 of those for the Democrats. So, maybe we should start thinking, is it red tsunami or red wave? Maybe red wave to red tide, right? We'll see how this all
Should I
plays
change my dress?
Yeah,
No, we're still going to take the House. We took the House.
Or a fuchsia, yeah.
Okay, okay, just making sure.
There is also, one last point on the weirdness of the Trump-DeSantis thing. It's the first time that I have noticed that that Trump took the first shot at someone. One of Trump's defining features is he doesn't strike first. He gets even a minor insult and then just clobbers the person on the head. But Rosie O'Donnell hit him first. Little Marco and low energy jab and all the rest hit him first, and then he hits him back. DeSantis has not hit Trump.
By the way, that is, I think, it feels like campaigning out of fear from Trump.
It does.
It feels like what he's trying to do. Because if you think about it strategically, what you figure is, it's still 2020. Like, I may not be an expert on a lot of things, but I know what a calendar is. And it's currently November of 2022, and the election is not until November of 2024. No one announces the day after the midterm or the week after the midterm. The only reason you're doing that is because you're trying to preemptively crowd out the field. It's like if you're playing poker and you're playing Texas Hold'em, somebody gives you your pocket, and the first thing you do is you go all in. Right? The only reason you're doing that is because you're trying to buy everybody out of the pot, right? You're just trying to make sure that everybody dumps out because they don't want to take the risk. That's why he's doing that. If he really felt like he was in solid position, what he would do is he'd wait for everybody else to jump in, and then he'd just clean them. Right? He'd just wait for 6 months, wait for other people to jump in, and then just move them out.
All right, so let's make it fun. Election is today. DeSantis and Trump are on the ballot. Ben, you first. You only know what you know about them right now.
Who would I vote for in the primary?
Yeah.
I'd vote for DeSantis in the primary.
I'd vote for DeSantis, yeah.
Yeah, I would take DeSantis, yeah.
I don't endorse in primaries.
Boy, are you a chicken?
Yeah, coward.
I just won't throw Trump under the bus. I just love the guy. I know he did all these bad things, but he did so many good things. He got us Roe v. Wade, and so I just think I can't throw the guy under the bus.
It's not under the bus. I mean, DeSantis is the only guy.
I asked you what button you were.
I'll eat that delicious jelly bean.
You can't talk to the ballots. You got to actually just make a decision, Trump or DeSantis.
No, I don't deal in hypotheticals, Candace.
Who do you think would
other than every day on my
Who do you think would be more effective in a general election? Not who would you vote for?
I'm not convinced.
Trump in a general election, and that's what I was going to say.
You think Trump would be more effective in a general election?
DeSantis is better in the actual office, I think, and Trump, you're talking about campaigning and going out there. Trump is going to be able to move people. DeSantis, do not forget how bad he was next to Andrew Gillum. Andrew Gillum was like selling salt to a slug. I was like, man, I might vote for the socialists. I mean, DeSantis was uncomfortable. He wasn't likable. I've also seen him in private circles as governor, and he just kind of comes across as like a frustrated and angry sometimes, and doesn't play well on stage.
But on the general election, you're not factoring in. This is one of the reasons why I would go with DeSantis in the primary if this was the option. Is that if it's Trump, then what Ben's been saying is that now the election is about Trump rather than being about Biden, and I want 2024 to be about Biden and his failures. Trump gets in, then it's about him.
But it probably won't be about Biden, period, because Biden probably won't run again.
No, but the question is who's.
But it'll still be about Biden, even if he doesn't.
Do you know a single person in the United States who doesn't already have a set opinion on Donald Trump?
No, of course.
Who's the independent?
Yeah.
The independence does not exist with Donald Trump. It just doesn't exist. I mean, it's not even a voting possibility. Every single person has their mind made up about Donald Trump.
But what about Biden? Has Biden been so bad that now those people that really hated Trump are now missing him? Because my sisters are now,
for sure.
People that were over in Blue Land are suddenly like, I do not care. Give us Trump back. I'm seeing the post and like, I don't care what you say about him.
That would be fascinating. But the thing is, the push to get them over from Biden to DeSantis is less than the push necessary to get them over from Biden to Trump.
True.
Because there's a built-in sort of hatred of Trump.
Watch those gas prices.
I mean, I think either one of them would win, especially if they're running against Biden. But I like DeSantis' chances a little bit more.
I think that the chances right now of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton being president are almost equal. Like Donald Trump
Not too bad.
lost. Yeah, Donald Trump lost the election to Joe Biden. We can talk about why. We can talk about the vote, the rigging of the election. We can talk about the suppression of the Hunter's laptop story. But there are the very peculiar circumstances around COVID, obviously. Yep. But it did happen. There was an election. Donald Trump was the loser of the election. And to say, well, we want that rematch, I think is bad. to say that I think the Democrats will say, well, let's rematch with Hillary.
Yeah.
And
I
she
would
has
love that.
And she has an actual chance of being elected president because those 100,000 people up in the Rust Belt who didn't vote last time because they thought that she was going to win, that's not going to happen now. Trump is the most polarizing political figure in my lifetime in public life. That is not to say that he can't win. He can. He won last. He won in 2016. He can win. But he can also lose. We know that he can lose an election. We know that he can lose an election against Joe Biden. I think that Donald Trump should be disqualified from being the Republican nominee because of the way that he deliberately caused the Republican Party to lose the runoffs in Georgia.
He campaigned at the end. He campaigned for them at the end.
He spent a month saying, "Do not vote."
Keep throwing.
Do not
Good.
vote. The idea that you would send someone to be the head of your party who not cost you because of incompetence, cost you by deliberately telling people not to vote for the Republicans in the Senate is unconscionable to me. But he is not disqualified.
Yep.
So I think he should be disqualified. He's not disqualified. So when people say you would vote for Donald Trump, yes.
Ron or DeSantis? Ron DeSantis?
In the primary, I would support DeSantis because DeSantis did not deliberately give away the state of Georgia. But if Donald Trump is the nominee, will I vote for him to be president? Yes, I can both believe that Donald Trump should be disqualified and also acknowledge the reality that he is not disqualified. And because he's not disqualified, he may ascend again to be the nominee. And if he's the nominee, running against these Democrats, it's not going to be very hard to go into the booth and pull the lever for him.
I disagree that he's more likely to win the general. First of all, the idea of him running against Biden is almost unimaginable. The guy can barely talk anymore. He can't.
Yeah, Biden's not going to run again.
Biden's not going to run again. So we don't know who he's going to be running against, which of course makes all the difference. But I think DeSantis is much more likely to win the general. He's somebody that you can recognize as a politician. Being a politician is a profession. It is something that people who do it better than other people who are not professional.
He's very good at it and very effective.
And I think Trump, he won the first time by a sliver, by creating a collection of states that people didn't see coming, and Hillary very much didn't see coming. He wasn't able to repeat it in 2020, and I don't think he'll be able to.
But the argument, yes, I'm not disagreeing. I know it sounds like I'm sort of down on DeSantis here. I'm not. The guy is just a star, and he's doing a great job. But so much of DeSantis comes out of Trump, not just the election victory, some of the mannerisms and some of the vision. Yeah. And so when people say, well, DeSantis is just a sort of new and improved version, sure, that might be the case in a normal year, but in a normal year, you don't have a one-term president who's running again. And so there is this question of, one, he's way up in the polls for now, though that obviously could change. And
and I am somewhat persuaded by our friend Alan Estrin's argument.
Yes.
That this is the Trump show. That we all turned on the rally last night because there was a rumor that he might announce that it doesn't matter if you wanted him to announce last night, if you didn't want him to announce last night. I think Alan's exact words in a text thread with Michael and I were something along the lines of, it doesn't matter. Yeah. You need to pee. But the commercial break is almost over, and the master storyteller is almost back on the screen, and you will not get up out of your chair. It is Trump.
So here's the thing: I don't think
Trump's world.
I don't know that DeSantis can defeat Trump. I think exhaustion can defeat Trump. Meaning, I think that there are a lot of Republicans. I think a lot of the support that you're talking about, people moving from Trump to DeSantis, not because they're looking at DeSantis and they're like, this guy's the greatest politician in the history of humanity. He is really good at what he does. But you're right. As a retail politician, he's not unbelievable at retail politics by any stretch of the imagination. I think there's a certain level of exhaustion that has set in with people, and you see it in the reaction to the way that he has gone after DeSantis, which is like, God, just can you, some discipline, just a little bit. Can you, at some point, can you just stop? Just stop what you're doing.
Please put the party first in an election that you're not even in.
Right, exactly.
Sometimes I wonder who is advising him, because I do think that he would have definitely benefited from a period of silence after everything. And then I started seeing traces, because I was, when I sat down with him and I was trying to get something out of him of what is your vision? COVID's happened. He was just so obsessed with the election in the same way that Hillary was obsessed with the election. And I thought, okay, I understand this happened. I'm on your side. I'm furious about the election. We're all furious about the election. But people's children are being masked in schools, and I now need you to be here in this year.
That's the thing. Right, that's the big one.
And I didn't know what his vision was for the future. I knew what his vision was for in 2020 and why he's angry about 2020. And he's going to have to be able to pivot and maneuver that. And this comes from someone who, I could not have been a bigger Trump fan.
Of course, yeah.
I still love Trump. I think he's amazing. I agree with you that he's electric. DeSantis is just not going to be able to create that electricity.
Virtually no one can come back from losing a general election in this country. It does psychic damage to you. It is different than losing in a primary, right? When you're in the actual show and you lose, you become man, pig, bear, or whatever. I mean, Mitt Romney is half of the man that he was before 2012.
It's Hillary.
But Grover Cleveland, baby.
Something else
that
that's happened with Trump.
She still talks about it.
The appeal of Trump in 2016 was he's taking the bullet so that you don't have to.
Yeah.
Right? That they loved him until 5 seconds ago, and now he's running and they hate his guts. And the reason they hate his guts is not really because they hate his guts, it's because they hate you.
Yeah.
They despise you, and he's standing out front and he's taking the arrow for you. And in his presidency, that was the impression that you got. It's like they keep aiming at you, but they keep hitting him. He's taking the bullet for you. And then after 2020 and his obsession with the election, it became, now I need all of you guys to take the bullet for me. You guys, I want you to talk nonstop, not about Joe Biden, not about inflation, not about Afghanistan, not about transing the kids. I want you to talk about the election. Like he's calling up Blake Masters in the middle of an election cycle and being like, but Blake, you're not doing enough to talk about the election of 2020. And it's like, well, but that's not Blake Masters' job right now. His job is to win a Senate seat, and it's your job to help him win the Senate.
That is a really great insight, Ben, that he was taking the bullet for us, and then he asked us to take the bullet for him. But we're being joined right now by Rich Barrett, the People's Pundit. We're really glad to have him here, and he's tracking some of these elections down at the precinct level in a way that we haven't been tonight, and I think people are probably very interested. Rich, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Tell us what's happening on the ground.
You know, it's a little bit odd, actually. You know, it's not exactly what you'd expect looking at some of the national exit polls, but, you know, they shift and they change over time. It does look like to me that Republicans are underperforming expectations in some of the Sun Belt areas while doing fantastically well in areas that people thought probably were a little out of reach, in some areas in Virginia, some areas in the Northeast. So it is still early, and we'll see how it shakes out. But I'd be really surprised if Republicans underperformed in Georgia or North Carolina and overperformed in Nevada. So as a pollster, that's a state that terrifies me. It's the one and only state where polls typically overstate Republican support, and we may have understated it. But we'll just have to see. Votes count more than polls.
What races are you watching right now that you think are going to be the indicators for the evening?
Right now, I'm looking at, as far as the Senate, I'm looking at North Carolina and Georgia. I mean, of course, Pennsylvania as well, and I will be looking at Arizona and Nevada when we get there. But I'll tell you, in Georgia, Walker is running further behind Kemp than polls expected. And it's really, much of it is coming from the Atlanta metro area and in the counties outside of Savannah. So if that doesn't pick up, which it could, there could be, it's going to tighten, but there could be a little bit of a surprise there. And then in North Carolina, Ted Budd has a lead. But going into this election, it did look like, and I polled it myself a month and a half ago, it did look like Ted Budd had a pretty strong advantage. There are a lot of blue votes left out there. Budd is leading. He's got a couple 32,000, it looks like right now. And that's when you're a Republican in a midterm election in a state like North Carolina, you want to have widened out, at least at this point. And in areas like Wake County, it doesn't look like, and that's in North Carolina, you have to get in the 30s in Wake County. When that election day vote comes in, it will bring him up. But it's just a little bit funny to me to see tighter than expected in North Carolina, but Republicans looking like they're going to take at least 2 out of 3 of the races that we were looking at in Virginia, which is 2, 7, and 10. Hung Cow was giving it one heck of a run, but Wexton has pulled ahead, and there's a blue vote out that remains. It's not over, but the trajectory has changed.
Rich, thank you. We're going to be checking back in with you a little bit later in the evening. Appreciate your insights.
Hey, thanks for having me. All the best.
Thank you. And it's been a little bit since we showed off. So, and mostly because I think some of us could probably use a bathroom break. I want to introduce the world to a little bit more great content that you can expect from the Daily Wire Plus.
Why in the world did I start working with the Daily Wire? I joined forces with a platform that affords me the opportunity to say whatever I want and to put out whatever content I wish to make, with no caveats, stipulations, permissions, or finger wagging.
We could not be more pumped up and ecstatic about having Jordan Peterson at Daily Wire Plus.
Working with them has allowed me to embark on a series of documentaries and specials. This conservative media company is allowing all of my ideas to flourish or wither on the vine in accordance with their merit. marriage is one of those all-in games. One of the unacceptable ideas with gender fluidity is that identity is subjectively defined, because that's preposterous. I thought of the Museum of the Bible as kind of a backwoods fundamentalist enterprise, and that turned out to be unbelievably wrong. And you have to say to yourself, I will do good nonetheless. Join the real counterculture. To be bound together in marriage is a very difficult thing. There are many forces that will pull you apart. I'm going to tell you the truth. It can be completely anarchic. Neither of you ever know what the hell's going on, and so now you're bored by your partner. That's you. That's you. You got to put some effort into it. This isn't nothing. When you fall in love with someone, you see that infinite wellspring of mystery. It's granted to you as a gift. You'll find that that one person you're with is way more interesting than any plethora of short-term shallow relationships that you could possibly imagine. How could we set this up that's better than either of us initially envisioned? I was a therapist for a long time, and I talked to a lot of people about their marriages. I've been married 33 years as of 2 days ago, and it's gone pretty damn well. As a married couple, you're going to face together everything that life can throw at you. You're hard-pressed to find anything better in life.
Coming out of our Backstage Live this June, when we first announced that Dr. Peterson was going to be joining Daily Wire Plus, one of the big questions that everyone had is how much content will there be? And it's taken us a minute to create this really premium. I mean, if you think back to when the company first started, you weren't there. Back in the pool house, right, in Sherman Oaks, we basically shot everything either in front of black curtains or on a green screen. Now we have Dr. Jordan Peterson doing content all over the world. You look at the production value of this special on marriage. I think it's an incredibly special piece of content. By the end of this year, we will have created more premium Daily Wire Plus original content that you can't find anywhere else with Dr. Peterson than we actually have with all of our talent combined in the history of the company. It's been a monumental effort over these last several months to create this an amazing new catalog of content. And if you'll remember, the best conversation we had at Backstage Live, and I think the best conversation we've ever had as a company, was on this very topic of marriage. I think it's something that's so incredibly important to our audience. And on nights like tonight, where we spend a lot of our time, obviously and appropriately, on politics, I think it's just important not to lose sight of the fact that the work that we're doing at Daily Wire Plus is not all political. You know, politics is an important function of a citizen in a democracy. It's an important thing that we do to try to safeguard our culture, but culture is not politics. Culture is not defined by politics. If anything, politics is defined by culture. Some of our fans were talking this afternoon about the rise of ideas like transgenderism, the rise of ideas like gay marriage, and they were saying, we're destroying our culture with these things. And I don't actually think that that's the accurate point of view. I think we are destroying our culture. And these things are growing in some ways out of that destruction, the way that algae grows on a dirty aquarium. The algae doesn't make the aquarium dirty. The algae is a reaction to how dirty the aquarium is. There have been, for example, people with gender dysphoria engaging in cross-dressing or trying to what's the term they used to use, pass or trying to pass
as women.
Yeah, for hundreds of years. I mean, that's always
forever. Yeah.
Forever. We, as a culture, we generally were very tolerant of it. We generally didn't take.
Though it was against the law in a lot of places, including San Francisco.
It was against the law, but it was one of those things that, for the most part, people ignored.
Yeah.
And if anything, people had pity for. They sort of understood that there are going to be certain people who are broken in a fallen world. There are going to be a certain number of broken people, and a healthy society should be able to absorb those broken people for the most part. What we're seeing now is all of those things that a healthy society can absorb cannot be absorbed by an unhealthy society. And those things start to grow sort of on the carcass of what your culture used to be. You don't fix your culture through politics, and you don't fix your culture even through fighting the symptoms within the culture. You have to fight your you have to save your culture at the level of culture. And
that's right.
I think
changing the law, though, is not a terrible thing. I mean, the law is also a teacher, you know. So I agree with you. Of course, you know, there are these cultural things that bubble up, and that affects our law. But the law also affects the way that people behave, and it creates different. You know, we always talk about government incentives. Well, people react to incentives, and so obviously that's true. But if the government comes in and says, you know, parents, you need to trans your kids, or else we're going to take them away from you, that is going to create more transgender people.
For sure, but I don't think it's an accurate look at what's happened here. What's fundamentally happened isn't that the government said, trans your kids or we're going to take them away. What happened is trans started to explode in the culture, and then the government races, in particular leftists in the government's race to catch up and try to sort of codify and encourage it.
I don't think that that's quite right either, though. I think the thing is, when you talk about the law this way, you have to remember you're talking about a free country. If the law becomes oppressive, then the law is not doing its job in a free country. We want to remain free. The first thing we want to do.
Am I talking about a free country?
But the first thing we want is to remain a free country. So you do have to change cultural matters by cultural means in order to remain free. You cannot say to people suddenly, you know, we're going to take your children away if you don't trans them, which is what the woman.
But when I raised the point of laws against transvestitism, we had laws against that forever. And I mean, in San Francisco and in lots of places.
But Jeremy's point is right. We didn't really enforce a lot of these things, and they just gave the government a power that it shouldn't have.
J.
had.
Edgar Hoover was a cross-dresser. Just
that's right.
Out.
That's
Might
right.
Be relevant.
The government should not have the power to choose. Oh, I'm not going to go after this person, J. Edgar Hoover, who's cross-dressing, but I am going to go after you because I don't like you. They should not have that.
Arbitrary expression.
Yes,
government.
and the thing is, but the big thing is, you can't have tolerance without a norm. If you do not, you can't tolerate people if you haven't got a solid norm from which you are saying, yes, you're not part of the norm, but we tolerate.
I think politics
and that's the Nietzschean argument that the left has been making, that there should be no norm.
Yeah. I think politics is more dynamic than I think either of the views that have been expressed. It's not like culture predates the law or the law predates culture. It's culture predates law, which predates culture.
Of course. Yeah, no, I agree with that entirely.
And so the first thing that has to be done in many of these cases is to stop the law in its tracks and then to start rolling back the law. And that's pushing in almost Sisyphean ways the boulder back up the hill. And that's what you're starting to see from Republicans on the transing of the kids, right? Yeah. Because it's actually not in the states where they are forcibly trying to take the kids away from parents that you're starting to see sort of this push. It's starting with, if you stop it early, you can roll it back, right? Tennessee is not a place where, culturally speaking, you're going to be able to pass a law in the state legislature like you would in California, where it's like, well, if you're unwilling to trans your kids, we're taking your kids. Like that crap ain't going to fly in Tennessee.
But Virginia and North Carolina.
And yet at Vanderbilt, they were performing these euphemistically gender-affirming
That's what I'm saying. You have to
surgery.
stop the bleeding edge.
It's a double-pronged approach, right? Which is why in Tennessee, by the way, tomorrow they're going to officially file the bill which will ban the transing of kids.
Good for you on that one. I mean, that's
and also it will give victims the chance to sue and be compensated, and so that's going to be filed tomorrow. And so it's kind of you can't neglect one or the other. You have to also.
But we've seen how quickly, with the Defense of Marriage Act, for instance, how quickly things can change if the culture is shifting and if people who are leaders and have an effect on the culture shift the minds of people. You know, the law, I mean, just like the Constitution isn't going to defend us if we don't believe in the Constitution. And that's the only point.
But my point on it is that we are saying now the law is very oppressive and it used to be very free. But on all of these issues, for all of American history until the 1960s.
It wasn't oppressive because the culture supported the law. It becomes oppressive when the law is acting against the culture.
But in many cases, the law weakened before these things gained popularity. So the Supreme Court comes down and says you can't have the Bible in schools, you can't have prayer in schools. We're going to basically endorse the sexual revolution from the level of the government. That was before any of those things were mainstream. Right. And then what happens? You get the Age of Aquarius in the 60s after that.
I'm not sure you're right about this. I think that when you study the Supreme Court more closely, they actually follow the culture.
That's also true. That's also no. I mean, to Ben's point though, there is a.
What I would say is they follow what they believe to be the vanguard of the country.
Yeah.
So you saw them do this in Obergefell, right? So in Obergefell, there was not a clear majority of the country that was ready to legalize.
Of course,
that is not right. Most of the states in the country had not legalized, or at least mandated from the state that the state is going to involve itself in same-sex marriage. What happened is that the court said there's a trend, and the trend is occurring, and now we're going to force this trend to become the dominant force in American life.
Same thing with abortion.
Same thing with abortion.
But those are the two bad examples of.
But the left is very good at forcing a change and then 5 seconds later convincing everyone that it's to take it for granted that,
it's the status quo.
That it could never be any other way. Like,
which, by the way,
it's been this way for 5 seconds, but it could never be any way but this.
We've talked about what the United States Senate should do. You want to talk about a place where Republicans are completely cowardly. It is on same-sex marriage. You have Republicans right now who are going to vote in the Senate to enshrine same-sex marriage as part of the law. I'm sorry, that's an absurdity. That's an absurdity.
But on all these cultural issues, I think that they're spineless. I don't understand. I don't understand why they don't stand for what they stand for.
I actually think that in terms of human history, actually, biology underpins everything. Biology determines the culture, and then culture determined the law. And then law saw an opportunity and realized that we could have more law if we impacted the culture. And so now that's what you get when you have these two things that are fighting. Is they're going, oh, wait a minute, culture is actually really powerful.
And maybe more still if you impact biology.
Yeah, no, but true. It's like it started here, and then everyone saw an opportunity, and now we're kind of going to the beginning where they're like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
I do think, again, this changing of the guard, which has been going on now for 20 years and is going to go on for another 15 at least, it is part of all this, because when you have a big change like this, it suddenly seems like everything is possible. You go through this, you guys are too young to have gone through a midlife period, but when you go through a midlife period, you suddenly think like, maybe I should be a fighter pilot, you know? And I think we're going through a period like that where people are saying, maybe a man can become a woman. And like, that's just going to go away because it's just not true. Yeah. And ultimately, I think that this moment, which I think is a moment of madness, I think we're seeing the madness of crowds on the sexual issue. I think that's going to pass away, but it doesn't mean it's going to pass away back into the 50s.
You think transgenderism just passes away?
I think
it has to. Biology always wins.
Yes, I think the idea of sweeping transgenderism will pass away. What Jeremy said before is true. That this
I think that the
transing
transing of kids is going away.
Yeah.
We're beating that. But
you're not
transgenderism as a concept, I think we've got probably generations before we defeat.
But on that point,
the thing about it, you will never have a society where there isn't transgenderism.
That's right.
We've never had a society where there wasn't transgenderism.
Well, it exists as in there are people who are confused by their gender, but the idea, like
the concept,
that we are validating it as a concept.
Yeah,
I think we've got.
I think it will go away. I do. I think because the kids that are doing the surgeries now are going to grow up and become the adults, and then they're going to be.
Well, but the problem is that right now, most conservatives aren't even making.
That was
somebody is hurt.
That's the red wave.
It's Harmeet Dillon.
Yeah, my secret.
They just brought the ballots in, actually, from Arizona. You know, but this actually, what we're talking about here on transgenderism and self-identity, I think it relates at a much deeper level to what we're talking about. And we bring up Owen Barfield on every single episode of this show, and it relates here because we say biology is bedrock. I think there's something even more bedrock, which is representations, how we view ourselves. And so when we have this view, you know, post-1960s of we're this free country, do whatever you want, I think that's not historically what America was. I think there were many more stringent social laws for most of American history than we have today. And we can call them oppressive, but the people didn't really view them as oppressive. And so you think of something like now we call ourselves a liberal democracy, where it's our sacred democracy. You always hear about it all the time. That phrase barely appeared in English literature until the 1940s or 50s. That's not how America conceived of itself.
It's mostly Lionel Trilling kind of stuff.
It's Lionel Trilling stuff. And so Drew, when you say there is a changing of the guard here and the party is changing, the vision of the country is changing, that is the most perceptive comment of the whole midterm, as far as I'm concerned, which is, I go back to Cardinal Manning a lot. He says, there is a day that will come that will change the confident judgment, that will reverse the confident judgments of men. And that's what's happening now. Not just self-identity on gender, self-identity as a nation.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think we're going through a midlife crisis.
You know, all this stuff about whatever you were talking about makes me think about Hallow. As fun as it is.
Yeah, it does.
Wow. Yeah, we need faith.
Oh, yeah. It does. There's a good trend.
We need God.
Cardinal
Man. Telling them, don't make me do these things. Anyway, as fun as it is
make you work for a living?
Don't advocate.
Exactly. As fun as it is to watch the left lose their minds tonight, it's worth noting the deeper meaning behind it. Leftists are inherently anti-religious, which means they don't have a higher being to turn to when things don't go their way. They don't have any customs or traditions to keep them on a righteous path. And they certainly don't have an app like Hallow to help them reclaim their peace. Hallow is an audio-guided prayer and meditation app. It's the #1 Christian prayer app in the U.S. Hallow is like Calm or Headspace, but without all the woke nonsense, because it's rooted in Christian faith. Hallow has thousands of meditations and prayers that I use to find peace after a long day of being yelled at by blue-haired, Zay-Zem leftist weirdos. With Hallow, you can pray alongside Jim Caviezel, Bishop Barron, Father Mike Schmitz and Mark Wahlberg. They have over 5,000 audio-guided prayers, meditations, and Christian music. In advance of Christmas, you can now join Hallow's Advent Prayer Challenge to study stories of the Old Testament leading up to the birth of Christ. Hallow helps me make prayer a priority, and tonight they're going to do the same for you. Try Hallow completely free for 3 months at hallow.com/dailywire. This special offer will give you 3 free months, bringing you through the holiday season and into the new year. That's hallow.com/dailywire. Reclaim your peace in this crazy world. Download Hallow today.
Some sad news. Beto O'Rourke has lost.
Oh.
No, I know. I didn't want to be the.
You said news. Yeah.
Ben, breathe like a baby. Breathe like a baby.
So next question,
Take away all my material. How am I supposed to do a show around here?
Don't worry. This just means he's going to run for president. Right?
No, but he already ran for president. He likes to try something different. He did Senate, and then he did president, and now he did governor.
EU. UN Secretary General.
He could be Pope.
Pope.
He could actually be Pope.
Is he Papabile these days, maybe?
Would he be worse than Francis or better than Francis?
You know, what is he?
Better.
That's a toss-up.
I don't. Have we talked on that? We've talked off stage. I don't know if we've talked on the show. What happens if Francis dies before Benedict?
Sure would be weird, wouldn't it?
What would it mean?
What would happen?
Sure would be weird because.
Why are you saying that, Mike?
Yeah, why? The way you said that was very.
In a weird way.
Well, it's kind of weird because some people think that you can't resign the papacy, you know, and it's kind of weird. And then the Pope, Benedict, resigned for health reasons. Like 10 years
And he
ago
just
almost.
kept on living. Yeah.
Kept on living and writing some things that look like encyclicals. So anyway, it's just really weird.
And dressing exactly like he's the Pope?
Yeah, it's just weird, is I guess what I'm saying.
What?
Done for mental
Come on,
health.
explain it. Why?
I wouldn't even endorse Trump or
saying it's weird.
DeSantis.
What do you want to
I'm just saying things are weird, man. I don't know. We live in interesting times.
So wait. First of all, this is
Explain
an outsider. An outsider.
Start from the very beginning.
No, an
I'll
outsider.
finish before this election special's over.
As an outsider, it seems to me that Benedict resigned for no reason, and then the Antichrist took over. Now, is that a fairly accurate?
You know, to put it more
Yes.
charitably, some have suggested an anti-pope,
An
but I don't know. I mean, it's more complicated than all that. But it is kind of weird. You know, it's only happened at most one other time that a pope has resigned.
Well,
and
you
there have
always
been
qualify that. Whenever you talk about it, you say it's only happened at most once.
because I don't know that you can resign the papacy.
So you don't know
it's
that
just-
it's ever happened, in other words.
Yeah. It's just
Wouldn't that though mean? Wouldn't that sort of be like, if the divine line of kings is broken, that every pope since then has been not the Pope?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there are long-standing questions of this, and you know, when the papacy moved to Avignon, there were anti-popes in Rome and all sorts. You know, the thing is messy.
Anti-pope?
There was, I mean, when you become an anti-pope, are you just
like
the pope?
anti-Trump, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Anti-Trump, like is that how that works?
So you know, it is an open question, and I'm actually not being all that coy in that. Truly, my whole opinion on the thing is, it's just kind of weird. And ultimately, you know, the thing when it comes to the Catholic Church, I believe is ultimately the Holy Spirit is guiding it and will never leave the church. When it comes to the American presidency, you know, I think we might have a little more power.
What you say is if you resign the papacy, you have an obligation to just die. Soon. Like, you can't hang around.
I don't know that one can resign, really. You know, I mean, it's kind of odd.
The person I would most like to see elected Pope is our good friend Stephen Crowder. He's joining us right now. Listen, he'd be a great Pope. He does everything that a Pope, as a Protestant, Stephen Crowder has all the qualities of a great Pope.
Is this an ad?
Yeah, he's got a beard.
Yeah.
He's genuinely funny.
Yeah.
He wears silly hats, and he's always packing heat. I should be Pope, right? What am I missing?
Any of that had to do with being a pope, though, is my question.
Well, I said I'm a Protestant. I don't really peddle like all these like virtue and chastity. Not for me. Stephen Crowder from Louder with Crowder here with us, and I think we're also here with him. I think it's kind of a cross stream thing. I don't fully understand it. I also don't know how long I can keep talking before they just put him on the freaking screen. Hey, Stephen Crowder.
No, not mine. And this is also important because Kemp, right when we're talking about Kemp and Abrams, they tried to accuse. Remember, this is if you go watch that film on HBO, we can say this. Maybe we could even show some of it on Rumble. Kill Chain on HBO. This is a whole documentary about vote fraud with Stacey Abrams and with Kemp. And guess what? They showed how you could hack Dominion voting machines live in that film. And they tried to suggest that Kemp did it, and then said, by the way, no, we were totally wrong about that. It could never happen. Daily
We're watching.
Are they ready to go? Ready to go. Are they ready to go? Let's ding her in. And I don't want to get pissed off.
An amazing job right now.
Stephen Crowder, I just said that you should be the next Pope. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Daily Wire, the whole troop. Are you there?
We are. We were just talking about how you should be the next Pope.
Why should I? What? Well, I couldn't pull off the red shoes.
The Prada is not flattering on everybody. That's true.
Well, Knowles and Walsh, obviously, are the resident Catholics there. What is it? This is my understanding that not only is there someone who makes the shoes for the Pope, which I understand, and there is
Prada.
someone who makes some other shoe, but there's someone who exclusively makes the red shoes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a pair, unfortunately. I'm not sufficiently high up in the hierarchy. But I don't know. Someday, if you are in power, Stephen, I hope that I get a pair.
Well, I don't know. If I'd be a pope with a nice pair of Vans.
Yeah.
So,
The American Pope.
Daily Wire, what are you guys? Have you guys been following? Obviously, I know you've been following the election. What have you been covering here on the Arizona stuff? Because I think you guys, I have to be careful. We're on Rumble here tonight. We're not on YouTube for reasons, you know. We had Carrie Lake.
Well, I'd just like to say
stream.
this, Stephen, just for YouTube. You know, obviously, there are never any questions about election integrity, and I believe anything that the government tells me.
Amen.
Yes,
Is
absolutely.
Are we good? We're good?
We're covered it. Yeah.
Well, once the Senate,
Jason Campbell is sitting at his laptop going, I've almost got him. I've almost got him.
No, I'm not going to come on and get you guys in trouble. Believe me, I'm not going to say anything to get you guys in trouble. We'll talk about it afterwards on Rumble because the Arizona stuff is bizarre. And we just watched on CNN. They said, we fixed the problems. And I don't know if you saw this on CNN. Hey, Andrew, nice to see you, by the way.
Hey.
And Ben and Candace. Candace, you're the smallest from the depth of field because I'm looking at a camera and you're also, oh, hi, Candace. Okay, looking lovely. You make all these guys look like shit. So.
I think of the courage it takes to sit next to them.
I'm not being facetious at all.
No.
They just, on CNN, hold on a second here. I have to bring this up because it's screwing up my iPad. On CNN, they send someone out to Nevada, was it, Gerald? It was Nevada.
Sorry, what?
They send someone out to Nevada on CNN.
Las Vegas.
Nevada.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm saying I'm being more specific.
I'm sorry, guys. This is a disaster.
So
they sent someone out to Nevada to go look at a poll, right? To go look at a voting precinct. And of course, we know Nevada is very likely going to be red by a significant margin. And of course, we know that same-day voting favors Republicans. Now, I guarantee you this is what happened. And let me explain to you. And you tell me if you think that I'm being presumptuous. So he goes out there and he's in a mall that looks like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, as one does. And so he goes there, and I bet you the CNN producer said, look, it's same-day voting. That's going to be heavily Republican, and this is not going to go well for us in Nevada. We need you to find a precinct where same-day voting is going to lean heavily blue. And he said, say no more. And he's talking to people in line underneath a Mercado, Super Mercado sign. Not a word of English written.
That's not a great story.
No, I'm saying that's the only place he could find anyway, because the Telemundo offices weren't available. It's the only place that he could find majority Democrat voters. He was just like, hey, who are you voting for? I am voting for Democrat, and that was it.
I think the problem is that I just didn't understand the joke.
No, it's not a joke. This actually just happened on CNN. He's underneath a sign that says Super Mercado is where he went, an entirely Hispanic area.
That's a really good Spanish accent you got going there. Super Mercado.
Oh, sorry, we can't all be Dominican, or whatever the hell it is.
You weave quite a tale.
We can't all look like we're walking around in a perfect Dominican brown suede evening gown. Rub it in my face, Candace.
That's not fair.
So Stephen, who's going to win and who's going to lose? Just tell us that. As the Pope.
Yes, this is the Vans Pope. Yes, yeah, I'm the new Vans Pope. I will say this: I would have expected Arizona, Carrie Lake, if not for all the
questions,
irregularities,
strange coincidences,
excellent voting procedures.
Yeah.
I think. Listen, I'm troubled by what's going on in Maricopa County. I think that it's unconscionable that you can't, in the United States of America, in the year of our Lord, respectfully, 2022.
Don't tell that to me. Tell that to Ben.
Yeah, that you can't actually effectuate an election successfully is unbelievable. But I still think Carrie Lake's going to win. I think that we're going to spend all evening fretting about Arizona, and Arizona's actually going to be a bright spot by the time that the evening's over. I'm a little bit more concerned about Herschel Walker down in Georgia. I'm a little bit more concerned about Dr. Oz over in Pennsylvania. I'm a little bit more concerned that we're going to lose races where it isn't because the voting machines aren't working. I have a feeling we're going to still fare. I hope. I mean, I'll be the first to admit if I'm wrong, but I'm hopeful that Arizona is actually going to break our way, even with all these irregularities.
Well, I agree with you, and I was just talking about, obviously you guys are the political experts. I'm just I'm a comedian with a horrible Hispanic accent. But I will say this: maybe someone can clarify for me. Explain this to me like I'm a dummy without getting banned from YouTube.
I was about to say, hold on, they're on YouTube. We're not.
I know
we have
they're
the
on
freedom of not being
yes,
there. Right
and
now,
I would, and genuinely, I don't want you. I know you guys are probably on edge because I'm not going to do anything that'll get you guys in trouble. We'll do that for the Rebel Street once we're done. I promise you that you have my word. But here's my question: they're talking, and Jeremy, to what you were just discussing there. Okay, Arizona. I think it'll be a bright spot long term, but and this is something we sort of have all accepted. And I just was discussing this. They're saying, hey, we will have a certain percentage of the vote tonight until we might have 99%. They just said this on CNN by Friday. Once we count the early voting. Now, hold on a second. If I may, just go with me for a second. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the early voting could be counted early? I don't understand why the same-day voting is counted today and the early voting is counted Friday. Your thoughts? I may be functionally retarded. I've never heard a valid explanation.
Yeah, so this is actually idiotic state law in places like Pennsylvania as well. In Florida, that's not the way it works, right? My home, wonderful state of Florida, which I've been praising all night long for being the best state in America. Florida, they do count all of the election ballots early as they come in, and that's why they're able to get out all of the election tabulations in like an hour and a half of the polls closing. In Pennsylvania, they are legally not allowed by law to count the early ballots until the polls close. That's it. That's
well, hold on. Pennsylvania, they don't follow their own laws.
Okay, but
they follow their own law.
I mean, that's
the law.
The law, but that's true. But what I'm saying is that a lot of these states just have crap voting procedures, and that just didn't get fixed from 2020. And in some states like Arizona, there's no excuse for it because Republicans were well, actually, Katie Hobbs is running the place in Arizona, right?
Well, Katie Hobbs is Secretary of State, who also has the final say in that.
Right,
a lot of coincidence.
Amazing in Arizona. Yeah. And in Nevada, it's the Democrats who are running the thing. In places like Pennsylvania and Georgia, there really is no excuse for not fixing the voting procedures at this point because this is it really is third world crap.
But isn't the problem?
It's not even third world crap. You dip your finger in the purple ink. You put your finger on the person you want. That's how they do it in the third world, and then somebody counts the purple dots. Right. You can do it all in a day. Yeah. But we're worse than the third world.
Isn't the problem not the counting of the early votes? I don't know if we're allowed to say this, but isn't the problem the early votes? I mean, you shouldn't be voting for 2 months.
I thought you were saying the problem, the switching.
Yeah, and all the fraud that takes place. But that's
a joke. Of course, we're joking.
We're joking. But isn't we shouldn't have 2 months of voting, right? I mean, that's a big problem. And Republicans need to come out against it and stop it, and stop saying, well, we're just going to fix it around the margins. Don't fix it around the margins. The only reason they have early voting is because they exploited COVID to pretend that this cough was the reason why we had to destroy all our election laws, and then they kept it in place implausibly in this election, and they're going to keep it until we stop it.
You have 2 years to plan your day, to carve out some time to go vote. 2 years to figure that out. There's no reason why you can't do it.
Okay, I have another question also, actually. And this one is about the state Republican parties. This is a real question. Why is it that the best state in the country, Florida, they could rack up voter registrations for the Republican Party to the point where they were actually out-registering the Democrats by this election cycle? And in Arizona and in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, apparently everybody just went to sleep for 2 years instead of actually registering voters. What the hell are you doing? What do you do for
This is why Zeldin can't win in New York, because they have no organization. Every single Republican who wins builds his own kind of world for himself, where every Democrat who wins builds a coalition. Builds a machine.
Builds the machine.
Well, I think in Arizona you have there's a little, obviously you can't underestimate the idea of, Hobbs being Secretary of State, who was planning all along to run for governor. And I do think that Carrie Lake kind of emerged because there weren't a ton of strong people in Arizona. Once she emerged very, very strongly. And you look at that gap that was made up as quickly as it was. Here's my point with Carrie Lake and Hobbs. All right, you're Hobbs. Okay, you're ahead. Now the gap has tightened. Now you're losing. You're not showing up for media. You're not hitting the ground. So we can talk about Republicans not being very active, but think about this for a second. You're not really hitting the ground running, not a super effective grassroots campaign. And then you don't even show up for a debate when, at that point, at best, it was a statistical heat. At worst, she was it's like she didn't want to win, but, hey, why does that matter when the voting machines go down?
Maybe she knew she might get lucky and have 20% of the machines just magically go. Maybe, I'm just saying, maybe she had a dream and then suddenly she got lucky, 20% of the machines go out, this is YouTube, I want to keep this user-friendly.
No, you guys see, Candace Owens doesn't give a shit about YouTube. That's what I think about you.
Candace can tell jokes just as funny as Stephen.
Yeah, there we go. Yes. I'll have them. I'll have Candace go up with Dave at the Ryman.
We'll do it.
Yes. Except we should warn you, Dave's crowd is a little bit white supremacy.
Yeah. It's fine. It's Candace.
We're from Southern California. It's white supremacist adjacent.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Well, Ben Shapiro really brings them in. Talk about canvassing. Oh my gosh. He looks like if Ed Furlong didn't get shot at the end of American History X. He would be Ben today.
You know, I love
your
you
move,
brother.
Candace. Try and come on down to my dark corner of the world, and I mean that figuratively, not the beautiful.
You know, it just every time you make jokes like that, Stephen, it reminds me of one of the great days of my life, the time that you were waterboarded.
Mine too. I loved it.
That was a wonderful time for everybody. That was a Christmas episode, was it not? It was in celebration of our Lord and Savior. It was you got to watch him be waterboarded, if I recall correctly. So that was exciting.
Everyone move your chairs back from Ben about 6 inches. He's going to spontaneously combust. That's true. Did I tell you, Ben?
Go ahead.
Did I tell you, Ben, that I tried to cheat the waterboarding? For people who don't know, what happened is they put the cloth over my face. Remember, it was Tim Kennedy. And I thought that if I stuck my tongue out, I'd create like a pup tent effect and the water wouldn't go. But it's so immediate. I was like, it just makes it worse. So it's like I thought that I'd figured something out that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed missed.
Enjoy waterboarding.
It was one of the great days, and I was so excited to see Stephen suffer.
Yeah.
And he took it like such a man.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to say anything kind about him. He would have lasted at Gitmo. He would have lasted like 11 and a half seconds, which would have been an all-time record. And I was so angry that he suffered so little that I went upstairs and clogged his crapper.
He's trying to get out ahead of it because he knew I was going to bring that up anyway.
You took an apple decker.
In his brand new beautiful house.
Yes. Let me hear from you. What are your sort of flyer predictions there? I mean, the one that I said, I think an upset could be Oregon. I think Tempex Kotek could be going down. Mm-hmm. And then I think that Hochul wins, but I said by less than 4. Those were kind of the ones that. Oh, and I think that Evers loses in Wisconsin, Democrat there. But what do you guys have as far as long shots or sort of what you would call predictions that maybe are off the beaten path?
You know, I was a little bit more optimistic, I'll admit, like 2 hours ago. And I think that as the night wears on and as I have to spend more time with you, I become more pessimistic about the state of the world. And so some of my upset predictions, like Hochul, I actually thought had a chance of losing that race. I doubt at this point, given sort of the returns that we've seen, that she's going to lose that race. Also, I think that the estimates that Republicans were going to take 53, 54 seats in the Senate, those are starting to look a little bit outpaced. Right now in Georgia, Walker and Warnock look like they may go to a runoff. That may be the most plausible possibility.
Well, it's a good thing that he was
there.
a pro ball player. He can run that shit.
Well, I mean, the good news is we can always come up with some extra children who may be of age at this point. And maybe they can finally tip this thing over into the victory category for the Republicans in Georgia. But it's the joke was right there. I had to take it, guys. When you open it, you have to go for it. You run to daylight. Run to daylight, guys. That's. But
we've had an ongoing joke about Herschel Walker campaigning against demon babies, which makes sense to only people watching this stream.
Yes, that's true.
Maybe you fool me once, demon baby, but demon baby is not going to fool me again. We need to throw them all in the podium. The demon babies are epidemic in the country. I'm going to take out every last demon baby. Because it sounds like something he would actually do.
You think they look like regular baby, but they're not.
You look at that baby, you say, that baby look like the Gerber baby. I say, you mispronounced demon baby.
Your baby look at me cross, I drown it.
Yep, that's the only way to handle demon baby. Gotta drown the demon baby. And when I was sheriff, I drowned every last damn demon baby that I saw. And I'm gonna drown every last damn demon baby that I come across. Whether it's a runoff, walk off, demon baby off, I'll go off with your demon baby.
Is your baby crying on an airplane?
You had a point, I think.
I loved the Daily Wire.
It was still
some of the best times of my life.
It was.
The best times of my life.
Is that the Vitamin C song playing? Damn it! Ben, why do you have to be such a pessimist? I mean, aside from the fact that I'm here on your stream, but I don't see any reason that we wouldn't be able to pull the old Senate majority here. Really, if Fetterman wins, we still only need 2 unless they've called some things during this interview. That's totally within the realm of possibility.
Again, I don't think that. I think the Republicans. I think 51 is still, very, very, very plausible, actually. But I think that 53, 54, which is kind of how the night started, which is we're gonna take New Hampshire, we're gonna take Pennsylvania, we're gonna take Arizona, we're gonna take Georgia, we're gonna take Nevada. Maybe we'll take Washington State. Like I think that some of those things have started to, reality has started to creep in. Still, it can be a good night for Republicans. Listen, Republicans having the House alone means that Joe Biden's agenda is now over and he's not effectively president anymore because he just can't get anything through. But with that said, it's late at night. We're hanging out with you. It's a dark time for all of us. And one of the things that just occurs to me is that candidate quality actually matters just a little bit. And this has been my message of the evening.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. And I also, hey, guys, for everyone else not named Ben, when was the crossover moment that Ben got a stylist? Because I don't know when it happened, but it was a night and day difference.
Slappy's revenge?
No, Ben, you know this. You went from, like golf shirts like Gerald here, and then all of a sudden...
Whoa, don't throw me in here.
Oh, come on. And then all of a sudden you started looking like you were, a Xenia ad, a Hugo Boss, whatever. I was going to say Hugo Boss, but then I realized it was not.
This is 100% true. Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. It was shortly after I wasn't killed at the end of American History X.
Celebrated. You were growing a beard for
that was the zigzag that I
you were
was
growing
sorry
a beard
about.
and then you just shaved it off.
I faked y'all out.
It was the most important political story of 2022.
Was.
People were sad
Well,
to
he
see the beard
shaved
go.
off the beard because Kanye thought he was a Jewish werewolf, by God. Howling at the moon, try and play me for a fool, Dan.
Where is he?
Oh, man. This is why we can't have nice things like friendships or a company.
Well, look, guys, I think, hey, Andrew, Andrew, you never call me anymore. Andrew, you never call me anymore, bro. This one's for Candace.
You used to call me all the time and say, please get me a job, and now I never hear from you anymore.
Well, yeah. Once I realized you had no power.
I kept telling you, no one could place you, Stephen. I'm sorry.
And all those long nights for nothing. All right. Well, look, guys, I think there's a lot. Do you think we'll have any final question? Do you think we'll have any concrete results here tonight? Do you think we'll actually be able to make some calls? I know the media doesn't want us to be able
Karine
to.
Jean-Pierre was very clear. It could take months.
That's how it's supposed to work.
The election, and that means the election is working. So let's all calm down.
There's only one race I care about, Stephen. You asked for long shots. My
the
old
white
district,
race.
Well, that goes without saying.
Continue. That's the New York 7th.
For real, right?
So I'm sort of.
Okay, he can make that joke. He's Italian, right? He's part Sicilian, the Southern Italian.
The Sicilians have always occupied an ambiguous racial territory, which is very helpful. The race that I'm looking at is New York 17. Sean Patrick Maloney is the head of the DCCC campaign committee, and he could lose. I don't know that he will. If he loses, though, that is a message to not just some random Democrat in New York. It's a message to the whole campaign. It's a message actually to the entire party in the House. And so there's a very, very good shot we will get those results tonight. That would be extraordinarily satisfying. And then on those crucial races, we're probably going to have to wait until 2027 to figure out what happened.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're right. And I will say this too. I think this is what obviously I don't think this is the most important election of our lifetime. I think it's the precursor to the most important election of our lifetime in 2024. That's how I see it, and that's why I see the gubernatorial races. I think you guys would probably agree most indicative of where we would be if you were to hold a national election today, because obviously with the House, obviously with the Senate, less so, but kind of as you veer more towards governorships, you're talking about local politics, which is why local politics are so important. How effective you are, what kind of a campaign, right? You can have red states that have entirely blue races or entirely blue victories. The governorships here and the momentum that we're seeing there is, I think, a pretty strong indicator of where we're going in 2024. And I think, the last election that we covered, was a sort of a referendum on legacy media. And last we checked, here we're not on YouTube, we're not on Facebook tonight, but
right.
I mean, 400,000 people, something like that on Rumble. This is a sort of a referendum right now on YouTube, and I think it's a good thing. You guys are building your own platform, obviously with Daily Wire, but this is, I think, a tectonic shift of people realizing we all want to be off of these platforms, but there isn't a viable alternative. Tonight, enough people are migrating away that I do think that's a really big win, just beyond the politics. But I will leave you guys with this. Candace is actually, she brought up a very good point about Jean-Pierre. Then that's how you know the election is working. I couldn't hear. I think that was the person you were quoting, right, Candace?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the thing is, it could not be a more, that's the most apt person to be making that comparison. Because do you know why? That Herschel Walker tell you that Jean-Pierre, that is one grown-up, grown-ass demon baby. Dead or alive, thank you very much. We'll be back later.
All right, thanks, Stephen, for everything. I hope I get that guy in the Secret Santa this year. Conservative Secret Santa.
Good Lord. Well, folks, if you listened to that, saw that segment with Stephen Crowder, and just wanted to pull the covers up over your head, maybe just die a little bit inside, or maybe just wanted to go to sleep. Well, you need Boll and Branch. And we're gearing up for a long night here at Daily Wire headquarters. I'm not worried because I slept really well last night on my Boll and Branch sheets. I love my Boll and Branch sheets. They are made from the finest 100% organic cotton threads on planet Earth. In fact, their signature hem sheets were made with threads so luxurious 3 U.S. presidents have slept in them. Boll and Branch sheets are made free from toxins, pesticides, and other harsh chemicals. They actually soften with every single wash cycle. They come in 9 neutral colors, all mattress sizes. Their signature sheets come wrapped in a beautiful holiday gift box. Who would not love the gift of a good night's sleep after tonight? Best of all, Boll and Branch gives you a 30-night risk-free trial with free shipping and returns on all orders, but you're not going to want to return them. They're amazing. Try the sheets I trust myself to lull me to sleep at night. For a limited time, get 25% off your first set of sheets plus free shipping when you use promo code ELECTION at bollandbranch.com. That's Boll and Branch, BOLLANDBRANCH.com. Bollandbranch.com, promo code ELECTION. Offer ends November 27th for a pair of covers you want to sleep in, and also will shield your eyes from the horrors of a Stephen Crowder segment. Wow, that's a dude who says stuff.
We've been here long enough now to have stale popcorn. It's just like they have to actually refresh our plastic food.
Yep,
it's unbelievable. And yet we are no closer to the answers closer to the answers that we desire.
Georgia looks like it's going to head for runoff. If I have to predict things right now, Georgia looks like it's headed that way.
How far up?
Herschel Walker's in a very, very narrow lead over Raphael Warnock. He's at 49.4, and Raphael Warnock's at 48.7. But again, that Libertarian Party candidate, those Libertarians, man, you can't trust them.
Yep.
1.9% from the Libertarian Party, drawing away from Herschel Walker. That would have put him over the top. So instead, we'll get yet another runoff, which is just riveting, exciting stuff. There's nothing I love better than a good Georgia runoff. They work out amazingly well for all of us. Meanwhile, the results have started to come in from Arizona, where all the voting machines are beautifully run. And Mark Kelly is right now up against Blake Masters, 56-41, but that's with 38% reporting, so those numbers mean nothing. Obviously, the urban areas tend to bring in the numbers first. Meanwhile, over in Pennsylvania, we're starting to see some numbers with 49% reporting. John Fetterman is up 51-47 over Mehmet Oz. Again, the mail-in ballots have not been counted, so you'd imagine the numbers are a little bit better for Fetterman than that at this early stage. Again, there's a bit of a blue mirage that happens at the beginning of the night when all of the early towns get counted, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Allentown, and then it's a little bit later in the evening when some of the rural areas come in. So, right now, if you're ballparking this thing, it's not looking like amazing for Republicans in the Senate. In the House, it's looking a little bit better. They already called Colorado for the Democrat, so that race, which at one point was considered maybe a plausible win for the Republicans, with Michael Bennet running against his name O'Brien, that race has been called like right off the bat. So that is where things stand.
There's also news out of Arizona. Rachel Maddow, my doppelganger, is reporting, and just to let you know that it's not only Republicans who are claiming voter fraud and shenanigans. Rachel Maddow is reporting that Arizona Republicans are intimidating Democrat voters with guns. I assume this is, these are white supremacist Nigerians in MAGA hats, taking Subway sandwiches from every Democrat voter in Arizona. But she is on air reporting that right now.
It does look like there has been one reversal. I suggested earlier that the networks were calling Virginia second for the Democrat.
Yeah.
They've now reversed that.
That's right.
The Republican State Senator Jen Kiggins will defeat Elaine Luria in Virginia's second congressional district.
That's what I thought was. Yeah.
That's good news.
That is good news.
Yeah.
That's a race that I thought was gone. I was looking at here's my sheet of paper with all the margins on it right now. That district, the Luria district, was a Biden +5.
Wow.
It was a D +6. So again, looks like a red tide, not a red wave, is kind of how I would describe it.
I'll take it.
If Oz,
would you call it a crimson tide?
If Oz actually loses, if he loses to a guy with brain damage, and we talk about accountability, there has to be accountability for the Republicans that got behind Oz in the primary. Like, you're going to actually lose to a guy that can't even speak.
But unfortunately, the Republican, most notably, who got behind Oz in the primary is Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
And as far as I can tell, he did it exclusively on the basis that Dr. Oz was also on TV.
Yeah.
Listen, I think Oz is. I'm going to keep my mouth open for the Daily Bean. Listen, I think Oz is a terrible candidate. I am infuriated by him. He's just awful. But David McCormick, who I think was probably better, but he was fairly squishy on a lot of issues. Kathy Barnett was the conservative in that primary. There was a broad consensus. Again, I thought she was great, but there was a broad consensus she wouldn't be strong in a general. So a lot of people in the party came out against her.
But you had like Sean Hannity telling people that they essentially didn't have a place in the party if they didn't support.
Yes, no, look, I thought the Oz shilling was disgusting, and I don't like Oz really at all. But the point that you make, Matt, which is that can you believe this guy with brain damage is going to beat Oz? I think if the situation were reversed and I'm up against, let's say, the Democrat had this fully functioning brain, such as Democrats have, but was advocating for abortion on demand and transing the kids and destroy the economy and open borders and all the rest of it, and then you had a Republican who had suffered a stroke, I would gleefully vote for the Republican, knowing that his wife would actually take the seat or they'd just appoint some new guy to take it, or just knowing that his staff would run it. So I get why Democrats would do it, because the power of a senator is not what it was 100 years ago. 100 years ago, senators had many more responsibilities. A lot of that has been outsourced to the bureaucracy. Fetterman was always running to be just a rubber stamp for Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden anyway. So I'm not terribly surprised. I mean, I think yellow dog Democrats are the people who would vote for a yellow dog over any Republican.
Same way I feel about Herschel Walker. I feel like, do you want to vote for the guy whose girlfriends have had an abortion, or for the guy who will actually make abortion legal until the kid is 2 years old?
I agree with you, but just you're a doctor running against a guy with brain damage. How do you not leverage that in an effective way?
Well, he tried. His campaign went after Fetterman on the brain damage issue, and it read kind of ugly. I think.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, but I think they went after it in the wrong way. Like, Oz, especially in the debate, I thought that was a missed opportunity for him. He should have been showing concern, pity for him. I really feel sorry for this guy, and as a doctor, I feel sorry. I think that would have been a better approach, and it would have made him look.
Again, and the health issue was always going to be secondary. And in fact, I think there's a world, if it turns out that the Pennsylvania Senate seat goes to Fetterman, there's a world where the health issue actually took away from the main line of the campaign. Meaning that what really should have happened in this campaign is that Fetterman's policy should have been an issue, because he is a terrible candidate. I mean, if you look at his policy positions, this is a guy who has talked openly about cutting fracking in Pennsylvania. This is a guy who is abortion on demand until point of birth.
He said his number one priority was freeing murderers from prison.
Right, he was going to free 1/3 of all criminals in the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, these are radical policies, but because, almost in the same way the Democrats got distracted by the shiny abortion object, and they're like, let's throw $1 bajillion at abortion while everybody's worried about inflation. In Pennsylvania, it felt like, because it was the low-hanging fruit, not because it was so obvious, and honestly, you felt bad for the guy. Like, when I watched that debate, I felt bad for him, because he literally, it was hard to watch. I mean, it's like, what? He's a person who was not fully functional trying in public to do this thing. Everybody got distracted by the fact this is crazy. We could actually elect a senator who can't speak sentences. And they got distracted by the fact that senator who can't speak sentences is going to vote like Bernie Sanders. And it seems like if you're talking about what's more relevant to voters, maybe what's more relevant to voters, because how often have you watched a senator speak?
Well, I think there's also a cynicism on the right that says, because Donald Trump won an unexpected victory in 2016, we should only run famous people now. The cynicism of it is, the voters are so dumb, they'll vote for a celebrity. But with Herschel Walker on the ropes tonight, with Dr. Oz on the ropes tonight, hopefully it disabuses us of this particular cynicism.
But it's a long-standing issue. I mean, you think of going back to Sonny Bono. I mean, going back, or Jesse Ventura, or Arnold Schwarzenegger, or all these, celebrities run in politics. Politics is show business for ugly people. But I agree. I don't think it is. You can't just say the guy had a big TV show, he'll be a shoe-in to the race. It just doesn't happen.
It doesn't work that way. So our friends over at Election Wire are going to give us an update on some of the races that they've been following throughout the evening. We're counting on them to be able to look at their computers while we all stare at each other and make Steven Crowder jokes and try not to get canceled. So they're tracking the races at a much more granular level, and they're here to give us an update now.
So we've got a few calls coming in from Decision Desk, which we're using this evening. The Oklahoma governor's race we mentioned earlier that had seemed like a toss-up. Republican Governor Kevin Stitt has just come out on top there. Decision Desk also calling the Pennsylvania governor's race for Josh Shapiro. In the Pennsylvania race right now, 53% in. Fetterman is up 51.1 to 46.6. And in that governor's race, Fetterman is trailing Josh Shapiro by about 5.5 points. That's generally where he needs to be. Betting markets also now overwhelmingly going for Fetterman after Oz was at about 70% earlier today. There is good news for Republicans, though, in the state of North Carolina. It was very tight earlier. Ted Budd is now pulling ahead of Sherry Beasley, 51.1 to 46.9 with about 90% in right now. And in Ohio, J.D. Vance is up 54 to 46 on Tim Ryan with 75% in. Starting to get early results out of Wisconsin, 50% in. Mandela Barnes up 50.5 over Ron Johnson, the incumbent, 49.5. We're still expecting that to tighten as more results come in. And then in Michigan, 23% in. Gretchen Whitmer is up 51.3 on Tudor Dixon, 47.1. So again, kind of a mixed bag. That's what we've been seeing all evening, but we're expecting a lot of these races to continue to be tight as more results come in these more Republican-leaning districts.
Cabot Phillips, thank you. And we're being joined now from the Manhattan Institute,
Yes.
I think one of the most important journalists in the country today, our good friend Chris Rufo.
This with you.
It's
great to be with you.
Chris, what are you seeing from your vantage? What's happening out there?
Look, I think this is undoubtedly a big night for the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. I think his brand of muscular culture war politics has shown that it is nationally resonant. He's outperforming all of his peers. He's flipped Latinos. He's flipped urban districts. I think he's really riding high tonight, pioneering a new model of conservative politics. And then I think on the other hand, someone like Dr. Oz, as you guys were saying, is running a lackluster campaign. He didn't draw contrasts. He didn't have any crisp policy positions. He didn't take any risks. And I think that that's really what it comes down to. People want to know that you're a politician willing to stand on principle, to stand on issues, to draw strong contrasts. And Dr. Oz, I think, played the role on television of being the doctor that everyone liked. But in politics, you have to accept that half of the country will not like you. And there's nobody that leans into that more effectively than Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, it turns out that the quality of the candidate actually matters in these races. And you can't be cynical, is what we were just talking about beforehand. You can't be cynical as a party going into these races about who can win. That cynicism can play out in multiple ways. There's a kind of establishment cynicism that maybe you experience some degree of with a Dr. Oz. I think that you experienced with Mitt Romney in the Jeb Bush in the 2016 primaries, or Mitt Romney even in the 2012 election.
Or McCain, you know.
But there's a populist version of the cynicism too, where even as far back as the Tea Party, the grassroots would put up candidates, I think, who were very low quality candidates, but who kind of had this sort of red meat appeal. It turns out in politics, some vetting actually has to happen.
Yep.
It's not just about people who you sort of constitutionally resonate with. You have to find people who are actually going to be able to go through the rigor of it. I mean, you said that politics, Michael, is
showbiz for ugly people.
Showbiz for ugly people, and that gives me some hope that I might one day ascend in public office. But the one thing that I've certainly observed in my time dealing with politics is that the kind of person who can endure the rigors of a campaign and actually thrive in it. I mean, this is not a quality that the average person has. I know for a fact that I do not have it. And you know, these races are grueling. They put these people, they put their families. I mean,
it's hell.
Ben made the point that it's that he's actually sad seeing Fetterman up there. I feel that way every time I see the president of the United States. I have an actual sadness, an actual pity that we're abusing this human in the way that we are. And you can say, he earns it. He's been a bad. I'm not trying to make it offensive, Joe Biden. I'm saying that it's an ugly thing that we've done. It's an incredibly hard job, and I think that the party did not have the discipline that it needed, sort of at the establishment or grassroots level.
It was kind of interesting too with a Oz candidate, because Trump has been pretty good at picking candidates, and he's changed the Republican Party, and there's this new thing. And you look at J.D. Vance; he's obviously moving the party in a new direction. But then Oz, as you point out, Chris, Oz was just this old. I mean, the guy
Oz was on TV.
Oz was on TV, but Oz was, he'd go on radio lambasting pro-lifers, and then he goes out, he says, I'm going to vote to redefine marriage in the Senate, and you just think, and all I'm going to do is cut your taxes. By the way, one common thread with low-quality candidates, I'm thinking of Christine O'Donnell in Delaware during the Tea Party wave, they have really bad ads. Their media is really bad, and Oz had terrible ads, and Christine O'Donnell had terrible ads, and that poor woman in California, who I like personally, but she was not a great candidate, forget her name now, she had terrible ads. There's just this odd thing that the people who are peddling this kind of old, dated politics, that is reflected in their media, and you saw it instantly with Oz. You think the TV guys should have good TV ads, but they just didn't connect at all.
And I think by contrast, Fetterman had a really strong communications plan, a strong campaign. He had people dressing up as vegetables, making fun of Dr. Oz for the crudité. He had a lighthearted campaign, a fun campaign that felt frivolous at times, but also felt like it was something that was on the moment, made Dr. Oz feel a little bit dated. Dr. Oz felt like daytime television in 1995, whereas Fetterman was able to create this buffer zone around him. You have a candidate that can't even fulfill a full sentence, and yet his comms people, I think, were pretty successful. And I think that the digital strategy has to get smarter for all these campaigns. And I think that, again, DeSantis and other candidates in that vein are showing that actual risk-taking is rewarded in the ballot box, provided that you do it in a sophisticated and disciplined way.
Yeah. What are the stakes? I'd like to hear your thoughts before we go. I mean, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but it seems that the Republicans are at least going to take the House. That's going to do something to blunt President Biden's agenda. But really, what are the stakes? What's the difference if we get that majority in the Senate? If we get more than a simple majority in the Senate, what matters tonight and what doesn't?
I think ultimately what matters is what policies start to get formulated, policies start to get developed, and policy programs start to get mapped out for the future. And then I think down ballot, it's really important. All of the actual reforms that are going to affect people in their day-to-day lives are happening in state legislatures. And so I think what we saw with critical race theory, this blitz through the legislative bodies in 22 states, we're going to see again in Republican-led state legislatures. And so I think people have to focus their fire locally to get things done. And in D.C., it's about who's going to rise to the top, who's going to take control of the Republican apparatus, and what kind of policy items from people like J.D. Vance, the younger generation that is more comfortable with this kind of combative culture war politics, are they going to actually translate those political victories into substantive policy proposals?
All right, Chris, well, we appreciate you. Appreciate the good work that you're doing out there on so many important issues, most notably CRT and the transing of our kids. I mean, you're just really helping to lead the fight. And I say that even though Matt Walsh is sitting right here. Thank you for joining us tonight.
How dare you.
Good to see you.
See you. And we're joined now by the president of the Judicial Crisis Network, Carrie Severino. Thanks for being with us.
Great to be here.
So what happens? We get the Senate. How are we able to block the president on judicial appointments? What power will we have if we win that we won't have if we lose?
Yeah, well, remember the last time that the Senate and the White House splitting made such a huge difference was in 2016. When you have the Senate and the White House of a different party, that's really the American people tapping the brakes on what's going on with the presidency. Right now, even with the barest majority possible, which is 50 votes, not even a majority with the tiebreaker, basically the Senate's been putting anyone that the president wants to get across the board across. Donald Trump made records putting judges on. Biden has broken those records. So there has been no moderating effect of having any kind of middle ground on this 50 votes because, unfortunately, while Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema stand up every once in a while, they don't stand up on judges, and they voted for every single judge. So there'll be a huge change because, first of all, there'll be a chance that maybe there's actually some of the more radical judges you could actually defeat, but there's also a lot of control of the pace that the Senate Majority Leader will have and control of the committee process. So there'll be an opportunity to really highlight in committee some of the outrageous and radical judges that Biden is putting up.
Yep. The courts are the one thing that we still have, right? I mean, since 2020, almost the only places we've been able to block Biden's agenda have been at the Supreme Court level. If we're able to blunt his ability to appoint future judges, does that set us up in future elections to be able to do more beyond just the Supreme Court? I mean, do we have advantages earlier in that process to put a stop to some of the? I mean, if he loses the House, he loses the Senate, he's going to start using executive orders in a way that we've probably never seen before. The frequency of executive orders. the courts are really the only bulwark against that, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think this shows the wisdom of the last administration putting a priority on that, because all of his executive orders are just out the window immediately.
Yeah.
You know, the legislature has shifted. They're doing everything they can to undo stuff as fast as possible. So it's the courts are really the backstop, and particularly when Biden feels backed into a corner and just has to do the pen and phone thing that Obama, so popularized. The courts, this is why administrative law, which sounds so boring, has suddenly become really important at the Supreme Court, because it's these administrative agencies and these bureaucrats that the president is going to be deploying to just, well, we can't get this passed in Congress, we'll just declare an emergency and do it some other way, right? Or stretch, we'll find a statute that was passed 60 years ago and decide that it means that we can, delay evictions or something. They find all these different things. That's what the courts are here to do, is to keep those separations of powers in place. And I think, thank God we have the Supreme Court that we do, and the appellate courts as well. So the fewer of the Biden appointees that are going to be the rubber stamps for his agenda we can have on those courts, the better chance we have of keeping those courts.
One big hobby horse of the conservatives over the last 10 years or so has been on this point of administrative law, on Chevron deference specifically, this idea that the courts just defer to the administrative agencies to interpret their own regulations. Now, conservatives actually, including Scalia, used to be pro-deferring to the administrative state. Then in recent years, they've shifted very much against the administrative state and made this big move against Chevron to overrule Chevron deference. Now we've got a 6-3 technically, but really 5-4 conservative court. So, okay, if this is such a big issue, is the court going to overrule Chevron?
I think more likely what you're going to see is they just start not applying it in as many cases. So Chevron is the case that says the agency interprets the law. The law is actually passed by Congress. The agency's interpreting the law, sometimes in creative ways, right? And the courts, I think Scalia's idea is the courts are crazy. We don't want the judges doing this. It'll be better to just defer to the executive agency. So I think he was trying to get the activism out of it. But of course, we know that our agency bureaucrats can be every bit as activist as judges, maybe more so. So everything we've realized, out of the frying pan into the fire on that. I think what you're going to see is the courts just deciding maybe we're not going to use this framework that we have to defer to agencies. There's a lot of questions that have been raised constitutionally about how could that even be legal? How could that be constitutional to let them decide what the law is? So whether they go full overruling it or whether they just decide we're going to stop really applying it, I think you're going to see Chevron not playing a big role in the way the court's looking at it.
Do you think, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit tonight, but with the Dobbs decision, with the overturning of Roe, with the Democrats going all in on abortion, a new focus on the courts, protests, even still to this day, protests outside of the Republican-appointed jurists on the court, how is the role of the court changing in American life right now? And from a political point of view, it seems to me that the Democrats are demonstrating tonight that turning court losses into political gain isn't as easy as it looked when the Republicans were doing it after Roe for 40 years.
Exactly. Well, I think at the end of the day, what the American people really want to see is judges that are actually bound by the law. So for a long time, we had a court that was just willing to do whatever the Democrats wanted. And what you're seeing now is a temper tantrum because they finally lost control of that. They're like, wait, we can't just go to the court and ask for something and they give us, Ronald Reagan said, go back, get a half loaf, go back for the other half. They would just go to the courts for the other half, and the other half, the court would give them the other half and then some salami and some mustard to go with it. Yeah. Now the court's finally saying, actually, you're getting what you had. And I think that's part of the reason they're not able to turn it into the victories is because how can you get upset about the court just doing what the Constitution says? I think that's returning it to the American people. So even if, whether you want a lot of protection for fetal life, whether you want abortion to be legal all 9 months, now it's in the American people's camp, and they can make those calls, and they're going to make a lot of different calls across the country. But we are still seeing that temper tantrum in terms of the intimidation, people on their lawns, politicians threatening to pack the court, all that kind of thing, hoping that, well, even if we don't have the justice of the court, maybe we can try to strong arm them, maybe we can try to threaten and bully them into ruling our way.
So let's say we get 51. At least. Hopefully we get 52 senators, 53, but maybe that won't happen. But let's say we get 51. Okay, now if a Supreme Court justice dies or retires, now Biden's got some new nominee. can the Republicans and will the Republicans in the Senate hold out, pull a cocaine Mitch, say we are not going to confirm a justice until the next presidential election?
Well, he did it once,
He did
right?
it once.
This is why we have Justice Gorsuch. Is probably why we had Donald Trump as president, was because Leader McConnell made that call and said, "Hey, we're gonna all stick together." And to in their defense, the other Republicans stuck with him. I think, obviously it depends on the specific politics of what happens when, but I don't think any Republican senator should vote for a nominee to the court that's not going to be willing to interpret the Constitution as it's written. They take an oath to uphold the Constitution too, right? So if you're voting for someone who thinks the Constitution means whatever they felt like after, in the morning, that is not upholding your oath to the Constitution. So I would hope that, regardless of, I hope Biden doesn't get any more vacancies. Whenever it is, I would hope that they wouldn't be willing to vote for someone.
There's a dirty little
that.
secret here too that you're not allowed to talk about, but it's late and we've been talking nonstop for 4 hours and we're all getting a little loopy. The Democrats' recent appointments to the Supreme Court are humiliating to the court. I mean, Elena Kagan is a legal mind.
It's pretty serious.
I disagree with a lot of our ideas, but she is a legitimate jurist on the court. You can't say the same for Sonia Sotomayor. You can't say.
Oh my goodness, Ketanji.
Thank you.
Jackson.
Yeah. If you can't define what a woman is, I don't mean to
essentially at this
disparage.
point, the Democrats are essentially at this point putting partisan political actors on the court and not actual legal minds. I mean, what impact is that going to have over time? If the court is only an extension of a sort of what we might think of as like party rule, political party rule, doesn't that weaken the very intentions of, or weaken the court and change the role that the court plays in our society?
Well, I think we're seeing the consequences of the fact that when he had an option, he had several, even within his must appoint a black woman, he had a lot of different options. He chose the most radical option he had. And I actually think in the long run, that's not going to be helpful to him. And we've seen her so far on the bench. She's much more along the lines of a Sotomayor. She's just trying to get in these rhetorical points, not making the kinds of questions and arguments that might be appealing to peel off, a swing vote. Great, that's great in my camp, right? She's not that Lena Kagan is doing stuff like that. By trying to go with the most radical nominees you can find, sometimes that isn't a strategy if it's not someone who can make a compelling argument. What I think was so great about Trump's nominees, I really do think they're people who can make very compelling arguments, and some justices are immune to rational discussion, but you're someone who can move intellectually the ball forward is what you really should be looking for.
What effect do you think they're going to be in the fact that the Supreme Court decision leaked? We've just moved past that. There's been no accountability whatsoever. Like, what does that mean for the future? It seems like we're never going to find out who did it. There's never going to be any kind of punishment whatsoever. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the worst thing that could have happened after that, right? If they had a very short window where everyone is under the same roof, and if they didn't find the person then, they're not going to find him. I think this is horrible for the institution because no one knows who they can trust. And time will tell whether we have more leaks. It used to be that was the one institution in D.C. that did not leak. And you knew everyone was going to be professional and it was on both sides of the aisle. That's not the case anymore. And I think it sends a horrible message. As someone who's raised several kids myself, if you reward bad behavior, you're just going to get more bad behavior.
Do you have a sense, though, Carrie, that because there's gossip all around D.C., I think I not only know who did it, but I think I actually know the person who did it. But listen, there's all gossip.
Tell.
I'm not going to say the name, but but there's a lot of scuttlebutt and all. Do you think it is the case that the people at the court actually do have a strong hunch of who it is, and for whatever reason, Chief Justice Roberts doesn't want to get involved in all of this? Or do you think legitimately they just don't know at the court, and so anyone to the right or left of you could have been the leaker?
Well, when I was clerking at the court, one of the big messages I got from the Chief Justice that he gave to all the clerks was, under no circumstances should you ever violate any confidences or you will be dead to us all. So It was really shocking to me that he didn't do more to find the person. If he knows who it is, then the only reason I can think of they wouldn't be disclosing it is it's another justice or it's someone in his chambers that's going to be really embarrassing. I don't know.
But you think if it were a clerk in another, then you think he would?
I don't know. I think if the other justices had a sense, I think it would be hard for them to sit by and let this person just. I mean, look, that clerk is probably out somewhere getting their student loans forgiven, you know, while collecting a $400,000 bonus for starting at a law firm somewhere. I mean, that's outrageous.
It's a new norm? Is this a new norm now?
I think that's what we're going to find out. You know, is it the new norm? I hope it's not, because that's a huge blow for the court as an institution to not be able to. I mean, even think about it, Bush versus Gore, very contentious here. Yeah. I heard that there were like fist fights breaking out and someone got pushed in one of the fountains during a clerk happy hour. Like, it was very contentious. There were not leaks, let alone a leak of an entire opinion. The justices weren't even like having very good conversations together for a long time after that, it seems like. So it's just shocking to me. Obviously, it's a really important decision, but that it would result in that kind of a leak, and then, you know, assassination attempts, all of this stuff. It's just a huge step backwards for what used to be one of the few institutions people could trust.
I wonder, you know, one of the themes of the night is election denialism, you know, and of course the Democrats have been denying elections for a very long time, but it's really starting in earnest in 2000, and Republicans have lots of questions about 2020, I think for good reason, and but both sides just, you know, for their own reasons don't really trust the elections, and then the court was this one institution that was supposed to be kind of above this sort of petty squabbling, and then that seems, from my vantage, to be collapsing as well. So is that real, or is it just, this is the way it always was, you know, stop catastrophizing, nostalgia's history after a few drinks, or are things really getting quite bad?
You know, I think it ebbs and flows. There have definitely been times when the court had horrible, you know, internal things. You know, one justice wouldn't sit with another justice because he's Jewish, all these different things like that. I mean, really, really intense personal disputes. Yep. So, I don't want to say this is the worst it's ever been by a long shot. It does seem, you know, that relationships are not as close as they were, you know, during the 90s and early 2000s. But you know, I think this is not helping with the league and things.
I thought it was an important point we skipped over. There was a fist fight and someone got pushed into a fountain?
This is lore. You know, there's a clerk happy hour, and the clerks all, you know, you get along with each other. You're coming from different perspectives. I heard someone got pushed into the fountain during one of these. I wasn't there to see it.
It wasn't an actual justice, was it?
Not a justice. We're talking clerks.
Not quite the caning of
pushed
Sumner,
would have been.
Yeah, right.
You could really hurt someone. These justices are not young.
It's kind of ironic that John Roberts is supposed to be the great defender of the court's reputation. The court's reputation is spiraling downward at the same time. I wonder if it gives him any second thoughts.
You know, it's kind of like the parent trying to be the cool parent by like buying the kids beer or something. That's not actually how you gain their respect. You might gain some popularity points over a very short term, but over the long term, they don't really respect you. And I think
over the long term, they wouldn't know the difference between a tax and a penalty.
Like, do we really trust that you're going to decide something based on the law, or you're just kind of finger to the wind? What's going to get the best poll results? That's not going to get. Maybe in the short term it does. In the long term, I think we're seeing the court's integrity tanking, and that's because it looks like they look at politicians.
Carrie, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us tonight.
Have a great night. Good
really
to see
appreciate
you
it. And we haven't shown off in a little bit.
Too long.
While they bring in a chair and get Ben Shapiro back on the set, we're going to show you some more of what's going on over at Daily Wire Plus.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea. Please, if one person could tell me what a woman is.
You are not here for women. We ask you to leave.
What is that? I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people. Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
I like scented candles, and I've watched Sex and the City.
Yeah.
How do I know if I'm a woman?
That's a great question.
You're not a scientist. You're not a gender studies major.
No.
How do you know that you're a man?
I guess because I got a dick.
Can a man become a woman?
I'm not a woman, so I can't really answer that.
Women only know what women are.
Are you a cat?
No.
Can you tell me what a cat is? Do you want to tell us what a woman is?
I'm a biological woman that medically transitioned to appear like a male. I will never be a man.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all of their problems will be solved if they become a man.
So you worry that there could be a sort of social contagion element of this?
A teeny tiny bit, maybe.
It got me at 42. Your child doesn't have a chance.
And you're affirming it with hormones that have never been used in this way.
Puberty blockers, which are completely reversible.
Completely reversible.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview.
So you don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids, or?
How can they be removing the healthy breasts of 15-year-old girls?
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
How can this whole thing be happening, Matt?
I wanted us to have a safe place to be able to talk about this.
Part of me wants to ask why you care so much.
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them.
Is it transphobic to tell the truth?
The interview's over. Let's turn off the cameras.
Excuse me.
They're fair. I just wanted to know, what is a woman?
And you're not going to find out.
Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
I hope you enjoyed it a little bit.
We'll see when it comes out.
You know who I am. And I have no doubt that God will forgive you. But I hate God.
Are we gonna make it out here?
I know it's been hard. This is our dream, Hattie. Build a home on land we can call our own. Just gotta have a little grit. I'm heading to town, grabbing supplies. Look after your mom, God, won't you?
A mighty fine morning to you, ma'am.
And to you.
Is your husband at home?
Get behind the stove with your sister. They came looking for your pa. That's why they're out there taking their time.
Just take what you want and go!
Well, what we want is you.
Your father's walking into a trap. It's our turn to protect him.
She is a sensible woman. Mrs. McAllister ain't cut out for this.
Deep down, you're the toughest woman in this territory.
Those killers outside are gonna feel God's wrath.
Kill them all!
Hey, a couple of quick updates from the battleground Senate states. We've got in Ohio, J.D. Vance is pulling ahead 53.8 over Democrat Tim Ryan, 46.2. That's with 75% of the vote in. That's a pretty good position for him. He's about where he's been polling, about 5% above. In the Senate race in North Carolina, Ted Budd is also in good position. That's with 92% of the vote in. He's at 51. Beasley, 47. Again, about where he's polling. That seems like it's going to be called pretty soon. John Fetterman in Pennsylvania is still leading. Dr. Oz, that's a 49.8% to 47.9%. That's with 90% of the vote in. And again, there's a lot of early voting, usually favors Democrats. Looks very good for Fetterman. Josh Shapiro, the race has been called for him as the governor of Pennsylvania. Decision desk called that. And then finally in Georgia, Warnock is still slightly trailing Walker. So Walker's in decent position, 1%, but that's with 83%. I just got that backwards. Warnock's ahead, 1%. Walker's down 1% now with 83% reporting. Not looking great for Walker, but again, they have to. One of them has to, exceed 50%. Will that happen? Not certain. But but there are some Democratic-heavy counties that aren't fully in. So something like 20 to 30% not reported. That's not great for Walker. That's it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, John. And joining us again.
Yeah, we're back.
Billy Whittle.
Hi.
What?
Bill, not the blowout that we were expecting tonight, or that we had hoped for at any rate. Do you still have hope that we're going to carry the Senate?
I do, but part of me is walking around thinking the beatings will continue until morale improves. So if you get 2 out of 3, there are some things that you can do on offense. Instead of just like stopping the train.
Yeah.
I always thought if we were able to get control of the Senate, I think what we ought to do is we ought to put together a number of bills that are constructed in such a way that when Biden vetoes them, he basically tanks himself by doing so. The Fair Play for Our Daughters Act, for example, of 2023, which basically says that, the millions and millions and millions of young women that compete in athletics, it's not fair that 1 or 2 people whose feelings are hurt are taking that away from our daughters. We're empowering women and so on. So Fair Play for Our Daughters, send it to him and have him veto it. And you do the same thing for any of these things. You put them together in such a way, you're still telling the truth, you're not lying. But what it seems to me that the only offense...
The problem is Republicans, if they even had the political sense to put that bill together, would call it like the Title IX Restoration and Fair Improvement Act or something.
This is why we're in the trouble we're in, right?
Yeah.
Because our team does not, Evan Sayek called it a rhetorical intelligence, and we're real low on that. But somebody's got to get out there and start giving the Republican Party some ideas about how to actually win hearts. We've talked about this before. I think that over the course of the last 30, 40 years, the Democrats have been so effective at using emotion to override reason that now conservatives think that anything that has any emotion in it at all is automatically bad, and people don't vote based on how they think. They vote based on how they feel. And we should be going for the feels, and we're not. And we're paying for it.
Feelings don't care about your facts, Ben.
So we are, along those lines, we should, not to put too fine a point on it, stop running shitty candidates. That is the lesson of this evening thus far. If you run a very good candidate in Florida, you win by 20. And if you run a very weak candidate, you lose to a person who has brain malfunction in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And right now, it looks like Fetterman is going to win the seat in Pennsylvania. It looks as though Georgia is going to a runoff because Walker is an exceedingly weak candidate. And
a runoff in Georgia is not good for
a runoff in Georgia is very bad because you don't have Brian Kemp to drag you up the ticket the way that you did in this particular election, because Brian Kemp is a good candidate. You can see in that same race. He took Stacey Abrams to the woodshed. Stacey Abrams was the darling of the Democratic Party, and Kemp is going to win handily in that race. Meanwhile, Raphael Warnock is a disaster area of a candidate, and Herschel Walker is going to end up in a runoff, which, odds are that he may not end up winning that particular race, and so that's another one you can chalk up to a bad candidate. Lauren Boebert right now is on the rocks in Colorado. That is not a district she should be losing. Right now, she is down by 4 to 5 points in Colorado.
Still time to pull it out?
Still some time. Well, we'll see how that goes. Don Baltic getting his ass kicked over in New Hampshire. That is not a close race. That was expected by a lot of pollsters to be much, much closer than it ended up being. Baltic was the person that the Democrats handpicked to run against Maggie Hassan. They ran a bunch of ads against Baltic's opponents because they figured that Baltic would be the person easiest to beat. And it turns out that looks to be correct. That race has already been called. Baltic is done in New Hampshire. So that means that of the races that were on the board at this point, and there's still polls that are open in a lot of these other states, of the races that were on the board at the beginning of the night, Republicans have lost a seat they could have held in Pennsylvania, or look to be losing that seat. Georgia is at best a toss-up. New Hampshire is gone. And now we're headed out west, and basically you have to bank the Republicans taking the Senate on holding on Nevada, which would be a testament to Laxalt's quality as a candidate. He's the strongest of these candidates. And then we'll have to see how Masters does in Arizona. If Lake can drag him up the ticket. But we are seeing some ticket splitting, right? In New Hampshire, you saw significant ticket splitting. Sununu won handily, and Baltic got his butt kicked. So what this says, once again, to Republicans, the message is always the same. Don't run shitty candidates and put the onus on the other guys to defend their policies. That's it. That's the whole thing. Don't go crazy. Don't think that the environment is so bad that you can run whomever you please and you're still going to win. Don't spit into the wind and then expect that it's not going to come back at you.
I'll actually say that the Fetterman-Oz situation that's playing out tonight is a lesson that we did not learn in 2020. Everyone said in 2020, Donald Trump can't lose. Joe Biden is a vegetable. Joe Biden won't even leave his basement. Joe Biden can't even string a sentence together. And it's like you underestimate what people are willing to tolerate to see their candidate win, or see their party win. They're not. Yeah. People are not making their decision on the quality of. They're not exclusively making the decision on the quality of the candidate in such a way that you can run.
Yeah, I mean, Sean Trendy is now predicting that the Republicans don't take the Senate. He says the Democrats are more likely to pick up a seat and end up at 51 than the Republicans are likely to keep it a split, which is not how this night was supposed to go.
No.
And it is certainly not how this night was supposed to go by any of the available metrics historically. The Democrats would pick up a Senate seat in an election year where the President of the United States is running at 43%, where 70+ percent of the American public believes that the economy is moving in the wrong direction, and where you're going to end up picking up, Republicans will end up picking up when all this is said and done, maybe between 20 and 25 seats in the House. They'll end up with a fairly solid majority in the House. You're not supposed to lose every single close race. And there are a bunch of toss-up races. There are like 25 toss-up races, 24 and 25 toss-up races in the House. And Republicans are only going to pick up maybe 7 of those. So this is a wave that was blunted by, again, lack of enthusiasm in particular. Again, and this is the thing, you have the proof. In a state where Republicans ran strong candidates up and down the ballot, they whomped people. Florida is a great example. They ran a great governor candidate. They ran 2 very strong senatorial candidates. They ran a bevy of excellent House candidates. And they whomped everybody. And they did the organization. They did the hard work. And they did really, really well.
Tonight feels like 2012 felt to me. You know, where everybody thought, okay, he's going to go in real strong, and Romney's, you know, he hasn't prepared a concession speech, you know, and we're watching all these numbers, and that's closer than it should be. And why is that even on the board, you know?
Yeah.
And expectations were pretty high. Certainly mine were. I think there is some long-term good news because, well, we're all friends with Andrew Breitbart, the late great departed Andrew Breitbart. But when he said politics is downstream of culture, the reason for that is because culture can react much faster than politics. You make a decision about what TV shows you watch, what movies you go to. You make those decisions on an hourly basis. You make a political decision every 2 years. And the one thing that I've noticed a lot, not looking downstream, is looking upstream, is that a bunch of like pop culture channels that I would watch, just they talk about Star Trek or whatever, Lord of the Rings, these guys haven't become Republicans exactly, although many of them almost have. But the amount of politics as it entered these pop culture discussions, and the hatred, just the raw hatred for woke politics, the disgust of it. So if you're looking at what young people are doing, they are not buying into this stuff. No one's buying Rey Skywalker action figures. They don't want anything to do with it. The Star Trek is dead, Star Wars is dead, and people say, what difference does that make? Well, the reason they're dead is because they got a healthy injection of left-wing politics, and it killed them. And non-political people now are talking politically, and they're not so much talking about how much they like conservatives, but they're talking about how much they hate the woke, which brings us, of course, to the main point, and that is, we know what the woke agenda is. What's our agenda?
Well, I think Herschel Walker is making some live remarks, and we're going to try to join those in just a moment. Then we're going to kick it over to the election wire guys. Our friends at Trafalgar are doing some polling. And their results are a little different than what we're seeing kind of in a lot of the reporting that's happening right now. So it'll be nice to hear a different perspective as we go. And then hopefully we'll be joined by Megyn Kelly shortly after that. So we have still a lot of great voices coming to you tonight. We know it's been a long night. We appreciate you sticking with us. In the olden days, back in the heady bygone days of 2016, we all drank heavily when we did this show. And it made for some really funny moments, but
I'm not going to run it again.
We're certainly not doing that tonight. Looks like we're going to go over right now to Cabot Phillips and the Election Wire team and hear about the polling that the Trafalgar Group is doing. Poll analysis.
Desk call in the Senate. Don Bolduc has been defeated by incumbent Democrat Maggie Hassan, a race that we obviously a lot of people were hoping was going to be closer. It looks like it's already been called by Decision Desk. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Few more updates. We mentioned earlier Pennsylvania. We had a mistake in the error. It was not 90%, 73% reporting right now in Pennsylvania, and it's getting a lot tighter. It's Fetterman right now, 49.3%, Dr. Oz at 48.3%. So Pennsylvania very much in play. Same with Georgia. We're going to get some more data coming in there, but right now 86% reporting. We've got 49.4 for Walker. Warnock is at 48.5%. Now again, Fulton County, we still need 15% of their vote. Gwinnett, we're still waiting on 44% of their vote. DeKalb, 32%. So there are some populous counties around Atlanta that tend to go overwhelmingly Democrat. So expect things to tighten in Georgia. And if it does in fact tighten, you're probably not going to see any of the candidates getting to 50 tonight if the trends continue that way. But Robert Cayley from Trafalgar Group. Robert, what is a state where you've seen kind of a surprise and then a state that's playing out kind of how we expect it from polls?
Yeah, I think New Hampshire and Ohio are perfect examples. Ohio was one that everybody was saying was going to be very competitive. We never really believed it would be competitive. I think the margin's 8 now. It's probably going to grow to more than that. New Hampshire is a state where everybody had within 2 or 3% on either side, and it looks like it's a blowout. And now New Hampshire people are very clever and not always forthcoming with their opinions, but yeah, there's perfect examples of two that just completely in line with what it looked like it was going to be, and then way off.
And as the guys were talking about earlier, how kind of the eyes of the Republicans are now shifting out west, looking at Arizona and Nevada as 2 spots that they're going to need to get to 51. As those results start coming in, where should we be watching in Arizona and Nevada?
Well, I think you should, obviously, we've always thought Nevada was going to be a win, just like we thought Ohio was going to be a win, just like we thought North Carolina was going to be wins. We didn't really see those as the ones that were toss-ups for tonight. So I think affirming that turns out the way we expected in Nevada, it's going to really go to Arizona and seeing how far behind Masters is from Lake. If Masters stays within 4 or 5 points of Lake, I think he makes it. If he sinks a little wider, he's not going to. So, but it looks like right now he is that close. And what we also know about about Arizona is those votes that are going to be favoring Lake and Masters were going to come in at the end and not the beginning. And it's kind of where it's supposed to be.
One final question for you on Pennsylvania. We mentioned candidates trailing governors. Right now, Fetterman is about 5.5 points behind Shapiro, about north or south of there. Do you think in the end, if he stays within 5.5 points of where Shapiro was, that it'll be enough to put him ahead?
Fetterman, no. I think Fetterman's going to be a little more competitive than that, because where Shapiro is, you've got a situation that Fetterman has people who might actually agree with his philosophy more, but just don't think he's competent, and he's losing a lot of those. And the only thing Oz is really suffering from, the real problem is the out-of-town guy. If he didn't have that carpetbagger thing on his back, he would already be there. But I think that margin is separate enough that it is easily can be a split decision in Pennsylvania.
All right, well, the night is young. We're going to be talking to you some more. We're going to keep digging into all these numbers. Back to you guys.
Ben, you were talking about the quality of the candidates, and it just reminded me of like the hockey win, in 1980. They've got professionals on the team, and we have hopeful, chipper amateurs. They play professional politics. It's their religion. It's their job. It's their hobby. It's everything. And it's tough, because if your entire political persuasion is we need less politics, you're not going to drop people who are really good at that conversion.
I think this is the thing with the Republicans, though. I think they are in this shift, and they have not found their feet. I just believe that this is. I think the Democrats ultimately are dooming themselves, even though
I agree.
But I think that the Republicans have a chance to renew. They have a chance to change. One thing you might think would happen in a democratic republic is you might listen to the people a little bit. We were talking about this a minute ago. I think the people repeatedly in the last 20 years of elections have been saying, move it back somewhere in the middle. Move it back. They keep overcorrecting. The politicians keep overcorrecting. They elected Joe Biden for normalcy, and instead he's turned into, he thinks he's FDR. He's a lot more like a bad Stalin or something like this, But no, he's gone all the way to the left. The people never voted for that. They don't want it. On the other hand, we do the same thing. We don't speak to the social issues that people care about, that move people emotionally. You're talking about the fact that we're emotionally stunted on this. The Republicans are emotionally stunted on this. They will not listen to the things that matter. You didn't hear a lot of big campaigning on the teacher issue, on the stuff that's been going to.
But all of this requires a baseline level of competence.
I agree with you, Ben. No, I'm not.
We're not arguing.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at, here's the thing. Some of the more radical candidates, the people like Baldock, right, they were talking about some of this stuff. The problem is there wasn't a baseline level of understanding that they could even do the job in a competent fashion. Yeah. The same thing is true for Herschel Walker in Georgia. If you look at the exit polls, people are saying this is not a person who I trust to actually be able to do the job. You can do the culture war stuff, and it's the icing on the cake, but the cake has to be competent governance. And this is what you're seeing. Again, I'm going to use DeSantis as the best example because he's the only one who's winning a huge victory now, like an overwhelming victory. He and Kemp, actually. We can talk Kemp too. Right? Kemp ran directly in the teeth of a lot of what Trump was saying about him. Trump didn't want him to be the gubernatorial candidate. He ripped on him for a solid year and a half. Mm-hmm. After the election of 2020, he suggested that it was Kemp's fault that he had lost Georgia. And Kemp said, listen, I've done a good job in this state. I've made sure the state stayed open. I was competent. And on top of that, well, there'll be some icing on culture war issues, and we can do all that. And people are like, okay, this guy's competent. I trust this guy with this job. And the same thing with DeSantis, except even more so. And then you look at sort of, so when we talk culture war, because that's what we do for a living, and when we talk about the issues that are really important to America, and I think the cultural issues are, in many ways, more important than the day-to-day in terms of the direction of the country over the long haul, when it comes to actually voting, in the same way that people will be polled and they'll say, I hate Congress. Congress is terrible. It's really bad. And then just keep voting for the same congressperson because they understand that the person, or they believe the person has a baseline level of competence. The Republicans have to stop putting up candidates who is appealing to the kind of most passionate side of them, as opposed to the candidate who they believe can actually convince people that they're going to be somewhat decent at the job. And this is something that Yuval Levin over at AEI, he's made this point, he's correct, that Congress, for Republicans, and for Democrats too, for everyone, it used to be that the institutions shaped the people coming into them. The idea was that you went into Congress to become a congressperson. And then when you were a congressperson, you did the things that Congress people do. And now you go into the institution and you don't use it it doesn't shape you, you shape it. You are supposed to use it as a platform. Now you're going to grow your Instagram following, you're going to have Fox News, you're going to make sure that everybody hears what you have to say about a particular given topic. Well, that may be a great way of building your following. It is not a particularly great way of winning elections, as it turns out. And I think in 2008, and particularly in 2012, Democrats got high on their own supply. And I think in 2016, Republicans got high on their own supply, and they still haven't come down yet. And the lesson that Democrats learned from 2012 is there is a forever coalition of minority voters that we can cobble together who will continue to vote for us no matter how stupid and crazy and woke we are. And they got smacked in the face by Donald Trump in 2016 on that basis, and then smacked in the face in terms of the House over the course of the subsequent years. Republicans in 2016 ran Donald Trump, and they got high in their own supply, which was, we can be as bombastic and break all the rules as we want. They don't understand. Obama was a unique candidate. Trump was a unique candidate. There are no more Obamas. There are no more Trumps. Carrie Lake is a unique talent, but it's hard to find unique talents. Yeah. You know what is actually a lot easier to do? Finding steady, competent people who are not going to blow it out of the water. Not everybody needs to run for president. We need 400 people who aren't going to run for president.
I think it needs to be a little bit more holistic than this. I don't think you can divide it. First of all, I completely agree. We were talking about this with a guy coming in and asking for a job and saying my values are the same, but I am going to bankrupt your company. No, the first thing, he's got to do the job, and that's absolutely true. But if you look at Glenn Youngkin, I think he's the perfect example. He's a kind of a typical Chamber of Commerce Republican, but it wasn't until he picked up on the education issue that he really started to move forward. It's not that, you should have hammered that more. Gorka was ragging on him for not being more Trumpy, and I was thinking, no, there's a purple state. But it's a holistic approach. It's a way of looking at the world that Youngkin finally at least imitated that put him over the top. And I think that you're right, it begins with competence, and you're right, it begins with political competence, and you're also right that Obama and Trump were outliers. But also, it is part of a way of life. It's, you think about prosperity and freedom because you also think that children should learn certain things and not other things. It's all one point of view, and I think that Republicans have just been too shy in the old British sense of cowardly in talking about their whole vision and in talking about a vision in and of itself.
Yeah. So like the two breakout candidates of this election are Carrie Lake and DeSantis, right? I mean, DeSantis is already there, but just performance out of the park. And to me, the one thing that they both have in common immediately and obviously is not just the conviction of their beliefs, but they have rhetorical dexterity. When somebody comes at them with an attack question, they don't just take it. And not only do they not just take it, they come back with an answer that backfoots the person who's asking the questions. Mm-hmm. I remember when just a couple days ago when Carrie was asked a question about the woman whose son was died of a heart attack the next day, and I thought, okay, is she gonna go after this woman? She said, look, you've just lost your child. I'm not gonna come down on you. That's dexterity. That's the ability to think on your feet and the ability to maintain a positive image of yourself. But the bigger problem is, what is it that we stand for? If you're trying to conserve something, you are essentially saying no all the time. It's just a logical conclusion, right? Everybody wants to change this. We like it the way it is, so we say no, 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 no. But that's not winning. People, right. the big Hispanic drift and all this other stuff. It's not so much that people are coming to the Republicans as they're running away from the Democrats.
Correct.
So how do you hold on to these people? We're doing all stick and no carrot, right? And we got a great carrot, and we're not able to basically formulate it in a way that people can connect.
This is my problem with the philosophy that people vote against something. I think that's a half-truth. I understand that, of course, when the economy is bad, when prices are going nuts and all this stuff, that they're going to vote against that. But you do have to give them something to vote for. You really do. You have to stand for something. And it isn't enough. Conservatism that is purely no, 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 we don't want to change is not enough to move people forward, because the world changes and things have to change. I mean, you and I have talked about this a million times. We don't actually want to go back to the 50s. We want to have some of those values move into this new world that we're in. And I just think that Republicans have been bad at this. And Trump was good at it. Trump was good at visionary politics, He wasn't good at actually governing. I don't think he wasn't as good at governing as we wish he had been. But he was good at visionary politics. And you can say anything you want about him, but I understood what he represented when he was on stage. And a lot of times with these guys, I just don't. And I think that just reactionary gestures and basic, all capitalism all the time are not winning ideas.
No, nobody said that all capitalism all the time is going to win. And I agree with you that Republicans should engage on social issues, particularly the stuff about kids. And that's what Glenn Youngkin showed. At the core of Glenn Youngkin was a guy who was not scary. Democrats tried to make him scary, and they couldn't make him scary.
Right.
And Democrats are trying to make a bunch of candidates scary, and they're succeeding in making them scary because they're not good candidates. I'm looking at these Ohio results. J.D. Vance won. That is a red state. He did not win a double-digit victory. He should be winning a double-digit victory in Ohio. That is an underperformance by J.D. Vance, even if he wins the seat, which he did. Ohio 13, that was a Biden +3 seat. Trump endorsed a beauty queen over there, and Amelia Sykes held the seat. That's a Biden +3. Biden's at 43% approval in a blood-red state like Ohio now. Macy Captor is in Ohio 9. That is a Trump seat. That's a seat Trump won. She's a Democrat. She held the seat against another Trump candidate. Okay, this is not just a. This is the three scenarios I laid out at the front: red trickle, red tide, red wave. This is a red trickle. Yeah. This is not a red tide. This is not a red wave. This is at best a red trickle.
So I want to go to our friend Megan Kelly, who's joining us right now to get a little bit of insight. We've all been talking, Megan, for the last 5 hours nonstop. None of us have gotten up from our seats. We're loopy. We're inarticulate. There's actually slurred speech happening. Please save us. Inject new life into us.
Well, I have to tell you, I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I feel like people got themselves all wound up that it was going to be the tsunami, and now they're failing to see that this is a big night, okay? Can we just remember that just about 4 weeks ago, it looked like absolute devastation compared to where we were a couple months before that. The Democrats had the wind at their back after Dobbs. Trump dominated August with Mar-a-Lago. The Republicans' numbers were free falling from astronomical heights back down to really dire numbers. And then, like a miracle, in mid-September, things started to change and their fortunes started to look better again. And let's say they don't win another seat in the House, or in the Senate, that they don't win the Senate tonight, which I still think they will. But if they don't, and they only win the House, it's huge. It's obstruction. It stops the agenda. There will be no more Inflation Reduction Act nonsense. January 6th distractions are over. Their primetime show is done. Like, they needed to be stopped. They were out of control. And at a minimum, it appears that the American people have said, and seen, on the nonsense that we've been witness to for the past 2 years. So that is cause for celebration. I'm with Elon Musk. I like divided government too. Whether they win the Senate or not, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I could make a good case if I wanted a Republican president in 2024, that it is better for the GOP to not be in control of both branches of Congress. The more they control, the more they're going to get blamed. The more I've watched this for many years now from the anchor's desk, the more they control, the more the Democrats have their foil to say we were going to do all these amazing things for you, except for that evil Mitch McConnell, and that evil Kevin McCarthy. It's going to be a lot tougher if they control the Senate and the GOP controls the House. Right now, I'm feeling good because I think we're getting divided government. I don't really care that much about whether the Republicans control both houses of Congress. I think you're right about candidate quality, but I think we're also learning that the Democrats are truly deeply ideological on some of these crazy issues.
That's right.
And the Republicans are just going to have to get real. They're going to have to get in there and get dirty and fight those battles where the Dems are.
And it was always a bad map for us in the Senate. We've known that for the last 2 years. We knew that this would be the hard one. And things are more advantageous for us just from a straight map point of view 2 years from now. There is a real opportunity for Republicans to have a great 2024. And to your point, if we stop their agenda in the House, if we stop the Biden agenda in the House, just that alone will be cause to continue drinking well into whatever ultimate date they finally stop counting votes.
The only big thing, the biggest thing that would be looming if the Dems controlled the Senate would be a Supreme Court retirement or death, right? A Supreme Court vacancy of some kind, because obviously the Democrats would control that. I don't know of one that is pending on the GOP side. I don't think Clarence Thomas has any plans of retiring under Joe Biden. Now, God forbid something worse happened to him. Yeah, but still, it's 6-3 right now. So, I mean, forgive me for just being all about the numbers and not the humanity, but there's a little cushion. Very little, right? Because John Roberts isn't exactly the most reliable. I'm just saying, the downside to the GOP not winning the Senate is really not that large. I realize it's a disappointment for people who wanted the tsunami, but look, remember how you felt September 1st.
Listen, you're exactly right that Republicans should certainly be relieved if they end up with the House, because anything that stops Biden's agenda is great. I do wonder what you think about the sort of big winner of the night is going to be on the Republican side, DeSantis, who just crushed it in Florida. He's winning by 20 points in Florida and dragging the entire Republican Party to victory across Florida. Meanwhile, I just want to read you. This is Donald Trump's only tweet since the election on Truth Social. You ready for this? Here it is. This is Donald Trump's response to the election so far. Joe O'Dea lost big, capital B-I-G. Make America great again. Joe O'Dea is the Republican candidate in Colorado who was not sufficiently pro-Trump. That is his only comment so far on the election, is that Joe O'Dea lost big in Colorado. Make America great again by keeping Michael Bennet in the Senate. I don't know how this is going to play. At a certain point, aren't people tired of this? I'm sorry.
It's a really good question. That's what's on my mind.
I'm sorry. This is extraordinarily exhausting. He spent the last 2 days and a half attacking Ron DeSantis, who's the only big winner of the election, and who expended actual resources trying to get other senators elected. And then his first statement during the election is ripping on Joe O'Dea. That's his move?
Okay, Can I tell you what you sound like to me, Ben? You sound like there's no way the Republican Party is going to stand by him after that attack on John
McCain.
No,
I'm not saying that.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not. Yeah.
Right? It's just another. No, they are not going to get sick of it. No, they are not going to abandon him over this. No, the hardcore Trump faithful is not mad about any of that, and they don't really love Ron DeSantis anywhere near as much as they love Trump, so he can get away with it.
You don't think that they're going to hold Trump responsible for picking candidates by whether or not they think he was truly elected or not? You think
I don't. I think that's
this is the most depressing thing you've said all
day. Yeah, that's pretty depressing.
You're encouraging me that we kept the House, and now you're depressing me that the former president who's lost Senate seats in Georgia nominated Dr. Oz, Herschel Walker, Blake Masters,
and
Don Baldock.
I said it earlier. He should be disqualified from leading the Republican Party because he went out of his way to cost us the Senate. When he lost the election in 2020, he went out of his way to make sure the Republicans did not control the Senate. He told people for a month, do not vote. He was not disqualified on that basis. Why on a night that's going to be framed? Listen, the Republicans are going to frame tonight as a victory, no matter what. If we get the House, that's enough. We'll frame it as a victory. In a victory, we're certainly not going to blame Donald Trump for things that we wouldn't even blame him for when it ended in our defeat. I think you're absolutely right.
Let's not forget, it's not just Blake Masters and Don Baldock. It's also Carrie Lake and J.D. Vance,
Yeah.
and they'll have enough, on there. And we don't know about Herschel Walker, He's complicated. But anyway, he's got enough in the win column, to spin it. And let's face it, his ardent fans don't really need to be spun anyway. They're already with him. Like, whatever you say, we're grateful. We owe it all to you. DeSantis owes it all to you. You just proceed as you want. The only way forward is for Trump to decide he doesn't want to run. There's no one who can take him down.
Man. I hate to disagree with you, and I hope that you're wrong. Obviously, I think that because Trump can't hold himself back, he will take a pot shot at DeSantis within the next 48 hours.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Just without a doubt. And I'm sorry, but the only thing that maybe I'm too online, or maybe I have too many Republican friends, but the only thing Republicans feel good about tonight is Florida. It's like the only thing that Republicans feel like really good. Not just like, okay, we can console ourselves. We'll do the New York Times calming ourselves by putting our face in cold water thing, and then we'll realize that we have the House. The only thing that people are truly pumped up about is the fact that Florida was great for Republicans tonight. When Trump goes out there within the next week, because he's declaring for the presidency, and he starts just ripping on the only state that did well for Republicans while celebrating Joe O'Dea losing in Colorado to a Democrat,
all right, I'm going to make you feel better about that, too.
Will someone... be sane, for 5 seconds.
Here's I got you, Ben. So I, believe it or not, I recognize all of Donald Trump's flaws. I do, but he's polling better and better in these hypothetical matchups against Joe Biden or some hypothetical Democrat. I am not convinced that he cannot beat a Democrat, that he's not the best choice to take on that role. He is the 800-pound gorilla. He knows even better than DeSantis how to fight. He's got a way bigger name recognition and some brand loyalty. The GOP will get on board with him. And unlike somebody like DeSantis, if there's a fight, his core faithful will be out there for him. They will get to the polls for Donald Trump.
That is fair.
And the rest of the Republicans will come home the way they did the last time. And I know that he's a little untethered. But if I could refer you back to the actual policies that he put in place, most of us really liked them. So it may be like one of these again, like, oh, what happened? But there's something to wrap around yourself when you go to bed tonight, like a Supreme Court justice and taxes, and somebody who fights the woke wars that we're all in.
There's also just understanding whose movie it is. It is Donald Trump's movie. We are all but bit parts, right? In the movie that is Donald Trump's movie. His name was right there at the beginning. It said Trump across the screen. And their narrative is an actual power that exists in the universe. It's as much I don't think that narrative is just something that we create to help us understand the world. I think it's something that exists because the world is the way that it is. And it is Donald Trump's story right up until it isn't. Mm-hmm. It's never. There are things that have happened in my lifetime in politics that you simply could not have scripted. They would have told you it was too on the nose. You couldn't have made up that on the eve of the election in 2004, literal Osama bin Laden would endorse John Kerry from a cave somewhere in Pakistan. That our cartoon character president, George W. Bush, would be running against a cartoon adversary, John Kerry, and the supervillain from season 1 would show back up to endorse John Kerry. You can't make that up. And Donald Trump's entire life in American politics is just that moment stretched out across now what will be 8 years.
This goes to what Drew was saying earlier. So if you look at the last series of presidential elections, you could basically divide them into elections that got people to come out to vote for, or elections that got people to come out to vote against, right? George Bush was never the kind of guy that people were like waving flags. Trump is a vote for candidate. Bobby Kennedy was a vote for candidate. Ronald Reagan was a vote for candidate. Barack Obama was a vote for candidate, right? These are political presidential candidates who people are excited about getting into office. But if you look at the 2004 election, right, it's like, which one of these guys do I like less? And I think that the ability to have a vote for president is the most important thing. Yeah. He's not on the ballot tonight, and he's the only person I've seen that gets people to vote. You've seen his rallies, right? Now the question is, how wide does that go? And a little discipline would help. But nevertheless, he's a vote for guy. There are millions of people who are like, I'm in.
Yep.
And Biden is a vote against guy, right? He was elected to the degree that he was elected in 2020. It was a vote against Trump is what got. But nobody gets up in the morning and goes, I think I'm going to go out and look at pictures of Joe Biden again today, because he's not a vote for guy. He's a vote against guy.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to hold on to your strengths when you got him. So here you've got this vote for guy in Donald Trump. Can we do something to turn down the negatives a little bit? Can we just kind of
no.
That's it.
DeSantis is proving that he's a vote for guy also.
But DeSantis' ad in Florida, Ben, the one ad that was making all the headway for him was the ad of all of these regular people saying he did this, he governed, right? He was competent. He produced a clearly operating, functional American state, and so you got to have the ability to deliver on that too.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with that. Just going to note a couple more results since I'm in a depressive mood. The Republicans have lost Steve Chabot in Ohio District 1, so Democrats actually flipped a Republican district in Ohio, so that's not going amazing. I think that we're a little bit early on we're all, I want to keep an eye on Kari Lake's election in Arizona. It's still very early. That was a very tight race. We're treating that as a foregone conclusion that she gets elected over there. It's way too early to announce whether she's going to get actually elected governor in Arizona. The polls were all over the place. There were some that were showing her up really big against Hobbs, and there were ones that were showing her up very, very narrow against Hobbs. So I'll be curious to see how that one works out as well. Listen, I will acknowledge there are people who love Donald Trump with the fiery passion of 1,000 suns. Also, there's not a single human being in the United States who doesn't have an opinion about Donald Trump.
That's right.
Everyone has an opinion. There are no independents when it comes to Donald Trump. There's no one who's flipping on Donald Trump. The hardest thing in politics is to flip somebody not from one party to the other, but from a candidate they've already voted not for to that candidate. That is an explicit admission that you did it wrong. And you never see that. It doesn't happen, right? It just doesn't happen in politics. That people are like, that Trump, I didn't vote for him in 2020, but gosh darn it, now I've changed my mind. I've decided it's a completely new ball game and I'm wrong. How many Republicans, this is exactly what you're seeing inside the Republican Party now. How many Republicans are looking at Trump and they're like, I love that guy. And then they're like, man, I can't stand it. Like, people make up their mind and then their mind is made up.
People love him because no one can tell him what to do. And people hate him because no one can tell him what to do. And that's the dichotomy of the guy. That's the
all I want.
And because we cannot look away. We're sitting here talking about Donald Trump. He is not even running in any of the races that are actually up for grabs
But he is.
tonight.
But this is the thing. He is.
He is running for president.
I'm sorry, he is. He's running for president across this entire race. He handpicked a bunch of candidates, and they all are underperforming so far. You cannot name a Donald Trump candidate who has overperformed so far. Maybe Kari Lake will. We don't know yet. Maybe Blake Masters will. We don't know yet. But those are the only two left.
And there are no rocket ships anyway.
That's exactly right. Every other candidate that he has picked is either going to lose or is going to end up in a runoff.
I like Megan better. I like Megan better than I like any of you. Megan, leave us with a nice thought before we have to let you get back to your evening.
Well, I'm thinking about, Barack Obama, who had no coattails. Barack Obama was very good at getting himself elected, but not so much at getting other people elected. And Trump may be kind of in the same boat. But the thing about Donald Trump is, look at America right now. I know you guys, you're into policy. You like what Ron DeSantis is doing in Florida, and I get it, and I get it too. But let's not kid ourselves. Ron DeSantis does not have anywhere near the personality that Donald Trump does. No one does. No one, right? No, not any political candidate. And his ability to use humor, to disarm people, to make fun of himself occasionally, to just make people laugh. Don't underestimate that. That is one of the things that made Donald Trump charming in the eyes of millions of Americans who weren't even ready to vote for him. And I will say that this is one area in which he does outshine DeSantis. DeSantis is not I saw him smile tonight for the first time. And, as a woman, I'm kind of out here and I like his policy. And I know all my friends love DeSantis, don't get me wrong. And they would definitely vote for him. But he's not exactly charming. Trump has got this ability to sort of charm you and make you want to have dinner with him and get to know him better and have a beer with him, even though he doesn't drink, and spend time with him. And the people who know DeSantis well have told me this is his weakness. This is the thing that the GOP is going to have to work on with him to make him a little bit more sticky, so that people feel they have something to connect to. So look, the Republican Party, America, they'll be done with Donald Trump when they're done with Donald Trump. And it is very possible they're not done with Donald Trump. And it's also very possible he's the only man who can beat Joe Biden, who, believe it or not, may still be the next nominee for the Democrats. So anyway, it's going to work out the way it should. And if I'll give you one last thing, referring back to my earlier point. If all hell breaks loose and the Democrats wind up losing the House and losing the Senate tonight, whoever the GOP nominee is on the Republican side will 100% win. It'll be so much easier if the Dems maintain power for the next 2 years in a uniform way.
That's awesome. Megyn Kelly, thank you very much for spending time with us.
See you guys.
Okay, I got a drink now. And so Mike Cernovich, okay, who I've had disagreements with Mike Cernovich, he tweeted out 11 minutes ago, Trump has zero shot at 2024 general. After tonight, this isn't up for debate. Cernovich, by the way, is like, talk about people who are very on the Trump train. Mike was very on the Trump train. I was around in 2015 when he had no chance and accurately said he'd win. Through biggest inauguration event in 2017. Times change or he changed or whatever. DeSantis in 2024 or accept total defeat. Like you're seeing there is a cadre of Trump supporters who are just, they would like to win. And they're not seeing the winning. Trump's entire brand was I win. Yeah. And you know what? Yeah. Since 2016, he has not won.
I think
he's not been a good ex-president.
I disagree with the idea that Trump, what makes him appealing is that he's charming and you want to spend time with him. I think it's more. I think it's exactly that he wins and he gets stuff done. And
right.
That's the brand. And if DeSantis can demonstrate that he's better at that than Trump, then I know this isn't scientific, but I put a Twitter poll up a couple days ago. Who would make a better general election candidate? 150,000 votes. And DeSantis was ahead 76 to 24%. No, it's not a scientific poll, but if I had done that same Twitter poll in 2016 on any other Trump versus any other candidate, it would have been the reverse.
I know. I can't tell whether this is because I've purified my audience of people who only want to hear about how great Donald Trump is. But it used to be I couldn't say anything negative about Trump without people coming down, just
you're dead
coming
to
down
me.
You're dead to me. Now it's just not true anymore. Especially when I've said that he's not. He was for 3 years a great president, a terrific president. He's not a good ex-president. And this thing where he picks candidates according to whether they support his Steele narrative, I don't know how widespread that is.
So the answer is to take Ron DeSantis, bronze him up, give him kind of a blonde wig, have him tie his tie a little long in the front, and then run him as Trump, but then govern as DeSantis. Because that's really it, right? It's almost like you want Trump to campaign for DeSantis. That's what you really want. It's like the ideal world, because DeSantis is clearly a very, very capable governor.
Also, I would like to put forward the just minority idea that it's entirely possible that he is not going to announce that he's running whenever he said his new...
On the 15th?
Yeah.
I think that there's an above average chance that he doesn't announce.
Yeah.
I think what he's going to do on November 15th, more likely, is say everything short of I'm running.
Yeah.
It'll be like, he will essentially just give a campaign speech. Here's what we're going to do. We're gonna win. It's gonna be all, but he won't actually say I'm running. And I think that it's because up until he legally declares for the presidency, he raises money through his leadership PAC.
Right.
And his leadership PAC he can spend.
Yep.
That money's very fungible. He can spend it on himself. He can spend it on his airplane. He can spend it on his clothes. The reason you've never seen anyone declare for the presidency within 2 weeks of the midterm, 2 years out. No one does it. The reason is,
would he? Yeah.
Once you declare, all of the regulations come in on what you can do with money, on what you can do with media. There's a real question about, is the existence of Truth Social an in-kind contribution to, these are all considerations he has to make when he declares. It would not be in anyone's interest to declare this early, least of all Donald Trump, whose fundraising prowess at this stage is so enormous, whose lifestyle is so expensive. Now, what he wants to do is clear the field right from the beginning. He thinks if he doesn't declare now, other people are going to start getting in. That's the thing that he wants to avoid. But I don't know that he wants that more than he wants the money for the next 12 months.
I have to say, I have to just point out for me.
Yeah.
And the showman in him, any showman knows that ultimately the key to this is the tease, right?
Yeah,
that's what showmen are really selling. They're selling this kind of ambiguity. It's like, you think I'm going to do this? Probably I will, but I might not. And it keeps people interested. He's got a credible sense of that kind of...
He does have a good sense of timing. And I think that if he has any brains at all when it comes to timing, which we know he does, he's got to imagine that people are not going to be in love with him at this very instant. Like if he announces next week, there's gonna be a widespread yawning and kind of an annoyance. Republicans are not gonna be in a good mood after tonight. Not the way this election is going. And so the idea that what's gonna put them in a good mood is Donald Trump declaring seems quite flawed at best. By the way, single best election analysis I've seen is it looks like Republicans ran a bunch of good candidates. This is from a guy named Galen Orsic. He says, it seems like Republicans ran a bunch of good candidates in a lot of Biden double-digit seats and came up just short, and ran crap candidates in many single-digit seats and came up short likewise. Meaning, like, when they thought that it was close, they thought, no problem, we got this. They ran a bunch of weak candidates. When they thought that it was outside the margin of error, they were like, we better run a super strong candidate in this district. And then because it was outside margin of error, they came up just short. That seems about accurate to me.
You know, that reminds me of stamps.
Wow.
That wasn't even an attempt at a segue.
That's what I'm thinking about, stamps. You know, with widespread mail-in voting, you'd think election season would be the most important time for postage. But in the coming weeks, it's about to be even more critical. If you're a small business owner, you know how important it is to prepare for the holiday season. If you haven't started preparing for the chaos of holiday mailing and shipping, you're already behind. Luckily, Stamps.com has everything you need to make your life much easier. Sign up now, and you'll be printing your own postage in minutes. Stamps.com is a one-stop shop for all your shipping and mailing needs. It's a 24/7 post office that you can access from anywhere. No lines, no traffic, no hassle. For 20 years, Stamps.com has been indispensable for over 1 million businesses. Get access to the USPS and UPS services that you need to run your business right from your computer. Even save up to 86% on USPS and UPS shipping rates. Use Stamps.com to print postage wherever you do business. All you need is a computer and a printer. If you need a package picked up, you can easily schedule it through your Stamps.com dashboard. Rates are constantly changing, but with Stamps.com's Switch and Save feature, you can easily compare carriers and rates so you know you're getting the best deal every time. If you're running an online store, Stamps.com works seamlessly with all the major shopping carts and marketplaces. Get ahead of the holiday chaos this year. Get started with Stamps.com today. Sign up with promo code ELECTION for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a free digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click the microphone at the top of the page, and enter code ELECTION.
Drew, you and I have known each other for 10 years, and I had no idea that you knew that much about stamps.
That's amazing. What I know about stamps,
it's unbelievable.
Almost all of it is in that. You put it on a stamp, yeah, a big stamp. Which
Gentlemen, it's good to join you again. I think I'm here now as the cherub prince. I'm not the God King, but I am the cherub prince. And I've been gone now for whatever, 20, 30 minutes.
It was pleasurable.
It was, yeah, did you
it was kind of peaceful here.
Did has the tsunami taken place since I've been gone?
Not only has the tsunami not taken place, my friend, it turns out the Republicans are poised to lose another seat in North Carolina. It was an open seat, and it looks like Republican Bo Hines was favored there, and it looks like he's about to lose to
Bo is actually a friend of mine.
Well, doesn't look like he's going to be a congressman.
And Lauren is having trouble, Lauren Boebert?
Lauren Boebert is also in serious trouble in Colorado.
Gosh.
There is actually a not insignificant possibility that Republicans do not take the House, which would just be unbelievable. Right now, the famed New York Times Needle still says that the Republicans have a 75% shot at retaining control of the House. The chance of winning Senate control is starting to lean toward the Democrats. That was a 93% shot at the beginning of the night. So all these elections, there are a lot of elections that should not be going in the Democrat direction that are going in the Democrat direction.
I'm also seeing reported by Daily Wire, so, take it with a grain of salt. But I just saw on Twitter that Dr. Oz plans to address supporters momentarily.
I did see that.
And so he's down right now. He's down. He's not down by a ton, but he's down by a significant margin with 77%, I think, of the votes in now. That's going to be the talk of the town tomorrow, I assume, if Dr. Oz loses to a man with brain damage. I mean, that will be the headline, right? What about Tudor Dixon versus Gretchen Whitmer?
I haven't seen the results there yet. I do have one piece of good news, because since I've been like Debbie Downer all night, it started off real positive, and then it just has been all one direction since. One piece of good news is that the Republicans flipped New York 17, 18, 19. So they took
17, baby. All right, good night. I'm so happy. I worked that race where Sean Maloney kicked out my good Republican friend Nan Hayworth, and then he just took it over, and he's just this slimy Clinton Democrat. And then he took over the Democrat Congressional Committee, and he's out. The guy who planned the Democrats' House strategy, boom, lost his own seat.
So
That's
they
a
took over
huge
3
win.
seats?
They flipped New York 17, 18, 19.
Awesome.
And they flipped Iowa 3. Democrats flipped Ohio 1, and they won that open North Carolina seat. I was just talking about Zeldin is done against Hochul.
But Zeldin's performance did lift those.
Yes,
over.
he did.
Yeah.
He did. That was sort of the.
That was kind of the idea. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
So you can win almost anywhere if you've got a good candidate, good ground game, discipline on the message, good messaging. You know, we were talking earlier about the media, how every candidate who was kind of a shaky candidate in the Tea Party days put together real shaky ads. You know, you have to be able to tell people what you're about.
I think one thing that's worth noting here is that also, you know, there have been a lot of elections where a bunch of crap Republicans kind of got swept into the House on these giant waves, right? Here I'm thinking about 2010, where Republicans picked up 63 seats famously. The baseline of them winning the 63 seats before that is that they had like 170 seats in the House. Right? They ended up with a majority of about 230 after that 63-seat swing. And so what that meant is that necessarily it was almost regression to the mean for the Democrats. Democrats had an oversized majority, and so when the Republicans came in and they took 60 seats, they ended up with 230-odd seats. If Republicans end up with a bare majority, this is what I was saying at the beginning of the night, as far as the red trickle, when Republicans end up winning 15, 20 seats, they still end up with the majority. What that means is that they're actually in territory where it's a little harder to win those seats, meaning the regression, it doesn't exist as much, right? You're not talking about Democrats existing in R plus 10 districts. You're talking about Democrats existing in D plus 3 districts or R plus 3 districts, and it's harder to win in those districts. You have to run better candidates, and so Republicans were running as though it was going to be an easy election because of the size of the wave. But simple stats would suggest that it actually wasn't that. They weren't going to get 40 seats. They weren't going to get 50 seats, even at the outside. Like a great night would have been them getting 30 seats. I don't think they're going to hit that. They may not hit 20 at this rate.
I mean, there wasn't I don't think there was a single Democrat Senate candidate running in a place where Trump won. I think they were all on their home territory.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, we have
14 of the Republicans were running in Biden's states.
But big Latino shifts and some black shifts. So we've said earlier that those appear to be people who are running from the Democratic Party, not so much running toward the Republican Party, but certainly significant numbers of people tonight voted Republican either for the first time in their lives or for the first time in a long time. So how do you hold on to those people? You know, if they're running away from what the Democratic Party has become, that's nice, but it would be especially nice if we had something to present to them that would...
You know, it would be a mistake, by the way. DeSantis, no doubt, a competent, highly competent governor, but he did some very bold social moves. I mean, this Disney thing.
Right.
Yeah, man.
And when he did that thing with Disney, the Republicans were whining about it. I don't know.
Man, no.
And I thought, this is a good move.
I agreed that it was a good move. The thing about DeSantis is that he had established such unbelievable credibility with the public in Florida that they were willing to go along with him in picking social issues. It didn't look like a distraction from his governance. It looked like an addition to his governance. Very often what you'll see from politicians...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, very often you'll see from politicians, like, I'm doing a crap job governing, therefore, here's a red meat issue, and they just throw it out there. You see it from Democrats with abortion, or you see it from Republicans sometimes on sort of fringe things that are considered fringe social issues. For DeSantis, it was part and parcel of his broader agenda, which is, I stand with parents, and that was built on top of I'm not going to force you to mask your kids. I'm not going to take your kids out of school. Yep. I'm going to make sure that your kids aren't forced to get a vax. Right? I'm going to do all of these things for you. And on top of that, I'm going to make sure your kids aren't indoctrinated.
And he did it.
And he did. And that's why, again, they would do these polls in Florida, and the national Democrats would be like, this is so crazy, it's so radical. And then they'd poll these issues in Florida, and they'd find these were actually real popular issues in Florida. But it's a different thing when Ron DeSantis, very competent governor who's able to handle a hurricane, does it, versus when Doug Mastriano, quasi-crazy person, apparently, does it in Pennsylvania. When Doug Mastriano campaigns on that, people are like, well, yeah, but that's also attached to, like, all this other stuff that you're saying over here. It's an adjunct to sort of the main event.
But to Bill's point, the press, whatever you do as a Republican, the press are going to ask you, well, what about a 12-year-old girl who gets pregnant when she's raped by her father?
Right.
And they're going to ask you those questions. And I think that those are the things. Every Republican, he gets that question. Anybody could have told them he was going to get that question. They're all like, And you have to have a holistic approach. You're absolutely right about this, Ben. We have no argument about the competence issue, and I think it's everything with a politician. These guys aren't supposed to be executives. They're supposed to run things. They're supposed to run the thing that they're given. But you have to have a holistic, a visionary kind of approach.
This is where I think that I keep coming back to the same theme of competence, because I think that the Democrats' pitch on democracy doesn't hold, and it wasn't going to hold.
Yeah.
But the one thing it did is it made some people in the Republican Party look clownish. And when you're able to make the other party look clownish,
it's always good.
It's a very positive thing for your own party, right? The whole art of politics is make it very difficult to vote for your opponent and make it very easy to vote for you.
Yeah.
And the Democrats did not make it easy to vote for themselves, but they did make it kind of hard to vote for some of the Republicans, right? They did a fairly good job at labeling some of the Republicans, and the Republicans did a good job of falling right into those boxes sometimes in competitive House races, in a lot of these Senate races. And Republicans need to understand that it's easy to make it hard to vote for the Democrats. That part's the easy part, because what they're doing is so crazy and so nutty. But you actually have to make it really easy to vote for you. And what makes it easy to vote for you is that you appear as though you can do the job. You don't appear as though your chief mechanism is attention getting and I must be on TV.
Or mean, like
or
when
mean.
When Carrie Lake deferred to that woman whose son had died. So I'm not going to.
I agree. You can even outlast some of the sort of more fringy positions that are perceived, like the election stuff from Carrie Lake. You can outlive that if you are perceived as not mean. If you're perceived as baseline competent.
Ronald Reagan, you could hate everything Reagan stood for, but it's virtually impossible to hate the guy because he just didn't carry any venom with him. You know, it was just clearly a good-natured guy.
I mean, that's the Oz campaign. So the Oz campaign is not about anything other than he just appeared feckless.
Yeah.
He appeared incompetent, right? He was getting hit with crudité and your houses in Pennsylvania, and he wasn't super well versed on the issues. And Fetterman's I mean, just put aside his physical condition. The dude's a clown. He's a lifelong clown. I mean, like he's been, as I've said before, a career useless person who's been living on his parents' money while being mayor of a city that has 1,800 people in it. Okay, literally my HOA has more people than John Fetterman's city that he was mayor of. If I were mayor of my HOA, I would have.
Doesn't it conflict with your point, though? I mean, why are they able to run a clown and win?
I can answer that.
Oz had he also had, what was his campaign about? It had no message.
Well, I mean,
that's the answer.
A lot of these Republicans, that's the question. What is your campaign actually about? What's the national message of the Republican Party?
Well, so this ties into this question of leadership, and we all know tomorrow, well, we know that we're going to get one presidential candidate next week, but the question is, who is the kingmaker? So just before I came on, I overheard the chatter about, Trump as kingmaker seems to be weakening because some of his candidates didn't do very well. Then that raises the question, is DeSantis the kingmaker? DeSantis's pick in Colorado, who Trump snubbed, he lost. Joe O'Dea, I don't even know how to pronounce the guy's name.
DeSantis pick.
But he endorsed him, and Trump wouldn't endorse him.
We're all talking about.
Wait, so DeSantis, so your case in favor of Donald Trump being good and endorsing people.
No, I'm not making that case at all.
Celebrated the loss of a Democrat, of a Republican.
No, but I'm not making that case at all. I'm just saying that we've said here on the show, Donald Trump is kingmaker, he's done. So then the question is, who's the kingmaker? The next natural person would be Ron DeSantis, but one of the picks where Ron DeSantis diverged from Donald Trump was this race in Colorado. That guy lost too. So is DeSantis the kingmaker? Is someone else the kingmaker?
He's the governor of a state.
I think
in his state he cleaned the hell up.
I think the fact that we're having this conversation is an indication for why we don't win as much as we should, because we're talking about candidates and we're not talking about the message. We're talking about which person, what person, without questioning your points about you have to have effective candidates, yes. But ultimately, if you think about it, if you look at the Democratic Party, you have Fetterman, who's got serious brain impairment. So does Dianne Feinstein. So does Nancy Pelosi. So does Joe Biden. Kamala Harris was just born stupid. But people continue to vote for them because they're not voting for them. They're voting for the message. They're voting for what that thing is.
Yeah.
They know what it is, and they vote for it. And they vote for it despite the fact that they're voting for Joe Biden. There's nobody out there thinking Joe Biden's awesome. They're voting for Biden because of what his message is. I happen to disagree with that message, but I know what it is, right? If you say woke policy to me, I know exactly what that means. How would you describe Republican policy?
Yeah.
What would you say?
Yeah, well, different races are different, but I guess that's why I'm asking this question.
What's the national message?
Well, it diverges, and you're seeing that play out in different races, but that's why I'm asking the question about leadership. So forget about even the presidential contest, just who is leading the Republican Party? You remember after George Bush, the Democrats had this line, they said, Rush Limbaugh is the de facto leader of the Republican Party. And, Rush was fabulous, but that was just a campaign line from Democrats. So that is my question.
Well, DeSantis doesn't have to be kingmaker because he's the governor of a. I mean, that should be Trump because he's not currently in office. That's typically he'd be fulfilling that role.
But if he's not, then who is?
Well, maybe there isn't one. But I think one of the problems the Republicans have is that, right, to your point, I mean, with a lot of these Democrats, at least from the public perception side of it, they know what their candidates are about. And even if they seem to be kind of crazy, they sort of believe what they're saying. I think with Republicans, the public perception is that there are more Republican politicians or candidates who are just kind of out there saying stuff.
Yes.
And that's all they're doing. Like Oz is a perfect example of that. Just a guy out there just saying whatever. And I think the Republicans have more of that. At least the public perceives the Republican Party has more of that.
Also, there was also a timing issue. So in the Oz race, if you actually watch the dynamics of the Oz race, Fetterman opened this massive lead early. Huge lead on Oz, like right out of the gate. And the reason is because he spent a lot of money attacking Oz and wrecking him right out the gate. Right, like the campaign opened, and he was like, I'm going to label Oz. You watched Oz's unfavorables go just sky high almost immediately. And so then Oz spends the rest of the race trying to drag himself back into the race. So the question is, why are people voting for Fetterman? The answer is they weren't. They were voting against Oz because this is a mistake that Republicans routinely make, by the way. Trump doesn't make this. This is the one thing where, Trump actually, he'll never let anybody wreck him before he wrecks them. Like he plays bumper cars really well. And so if he feels even the threat of somebody, this is why he's preempting DeSantis right now. He immediately goes out there and he hits them first. But Republicans have a nasty habit of thinking, don't worry, people don't pay attention until the last month of the election. And that's when I'll claw my way back in. Yeah. And by that point, you're trying to recharacterize your own candidacy. And if you're a bad candidate, it's impossible to recharacterize your own candidacy.
I maintain that this entire discussion is tactics. And I'm talking strategy.
That's fair.
Tens of millions of people voted for Joe Biden because they love Bobby Kennedy. Right? That's the answer. Yeah. They're voting for Joe Biden because of the love that they had for Bobby Kennedy. And that message has been consistent. It's diverged, but it's been consistent. You said, well, the messaging is kind of varying depending on the candidate. Well, it shouldn't, right? It shouldn't. There is a cause that we all believe in that the reason we're sitting in these chairs.
But there's a big difference between, Oz runs a Chamber of Commerce race. I'm going to lower your taxes and sell the culture down the river. And J.D. Vance and Blake Masters run these extremely cultural, nationally minded, pro-family campaigns. And who knows, Blake right now doesn't seem to be doing very well. J.D. obviously won the race. So, but those messages are quite divergent.
Yeah, but Morning in America with Ronald Reagan in '84, you're 5,000 votes, a complete sweep, everything. Yeah. And you've got Make America Great Again in 2016. These are positive messages, and they're clear. We know what it means. They're not policy messages. They're virtually spiritual messages, right? This is the key to victory, and all you have to do is just look at the scoreboard. You look at the electoral map for Reagan's 2 wins, right? It's unbelievable, and it's because he came out here. He came into the race with very few negatives compared to Trump. He wasn't nearly as annoying as Trump could be, but mostly he came out with I have a vision for America that's a better place. He didn't come out running against Hubert Humphrey or Johnson or Carter. He didn't even run against. He basically, Carter wasn't even there. It's like, you've had your chance. He came out with this, it's morning in America. We can always renew this nation. It's not the end of our days. It's not our finest hour. We're just getting started. And that resonated with everybody. Everybody. And so there are people who are still voting Republican because of how much they love Ronald Reagan. And the thing about Donald Trump is he has the ability to generate tremendous excitement because people believe he's not beholden to anybody, and I believe that too, certainly. But the one thing that seems to be missing is that kind of almost like that happy warrior commitment to the sunrise instead of this kind of sniping at people.
Well, I mean, sort of the locus of his attention is not the principal. The locus of attention is him. And in 2016, it seemed like it was more the principal because he actually got caught up in it. And I think that since then, since 2020, particularly because of the election, I think that the locus of attention has been inward focused, and it's been a real problem for him. Well, if tonight is not something that you necessarily want to remember, there's still things in life that you do want to remember. Fond memories of the past, like that time you thought there was going to be a red wave, like the days when inflation wasn't breaking records on a monthly basis, when we weren't depleting our strategic oil reserves, when our president could occasionally form a coherent sentence. No doubt you'll want to relive those halcyon chapters as you get together with your friends and family this holiday season. But if you recorded any of those favorite memories on an old media mechanism like a photo, VHS tape, Super 8 film, or slide, they're at risk from water damage, fire, or just plain old photo decay. You need to digitally preserve those moments so they can be safe forever. You need to send them in to Legacy Box. Trusted by over 1 million families, Legacy Box is the simplest and safest way to digitize all your aging tapes, film reels, and photos. Send everything in, they'll send everything back on a thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, digitally preserving your memories forever. To kickstart this holiday season, Legacy Box is giving our viewers early access to their Black Friday sale. Relive your most important memories this holiday. For a limited time only, take advantage of early access to Legacy Box's best sale of the year. Visit legacybox.com/election. Shop Legacy Box's Black Friday sale. Indeed, that's legacybox.com/election for 65% off. That's an amazing deal. So if the election isn't making you happy, maybe this deal will. Legacybox.com/election. Go check it out right now and preserve those family members. It's actually a pretty important thing. Did it for my own family. It's very cool. Legacybox.com/election. So
that's a great thing to do online. Another great thing to do online, peruse social media, though sometimes it makes us pull our hair out. So fortunately, we have two lovely ladies doing it for us. Ladies, what's going on the Twitters, etc.?
Okay, guys, obviously this red wave is not necessarily going exactly as we thought it would, but I can't say that the Dems are all that happy about it online.
No, because as we know, you can never please the left. They
can
will always
never.
be angry about something.
You can never please the mob. So this Twitter account, I'm not sure if it's a troll or not, but this just caught my attention. It says, as a gender-fluid lesbian, I do not feel safe living in the U.S. This is why I always carry a knife with me. I still can't decide whether or not to move to Canada or Sweden, but at least those two are better than here. Which, okay, again, this could be a troll, but the fact that
we don't know is the scary part.
Unbelievable.
There's also something else that I found that was sort of appalling, but it was interesting. At a polling station, this is what it looked like. And if you see this picture, it's just a bunch of rainbow flags. And I feel like there's one flag that seems to be missing from this photo.
And it's just crazy thinking about the Georgia voting laws and the fact that campaigns couldn't give people, water, and yet this is allowed.
Yes. And speaking of Georgia, there was something funny that Stacey Abrams posted, which is this: Little Miss, future governor of the great state of Georgia.
R.I.P.
And then, swipe, seems kind of reminiscent of something else we saw a couple years ago. Happy birthday to this future president. Both of which didn't end up turning out in their favor.
So tough.
So tough. But I feel like there was one thing that we really need to talk about tonight.
This stood out above them all. Thankfully, Comfortably Smug made us aware of it. LOL, New York Times telling Dems to literally breathe like a baby to cope.
To cope. And we should walk through a few of these quick steps because we find it incredibly interesting.
Thank you, New York Times, also just for helping me through this evening. So their first tip is to try 5-finger breathing. Trace the outside of your hand with your pointer finger. When you trace up, breathe in. When you trace down, breathe out.
You can't make this stuff up. They also said cool down. Plunge your face into a bowl with ice water for 15 to 30 seconds. You should get a bowl of ice.
Guys, remember the ice bucket challenge? That's what New York Times is asking you to do.
They're telling us to move, to walk around. This is my favorite one. Breathe like a baby.
What does that mean?
They elaborate. Focus on expanding your belly as you breathe, which can send more oxygen to your brain.
See, this is the difference between the left and the right, is that things might go our way or might not go exactly, as we planned, and yet I can still breathe.
Yeah, we don't need a step-by-step on how to function.
And then it says, limit your scrolling. Consider plotting out specific times when you will look for election updates.
Yes, so apparently spending too much time on Twitter is not necessarily a good thing, according to New York Times.
Apparently not.
Which is good for us. We should probably step away from our screens for a little bit, and we'll send it back to you guys after a short commercial.
Last night.
We're fighting for people who cannot fight for themselves and shouldn't have to.
Public schools covered up the rape of a 14-year-old girl at the hands of a boy wearing a skirt. They arrested the father of the victim.
Students are being exposed to pornography in schools.
One book describes a 4th-grade boy performing oral sex on an adult male.
The transgender stuff, it's just demonic.
We are talking about things they don't want to talk about.
A man cannot become a woman cannot become a man.
Gender-affirming healthcare is a euphemism. It's taking your sex and it is denying it. It's pretending your sex does not exist.
It was about 4 years ago when I first posed the question,
what is a woman? What is a woman? What is a woman?
That's a great question.
We have exposed Vanderbilt's child mutilation practices. We're going to pass this bill and it's going to be illegal in this state. That's going to happen. We have made sexual indoctrination of children and medical child abuse enormous national issues. We're not going to rest until every child is protected from this madness.
I think there were a lot of different things that President Trump did for the country that will be long remembered, making America energy independent and putting pressure on other countries to step up.
He said some crazy stuff during the campaign. I thought there's no way in hell this guy's going to be president of the United States.
People did not know what to expect because remember, you're the first president in U.S. history to have zero political experience.
Serve, protect, and defend. An American energy that's helping make our economy the envy of the world.
President Trump represented an existential threat to the corrupt political class.
This is the moment. This is a major turning point moment.
Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus?
It comes from China. These are acts of domestic terror.
It was the most consequential presidency.
Stay loose, be cool, watch what's going to happen.
And we're back. We're happy to be here joining you for our 2022 election coverage here at the Daily Wire.
That's an overstatement.
It goes on and on and on and on. Here where we are in Middle Tennessee, it's after 11 o'clock, I think, and we're trying to decide how long do we go. Some of these votes may not be counted tonight.
But I haven't given you all the bad news.
Yeah,
Would you like more bad news? I got plenty of it.
Ben has lots of dour news for us, but I do want to say, we're playing all these trailers for great content at Daily Wire Plus. We're really proud of the offering that we've put together this year, and it's because of our Daily Wire members that we're able to be here. We have great supporters in the advertising space. We've brought you some ads from some of our top advertisers, Good Ranchers, Stamps.com, Legacy Box, who I think is maybe our OG advertiser at this stage. We're happy for ExpressVPN. All of our best advertisers really weighed in tonight, and we're grateful to them. But at the end of the day, it's our Daily Wire Plus members who make it possible for us to do all the work that we do and make all of this content that we're bringing. You put out great content like What is a Woman or The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, this unbelievable Trump documentary, My Dinner with Trump, which if you haven't seen it yet, truly must be seen to be believed.
Yeah.
I think no ex-president in the history of the country has ever given such unfettered access to a meal between he and his advisors. It really is a remarkable thing. How are we able to produce that kind of content? Some people will see it and say, oh, well, if you really wanted to save the country, you'd put the content out for free so everyone could see it. But I think it's precisely the opposite.
That's the end of the content, too.
That's the end of the content. If you really want to save the country, I would say you have to build an institution capable of self-sustaining and creating more and more and better content. And you do that with market mechanisms. You don't do it with charity. You do, there's a reason that Daily Wire can spend $100 million on kids' content over the next 3 years, and Disney during that same period of time will spend, I don't know, $60 billion on content. We have to build. We have to have a vision for the future. We have to go out and build on that vision for the future, and our Daily Wire members make it possible for us to do that. So if you aren't one, head over to dailywireplus.com. Hit that subscribe button for us. Join us. We're doing, I think, the best work of anybody in the country today. I think I would stack up what we're doing at Daily Wire against anyone. I think the biggest conservative nonprofits are less effective. I think the conservative media companies, I think there's some great ones out there who merit your support, but I think we've left them behind. And we're only just getting started. So again, dailywire.com or dailywireplus.com. Hit that subscribe button. Join us. It's an important mission, and it's a mission that will trade you value for value. We're going to create more and more excellent content that does have a huge impact in the country. You've seen it with the work Matt's been doing, even at the State House a month ago with his Stop the Mutilation rally. I mean, there's teeth to what we're doing. It's not just vanity, although some of it is just my own vanity. I will confess that every now and then you start a razor company just so you can feel like a really cool guy and fight back against the SOBs over at Harry's. Tonight's not going exactly the way that we had all hoped. We thought maybe at the beginning of the night there could be.
Man, it just sucks.
It sucks.
To be, I'm not going to be the voice of optimism. But if we do take the House, even if it's by 3 seats. And I know the fact that we have to say if is crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
This is nuts.
And I don't think, the Senate, we could still take the Senate. And even if we take them both by 1 seat, that is a big win, and that actually does impede Joe Biden. And it's not what we wanted, but
So what if we lose? Is that also a big win?
Losing is not winning.
I would like to push back in a negative direction for a change. Because I was listening to Megyn, and she's a really smart lady. She really is incisive when she's talking about these things. But, these guys, the Democrats need to be rebuked. And they're not going to be rebuked in the way they should have been. And I don't really know. I think, part of that is some badly picked candidates. But I don't know if that's the whole story. I think that there is just a confusion and a division in the Republican Party that is not ready for the fight at hand. These guys, everything the Democrats touch turns to crap. Every single thing they put their fingers on get worse. This has been true for 60, 70 years. Who was it? Jason Riley wrote that book about blacks saying, please stop helping us. I think we could all say that to the Democrats. Please stop helping us. Just leave us alone because you make everything worse. And yet the electorate has not rebuked them in the manner they've deserved. And I think that that's a bad thing. I mean, I think that I think we're still going to take the House. I think we have a chance at the Senate. It's going to be a lot less in the House than it's probably going to be your trickle numbers.
I mean, it's like right now, we're talking they're forecasting 7 seats.
Maybe,
7 seats, less than 10 seats.
I think it's going to be more than that.
Well, it's the job of the Republicans to articulate what that rebuke is supposed to be exactly.
I agree with you.
And they didn't do that. And to go back to what we were saying before, it really comes down to what is your message? What's the Republican Party's message? What does it stand for? These candidates, what do they stand for? And the curse of the Republican Party has been this way for years now. Is these candidates who you listen to them talk, and they're just saying things. I don't believe that they believe anything they're saying. They're just sort of talking at random and, picking up talking points, whatever works, and they say it. I mean, of course, that's all politicians do that to a certain extent.
Biden, Schumer, Pelosi. I mean, that's true of them, too, I think.
I don't agree.
It's worse with the Republicans,
I think. I always go back to the fact that, the GOP hated Reagan. They didn't want him. The minute he was gone, I mean, obviously Bush was vice president, but they kind of pushed Bush on him to begin with, and you got this mediocrity. I mean, both Bushes were good people. I like them personally, but they were not conservatives. As Buckley said, they were conservative, but they were not a conservative.
Yeah, right.
And that made all the difference. And I think that when you think about the Mitt Romneys, the John McCains, and the Jeb Bushes, who they would have run if they could have. This is a party without a vision, without any real goal that they're trying.
It's like the Tories in England. They're just playing to not lose.
I want to push back a tiny bit with a question. There is a question that we haven't asked since the mood turned dour, and that is, what role, if any, was played by, in the last week of this campaign, Donald Trump reasserted himself in a major way into the national conversation. He started attacking Ron DeSantis. He held a giant rally last night, which, everyone from Benny Johnson to Seb Gorka was intimating would be him announcing for the presidency on the eve of the election, which makes a voter. And maybe it's one of these young.
He leaked to Axios a week ago that he's going to announce. So we know he's announcing. It's just a question of which day he's doing it.
He thrust himself back into the conversation at a time when this election should not have in any way been by him. Did that have an impact on what's actually happening?
But of course it does. And I think that I don't know. I think he might pay a price for that. I think that he is. I thought for 3 years he was one of the best presidents of my lifetime. I really did. Yep. I thought he did wonderful things. If he'd only appointed the justices who overturned Roe, he would have been in the Hall of Fame for me. Yep. But even so, he was better than that. He did really good things. Could be incredibly annoying, but he was really terrific, and I celebrated him. After he lost that election, and you're right, it seems to drive people crazy. I mean, Al Gore started to think the world was going to end and sold that.
I met Mike Dukakis once in college. This was decades after he lost. And we weren't even going to ask him about that race that he in '92. Within 5 minutes, he brought it up. He was angry as though it happened the day before.
And Jimmy Carter is still an angry man. You can see it in his eyes, that rage. It's obviously a tough thing, but with a guy with his ego, with Trump's ego, I think it's just absolutely transformative and has transformed him from an egotist to an utter egotist. I mean, he was always about himself, and now he's not about anything else. I think it's dangerous.
Okay, so this football team sucks. Okay, let's just put it this way. And some coaches need to be fired.
Yeah.
So are we going to fire some coaches or not? I mean, that's really what the Republican Party is going to have to ask itself. And I don't just mean Trump here. I mean, like, where's the House leadership?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin McCarthy led a House that had 212 seats into an election with a historically unpopular president and an economy that's in the middle of an incipient recession and 40-year high in inflation. And he's going to pick up less than 10 seats. Does he need to get, like, where's the leadership class of the Republican Party? It does not exist. And the one place it does exist, the Republicans did really, really well. Right? And so the question is, where's the leadership class of the national Republican Party? Donald Trump is not the leader of the National Republican Party because the only thing that he leads is Donald Trump. He's not leading the Republican Party because he's not interested in the Republican Party. He's literally tweeting out against a candidate in his own party who lost and attacking members of his own party in the middle of election cycles who are not sufficiently bending the knee to him. So he's clearly not the leader of the Republican Party in any real sense, in the sense that a coach is a person who leads the team onto the field so that they achieve victory as a team. That's not something that Trump is interested in. He's interested in him, and if there's some sort of ancillary victory that the team achieves, great, but he can take care of it.
The other thing to remember is Donald Trump in 202016 was not a Republican in any. It was a hostile takeover of the party.
This is not a moral critique of Donald Trump. This is a simple description of the situation. He is not the leader of the Republican
But that's what I'm saying. He never was a Republican.
That's fine. I agree with you. All of that's true, and none of this is to sort of ignore all the good things that he did while he was president of the United States. But he's not the leader of anything other than Donald Trump. This has always been true of Donald Trump. If there was ancillary crossover, it was ancillary. Okay, so he's not the leader. McCarthy clearly is not a leader because he presented no agenda at all. And not only that, he was unable to dissociate from Trump to the extent that the election was not about Trump. Right? You would figure that he would do what he would have to do in order to make sure that his own House members could win. Namely, do whatever he had to do to take the hit from Trump. He's in a safe district, McCarthy. Take the hit from Trump and create room between the other House candidates and Trump sufficient that they could win. He didn't. So where exactly is the House leadership in all of this? McConnell, I will say he did his best to intervene in, again, this is not me standing for Mitch McConnell. I got a lot of problems with Mitch McConnell. McConnell tried to intervene in a bunch of Senate races where Donald Trump basically overruled him in the primaries, and he got none of his favorite candidates. He wanted Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. He did not want Herschel Walker in Georgia. He did not want Blake Masters in Arizona.
But then is that not to say that Trump is the leader of the Republican Party in that he overrules the rest of the leaders?
Well, I mean, no. So he's the leader in the Republican Party in the sense that he can put his thumb on the scale, but he's not a leader in the sense that he actually gives a crap whether the team wins or not. I mean, he proved that in Georgia last time around.
Trump definitely hasn't helped, but this is, like you've been saying all night, this is really candidate quality.
I agree with you.
And I was saying before about these Republican candidates who are just saying things they don't believe what they're saying. And you said, what about Schumer and Pelosi and that sort of, and yeah, that's true on the Democrat side of it, but at the same time, how many conservatives are in the Democrat Party masquerading as liberal? So like it doesn't exist.
Right.
Whereas in the Republican Party, you've got Dr. Oz is a far left. He's a far leftist. I mean, he was shilling for transing the kids in 2011.
And abortion months ago.
Right, and they nominate him for they give him the nomination, and then voters are saying, why the hell would we go with this guy? If we want a liberal Democrat, we got the real deal here. Why would we go with this guy? The Republicans do that. You take leftists that don't believe any of this.
They may hold up Manchin, but I think it would be a weak. I think their argument
would be the one possible example.
The exception that proves the rule.
I'd like to invite on now our good friend Dennis Prager from PragerU, among other things. Noteworthy author, noteworthy radio host, but I think that PragerU will outlive almost anything on the internet today as far as just being an amazing, lasting legacy of unbelievable intellectual content for particularly young people, but I think anyone to really understand the world in which they live. Dennis, thank you so much for coming. Listen, it's late in the evening. We're slurring our words. I've already said like munja, fuzzy sushi. I don't know. We really need the help of a seasoned and professional broadcaster. So thank you.
Well, first of all, I'm on Danish time. I just came in from Denmark.
Oh my God!
So wow. I don't even know. I don't know what time it is. I am theoretically 3 hours behind you, 2 hours behind you, and 7 hours ahead of you. So it's a non-issue. I just want to tell you guys, I have never joined a conversation, and this is rare for me to speak like this, where I have nothing brilliant to add. You guys, I'm telling you, you guys have covered this so well. I will only say in my own words what a bunch of you have said. And I have said this, though, longer than you, because I'm older than all of you, and I think. And I will tell you, I have said to every Republican that I have ever met, every Republican candidate, every Republican in office, you have no message. Your message has to be what the left is doing to the United States, and the Democratic Party is the party of the left. That is it. That is your raison d'etre, to stop the damage that they are doing. Most Americans, even now, would believe that most of those things are damaging. Keeping kids out of school for 2 years, rendering our schools to be sexualized objects, to make kids aware of their sexuality when they don't even have one, to have drag queen story hours in kindergarten. These are the issues, and you can win on these. But you're right. I don't know what Kevin McCarthy stands for. You're entirely right. And all these other candidates. You've said it beautifully. If you don't have a compelling message that you believe in, then you won't win.
So, Dennis, I do want to ask you about, the questions have quickly turned from 2022 to 2024 as it becomes clear that the wave just does not exist. It's not even a tide. It may not even be a trickle. It may be a reverse trickle, depending on how this evening goes by the end of it. The question has quickly turned to 2024 because one silver lining to me that, since I've been Debbie Downer literally all night, I was very excited. And
And we're back. Sorry about the technical difficulties. It turns out when you have a live stream that goes for 20 to 28 hours, that some things start to fall through the cracks here. Ben, you were starting to walk us through
some silver linings. Okay, so the silver lining is that Democrats will have learned nothing. In fact, they will continue to double down on this. So they will continue to double down on the woke. They'll continue to double down on the transing of the kids. They'll continue to double down on the spending, all of it. They're going to take this as a repudiation of any critique of any of their agenda. They're doing an amazing job, is the takeaway here. And so they're just going to continue to do exactly what they've been doing this whole time. At the same time, hopefully Republicans can learn some valuable lessons, like stop running shitty candidates. Also, it would be good if Republicans would start actually moving toward people who are practically good at their jobs and capable of mobilizing serious numbers of votes in favor of, in other words, get professional about 2024 and start treating it like it's a serious topic, as opposed to we can screw around for 2 years in the hopes that the pure failure of the Democrats will somehow land a bunch of us incompetents in power. Maybe that's the silver lining, is that all the Republicans get smacked for being incompetent, and the Democrats don't learn any of the lessons that would save them going forward to 2024. That's the only possible silver lining for me on this one.
Yeah, I'll call that a silver lining if we hold the House.
Yeah, agreed.
Do we still have Dennis? Dennis, sorry about the technical difficulties.
Not a problem. You're right. It'll be a silver lining if we win the House. It's beyond belief. The reason that I'm hesitating is I don't like to convey sadness. It's sort of like it's sort of forbidden in my profession as a talk show host. But I built a reputation for being honest. Look, whatever one makes of it, it is sad that half of this country is not scared of the left. That's it. Yeah. What is there to say? They have ruined everything they have touched. What they have done to the medical profession, it's one of the few things that I haven't heard them mention. It may well have been. I didn't hear everything. I was on an airplane. But just what the American Medical Association announces a few years ago, that birth certificates should not list gender/sex because we don't know what it is. The American Medical Association, that the children's hospitals of the country are now united in one voice in saying that it is a good thing for girls who say they're boys to get mastectomies at the age of 18. If we can't win on those things, if we can't become, it was just suggested to me, the party of parents, that worked in Virginia. It's certainly a big deal in Florida. Just say that. We care about parental authority. Without it, society crumbles. I mean, they have given us a Grand Canyon-esque size of things to run on, and we don't.
Yeah, Shapiro in Pennsylvania said, freedom isn't telling your children what books they can read. No, that is freedom. Freedom is telling your children what books they can and can't read.
I want to know, being of Sicilian extraction, who I can blame. I want to point, because, I'm more open than most people to suggestions of voter shenanigans and the late counts that drag on. But and maybe some of that's going on in Arizona. I guess that remains to be seen. But that's not what's going on in a lot of the country. I don't think I don't think Republicans can point to voter fraud or rigging or things to account for at least the vast majority of these lawsuits.
Fetterman in Pennsylvania.
Fetterman. I'm not blaming, ballots coming in the middle of the night. That's not what happened there. And so I don't think Republicans can credibly, in most places, blame that. And so what do we blame? Do we blame the rhinos, the House leadership, Trump, the voters? Who do we blame?
Well, if it was posed in any way to me, I thought Ben's idea of firing coaches when you should win the game and you lose, then most people would look for a new coach or a bunch of new coaches. However, it's so much larger than any one individual. Why do all of you and I? And we're not alone. Why do we understand what is at stake with Democrats and the left winning, and that is not conveyed by the Republican Party as a rule? Tell me. That's the riddle. Why do we understand and they don't?
I can take a stab at an answer to that, Dennis. It's because Washington, D.C. is on the East Coast. It's because the kinds of people who can afford, generally speaking, to make a run for public office have already had success in their life. And most of them in that success have moved to urban settings, they've moved to coastal settings, and their own children don't share the values that the party purports to represent. And so you end up in this very interesting situation where, you know, Drew and I talk about this sometimes. It's true for everyone here except Matt. But we're coastal guys. You know, we've all spent 20 years in LA, or Ben spent his entire life in Southern California. You've spent your entire professional life in Southern California. We are not rural Texans. We're not rural Tennesseans. We're not rural panhandle of Florida Floridians. I think part of what distinguishes us, perhaps, living in the environments that we've had, is that we have some sort of character trait which has allowed us to be, perhaps we're contrarians. And so in the environment of living in LA, if it radicalized us even further to the right. But I think that isn't the reaction that most people in those environments have. I think the longer you serve in DC, the longer you're in party leadership, the more removed you become from the sensibilities of the people that you represent, the more removed you become from the sort of traditional conservatism. We might argue about some of the disagreements, but the general things that we're all trying to promote. And the more your kids go to very nice schools and your kids have very liberal educations, and they're just you're surrounded, your friends, your young staff. In all of these ways, you're being pulled leftward. And what you're left with is either you're still a conservative, but your suit doesn't fit very well. It's uncomfortable when you put it on. You're a little bit embarrassed in front of your friends. You're a little bit embarrassed in front of your kids. Your kids are either themselves questioning their sexuality, your kids are questioning their gender identity, or their friend who they're in school, who you've known since they were a little kid and they come over. You're just immersed in the world of the left. And because you're so immersed in the world of the left, it's not necessarily that you don't believe your own values anymore. It's just that they don't form well. You're not proud of them. That's exactly right. I really do think that for my entire life, I mean, Mitt Romney was ashamed of conservatives. Mm-hmm. I don't hate Mitt Romney the way others hate Mitt Romney. Most people hate Mitt Romney because Donald Trump hated Mitt Romney. I never let Donald Trump tell me what to hate. Other people hate Mitt Romney because he lost. But if you're going to hate losers, you wouldn't have any friends in the Republican Party. I never wanted Mitt Romney to be our nominee. Yeah. I opposed him in the primaries in 2012. I never believed that he could win. It's not because of a hatred of Mitt Romney, who I think
is a big lib.
I think he's a good man. Yeah. He's just a big lib. Yeah. Mitt Romney wasn't proud of my dad. Yeah. I think actually part of what people like about Donald Trump, who's also not a conservative in any sort of constitutional way, but Donald Trump kind of is proud of my dad. Mm-hmm. He really communicates.
Hugs the American flag.
Yeah, he hugged the American flag. He likes the country. He likes people who work with their hands. Now, is some of that showbiz? I don't know. I don't know Donald Trump. He certainly communicates that, and in communicating that, he was able to build a coalition that a lot of these Republicans aren't able to put together. Yes, it's that he fights, but I don't think it's just that he fights. I think that it's that...
It's that he chased after a Marine's hat when it blew off his head. He didn't even think about it. That was not posed. That was something he just did. He just picked it up. And I think any one of us would have done it, but he did it, and I don't think Barack Obama would have done it.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's right. Because
he wasn't a big lib. You mentioned the people who they don't wear the jacket comfortably. I totally agree with that, but I tend to focus on the forest more than trees. It's not here or there. It's just my nature. So I will never forget, I began lecturing at the age of 21. It's a very odd life. It's not important to get into it, but I did. And in my 20s, I would look at audiences. And of course, they were my parents' age. And I would say to them, you know, you all said you wanted to give my generation, the baby boomers, you wanted to give us everything you didn't have.
Yeah.
And that was generally material benefits and freedom. And you did. You gave us everything you didn't have. and you never gave us what you did have. I said that when I was 25 to parents. This is very, very old, this problem. That, as I have often put it, Christians didn't know how to explain Christianity. Jews didn't know how to explain Judaism. Americans didn't know how to explain America. Conservatives didn't know how to explain conservatism. And we are suffering to this day from those lapses.
I think that there's a combo a little bit. One is that we're certainly suffering from the inability to convey that traditional wisdom is just commonsensical, and it's not threatening, it's just common sense. And a lot of conservatives have no capacity to just convey that in non-embarrassed fashion the way that you're talking about, Jeremy. And at the same time, there are a lot of conservatives, because they're uncomfortable in their own skin, who are not willing to stand up and say uncomfortable things to, for example, Trump, and it puts them in an uncomfortable position. And you see this. I mean, the Republicans are going to dramatically underperform, I promise you again, with suburban women tonight. They will. I mean, when you see the results come in, you will see that they dramatically underperformed with suburban women again. And I think one of the reasons that you will see that is because, again, if you are going to create in a lab what a good Republican looks like, it looks like somebody who's extremely strong in traditional values, somebody who looks like a protector, somebody who looks like they are not beholden to whatever sort of weird conspiracy theory of the week is out there because they're so afraid of either their own base or what Donald Trump is going to tweet about them, and a person who is baseline competent. If you get all four of those things, you end up with Ron DeSantis or Brian Kemp. And if you get only a few of those things, you end up with the vast majority of the Republican Party. And people are not going to trust you. I mean, like, I don't know what a lot of these Republicans believe on any of those things. I don't know if they believe in traditional values. I don't know if they believe the stuff that they're saying about elections, or if they're saying it just because they feel like they're pressured to say it. I don't know if they, I don't know if they, are competent in their jobs, because they've never had a job to do. I mean, they literally sit in Congress all day and don't govern. So I don't even know what exactly they do. So they don't have any of those elements that make me desperate to, like, I think a lot of Republicans today came out because they were desperate to vote against the Democrats. But I don't think that there were a lot of Republicans who came out today because they were desperate to vote in favor of the Republicans, except in Florida, where they were desperate to vote for the Republicans, right? Like, Charlie Crist is not a candidate. That wasn't a competitive race in the first place. I showed up to vote. My wife showed up to vote. Everyone I know showed up to vote in Florida simply to say this agenda requires support. It requires support because this agenda is worth exploring, and it's a good agenda, and the Democrats need to be stopped, and this is a signal to the rest of the Democrats that they need to be stopped.
I think one of the things that Dennis is noticing, because I've noticed it too, and it may be generational that we notice it, I think a certain madness is blowing across the country. I think I personally think it has to do with a lot of epochs that are ending in a new internet age that is still only beginning. But whatever it has to do with, when you talk to people, for instance, about transgenderism, sane people, people who should be sane, people who should be sensible, and you say what is obvious, that you can say anything you want about a transgender woman, for instance. One thing you can't say about him is that he's a woman. That's just not true. I mean, and when you say that to people, their eyes kind of glaze over, and I kind of feel that a certain level of sanity is just not present at this moment, and we have to hope it's going to come back. I believe it's going to come back. It always does come back. That's kind of the Yankee sensibility. But when it comes back, things are not going to be the same. Things are changing. Some tremendous changes going on that we haven't quite parsed yet. Guys like Obama and Donald Trump are the end of something. They're not the beginning of anything. But what is about to begin hasn't really shown its head yet. And it's in moments like this when we lose just our common sense, a kind of craziness, just the madness of crowds takes place. And I think we're going through it. I have conversations with people that I think should be down to earth, that I think should be sane, where I say things that are so obviously true. They're not a question of values. They're not a question of anything but the truth of human life, and they don't understand it. Yeah.
Let me ask you, if we had a referendum in the country, do you think that men who say they are women should be allowed to compete against women in women's sports? What do you think the vote would be?
I think if it were a secret vote, the vote would be completely no. They should not be allowed.
100-0.
Right. Why don't Republicans then run races on that issue, for example?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that is a good issue. I agree with Ben that there has to be a base level of competence. You also have to be able to say, this is what I'm going to do with the economy. This is how I'm going to handle crime and inflation. But yeah, I agree with you. Why don't they? They're afraid. They're wrapped up in a media bubble. They're wrapped up in a social media bubble of their own making that tells them that
They fear the New York Times more than they fear God.
But look at
that is the way I, a religious person.
I'm not sure they can tell the difference.
The media message after this is going to be that those kinds of issues, the trans issue, it's a loser for conservatives. But most Republicans didn't really go anywhere near it during their campaign.
That's right.
They maybe mentioned it like as a peripheral thing. But the few, I mean, I'm trying to think of an example. Who's
DeSantis was bold.
A Republican that made a credible case on that issue and for parental rights and lost. Is there an example of that? I mean, DeSantis is the perfect example of someone who did that and won. So I think that.
Yeah.
Dennis, I mean, so I'm going to ask you what has been kind of the running question of the night. So what does this say for you about moving forward to 2024, given the fact that DeSantis wildly overperformed? And that a lot of Trump candidates look like they're in trouble. What does this say to you about leadership of the Republican Party going forward?
So, okay. I have come to the conclusion that there really is such a thing as Trump derangement syndrome. I never used the term for 4 years of his presidency. I thought it was a little wild. I now am convinced it exists, but I am now also convinced that the opposite exists. Trump preoccupation syndrome, or whatever term one would like to use. Not suffering from either. I don't think, let's put it this way. If Donald Trump were to say, I am not running because I don't think I should be the issue, rather the damage the left and the Democrats are doing should be the issue, the man would be regarded by most people on our side as a saint.
Yes. Yes.
But Dennis, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a wagon. Okay.
Correct. That is correct. Now, Ben could tell you the original Yiddish version of that. I don't know if it goes over.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it does make me think it's time for the Republican Party to wake up. And when I need to wake up, you know what I do? I get a nice big mug of Black Rifle coffee. I do. It's been a long night here, folks, over at the Daily Wire headquarters. And on nights like this, I am so glad that I've got Black Rifle coffee to keep me going. While today's coffee often comes with hints of soy, you can taste just that note of social justice on top. Black Rifle delivers an entirely different experience. It's bold, it's strong, it's delicious. It won't lose a major election that you're supposed to win going into it with a tidal wave. Black Rifle Coffee is the coffee that I choose to get through the day. Black Rifle Coffee Company is veteran-founded and operated. Their mission is to help service members successfully transition from the military into entrepreneurship. They provide assistance to veterans who seek to launch businesses of their own with the end goal of helping more companies like Black Rifle become a reality. Black Rifle is committed to hiring 10,000 veterans in total, and they are well on their way. As for the coffee itself, which is frankly, I love the work they do with veterans and to help the country, but for me, when I pick a product, I just, product first, okay? I want it to be a good product. Black Rifle's very selective about where they source their coffee beans. They're very disciplined when it comes to ensuring the freshness of every bag. We keep Black Rifle coffee stocked here at the office. Our team absolutely loves it. Go to blackriflecoffee.com. Use promo code ELECTION. You'll get 15% off your first order, or when you sign up for a new Coffee Club subscription. The subscription gives you free shipping on all Coffee Club orders, early access to club deals and promotions, and special discounts from their partner brands. That's blackriflecoffee.com, promo code ELECTION. You get 15% off your first order, or when you sign up to become a Coffee Club member. Black Rifle Coffee, supporting veterans and America's coffee.
That was your best ad read of the night.
Thank you. I felt, I really roused it for the end.
We're going to go hear from our team over at Election Wire for one last check-in on what's happening at the polls. So here to help us out with that is John Bickley.
Hey, all right, going to me. Hey guys, so I'm joined by Robert Cahaley here. We're going to talk about some of the things that we're looking at the end of the night as we're kind of coming close to the end. A lot to unpack in terms of the Senate. So we've got a couple of things still hanging around. We've got some races confirmed.
I can give a quick
question
rundown
right
of those before you get to Robert.
Let's do it.
Just to give you guys a feel for where we're at right now. In the House, a couple races we've been keeping our eyes on. Lauren Boebert, it does look like she's going to be defeated. She's down 51-48 right now. She spoke to the crowd, said it's too close to call, but that she will not be making any more statements tonight. This one's from Michael Knowles. Sean Patrick Maloney, barring a miracle, is going to lose. He's down 53-46 right now with over 90% reporting. And we talked about Florida, how it's been a lot of good news there. It's not all good news from Florida, though. In the 10th Congressional District, we're looking at the first Gen Zer in Congress who just won, Maxwell Frost. He is a avowed socialist and a Bernie Sanders supporter, so the new youngest member of Congress. Now to the Senate in Georgia, the race that is still the closest one that we're seeing around the country. Warnock is up 49.3 to 48.6. It looks like the best case right now for Republicans is that Warnock does not get to 50 and that it goes to a runoff. One more point, kind of to what you guys have been talking about all night. The two candidates that Trump went after, that's Brian Kemp, the governor, and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, both won tonight. Walker, the only one at the statewide level that has not won for Republicans. In Arizona, it's not looking good for Republicans again. Mark Kelly, 57.8, Blake Masters, 40. Katie Hobbs with a 56-43 lead over Carrie Lake. Pennsylvania, also not looking good. 49.4 for Fetterman to 48.2 for Oz with about 88% of the vote in. New York Times has given it over a 95% chance for John Fetterman there in Pennsylvania. Some of the races that are close for Republicans that look good, Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer holds just a 50.1 to 48.2 lead over Tudor Dixon, very close there. And in Wisconsin, Senator Ron Johnson, incumbent, is up 51.5 to 48.5 over Mandela Barnes. John, to you and Robert.
Yeah, so we're looking at sort of a mixed bag there. Some of the races we thought would go Republicans' way did in the Senate. So we had, J.D. Vance did quite well. Ted Budd pulled it off, right? But Wisconsin is pretty close. Ron Johnson's now leading by about 4. There's 81% in. How do you feel about that race?
I still, in the end, a lot of this was about incumbency. And so a lot of incumbents had a hard time. And so we were always worried that Johnson might have a little bit of a hard time as compared to some of the other, races with more popular candidates. But it's amazing because the Democrats were sure that North Carolina and Ohio were going to be places they had a real shot, and they didn't. And then they were less confident about places like Pennsylvania early on after the debate, and Arizona as it started to change. So a lot of what's happening tonight is kind of topsy-turvy. We look to what's going to...
It's hard to predict here. There's not a clear pattern.
No, absolutely. And it really is very much state to state. And some of the points they've made over there is this idea about message. I mean, message does matter because without message, you're down to personalities. And personality traits can be things that are immeasurable, that people just determine. And one of the things we did early on this year was we kept asking about how they felt about the Democrats' messages, and they were rejecting it. And then just recently we said, have the Republicans made the case to win your votes? And the answer was no. And so it was. You have to have more than just rejecting Democrats. You have to get people to give them a reason to vote for you. And some of the more controversial issues that the Republicans were hesitant to touch, that, for example, the governor in Florida was not hesitant to touch. These are the hot button issues that did move, and they had a very big victory there. So we look toward what's going to happen in Nevada, and then the possible runoff in Georgia, which stinks because there goes vacation. But the Senate could still be in balance, and we could have a replay of 2 years ago where the entire Senate raced on what happens in the Georgia runoff.
Right, so it comes down to really Georgia, Nevada at this point. Arizona, how do you feel about that race?
Arizona looks bad, but remembering that the early vote is predominantly all that's in now. So it might get tighter in Arizona. It certainly can. I mean, for example, Michigan looked a lot worse an hour ago than it does now. So
yeah, that's tight.
That remains to be seen. But in Georgia, traditionally, if you are an incumbent and you go to runoff, that's bad news. Incumbents don't tend to win runoffs.
And with Carrie Lake underperforming, at this point, it's about 50% in. We were kind of hoping she would pull Blake Masters across the finish line. Maybe not going to happen.
She's leading Masters.
Yeah.
She has a higher percentage of the vote, but not enough to guarantee that both of them will get there, depending upon what's left and how it comes in.
More work to do. Thank you. Back to you guys.
hideously terrible news, all. So yeah, this is not an exciting evening. You know, kind of like many of my dates before I met my wife. Start off optimistic.
Ben uses the term many.
Yeah, no,
you went on 3.
You're right.
Many of
several.
my dates.
Several. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just going to go back to the simple fact that if you're getting state-by-state results, this means you did not run a national race, 1, which is the messaging issue, and 2, that candidates differ race by race. So we keep coming back to the same message over and over. The only way that changes is if you actually have a non-empty shell leadership at the top of the party that is willing to put forward a program. And Newt Gingrich won a bajillion seats in 1994 because he put forward an actual program. There was no actual program that was put forward by the Republican House.
That's a good point.
And Kevin McCarthy is not an inspiring figure in any way, shape, or form. I know Kevin McCarthy, and he's a very nice person, but I don't see how you can underperform to this extent and still hope to be seen as sort of the durable leader of the Republican Party in the House. And I will say this: there's, again, I sound like the routine Mitch McConnell defender here. He spent $234 million from the Senate fund. Yeah. Donald Trump spent about 27 cents and picked 3/4 of the candidates.
Had $100 million.
No, I'm not anti-cocaine, Mitch.
By the way, I will also mention that if you actually watched, one of the most ridiculous things in this entire race was Donald Trump sent out a fundraising letter. I believe it was for Blake Masters from his listserv, and it showed what the division of the money was that you gave. It was 99 cents to Donald Trump's PAC and 1 cent to Blake Masters. Okay, that is not raising money for Blake Masters, as it turns out. If the Republican Party is going to be foolish enough that there are no recriminations for the people who actually picked the worst candidates in the race, refused to fund them, and then left them out to dry while celebrating Joe O'Dea losing in Colorado, then you get what you. I'm sorry, you get what you deserve. Again, I'll vote for that guy if he's the nominee because the Democrats are worse. But you don't have to do that. You could, theoretically have a thought about maybe this isn't the best idea. How many times are we going to run this same play over and over and over?
Well, at least one more.
You mentioned Blake Masters, though, and we'll see what happens with Blake. But it's an interesting test case because Blake Masters and J.D. Vance were basically the same candidate with the same background, with the same backers, with the same platform, with the same actually kind of interesting departure from the old GOP stuff. And J.D. wins, and Blake is in trouble right now, and who knows when we'll find out if he wins or loses.
Well, I mean, I will give you a very easy answer for that, and that is that Donald Trump won Ohio with 53% of the vote, while Biden received 45% of the vote in Ohio, and Donald Trump lost Arizona. All they're doing is mirroring Trump's exact results in those states. By the way, Dr. Oz mirrored Trump's exact results in Pennsylvania. By the way, Herschel Walker is mirroring Trump's exact results in Georgia, almost as though if Donald Trump picks a candidate and then that person gets exactly the same percentage of the vote in those states, there is a correlation. Isn't that strange?
There is worth also pointing out the role of spoilers, which we haven't really talked about.
Oh, the Libertarians.
The Libertarians, because if you look right now at the Fetterman-Oz race, the Libertarians got 1.4% of the vote. If Oz got that 1.4%, it puts him over Fetterman, and it actually... well, we'll see how the vote shakes out for the rest of the night. It actually theoretically could push him up to 50, but nevertheless, it would put him over Fetterman. And then you look at Warnock and Herschel Walker. The Libertarian gets 2% of the vote. That puts Herschel over 50%.
But you don't want to be yelling at Jill Stewart because your own party is.
I certainly do. I definitely want to.
No, you got to be.
By the way, they called the race for Fetterman. That one's over.
That is over. Yeah. Did Oz concede?
There's one other piece that we haven't really talked much about, which is the demographics in the country from an age point of view are changing. You know, such a peculiar thing that we elected Barack Obama and then ascended another boomer and then ascended Joe Biden, who's not even a boomer. He's older than the boomers. Yeah. I mean, it's a very peculiar moment in history when you're getting older and older, generationally older and older and older, 3 presidents in a row.
Yeah.
At the same time that boomers are no longer the largest voting age demographic in the country. That now belongs to the millennials. Republicans like to say, well, but they don't vote. But over time they do. They get the millennials aren't. When we think of millennials, everybody thinks about the 20-year-old who works at your office. I mean, I have bad news for you. The 20-year-old who works at your office is not a millennial. The millennials are well into adulthood now. They are beginning to move into the age where you actually do cast votes. It's early to see. I mean, we're going to have to see some numbers over the next 72 hours probably before we can really make any kind of claim about this. But it may be that part of what we're experiencing right now is an actual generational shift within the electorate that are pollsters do not yet know how to measure, because they've been measuring the same group of people for the last 40 years.
I agree. I think it's a big deal. I think this is the whole deal. I mean, you are getting a generation coming up who are born into an internet world. We don't even know what this whole group, I hate to say it, but we're all too old to understand what it is to be born into an internet world. It's a changing of the guard, and it really is. And I just don't think I don't think the gravity has come back into the room yet, and the furniture has fallen down. We know what the room looks like yet. It's still early. Yeah. These things happen slower than the speed of podcasting.
But you know what we haven't celebrated tonight? For the first time since 1993, Guam will be sending a Republican delegate to Washington, D.C. They did, in fact, tip Guam, not quite into the ocean, but in
the man was a prophet.
He was a prophet. The man was a prophet.
No one knew.
Dennis, when you go on the air tomorrow, what are you going to say?
I'll talk about Denmark.
Well said.
That'll be my temptation. I've been taking notes. To tell you the truth, I've been taking notes while you guys have been talking. It's very interesting. All of you have experienced this at some time. Being away for 5 days in Europe, obviously, they're talking about other things. Although I will tell you, the knowledge of American politics and American life among Europeans, at least Europeans who care about issues, is astonishing. Yep. The people that I spoke to, the Free Press Society in Denmark, these people could be on your panel and talk about Arizona and Wisconsin. It's eerie. But I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what. I'll leave you with, since you don't embarrass people who give dour news. I will just tell you, for the first time in my life, a long life, America is now seen as exporting bad ideas. This is a first in American history. When in Hong Kong they marched for freedom, they marched with an American flag. There was no greater sight than an American flag for people who loved liberty. And now, they've shut down in Europe. They have shut down virtually every single children's hospital that was doing the things that we do. The affirmation of trans that takes place routinely in American children's hospitals is not happening in Europe, including in socialist, quote unquote, socialist countries.
Yeah.
So it's a perilous time. And I'll just say to Drew, who said, I think you said the pendulum swings or something to that effect, or Yankee sensibility will return. Whenever I hear that, in the long run, truth wins out, or in the long run, the good prevails, I always think about what happens during the long run. How many lives are ruined during that run?
It's absolutely
not,
true.
For me, a consolation. Sorry.
God wins is a good recommendation of God, but it's a sorry recommendation of, say, the next 40 years of American politics. Oh. Dennis, thank you for joining us, and everyone go over and listen to the Dennis Prager Show tomorrow. All these guys will have podcasts tomorrow. The good news is I'll be sleeping soundly in my bed, but we're going to take a break now so that these guys can get a little rest. We'll have results for you by the first shows tomorrow. A lot more will be known than is known tonight. It's an easy evening to be dour, and we should, it's not wrong to mourn with others while they mourn. It's not wrong to face reality. This is not the night that Republicans had hoped for. At the same time, we have a lot of fight left in us. We have a lot of fight left in us as a country. We have a lot of fight left in us as conservatives, have a lot of fight left in us at Daily Wire. Come back tomorrow, and we'll see what we can mobilize, and we'll get back to work.